Hey listeners, how are you all doing today? Thank you so much for being such lovely members of our little Manhwa corner. There's so much more to come, so sit back, get comfy, put on your headphones, and let us dive into today's story. I became the maid of the Lout Prince. Let the story begin. Part 2. A few days after causing a small commotion at the Blackwood Estate Guards. Fortunately, the story of me having a mock duel with 3 new soldiers at the territory guards did not spread inside the mansion. In the first place, there were only 4 people in the current mansion who had the possibility of knowing about that incident: the head butler, Ethan, Harold, and myself. In other words, if just these 4 people didn't go around talking about it, there was no chance of the rumor spreading. Dittmeyer was originally a tight-lipped fellow, so he wasn't a concern. Harold and Ethan would have no reason to go around chattering about the mess their servant made outside the mansion. In other words, as long as I kept quiet, I could somehow prevent what happened that day from spreading inside the mansion. There's no reason for me to go around blabbering about it. It's not like I'm an attention seeker. There was no point in attracting unnecessary attention from others, as it would only lead to bothersome situations, so it was absurd for me to go around talking about it. The guards also wouldn't spread it outside, as it would be bad if word went around that 3 new soldiers were defeated by a mere maid. In other words, it meant that I had succeeded in leveling up from level 5 to level 6 without any risk. Thanks to that, these days, I feel refreshed and ecstatic at the same time. At long last, I could finally use Mana Blast. Of course, being able to use it and being allowed to use it were completely different, so it would still remain a secret skill hidden in my heart. That alone was enough. Just having a backup in case of an emergency was enough to make me feel reassured. It was like becoming an office worker who still goes to work even after winning the lottery. In that sense, after being able to use Mana Blast, the world felt joyful and new every day. Back when I couldn't use Mana Blast, I felt like I was desperately clinging to a fleeting life that could end at any moment. But after being able to use Mana Blast, I no longer feared my future. Who am I? A Mana Blast user. Good morning, Maid. Yes, good morning to you too, young master. Did you sleep well last night? Maid. Before, just seeing Ethan's hateful face in the morning made me feel unpleasant, but after being able to use Mana Blast, it didn't really bother me. Miss Lilith, there is a summons from the master. Yes, head butler Dittmeyer Colin Evercroft. I will go right away. Miss Lilith. I could now remember and diligently recite the name of Dittmeyer, who always brought annoying news. You called for me, master. Even when Harold, the final boss of this Blackwood family, summoned me to his office, I could face him anytime, anywhere, with confidence and without losing my spirit. Lilith, it seems you caused a small commotion at the estate guards. I'm sorry. No, scratch that. Harold is still scary, after all. The one who instantly chilled the soaring feeling I had these past few days was none other than the summons from the Lord of the Blackwood Estate. The moment Harold mentioned the territory guard's incident in his private office on the 3rd floor, I immediately bowed my head and spat out an apology. Well, there's no way I could level up without any risk. At that time, I was blinded by experience points and recklessly pushed forward with strange excuses, but thinking about it, there was no more eye-catching idiocy than that. Moreover, strictly speaking, it was my personal actions that had overridden Ethan's opinion, so naturally, most of the blame was on me. The moment Harold mentioned that part and questioned me, I could only tremble like a candle in the wind. Who am I? A commoner debt maid whose head could fly off at any moment with a single word from Harold. I didn't call you here to demand an apology. I heard that the soldier over there was the one who was rude to you first. I have no words to say as my personal actions have caused trouble for young Master Ethan. It's fine. Ethan is now old enough to take care of himself, so there's no need for me to scold you for your actions as his exclusive maid. What's going on? Why is Harold like this? I clearly messed up during the territory patrol with Ethan due to my personal actions, but he's not questioning it and letting it go? Are you really Harold? Is there someone else hiding under that skin? Come to think of it, he's been acting strange lately. Before, when it came to matters related to Ethan, he would unconditionally side with and only think about his son. But these days, for some reason, it seems like he's become a bit stricter with Ethan. Like suddenly increasing Ethan's training load some time ago. These days, instructors from outside even come in frequently to teach him various subjects. I'm not sure why, but Harold himself seems to be slowly changing from a doting father to a stricter father. Looking at what he's been doing lately, it really feels like he's trying to raise Ethan as the successor of Blackwood territory. But I still don't know what caused that change. Did something change because of me? Actually, that possibility was the most likely. After all, from my perspective, I was the only one who could change the original story. It was an undeniable fact that I had done all sorts of weird things for a mere maid. The problem was that I couldn't really remember directly messing with Harold. My actions probably didn't have a direct impact on Harold, but there was a high possibility that something indirectly changed this doting father's attitude. It could be something like seeing Thanasia's necklace that he thought was lost and strengthening his resolve again, something like that. It's not like Harold would have realized something just by looking at my actions, of course not. In the first place, he wasn't the type to listen to anyone other than his son. While I was wrapping up my speculations and imaginations in my head with such thoughts, Harold suddenly asked me in a serious voice, looking into my eyes. "Lilith." "Yes. The reason I called you here is to ask about Ethan's recent condition." "Pardon?" Ethan's attitude seems to have improved a lot lately compared to before. Coincidentally, it almost coincides with the time you became Ethan's exclusive maid. "Is that so? Do you have any idea about what might have caused it?" "Any idea about what might have caused it? If I had to guess, it would be less than so. If you're going to tattle to your father, tell him this: that your exclusive maid, Lilith, tried to kill you in a fit of rage alone. Greater than. Less than. Please, I'm begging you, just eat your own food. And please stop disgustingly biting with your mouth, groping with your hands, and slobbering all over when you eat. It's making me want to vomit just looking at it. Greater than. Less than. Of course, the type of person I detest the most is sexual harassers who sneak up and grope your butt while you're working or flick disgusting things at you before laughing in your face. The worst of all men in the world. Greater than. There have been many fucking things. Each one of them was such an incident that it wouldn't be surprising if my neck was beheaded the moment I spoke them out loud. Come to think of it, I was really daring in many ways. How the hell am I still alive? If Ethan had reported even one of the crappy things he had to endure from me to Harold, I would have definitely been a dead soul. Should I be grateful for this or curse it? Should I be grateful that he saved my neck from flying off, or should I curse him because he's the one who caused me to be scolded anyway? As another concern naturally came to mind, Harold suddenly nodded his head as if he understood. "I see. So you were the reason, after all." No, master. I didn't really do anything to the young master." "It's fine. There's no need to publicly reveal what's going on between you and Ethan. Anyway, the person you serve is not me but my son." As if he misunderstood my silence while thinking of what to say as a different kind of answer, Harold waved his hand and dismissed my explanation. Inadvertently not answering and moving on, I felt a momentary sense of confusion. Did he let it go? Well, it would be something I'd welcome if he didn't dig deeper. After all, I was the one who would be scared if he asked about the details. Ethan himself seemed to not want to inform Harold about what happened between us, so it would somehow pass. The likelihood of Harold himself letting go of what happened between me and Ethan was slim. If I don't want to die, I should take good care of what's above my neck. I'll be able to step down from being Ethan's exclusive maid in just 2 years, anyway. Just endure for 2 more years, just 2 years. I'm glad to see you and Ethan getting along well. I look forward to your continued efforts. Ah, yes. All right, then, you may take your leave. Yes, I'll be going, master. Fortunately, thanks to Harold not digging deeper into the conversation, it flowed naturally that day without any issues. And so, another year passed. Whiling away the days after reaching level 6, another year had passed in a flash. It's been about 2.5 years since when I clearly realized that I had possessed Lilith in Luminar Academy. Although I couldn't achieve anything grand due to my status as a debt maid, it wasn't like I'd just been playing around as Lilith for a considerable period of 30 months. Even if I roughly summarized what I had accomplished so far, it was quite a decent growth. Starting at a lowly level 2 at first, I had raised my level by a whopping 4 levels up to level 6. I had basic stats solid enough to not just die anywhere. I had a mana capacity overflowing to the point of almost reaching 4 digits. I now have 3 lower-level magic spells I could use, including Clean. Above all, I even learned Lilith's ultimate skill, Mana Blast. It was safe to say that I had done as much as I could from the position of Dead Maid Lilith. I had even learned how to drive a carriage from Ditmire in my spare time, so I had secured skills for survival to some extent. Somehow, it feels like I've grown much more immersed than when I actually raised her in the game. Well, even though Luminar Academy was the game of my life, I never imagined it would literally become my life. Moreover, after spending 2.5 years in Lilith's position, it felt like I was playing with a handicap. You know, like playing only with the mouse, or playing without recovery magic. Living while shifting my thinking like that, I could say that these days were quite lively. To the point where I even unconsciously thought that it might be a bit fun. They say humans are creatures of adaptation, and it's indeed a bit scary how the mind adapts to the environment. Well, whatever. If I adapt, it's good that I adapt. Except for the one pitiful fact that I possessed Lilith, entering this game world was still a kind of reward for me. Even if my body had become like this world was the world of my favorite game in my past life, Luminar Academy. In a way, it was like an impossible dream coming true, so of course I had to enjoy it to the fullest, or it would be a waste. Once the contract period ended and I left the Blackwood mansion, I could hunt monsters to my heart's content, achieve my dream of owning a house that I couldn't fulfill in my previous life, become a fairly famous adventurer in a guild, and make a name for myself, and finally get married even. Ah. Right. Come to think of it, there's no way I could get married with this body. I almost forgot that I had a female body and contemplated with my strange imagination. Getting married with this female body naturally meant that the other party would be a man. Marrying a man. That alone was still terrifying, even after more than 2 years of realizing my possession. In the first place, why did I eat garlic in the kitchen in the middle of the night as soon as I realized I was possessed and fought monsters like the Hooked Tusk with my life on the line? All of those were done to avoid a future where there was nothing but getting penetrated by a man. But after all that crap, I still end up with a man in the end? If only for the sake of the efforts I had made so far, that was something that absolutely must not happen. I didn't have any grand goal of leaving Lilith's genes in this world. My goal was to live well and eat well as a single person until I died in the world of Luminar Academy, which was the game of my life. That alone was my life's goal. For that, I had been steadily saving up my independence funds through knitting for a year, and whenever I had the chance, I organized the story of Luminar Academy and prepared for the future. Even though I had been preparing in various ways over the past year. In fact, the one who had changed the most in the past year probably wasn't me but the noble I had to serve. That piglet noble Ethan. No, I won't be able to use that title anymore. Ethan, who had grown so quickly while receiving Harold's training over the past year, had become so neat that he could no longer be called a piglet. Harold's swordsmanship training must have been quite tough, as Ethan's recent appearance could not be likened to a pig at all. Rather, it looked like he had muscles all over his body to the point where it was questionable if there was any fat left. As the fat disappeared, the disgusting pot belly went away, and the arms and legs that were coated with fat were filled with significantly firm muscles. His face, which was once more plump than a steamed bun, now had sunken cheeks and looked considerably sharp. If I post Ethan's current appearance on the Luminar Academy gallery, what kind of reactions would it get? I was confident that at least half of them wouldn't be able to distinguish between the game's hated Ethan and the current Ethan. Still, there were subtle traces of the old Ethan in his hair, eyes, or other parts, so about half would probably recognize him. Of course, even those who recognized him would mostly think of it as an inspired creation or fanfiction. Moreover, perhaps because it coincided with him reaching puberty, Ethan's body underwent other physical changes, such as growing taller and his fingers getting longer. Comparing the past and present, it was safe to say that it was not just a simple growth, rather, it was a complete transformation. Still, this is much better than when he was a stupid piglet. At least I don't have to work while smelling the piggy sweat. Ethan had proven with his own body that while drawing lines on a pumpkin doesn't turn it into a watermelon. A pumpkin can at least become a zucchini if it loses weight. Unfortunately, his height seemed to have stopped growing at around 165 centimeters *1 after growing to some extent. According to the official profile revealed in the game, Lilith Rosewood's height was 163 centimeters *1. Based on my age, Lilith's puberty would have ended long ago, so my current height wouldn't differ much from 163 centimeters either. The current Ethan was just slightly taller than me, so he was probably around 165 centimeters. It seemed like he couldn't grow as tall as other male characters due to the side effects of only growing sideways during his childhood. Of course, 165 centimeters was still above average height based on ordinary people, but fundamentally, this world was the setting of an adult SRPG game. Compared to the protagonist or other major rival male characters, he was definitely on the shorter side. Of course, even considering that, he was much taller than his original supposed height. The original, Lout Prince Ethan, was less than 140 centimeters even after entering the academy. Somehow, I ended up talking only about Ethan's dramatic changes, but in fact, there were some changes in people other than Ethan as well. The junior maids, Isabel and Catherine, were promoted to senior maids. Now, there were junior maids who hadn't even been there for a year under them. The original head butler, Jack, retired, and as in the original story, Dithmire took the position of head butler. Of course, compared to the dramatic changes to Ethan, these were really minor issues. Miss Lilith Rosewood. Speak of the devil. At the sound of Dithmire calling me from the blind spot today as well, I quietly turned my head in the direction of the voice. Why does he keep coming to find me personally even after becoming the head butler? Can't he just have someone else do it at this point? I neatly folded those words only in my heart and answered while meeting the eyes of Dithmire, who had called me. Yes, head butler Dithmire. It's Dithmire Colin Evercroft. I said it correctly as head butler Dithmire this time. Ahem. After making an awkward expression for a moment, Dithmire fake coughed once. Then, as if trying to pretend the previous conversation never happened, he quietly continued with the next message. There is a summons from the young master. He asked me to inquire if Miss Lilith could come to his room now. Ah, yes. By the way, he also said that if Miss Lilith has an urgent matter, there's no need to call for her. Ah, understood. No matter how urgent a matter an exclusive maid has, how could it be more urgent than the young master's summons? Recently, whenever Ethan summoned me, it was always like this. He was somehow trying to show consideration, but upon closer inspection, he wasn't really being considerate. In fact, Ethan himself would know best what would happen if I ignored his summons because I had an urgent matter to attend to. I would either be summoned by the head maid for my poor attitude as a servant of the Blackwoods and get a lecture on etiquette, or be summoned by Harold and tremble in fear. Could he want that to happen to me? Since there was a time when I wanted to kill him, there was a strong possibility that Ethan also didn't have good feelings toward me. Perhaps he still harbored the intense resentment of that time in his heart. No, that's too much of a stretch. Recently, whenever I made a judgment about Ethan, I felt a strange feeling. Perhaps it was because the Lout Prince Ethan the first saw in the game and the current Ethan didn't match at all. After all, it was right to view the hated Ethan in Luminar Academy and the current Ethan as clearly different individuals. The current Ethan wasn't the Lout Prince with a dirty and unpleasant appearance and personality. Nor was he the guy with an unpleasant amount of fat to the point of being called a piggy noble. If I had to give him a fitting title, it would be something like Noble Ethan or Blackwood Heir Ethan. His first impression was so bad, but he was fundamentally a noble and the heir to the Blackwoods. Miss Lilith. Ah, yes. There is a summons from the young master. By the way, if Miss Lilith has an urgent matter. I heard it the first time. I thought you hadn't heard since you were still standing there after listening. This bastard's way of twisting words hasn't changed even after 2 years. It was a moment when I felt that some things never change over time. You said the young master is in his private room, right? That's correct, Miss Lilith. I understand. I will personally respond to the summons, so you don't need to go back and forth to convey the message to the young master again. Understood, Miss Lilith. With that answer, head butler Dithmire *2 disappeared towards the corridor where he had appeared. While watching his back for a moment, I also quietly moved my steps to the 4th floor, where Ethan's private room was located. It's been quite a while since I received a direct summons from Ethan. I hope he's not calling me for something strange. Author's note. Ethan lost weight. Somehow, it took 50 chapters in the story just for Ethan to lose weight. Well, maybe the hated Ethan from Luminar Academy would, but not the Ethan in front of me. T.N. This bonus chapter is sponsored by Cat and K. 4/14. See my Ko-Fi if you want more bonus chapters. As soon as I received the summons from Ethan through Didmeyer, I went up to the 4th floor of the Blackwood mansion. I immediately stood in front of Ethan's door and announced my arrival to the room's owner inside with 3 knocks. Knock, knock, knock. Young master, it's Lilith. Come in, Maid. After a brief silence, I opened the door at the reply and was immediately greeted by the sight of Ethan's room. I think there was a time when this room was a mess every time I entered. These days, however, whether I came in the morning or evening, it gave off the vibe that it was fairly organized. On top of that, the room's owner, who gave off a completely different impression from before, was sitting at the table, waiting for me. He looked neat and organized, with slightly disheveled hair and tired-looking eyes with slight dark circles. Arms and legs that had become thinner and firmer compared to before, and a belly that had completely disappeared to the point of not being noticeable. The noble, who had changed to a considerably more human-like appearance compared to that at the beginning, was looking towards the door I entered through. Our eyes met, and I lightly grabbed my maid's skirt and slightly bowed my head to give a maid's greeting. Did you call for me, young master? Yes, maid. As soon as our eyes met, Ethan seemed to carefully avert his gaze and even slowly moved his head to the side. Seeing his side profile, it was definitely noticeable how much he had lost weight and gained muscle compared to before. He had changed so much that someone seeing him for the first time would never think he was Ethan. Especially to me, who knew what Ethan would have looked like if he had grown as he did in the game, the impression felt even more alien. At least I had gradually gotten used to his current appearance by seeing him lose weight and gain muscle in real time while going around the mansion. Maid, shall we sit and talk? I think it might take a while. If it's uncomfortable for you, maid, we can just talk standing. Ethan's suggestion to sit at the same table made me hesitate slightly. Of course, it wasn't like I seriously saw Ethan as a sexual harasser sprout like before, and I only hesitated for a very brief moment. Well, Ethan had changed in many ways compared to before. He probably wouldn't try any weird tricks on Lilith at this point. Having reached my own conclusion in my mind, I nodded my head and quietly sat my butt down at the table across from where Ethan was sitting. I understand. In the first place, the reason Ethan showed lecherous intentions towards Lilith in the original was likely because she was the person who was the easiest to touch from his position. Not only was she the closest in proximity as his exclusive maid, but the maids of similar age to Lilith were all spirited and not as easy for the young Ethan to mess with. Catherine, who was used by even her peers Ariana and Alicia, was out of the question, and Isabel, who had the nickname, Clever Isabel, wouldn't easily fall for Ethan's clutches like foolish maid Lilith. If Catherine, the weakest in the food chain, were his exclusive maid, it might be a different story. In the original game, though, Catherine was probably sent to Silverwood in Ariana's place after taking the blame for her crime. In many ways, the environment itself was set up to make it easy to touch Lilith. On the other hand, now he has no reason to tarnish his honor by messing with a commoner like me. Seriously, with that appearance, the moment he set his mind to it, he could easily seduce not only the other maids in the mansion but also the pretty young ladies of lower nobility. As soon as he lost weight, Harold and Thanasia's genes were showing on his face, as he was a noble in name. Even from my perspective as a man, he had an objectively handsome appearance, so how much more so for women? There was no reason for him to forcibly push down a maid who said she didn't like him. It was right to see it that way. And, in fact, this kind of concern itself had become meaningless now. Now, there's no way I can win if Ethan comes at me seriously. There was no chance that Lilith, with an attack of 13 and a defense of 19, could defeat the compressed battle muscles formed through training. If Ethan had really only swung a sword with Harold in the mansion's backyard, that would be one thing. But Harold was a person who knew better than anyone how to become strong in this world, befitting a noble. After Ethan was able to swing a sword to some extent, Harold took him to the mountain behind the Blackwood mansion every day after it rained. He did so to have Ethan directly hunt the slimes that naturally spawned whenever it rained and have him gain experience points. Of course, Harold probably didn't do it knowing the concept of experience points itself. He was just remembering, this is how you become strong, based on his experience, and taught the same to his son. Anyway, as Ethan's exclusive maid, I also watched him hunt whenever I accompanied him up that mountain. Whenever I accompanied him, I estimated the number of monsters he killed and had a rough grasp of what level Ethan had currently grown to. He's probably at least level 7 or 8. Moreover, he can use sword and body enhancement magic together, so he'll be much stronger in reality. In fact, at this point, it was meaningless for me to be wary. If he really came at me with determination, I had no choice but to be taken even knowing it. Of course, if I used Mana Blast, I could resist once, but the moment I used such high-level magic in this mansion, my destruction was a predetermined order anyway. Rather, it was better to put my mind at ease and pray that he wouldn't do that. Even after going through the trouble of calling me, Ethan just avoided my gaze without saying anything. Is making people feel awkward after calling them over engraved in his genes or something? For a moment, I almost felt a slight heat spreading in my head at the action that was just like his father's, but fortunately, before any words could escape my mouth, Ethan's mouth opened first and started speaking. Maid. Yes, young master. Do you happen to have time, on Saturday afternoon? *1. Pardon? What kind of nonsense is this all of a sudden? Where in the world is there a master who asks his exclusive maid if she has time? In the first place, the position of an exclusive maid itself doesn't have the authority to freely decide holidays or breaks, and even if there are other schedules, it's only natural to adjust them to the master's side. Since Ethan asked a stupid question first, it was my turn to give an extremely common-sense answer in response. As I am the young master's exclusive maid, my time is the young master's time. That's not what I meant. I was wondering if you had any other plans scheduled. What plans or schedules would a debt maid who can't even go outside the mansion on her own have? You have many close colleagues, maid. I thought you might have a prior commitment or something with the others. Well, the fact that I got along well with Isabel and Catherine was something most of the other servants knew. There was nothing strange about Ethan mentioning that part. The problem was, why did Ethan keep caring about that and stay mindful of me? Even if I did have a prior commitment with Isabel or Catherine, what was he going to do about it, knowing that in the end, I had to prioritize the orders from him, the master? There was no way this noble, who received academic lectures and etiquette education that changed daily, wouldn't know such basic knowledge. I'm not sure what his intention is to keep asking, but... First of all, I hadn't really made any promises, and even if I had to say I didn't in this situation. If an exclusive maid made a noble walk on eggshells, it was hard to expect it to lead to anything good. I don't have any, young master. Really? You're not just saying that to be mindful of me, are you? If you really think I'm being mindful of you, can't you just take the hint and understand that I don't have any? Sorry. I'll be careful in the future. I accidentally let out a few words because I felt frustrated, but fortunately, it didn't seem like I stepped on a landmine. Well, he had heard much worse than that several times before, so he wasn't the type to get angry over this at this point. Well, maybe the hated Ethan from Luminar Academy would, but not the Ethan in front of me. For what reason did you ask about my weekend schedule, young master? An invitation came from the Imperial Palace. The Imperial Palace, the Imperial Palace. If it's an invitation the Imperial Palace would send to Ethan around this time, it's probably that. If it's an invitation the Imperial Palace would send to the young master around this time, it would be an invitation to a birthday banquet for Her Highness the Third Princess. You knew? I just happened to find out. To be precise, it was knowledge I had because the Third Princess was one of the heroines in Luminar Academy. The Emperor was famous for holding banquets and inviting noble sons on each of his children's birthdays. Ethan's family had a fairly high status, and his age was similar to the Third Princess, so it wasn't strange for the Imperial Palace to send a birthday banquet invitation. The Ethan in the original game probably also occasionally received such invitations. After all, the Ethan in Luminar Academy was undoubtedly a noble son in terms of his background. It's just that he was unpopular due to his unpleasant appearance and hygiene, that drained people's mental strength. He himself probably knew he was ugly, so as far as I knew, he declined to attend most of these kinds of events. Of course, that was only the behavior of Ethan Richard Blackwood in the original game. For the current Ethan Richard Blackwood, who was walking a completely different path from the hated Ethan, it wouldn't be strange even if he made a different judgment. The current Ethan probably wasn't lacking in confidence in his appearance, and he had also matured a lot after receiving lessons on proper etiquette. Above all, as he had recently started participating in learning how to manage a territory following Harold, he himself would know best that it was important to show up at such important events. In the end, Ethan asking me if I had any plans on Saturday probably didn't have any special meaning. It means that since he has an event scheduled on Saturday, I should clear my schedule as his exclusive maid and accompany him. I had already roughly grasped his intention, so now it was time to quickly move on to the main point. There was no excuse for me, as an exclusive maid, to be absent from Ethan's external events anyway. Thinking of finishing the main point quickly today, I casually brought up the matter Ethan might ask. Will the banquet be held this coming Saturday? Yeah. So I wanted to ask you, Maid, if you'd be willing to attend together. I understand. I didn't really have any plans originally, but I will make sure to clear my schedule for that day, young master. Really? Yes, young master. In the first place, it was strange to summon someone over such a trivial matter. It was natural and even essential for an exclusive maid to accompany the master she served to events. Moreover, looking at Ethan's recent actions, such external events that required traveling would only increase in the future. To clearly convey that there was no need to ask for permission from me every time for such matters, I supplemented the answer I had just given to Ethan. In the first place, there's no need to ask your exclusive maid about eerie little thing like this. After all, it's the role of the exclusive maid to always accompany the young master to external events. If you're done with the matter to convey to me, I'll return to my waiting room. The moment I tried to get up from my seat, thinking I had roughly wrapped up the conversation, Ethan suddenly grabbed my hand that was about to rise from the table with an urgent expression. Wait a moment, Maid, do you still have more to discuss? No, I thought you might be leaving with some misunderstanding. What? You understood correctly, right? That you will attend the banquet together with me. Why does he keep asking obvious things multiple times? I've already served as his exclusive maid in the Blackwood mansion for over 2 years, so does he think I might not understand even that much? In the first place, it wasn't rare for nobles to bring their exclusive servants to attend banquets. To convey the meaning that there was no need to explain again, I nodded my head up and down once greatly. Of course, I understand clearly. I see. If you understand, that's good. I'll return to my room. I'll see you at dinner time, young master. Yeah. Go in and rest, Maid. After finishing the conversation with Ethan, who was saying pointless things like that, I immediately returned to my room adjacent to his and rested until dinner time. It was 3 days later that I would come to understand the meaning behind Ethan's words, "Let's attend the banquet together." The next morning, after Ethan suddenly called me to his room and told me to prepare for the third princess's birthday banquet. While resting in my room after Ethan's breakfast, suddenly, a visitor came to my room. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. With the sound of the latch, the door opened inward. Since the visitor came during work hours, I naturally thought it was a summons from Ethan or Harold, but the person who appeared from beyond the door was unexpected. They weren't who I anticipated. Lilith? Isabel? Why did Isabel suddenly visit my room? As far as I know, this time should be in the middle of her working hours. Coming to my room all of a sudden during work hours, could it be that she's skipping work? Isabel, are you confidently skipping work now that you're a senior maid? No, it's not like that, it's okay. If you really want to skip work, I'll hide you. You can rest in my room until the young master's lunchtime. I'm really grateful for your words, Lilith, but I didn't come to skip work. I'm still in the middle of working, too. Really? Well, there's no way our ever-diligent Isabel would carelessly leave during work hours and skip work. In the first place, if Isabel skipped work, it would be the same as dumping the work she had to do onto Catherine and running away. It was hard to imagine Isabel, who had built a long friendship not only with me but also with Catherine, doing such a mean thing. Reflecting on my own trash-like imagination for momentarily misunderstanding Isabel, who was second to none in kindness, as skipping work, I asked her the most likely reason for visiting my room this time. Then is it a summons from the young master? Where is he? That's not it. I didn't particularly come to call for you. Huh? I have a question. A question? Lilith, do you prefer a sky blue, an emerald, or a crimson dress? Huh? What is Isabel suddenly talking about, unlike her usual self? I tilted my head in confusion, meeting eyes with Isabel, who suddenly entered my room and started girl talk. Isabel, on the other hand, urged me to answer as if she couldn't understand my reaction. Lilith, hurry. Which color do you like the most between sky blue, emerald, and crimson? Well, I don't really like dresses in the first place. Don't give such a cryptic answer. Was I supposed to answer seriously? Of course. I need you to tell me quickly so I can prepare the rest. Come on. Could it be that she wants to make matching outfits with her fellow maids? Seeing that there were exactly 3 color options, that possibility couldn't be ruled out either. If we assume that's the case, how about virtually dressing Isabel and Catherine for once? If I were to dress someone else, I should answer, excluding the colors that would suit both of them the most. Isabel has vanilla-colored hair and a lively personality, so a refreshing sky blue would suit her well. Catherine has pink hair and a timid personality, so an emerald dress would provide a nice contrast. Then naturally, the remaining color is crimson? You like crimson? Yeah. Crimson would be good. Got it, then I'll prepare Lilith's dress in crimson? Wait a minute. Isabel, what do you mean by prepare? Click. Isabel came like the wind, asked about the color of the dress, and disappeared like dew as if she had achieved her purpose. In the exclusive maid's room where she had disappeared like that, only I, the room's owner, was left alone. I momentarily thought about getting up from my seat and chasing after her, but I gave up, thinking it might disturb her during work hours. If Isabel is really preparing something, I'll find out later. And it was 2 days later that I found out she was really preparing something. The next day. Knock, knock, knock. For 2 consecutive days, including yesterday, there was a knock on the door of the exclusive maid's room. Thinking that it might be Isabel visiting again today, I casually called her name, but the answer that came from beyond the door was from a different maid. Isabel? It's me, Miss Lilith. Even without introducing herself by name, it wasn't difficult to figure out who the person beyond the door was. What gave it away wasn't just the timid voice that sounded like it could disappear at any moment, but there was only one person in this mansion who called me Miss Lilith. Come in, Senior Catherine. Click. Excuse me. Catherine entered my room today with an especially dejected look. For some reason, I could sense an inexplicable uneasiness in that timid reaction. With a hunch, I casually brought up the reason for Catherine's visit to my waiting room. Skipping work? Huh? You seem particularly lacking in confidence today, so I thought you might have committed some kind of crime. No, I've never skipped work, Miss Lilith. I told you not to call me that. I'm sorry, miss. Until recently, she was calling me Lilith comfortably, so why did she suddenly revert back to the honorifics and formalities from 2 years ago? Today's Catherine, who was incomprehensible in many ways, approached me with timid steps matching her voice, holding something like a thin string with markings on it in her hand. A tape measure? Judging by the string with markings, it seems to be a tape measure. But why did she suddenly visit my room with something like that? Before I could even ask what her purpose was, Catherine approached me with the measuring tape in her hand and held it up to my face with her still, timid voice. Excuse me, Miss Lilith. Then, she suddenly unfolded the measuring tape horizontally in front of my eyes and started writing something on the paper she brought with her. At first, she seemed to be measuring and recording the vertical and horizontal lengths of my face this way and that, and then she suddenly started measuring various parts of my feet. Finally, after measuring the circumference of my left ring finger, she started backing away from me. I'm very sorry for disturbing your rest. I'll take my leave now. Wait a moment, Senior Catherine. What were you so diligently recording with the tape measure just now? Goodbye, Miss Lilith. I told you not to call me by that title. Slam. Catherine hurriedly left the exclusive maid's waiting room as if she was feeling immense fear from looking at me. Did I do something wrong to Catherine recently? I don't think I made any mistakes that would strain our relationship. Recently, it felt like the misunderstanding that I was a noble lady was gradually fading away over time, but that reaction was like Catherine's response on the first day she thought I was a noble. I have no idea what's going on. It seemed like there was some kind of misunderstanding that led to such a reaction, but I couldn't gauge at all what that misunderstanding was. I briefly thought about chasing after her to clear up the misunderstanding, but I gave up since it was still Catherine's working hours. If there's some misunderstanding, I can clear it up later. And it was the very next day that I truly realized Catherine had some kind of misunderstanding about me. The next day. As usual, after Ethan's breakfast was over, during the allotted break time. And while I focused on knitting as a pastime to secure my funds for independence and making a wool sweater. Knock, knock, knock. As expected. Today, without fail, there were 3 knocks on the door from outside the waiting room. Isabel? Or is it you, Senior Catherine? It's both of us, Lilith? Both? I'm coming in for a bit now. Wait a minute, Isabel, before getting permission from Lilith, if you just barge in. Along with the voices of the 2 people outside the door to the exclusive maid's room opened. While I was surprised by the visit of the 2, whose reason for coming was unknown, Isabel approached me with a beaming expression as I was leisurely knitting. In her hand, she was holding a crimson dress that noble ladies would likely wear for some reason. Isabel? Come on, Lilith, what are you dawdling for? Didn't you agree to attend the banquet with the young master tonight? That's true, but what's with that dress in your hand? It's obviously the clothes you'll be wearing for tonight. Hurry and get up, Lilith, I'll help you change. Isabel. Lilith is a noble lady, so no, Miss Lilith is a noble lady, so why you can't just call her like that. Right, that's how it was. Today, Lilith is a noble lady. And not just today, but she really was a noble lady. Suddenly, so much information is entering my head that it's not getting organized at all. Where did the conversation go wrong from the beginning? It's true that I'm attending the 3rd princess's birthday banquet with Ethan today, but what's with this crimson dress that Isabel brought, saying I'll be wearing it? It's nothing new for Catherine to misunderstand me as a noble lady, but why has she been overly conscious of that part since yesterday? And why is Isabel agreeing with the statement that I'm a noble lady as if it's natural, without objecting? At a time when I was momentarily confused by the overload of information entering my head, I was able to grasp the clue of how this situation came to be from a single word Isabel unintentionally let slip. Lilith, you're already really pretty, but still, a noble banquet is a place where many prettier ladies gather. For you to not be outshined even there, we need to diligently dress you up for the special occasion. Your young master Ethan's partner today. Partner? By partner, does she mean that? Usually, a partner refers to a lover or fiancé, someone you pair up with in advance to enter a banquet together. But I'm playing the role of that partner? Moreover, at the 3rd princess's birthday banquet? And as Ethan's partner? Isn't that a bit, quite strange? Isabel. Yeah, did you just say Ethan's partner? Yeah, I said that. Me? Yeah, Lilith. Tonight? Oh my, I keep telling you, you're the young master's banquet partner tonight. What the hell? What is the most important virtue that a commoner must possess in order to survive in a medieval fantasy world? Let's assume they don't have overwhelming power, magic, or status, for a start. Of course, having skills like being good at conversing or cooking would certainly help in living a better life. But putting aside what's necessary for a better life, what is the most essential item for mere survival? People may have various answers, but at least my personal opinion is this. The most necessary item for survival is the ability to know one's place. No matter how good a person is at talking, if they don't know their place and run their mouth in front of a tyrant, their head will be cut off. No matter how good they're at cooking, if they open a restaurant in the middle of the capital without backing down, they're bound to go bankrupt due to debt. And a commoner maid attending the birthday banquet of the 3rd princess was clearly an act that went beyond knowing one's place to the point of being ridiculous enough to break one's nose. It was only natural for my body to head towards Ethan's room next door to put an end to this situation. Wait a minute, Lilith, you have to change into your dress. Where are you going? Miss Lilith. That way is the young master's bedroom. I heard the voices of Isabel and Catherine following me as I dashed out of the room as soon as I heard Isabel's explanation, but my mind was already too overloaded to make proper judgments. It was also natural that I ended up knocking on Ethan's door, who was likely the culprit behind all this. Knock, knock, knock. Even while standing in front of Ethan's door and knocking, my mind was in turmoil with all sorts of thoughts. Soon, the voice of the man who was the root of this whole situation came from beyond the door. "Is it you, Maid? Come in." As soon as I opened the door and entered, the black-haired noble appeared in front of me. Perhaps he was also in the middle of preparing for the banquet, as he had changed into a much neater formal attire than usual. Now that Ethan is thin, the black suit suits him quite well too. In Luminar Academy, he could only wear a suit that looked like its buttons were about to burst. No, that's not important. As soon as I brought my momentarily distracted thoughts back, Ethan in the black suit looked at me and gestured with his hand for Isabel and Catherine, who had followed me, to step back for a moment. Creak. My two colleagues, who had inadvertently followed me into Ethan's private room, quietly closed the door and left. As soon as they disappeared from the spot, Ethan asked me a question with a brazen expression. "What's the matter, Maid? It's better to start preparing now if you're going to attend the evening banquet. Are you in your right mind?" "Huh?" I asked if you were in your right mind, young Master Ethan. "What the hell are you thinking? Does it make any sense to have your exclusive maid attend the princess's birthday banquet as your partner? No matter how much of a noble from the Blackwood ducal family you are, this rudeness is completely unacceptable. At the very least, if it were the birthday banquet of some baron or viscount family's son, it would be fine. Just Ethan attending such an event would be an honor in itself. Whether he brought a maid or a local bakery girl as his partner, there would be no problem at all. However, the host of this banquet was the imperial family, and it was the birthday banquet of the third princess. Although the third princess was not a leading figure for the next imperial succession, this was the epitome of rudeness, no matter how you looked at it. A Blackwood bringing a commoner maid, not even a lower noble, as a partner? What would the third princess and other nobles who saw that think? They might think he brought me to compare the third princess, who was far from the imperial throne, to a commoner, or it could be interpreted as symbolizing that the loyalty of the Blackwood family to the imperial family was no different from that of a mere commoner. It was an act that wouldn't be surprising to receive all sorts of strange slander from the imperial family and other nobles watching the situation. As soon as I saw Ethan's face asking back with a stupid expression, these impressions naturally came to mind. I thought he had become a bit decent since he's been receiving leadership education these days, but is he really still a kid inside? My mind was still in a state of confusion at the sight of Ethan, who couldn't even keep the basics of what a noble of the Blackwood ducal family should have. The evaluation of Ethan, which had improved recently, was also falling in real time. If you're going to commit rudeness, do it by yourself. Why are you involving me? However, even with my reaction, Ethan only showed a nonchalant response as if it was nothing. Soon, his mouth opened and an answer to my question naturally came out. "That's why I asked you, Maid. Do you really understand what it means to attend the banquet together?" Of course, I understood it as meaning to attend as the young master's exclusive maid. I clearly asked you again, and yet, it was you who answered that you clearly understood. You can't back out now, Maid. It's already been decided. Yeah, now that you put it that way, it's certainly my fault too. It was also my mistake to roughly misinterpret the meaning of Ethan's words, "Let's attend the banquet together." But what maid could even imagine that the master she serves would request her to attend a banquet as his partner, and to do such a thing at the third princess's birthday banquet at that? This was a situation that could only be misunderstood due to common sense. If I had known the true meaning of what Ethan said, I would have naturally refused without needing to consider it. But it doesn't make sense. What doesn't make sense, Maid? You are a noble of the Blackwoods. Also, the master has no other children, so you are the heir to the Blackwoods as well. Yes. I know that, too. And I am just a commoner maid. Moreover, a maid of a lowly status sold for debt. Although I have taken the position of the young master's exclusive maid beyond my status, I have never thought that my rank has risen because of it. Furthermore, this banquet is the birthday banquet of Her Highness the Third Princess, so it is also a politically important event. Have you not considered the repercussions of bringing a commoner maid as your partner to that event? If you understand, please cancel it now. Don't risk my life for your political performance and just take any ordinary noble lady. As expected, you're thoughtful, Maid. Pardon? No, it was just me talking to myself. Ethan, who heard my words, muttered something in a small voice to himself. Soon, he continued his answer with an expression as if he had been considering the parts one had considered. I understand your concerns, Maid, but you don't have to worry too much about that. How can I not worry? I've already sent a letter to the Imperial Palace. That my exclusive maid, you, will be taking the position of my partner. Pardon? As you have said, there is a possibility of a misunderstanding if I bring a commoner maid to the banquet. So if I convey in advance that I have no such intentions, it's fine. It was only 3 days ago that this topic came up, and you say you've already sent a letter in advance? While that level of preparation was commendable, it only raised another question in my mind. Why do you want to take me as your partner to an official banquet event so badly? That question was unresolved. Because of that, my suspicious gaze didn't easily fade even after Ethan's answer. As if he also read the meaning of my gaze, he nodded and supplemented the reason for taking me as his partner. The reason I'm taking you, Maid, as my partner is to prevent the bothersome approach of other nobles. Bothersome approach? As the maid knows, I don't have a fiancé yet. When I was young, I was bedridden due to a curse, and recently, I've been too busy to have time to interact with other noble families. Yes, I'm well aware. When I make an appearance at a prestigious event after a long time, how many nobles do you think will try to take advantage of the Blackwood family's prestige? There would be at least a considerable number. Listening to Ethan's words, it certainly seemed like such a situation would occur. The fact that the position of the fiancé of a powerful noble, like Ethan of the Blackwoods, was vacant meant that the most powerful position to establish connections with the Blackwood family was open. There were nobles who made such moves from the time he had just woken up from his curse not long ago, and letters consistently arrived regarding Ethan's engagement. Perhaps there was a possibility that many nobles would approach him regarding a fiancé the moment Ethan participated in such an official event. Moreover, with his current appearance, he would stand out enough to catch the attention of noble ladies even without the prestige of the Blackwood family. Although I tremble and inwardly curse whenever I meet Harold, objectively speaking, Harold is definitely handsome as a man. His wife, Thanasia, was also a noble lady exuding a beautiful dignity full of pure beauty. Of course, I had never actually seen her. The appearance of Ethan, born between those two, didn't even need an explanation. In the game, that potential was completely hidden by the thick layers of fat, but the current Ethan had removed all those fat lumps thanks to rigorous training. If a person with such an appearance was also the heir to the Blackwood family, there was even a possibility that he would receive more attention than the host of the banquet in a sense. I don't want to cause a commotion, Maid. Since it's the birthday banquet of the third princess, I think that Her Highness should naturally be the star of this banquet. I also agree with that opinion. That's why I asked you, Maid. If you attend as my partner wearing the same ring as me, we can pretend to be unnamed fiancés and divert the attention. Pretend to be fiancés. Among the maids I know, my exclusive maid is the most trustworthy. Not only that, but even just based on appearance, you, Maid, are the prettiest. And personally, I also thought it would be nice if Maid was my partner. Pardon? No, I was just talking to myself. After hearing the whole story, it wasn't completely incomprehensible. The plan itself to act as if he had a fiancé and preemptively block other bothersome guests seemed plausible enough. However, there was a fatal problem with this plan. And that was the fact that I was a commoner, pretending to be a noble. I wasn't actually a noble. It was fine if they just saw Ethan and me wearing the same ring and thought we were engaged and backed off. But if the other party directly asked about my identity, I would naturally have to reveal my rank and identity as a commoner. After all, I was a commoner, and the other party asking me questions would most likely be a noble. And if I refused a noble's question with the status of a commoner, it would naturally cause problems later. So, of course, I emphasized this part and asked Ethan again, but Ethan only gave a prepared answer as if he had already prepared for my question as well. What do you plan to do about my identity? If the other party asks for my name and position, I will have no choice but to reveal that I am a commoner maid. That's fine, there probably won't be anyone who will ask you such a question at this banquet. Even if they do, just ignore them. Pardon? The concept of this birthday banquet for the third princess is a masquerade ball. Ah. Right, I had momentarily forgotten it since it was so long ago. I'd forgotten the kind of personality the heroine of Luminar Academy, the third princess of the Empire, had in the original game. _ Seraphine Rosalind Valtoria. the third princess of the Argentine Empire and one of the main heroines of Luminar Academy. She was also a character famous among Luminar Academy players in many ways. She was more remembered for bad reasons rather than good ones, though. After Ethan explained that the banquet to be held at the palace today was a masquerade ball, I belatedly remembered what kind of person th third princess was. And his words that the masquerade ball was her chosen banquet concept could be understood at once. The third princess is a bit of an airhead. All people are equal regardless of status and have the right to be respected equally. The words of the people carry the same weight, whether they are nobles or commoners. That was the pure and easygoing personality of the heroine princess of Luminar Academy, Seraphine Rosalind Valtoria. Anyone who had played Luminar Academy would naturally know this character. That's because not only was this character a mandatory character that had to join the party in the story among the main characters, but she was also a kind of cancer character, where nearly half of all of the episodes started with the inconvenience she caused. For example, she'd be pickpocketed by a little thief, and the stolen item happened to be an essential item needed for game progression. Or she'd disappear somewhere when the party briefly separated and reunited, only to suddenly be captured by a demon disguised as a human. Or she'd use most of the loot obtained from the dragon subjugation episode for village reconstruction funds without any consultation. There were quite a few cancerous episodes that anyone who had played Luminar Academy had to see and move forward from at least once. She was a character who belonged to the disliked category in the game but in a different sense from Ethan. Title: What's wrong with selling some dragon loot and using them for village reconstruction funds? Content: Image of Seraphine, I'm pretty, aren't I? Such memes were popular in Luminar Academy communities, so this alone could roughly explain the princess's character. As a mandatory character, she couldn't be kicked out in the middle of the story and even had an invincible body that didn't get hit by the curse of erosion that could one-shot the main character. She was also the only character among the heroines that I tried to put the curse of erosion on. Because in multiple playthroughs, there was no other annoying girl who hindered story progression as much as her. Still, well, she was really pretty enough to spawn the I'm pretty, aren't I? meme. If a popularity vote was held based solely on appearance, she would have definitely been in the top 3 along with Lilith, but in reality, she ranked in the middle due to the troublesome things she did in-game. Anyway, the reason I mentioned this airhead princess wasn't for nothing. It was to explain why the birthday banquet of the Empire's third princess became a masquerade ball, and the psychology behind Seraphine, who held such a banquet. As I said before, she was the type of person who argued that commoners and royals were all the same people. Setting her birthday banquet as a masquerade ball was also a kind of performance claiming that she wouldn't discriminate based on status. Of course, in reality, it probably wouldn't work well. Usually, in this kind of masquerade ball, most people attended wearing a half mask that only surrounded the eyes but didn't cover them. Also, nobles didn't have face recognition disorders, so they were bound to recognize each other even with that level of disguise. It's not like the masquerade ball was the only place for socializing, and most nobles were used to familiarizing themselves with each other's faces at other gatherings or social events. Just by looking at hairstyles, voices, outfits, and physiques, it wasn't very difficult to identify who the other person was. In fact, Seraphine's masquerade ball was a banquet held for her own self-satisfaction rather than for practical purposes. The only useful thing in such a masquerade ball would be what Ethan just mentioned. At Princess Seraphine's masquerade ball, it's okay for a commoner maid to attend. Asking for the other person's name or status at the banquet hall is strictly forbidden. Is that so? I'm not thoughtlessly taking you to a place where you might be in danger, Maid. If this banquet wasn't the birthday banquet of the third princess, I naturally wouldn't have made such a proposal. If there's still any reason why you shouldn't participate, please tell me. As if there could be any. He had already refuted all the reasons why I shouldn't attend the banquet one by one. Now, he probably couldn't find someone else to replace me, and in the first place, Ethan said he had already informed them in advance through a letter that I would be attending the banquet. There was no longer any suitable excuse to run away. I had no choice but to meekly accept attending as Ethan's partner. I understand. If that is truly the young master's wish, I will also attend the princess's birthday banquet. You made the right decision, Maid. I will return to my room to prepare. I'll see you later, young master. Yeah, See you in the evening, Maid. The door to Ethan's room opened with a creak. With all sorts of complicated thoughts still lingering in my mind, I carefully moved my reluctant steps to the corridor. Isabel and Catherine, who were waiting for me in front of Ethan's room, asked me quietly. Lilith. Yeah. What's going on? Are you going to the banquet? Or has it been cancelled? How did it go, Miss Lilith? Not knowing what conversation I had with Ethan inside, Isabel and Catherine asked in a careful voice as if gauging my emotions. As it's now impossible to escape from the banquet, I answered the two with the most nonchalant reaction, as if nothing had happened. It seems there was a misunderstanding. I thought that my participation in a noble banquet might be considered disrespectful, but fortunately, the young master had already taken care of it in advance. I see, Lilith. Sorry for causing you unnecessary worry, Isabel, and you too, Senior Catherine. No, it's fine as long as nothing happened to you. I'm fine too. Please don't apologize, Miss Lilith. Will you help me put on the banquet dress, Isabel? Sure. I'll help too, miss. With the help of Isabel, who returned to her original self with a bright smile as soon as she heard that nothing had happened to me, and Catherine, who still had the strange misunderstanding that I was a noble lady, I completed my transformation into a noble lady in a crimson dress. To attend the masquerade ball hosted by the third princess and the imperial family. As Ethan's partner, inside the carriage engraved with the Blackwood family crest. A deep crimson dress, high-heeled shoes, and a formal mask covering the eyes. With a few accessories, including a ring, I had transformed into a noble lady and was blankly watching the scenery outside the window change, staying quiet inside the carriage. An awkward silence inside the carriage where only Ethan and I were sitting, excluding Dittmeyer, who was sitting in the driver's seat. It was unavoidable. Although I was going to the banquet as Ethan's fake partner, in reality, I still wasn't that close to Ethan. The days of despising him like the hated Ethan in the game had long passed, but in the first place, human emotions weren't divided into simply liking and disliking. These days, the emotion I felt towards Ethan was neither positive nor negative, but closest to indifference. To be precise, from the moment I became convinced that Ethan wouldn't do anything strange to me, I also stopped caring much about Ethan's whereabouts. It would be a bit difficult to be friends with him at this point, anyway. Our first meeting was an uncomfortable one to begin with. Not to mention, there was still a clear difference in status between me and Ethan. Plus, the not-so-good conflicts that arose from it. This was a gap that could never be bridged, at least not unless Lilith somehow rose in status for some reason. So, the day I could understand him as a noble would probably never come, and the same could be said for him. If that's the case, rather than forcibly patching up an awkward relationship, it was better to maintain a relationship with a bit of distance. Ethan would disappear to the academy in a year anyway, and 2 years after that, I could also settle my debt-maid life. In the first place, it was absurd for me, a maid, to take the initiative to build a friendship and approach him. As I said before, I was someone who believed that one must know their place. It was too brazen, even in my opinion, for a maid to open her heart just because her strange noble master had been a little kinder lately. Around the time the carriage carrying 2 people in awkward dresses, awkward makeup, and an awkward relationship was heading towards the imperial capital, Ethan quietly called out to me in a low voice from the left. Maid. Yes, young master. We'll arrive at the palace in an hour. You know what to do, right? Yes. Stay by the young master's side, clearly show that I am the young master's partner, minimize my words in all responses, but occasionally show the ring on my left ring finger and make an expression as if it has some meaning, correct? I'm glad you know it well. I have it memorized accurately, so you can rest assured. Since I've already accepted it, I should do it properly. I had no intention of taking revenge by intentionally acting awkward at this point. In the first place, doing such a thing wouldn't benefit me at all and would only cause the inconvenience of getting involved in bothersome matters. Strictly speaking, the situation of attending the Imperial Masquerade Ball itself wasn't that bad. It was a good opportunity to see other characters from Luminar Academy besides the people of the Blackwood family for a change. I'll be able to see Seraphine, the third princess, in person. Maybe Agnes of Marquis Elizabeth will attend too. While I was picturing the characters of Luminar Academy one by one in my head like that, Ethan's voice calling out to me from the next seat was quietly heard. Maid. Yes, young master. Don't call me young master from now on. From now on, Ma Lilith will be pretending to be my fiancé. Ah. Well, after going through the trouble of disguising as a noble lady, the moment I used titles like maid or young master, it would be the same as openly revealing my identity. Nodding my head at Ethan's words, the moment I tried to call his name, a question suddenly flashed through my mind. Just calling each other by name, isn't that too weak to pass as fiancés? Just as I called Isabel and Catherine by their names, calling each other on a first-name basis was something that could be done only between friends. It didn't seem like that meaning would fade, even if the relationship were homosexual or heterosexual. Of course, there was no problem with using it just to express some level of intimacy and hide one's identity, but I still wanted to do it clearly if possible. But using titles like honey or hubby seemed too nauseating. After thinking of a few candidates in my head, I quietly gave Ethan a slightly different name. Okay, Ed. Ahem. I had put some thought into coming up with a nickname, but was it really that bad? Seeing Ethan making such a fuss over just removing one consonant from his name *1 made me feel a bit annoyed. Someone was attending the banquet, even pretending to be a fiancé, to help his political actions. Yet he showed such a reaction because the nickname that came out of my mouth, Ed, was awkward? Somehow, seeing that made me want to call this noble by this nickname I just thought of even more, only because I hated the sight of it. Pretending to be nonchalant, I brazenly established Ethan's new nickname that I had just thought of. To create an atmosphere where Ed and I seem like fiancés or lovers, this would be much more effective than just calling each other by name. That's true, so I will continue to call you by this title until we return to the mansion, Ed. Oh, okay, if Lilith prefers that. Ethan, whose face had turned bright red, averted his gaze from me. Seeing him turn his head as if he didn't even want to make eye contact out of awkwardness, it seemed like there would be some fun in teasing him throughout the masquerade ball. I set my second goal for this banquet to call him Ed as much as possible whenever I had the chance. Let's see you die of embarrassment throughout the masquerade ball. With the honorifics changed like that and the atmosphere becoming awkward instead, the carriage of the Blackwoods had already passed through the walls of the imperial capital and entered it. The palace where tonight's ball would unfold was also gradually getting closer. After a long carriage journey of about 3 hours from the Blackwood estate, we finally managed to enter the imperial palace. I got up with my stiff body due to sitting in the shaking carriage for a long time and slowly got off the carriage with Ethan's help. As soon as I was in an environment where I could stretch my body for the first time in a while, a refreshing moan naturally burst out of my mouth. Ag. It's times like these when you can really feel that Luminar Academy has a medieval fantasy setting. No matter how good the carriage of a ducal family's noble son is, it can't match the suspension of a car I rode in my previous life. Moreover, since the roads weren't made of asphalt, it felt bumpy here and there. Considering that most of this was a well-maintained road leading from Blackwood territory to the imperial capital, unpaved mountain roads or dirt roads would be even more uncomfortable than this. Somehow, just imagining them made me feel sick, and my expression naturally frowned slightly. Lilith, are you tired? Want to rest for a bit before going in? No, it's fine. If I can't even endure a carriage ride of this level, no one would see me as a noble lady, right, Ed? Right. Although I had a desire to rest my body that was tired from the long journey for a while, I just gave up on it. My acting had already begun the moment I entered this imperial palace. Since I had already taken on the role, I would only faithfully carry it out by matching it. I'd do so just like how I had acted as Lilith Rosewood, the Maid of the Blackwoods, for the past 3.5 years. Personally, I had a stronger desire to enter the imperial palace quickly and see the original characters rather than the rest. Have you visited the imperial palace before, Ed? I may have come before, but I don't have any particular memories left. It was probably much earlier than when I met you, Lilith. I thought that as a noble son of the Blackwoods, he would have visited at least once, but it seemed that it didn't leave much of an impression due to the time he was bedridden with the curse of erosion. The imperial palace of the Argentine Empire was famous for its notoriously complex structure, even among players. If you're not careful, whether you're a noble or not, it's the perfect environment to get lost and become a laughingstock. There's no choice, I have no choice but to use my knowledge from my previous life here. The gatekeeper said that there will be servants on standby in the central hall, So let's go there first and get guided to the ballroom. This way, Ed. Lilith? The ballroom is to the right after entering from the west entrance and going up to the third floor using the stairs you see ahead. As soon as you go up the stairs, there will be a three-way fork, with the Morning Glory Hall on the left, the Noon Sunflower Hall in the middle, and the Evening Rose Hall on the right. The place we need to go is the Evening Rose Hall, so. Lilith, there's something I'm curious about, can I ask? Yes. As far as I know, Lilith, you are a commoner, but how do you know the structure of the Imperial Palace so well? Ah, I'm an idiot. I should have just quietly followed where he was going. Why did I suddenly get switched to yapping mode at a strange place? Rambling on when I knew something was an unavoidable habit from my previous life. Or it could be a characteristic of most humans. I have no choice but to somehow gloss over a WIH's suitable excuse. I knew through prior preparation. Since I was participating in an event hosted by the Imperial Palace, I thought it would be good to collect information about that in advance. As far as I know, the structure of the Imperial Palace is kept secret and not explained in detail, even to nobles. Lilith. I'm asking just in case, but have you visited the Imperial Palace before? Yes, I was wrong. As you said, Ed, it would be better to receive guidance from the servants in the central hall. That would be more reliable than following my insufficient guidance and wandering around the Imperial Palace. Ah, no, I didn't mean to say that I couldn't trust you, Lilith. It was just a minor question. Shall we go to the central hall where the Imperial Palace servants are, Ed? You said there will be Imperial Palace servants that you can trust stationed there. It would be much better than following my guidance on unfamiliar paths and shamefully getting lost. No, let's go to the stairs, then head right. I trust you, Lilith. Somehow glossing over it like that, when we finally arrived at the Evening Rose Hall, there were servants wearing masks waiting at the door to guide us. The butler wearing a mask spoke in a slightly surprised voice, seeing Ethan and I walking to the banquet hall as if it were natural. It's not your first time here. Why do you think so? The Evening Rose Hall is a room that has never been open to outsiders before. You two are the first guests to find this place at once without the servants of the palace. I could feel Ethan's gaze through the mask, and my mouth felt parched again. I should have kept my mouth shut after all. Am I really an idiot? Why did I confidently volunteer to guide the way, drawing more attention than necessary? Well, what's done is done, and for now, I should focus on acting as Ethan's fiancé. Even if I make excuses later about knowing the structure of the Imperial Palace, right now, I have to be faithful to the role I need to play. Rather, at times like this, I need to be brazen to make it difficult for them to say anything later. Why are you staring like that, Ed? Aren't we going in? Sorry. Let's go in. Ethan, who was flustered by my confident words, hurriedly entered the hall. Such a reaction was natural, in a way. Now that we had arrived at the venue for the masquerade ball, the one who would be in trouble if my acting as a noble lady was exposed was not me, but Ethan. With that thought, as soon as I entered the Evening Rose Hall with the noble son of the Blackwoods, dazzling lights, and gentle music started to enter my eyes and ears. Guests who had already arrived at the ball earlier also started to come into view one by one. Hasn't Seraphine joined yet? If a person with that unique appearance was walking around the ballroom, there's no way she wouldn't attract people's attention. Of course, she would also be wearing a fancy mask covering her eyes like the nobles attending this masquerade ball, but her appearance and features were not something that could be hidden by just a small mask. At least, based on what I experienced in-game, it felt that way. Of course, it's a prejudice I might need to change when I see her in person. As for the other key figures, they don't particularly stand out right now. Putting aside other characters whose exact whereabouts I don't know yet, I thought at least Orion, the Sage of Green, or Agnes of the Inferno, would have attended. Well, they may be enjoying the banquet from their respective positions without catching my eye yet. Since this was the birthday banquet of the third princess, it was expected that several people would attend, so it was too ambitious to expect the main characters to catch my eye immediately. Although I'm not certain, it seemed like a few people who were presumed to be supporting characters in Luminar Academy passed by. Like the brown-haired noble lady with short hair who just passed by over there. Of course, I wasn't a passionate person who memorized the names of all the supporting characters one by one, so I just passed it off as, it is what it is. Is it interesting, Lilith? Yes. You seem to be looking around diligently? Ah, I thought you might be familiar with it since you knew about the evening Rose Hall with such confidence earlier, but I guess this is your first time in the Imperial Palace, too? Of course, Ed. It wasn't a lie. This was indeed the first time I saw it with my own two eyes and not on a monitor. Of course, in the game, I knew the geography like the back of my hand since it was a place I passed through about 5 or 6 times whenever I played through the main story. It was a situation where my looking around to find the main characters was misunderstood as being surprised by my first visit to the Imperial Palace, but thinking about it, it was actually better to let the misunderstanding continue. After all, it would be much better than making them suspect that I had visited the Imperial Palace before. Thinking that I had glossed over my previous mistake with a natural answer, Ethan asked me about my condition again. Is the dress not stuffy? Or are the shoes a bit awkward? It would be a lie to say it's not uncomfortable, but I have no intention of neglecting my role as your fiancé, Ed, so you don't have to worry. Can you repeat what you just said one more time? The part about enduring the discomfort? A little further ahead. I have no intention of neglecting my role as your fiancé, Ed. Is this the part you're referring to? Yeah, that's enough. Thank you, Lilith. I don't understand his intention in insisting on hearing that part again. Am I that unreliable to the point where he needs to get confirmation 2 or 3 times? Well, it wasn't something I couldn't understand him being anxious about. From Ethan's perspective, bringing me, a maid, as his partner must have been a very adventurous act. As I said before, bringing a commoner maid as a partner to an event hosted by the imperial family like this was something that could easily cause misunderstandings in many ways. Although Ethan said he had discussed my arrival with the third princess in advance, other nobles couldn't support that situation unconditionally. If he was unnecessarily poked at politically or unfavorable slander was amplified, even the Blackwood family wouldn't be able to quell the controversy easily. Thinking about that, I still couldn't understand why Ethan brought me as his partner. If he really wanted to act, it would have been much safer to set a lesser-known young lady from a branch family of the Blackwoods as his partner. Well, maybe there was no particular special reason for bringing me. Perhaps the lady he had previously discussed with couldn't attend for some reason, and he hastily replaced her with me. From the beginning, the strategy of bringing a partner to the banquet hall to avoid causing a commotion was a role that could be replaced by anyone, not just me. It just so happened that I was the exclusive maid closest to Ethan among the maids, so I was coincidentally given this role. Even if Isabel or Catherine had taken this position, what they had to do wouldn't have been much different. No, I guess Catherine wouldn't work after all. She was a girl whose heart was so weak that she was completely distanced from acting and such. If a passing noble just tapped her shoulder in this banquet hall, she would automatically blurt out, "Young master, miss," and her identity would be exposed. Tap. Yes, exactly like in this situation. The hand of a lady with sky blue hair walking from the opposite side while looking away slightly bumped into my shoulder in the banquet hall. As a result, some of the contents of the cocktail glass in the lady's hand had spilled. The young lady's glove and the shoulder part of the dress I was wearing got wet at the same time due to the spilled cocktail. This one dress I'm wearing right now seems to cost more than a mid-level maid's annual salary. Sorry, they won't ask me to compensate for it later, right? Well, I'll think about that problem slowly later, but for now, I had to deal with the situation at hand first. If I cause a commotion like this, I'll only stand out unnecessarily, so I need to approach this as gently as possible. Honestly, the damage to me, whose dress got wet, was a bit greater than that lady whose glove got a little wet, and it was her fault for not paying attention to her hand as she held the cocktail. But I, who didn't want to cause a scene, bowed my head first and spoke. I thought that if we just apologized to each other moderately and moved on without causing a scene, that would be enough until then. I'm sorry, miss. I didn't notice you approaching because I was looking away for a moment. Perhaps, I had been underestimating the nobles of a medieval fantasy world setting. I had a naive thought that even if it wasn't my fault, if I apologized first, we could move on without any issues, momentarily forgetting that my thinking was a modern person's way of thinking. Kaya, my glove is ruined because you were looking away. How are you going to take responsibility for this? Huh? The audacity of this fucking bitch? In my previous life, there was a saying that circulated in online communities. Compared to the past, People in the modern age don't get hit at home or at school, so their attitudes have gotten worse in proportion. If you realize there's a possibility of getting hit anywhere at any time, you're bound to develop some manners. Conversely, if you don't need to worry about getting hit, your personality goes wild. Looking back now, that saying was half right and half wrong. I somewhat agree that modern attitudes have gotten worse because people don't get physically disciplined anymore. But now, I don't think it only applies to modern people. You bumped into me. What are you going to do about this? Whether modern or medieval times, a brat raised without the fear of being hit just had no manners. I was witnessing that eternal truth unfold right before my eyes. The crazy girl brazenly bumped into me and then played the victim. All sorts of curses rose up to my throat. Thankfully, right away, the good Lilith Rosewood inside me popped out and calmed the delinquent Lilith's personality. Endure it, endure. If I stand out here for no reason, it'll just become more troublesome. I had already gotten Ethan's attention by doing something unnecessary as soon as I entered the Imperial Palace tonight. If I couldn't endure it here and confronted her angrily, it would feel refreshing in that moment, but the ensuing results would be obvious. Rather than causing a scene, it was easier to just put up with it and move on. If, by any chance, the other party revealed her status and persistently pressed me, it would be disadvantageous for me as a commoner. Although it was impossible to force someone to reveal their status inside the masquerade ball, if a noble was really determined, finding out was easier than drinking cold soup. If something happens, expecting Ethan's help would probably be difficult. If I were really Ethan's fiancé and this kind of argument occurred after rudely clashing, it wouldn't be impossible to conversely pressure the other party using the Blackwood family's status. The problem was, I wasn't actually his fiancé right now, I was just pretending to be his. Also, I had already finished calculating that Ethan likely wouldn't actively protect me if a slightly more troublesome situation occurred. No matter how exclusive of a maid she was, in the end, Lilith was just a commoner maid subordinate to the family. He probably wouldn't want to cause a rift with another noble family just to cover for one maid. Especially if he couldn't be sure of the other party's exact rank and position. Unless Ethan truly had deep feelings of affection for me, it was hard to expect him to feel close to an exclusive maid who had tried to strangle him to death in his childhood. Having clearly judged my position and rank in that short moment, I quickly gathered as much information as I could with my eyes about the brazen girl in front of me. That is, just in case this girl was a major character from Luminar Academy or someone related to it. She has the aura of nobility but doesn't seem like she was raised in a strict household. Judging by her hair color, she doesn't appear to be from a major family either. In Luminar Academy, the nobles called major families usually had distinct characteristics or hair colors that made them easy to differentiate. For example, those with Blackwood blood mostly had black hair and black eyes, fitting their name. And if there were a major noble family with sky blue hair like that girl, she would probably be from the Azaria or August families. For now, though, it was a bit difficult to assume the girl in front of me was from either of those two families. First off, Azaria was a noble of the Serendia Kingdom, not the Argentian Empire, so there was no way they'd attend Princess Seraphine's birthday party. The August family only had a few famous figures, and as they were villains, I knew each of their faces one by one. It strangely feels like I've seen her somewhere before, though. Of course, if it didn't clearly remain in the memory of someone who played for 2,000 hours like me, she was probably at the level of a supporting or extra character at best. In other words, to summarize, this girl herself wasn't that high-ranking of a noble. Of course, whether the opposing noble's rank was high or low, just the fact that they were nobility was immense pressure for Lilith, so it didn't really matter. No matter how low-ranking among nobles, they're still incomparably higher than commoners. Glossing over it as much as possible and ending this disturbance without revealing family names or given names would be the most amicable solution. Knowing who was more wrong and who suffered more damage weren't very important factors in this world's judgments. The most important thing when determining what was right and wrong in a medieval fantasy world was power and, usually, wealth or force, after that. I had neither of those three as a commoner maid with debt. At best, if they were people of similar status, things like who was more at fault could be used to discern right and wrong, but it wasn't a method I could use in my current situation. Having grasped the situation in that split second, I began my persuasion to the noble young lady, spewing words with a brazen expression, suppressing my emotions as much as possible. Shish. Oops, my bad. Miss, I'm sorry for startling you. My shoulder bumped into your hand, ruining your pretty gloves with the cocktail. You brought your hand to my shoulder and have the audacity to act so self-righteous. I was just about to tell you something, but since the cocktail that spilled from your hand also stained my dress, how about we consider this both our faults and just let it go rather than making a fuss? I suffered more damage, but let's not attract attention in an ugly way and just resolve it peacefully. No, but you just also, if a young noble lady raises her voice carelessly outside, her refinement may be doubted. If a fight broke out at a wonderful party like Princess Seraphine's birthday, imagine how sad Her Highness would be. Don't yell loudly like a bumpkin outside with no manners. You think the princess would be thrilled to see the spectacle of her guests fighting at her own birthday party? I conveyed what I wanted to say in the most roundabout way possible, holding back my true feelings. Still, she seemed to have received some mandatory noble education, as she understood what I said to some extent. I understand. There's no choice, then. I'll have to mercifully forgive you this time. For now, it seems this disturbance has been quietly suppressed somehow. Then, I just need to distance myself from this spot as if nothing happened. The stain on my dress can be wiped off with a handkerchief. Fortunately, since it's a crimson dress, any stains aren't very noticeable. Thinking that, I tried to naturally end the conversation and walk away. But what is the meaning of this behavior before my eyes? It seemed my partner had no intention of just letting this situation go. What is it, you? That's my line. I'm asking about your attitude. You not only dirtied my partner's clothes but brazenly demanded an apology from her. My gloves got dirty too, because your partner didn't pay proper attention to her surroundings. The one who didn't pay proper attention to her surroundings was you. In a situation where a shoulder and hand collide, of course the hand that can move much more freely is the one at fault for bumping. No? Especially if you're holding something like a glass with a drink, you should have been extra cautious. That's besides, your gloves can be easily changed, but my partner's only dress was dirtied. It's clear that the one who should be apologizing is you, not my partner, but I cannot tolerate such a brazen attitude from you. Ethan, why are you suddenly acting like that? I was just about to smoothly clean things up on my end and move past it, so why is he gathering people's attention and causing a scene again? The atmosphere of the party quickly centered on us due to Ethan's sudden partner protection. It seemed I wasn't the only one startled by the focusing gazes. What nonsense are you spouting? I merely graciously accepted the apology your partner already admitted to. What gives you the right to say you can or cannot tolerate me? The sky blue-haired young lady seemed surprised by the sudden attention but still didn't back down to preserve her pride. Judging by this attitude, it was certain that she was unaware of Ethan's identity. What was truly amazing was her ability to open her mouth so boldly in a situation where she didn't even know the other party's identity. It's strange. If there was a noble young lady with this personality, she should have appeared at least once or twice even in the game. I had never seen a character with this appearance, either among the supporting or villainous characters. Since her voice didn't sound familiar, that meant she didn't even have a voice actress, so she was really a supporting character at best, no matter what. I could confirm it in detail somehow if she just took off her mask, but it was a pity that I couldn't attempt that in the current situation. Do you even know who I am? What makes you so rude with such confidence? Even if I knew who you were, would that change who's in the wrong? At the very least, you'd have to take back the insult you spat at me. Although this is a masquerade party, don't think you can just brush off your actions. Well, I think you can brush it off. At most, the only guest at this party with a higher status than Ethan would be Princess Seraphine. The Blackwood family was quite a powerful noble family, even among other ducal houses. I don't recall any family with sky blue hair being more influential than the Blackwoods. At best, the August family of marquis status with sky blue hair held some meaningful power, but even so, the August family appeared as villains in the game. In other words, even if they make enemies now, it won't be much of a problem later. Around the time I was thinking she was probably bluffing, the sky blue-haired young lady continued speaking with more confidence than anyone. Ethan and I listened to what she blabbered for now, curious about what she'd say. First of all, you. Judging by your hairstyle and voice being unfamiliar to me, you're certainly not from a prominent noble family. Let me clarify something for you who seems excited to participate in Princess Seraphine's masquerade ball. Just because it's a masquerade party where names and identities are hidden, that doesn't mean status holds no meaning. Although I'm seeing you for the first time today, I didn't expect there to be a young lady at this party who could insult the Blackwood's partner and even make them beg for forgiveness. Blackwood. The moment the family name left Ethan's mouth, the sky blue-haired young lady stopped talking and carefully muttered the name Ethan had mentioned. Judging by that reaction, she clearly hadn't imagined at all that my partner was from the Blackwood family. Blackwood, you say? Then that man can't possibly be. He looks different from the rumors. No, to be precise, it seemed most people here at the party were unaware. Well, even if I were in those nobles' positions, I probably wouldn't have thought of it either. The last known public appearance of Ethan was from about 3 years ago, right after he got up from being bedridden. Most people here would only be familiar with the image of Ethan being short and fat. They probably couldn't immediately connect that the man who had lost weight and even gained some muscle was Ethan Richard Blackwood. Don't pretend to be him. I heard the Blackwood family only had one son. Yes, just me. My father never took a second wife or concubine after my mother passed away. And I heard that only son had quite a lot of body fat. That's a shameful part of my foolish days. It's a story of my past that I want to forget, so should I take it as an insult to me if you dare mention that? You seemed to have quite a lot to say, but suddenly became quiet. The young lady, who was cornered the moment Ethan mentioned the Blackwood name, avoided eye contact. Judging by this situation, it was easy to predict how this argument would end. At the very least, that unforgivable act she was talking about would occur. By the way, I feel like I've seen that character somewhere before, after all. Where have I seen her? Lizzie Lynn August, the eldest daughter of the August Marquis family. She was like a representation of a diligent noble lady who had grown up building many connections while immersing herself in high society from a young age. Until now, she had easily built up her network using her eye for people and the position of the August Marquis family. At this masquerade ball, though, she was earnestly realizing that something was going wrong. Is that man really the only son of the Blackwood family? At first, she just thought he was some viscount or baron's son that she wasn't aware of. With his slightly messy black hair, toned muscles, and outfit fully armed in drab black, even at this banquet hall. She naturally assumed he was from some unpopular noble family in the outskirts since he was a type of person she had never seen before. It was hard for her to even imagine there being a high-ranking noble that she, who had participated in countless social circles since the young age of 8, didn't know. Moreover, the fact that the other party was actually Ethan Richard Blackwood, who was revealing himself at a social gathering for the first time, was such an exceptional case that it was impossible for her to even consider it. However, looking at just the results, Lizzie failed to recognize Ethan Richard Blackwood until right before he revealed his identity himself. The mistake she made, as a result, had long passed the point where she could smooth things over on her end. Having immersed herself in high society since childhood, Lizzie had a knack for reading people's psychology. In particular, one of her specialties was guessing the emotions the other party was experiencing in a given situation to elicit the reaction she wanted. In fact, in many situations, Lizzie used this ability to make the other party feel indebted to her or, conversely, to naturally smooth over her own mistakes. While searching for the masked third Princess Seraphine among the many people, bumping the cocktail in her hand into someone else's shoulder was definitely a mistake. However, in that situation, instead of admitting her fault, she got angry at the other party, which was a calculated action that popped out after grasping the situation and calculating her gains. Since both the other party and their partner were faces she had never seen in high society, she naturally assumed they wouldn't be higher ranked than the August Marquis family, at the very least. It was a situation where, in an accident where her own fault was clearly greater, the other party ended up suffering more damage. If she admitted her mistake first, it could sometimes be seen as the August family owing a debt to the other family. To prevent such a situation, she took a brazen attitude instead. If she could provoke the other party's anger and draw out insulting remarks, at least it wouldn't simply end as a disgrace for the August family. Of course, what actually returned from the other party was a calm response, completely different from what she expected. How about we consider this both our faults and just let it go rather than making a fuss? She thought the other party would naturally get angry at her for spewing brazen words despite being the one who caused harm, but the other young lady just summarized what happened as both our faults and ended the situation in an instant. When she came to her senses, she found herself absently nodding her head after hearing the other's apology. Although it felt like she lost a psychological battle, the situation itself was actually going well for her. From Lizzie's standpoint, making her mistake disappear as if it never happened was the most amicable solution. Moreover, Lizzie, who had been rolling around in high society for over 10 years, was instinctively sensing a danger on her radar for some reason. It was a moment when she had an ominous premonition that if she didn't meekly accept this proposal, her life could be in danger, depending on the circumstances. I have no choice. I'll have to mercifully forgive you this time. That's why Lizzie tried to wrap up the situation as quickly as possible and hurriedly leave the scene, but right after the conversation, the young lady's partner, whose clothes were damaged, called out to her again. Getting fired up at those words and arguing again ended up being the worst mistake she made today. Lizzie never could have predicted that the young lady's partner would be the eldest son of the Blackwood family. In a situation where she felt she also had to reveal her family name, she was caught in quite a dilemma. What should I do? If she had known he was the young master of the Blackwood family, she would have immediately prostrated herself on the ground and begged for forgiveness the moment she made the mistake. Even if she didn't directly offend the Blackwood family's young master, the damage done to his partner was no different from insulting him. But, since she had never seen the man nor the woman in high society before, Lizzie mistook them both for people of lower status than herself. That became a fatal mistake that ended up cornering her. If I get on my knees and apologize now, could I be forgiven? If forgiveness was possible, she was willing to prostrate on the ground right this instant, but that would not be enough, considering the gravity of the deed she had committed. The Blackwood family's young master was clearly exuding a sinister aura that felt like murderous intent towards her. Lizzie was certain that she had long missed her chance to be forgiven. At best, the possibility of this passing without incident would be if that man was actually a lower noble impersonating the Blackwood family. But Lizzie ended up spotting the sword hilt at his waist. The Blackwood family crest and the pattern that only one family in the empire could use. The hilt of the sword depicts a black double-headed eagle. I have to leave right now. Now that apologizing and receiving forgiveness was impossible, and she was certain the other party was the Blackwood family's young master. The best action Lizzie, as the young lady of the August Marquis family, could take was to just avoid this place and hurriedly escape. It was a bitter failure not to be able to meet Princess Seraphine, which was her original goal, but right now, the biggest loss was her relationship with the Blackwood family becoming strained even more than it already was. She had no choice but to quickly flee from the ballroom before more people gathered and someone recognized her identity. First, I need to quickly find Karaham inside this banquet hall. If he stays, my identity will end up being revealed. And as soon as I return, I need to change my hairstyle. On top of that, I should refrain from attending high society events for a while. If she could just take her younger brother, who participated in the masquerade ball as her partner, and hurriedly leave the scene, there was a high possibility those two wouldn't be able to chase her to the end. In any case, their main purpose was also to build ties with the imperial family, so they would prioritize that over tracking down some noble. You seemed to have quite a lot to say, but suddenly became quiet. Since I revealed my family to you first, I'd like to hear who you were and which family you're from this time. Feeling pressured by Ethan approaching her step by step, Lizzie desperately moved her eyes behind the mask to search for her younger brother, Karaham. Fortunately, before long, she could confirm a man with striking sky-blue hair like her own entering her field of vision. Now, she just needed to take her younger brother and get out of this ballroom as soon as possible, she thought. However, unfortunately for Lizzie Lynn August, there was one fatal problem she failed to consider. Sister. Get away from that nasty guy. Her younger brother, Karaham Jamuel August, was a muscle brain with no tact whatsoever. You seem to have quite a lot to say, but suddenly became quiet. Since I revealed my family to you first, I'd like to hear who you were and which family you're from this time. The sky-blue-haired young lady instantly fell silent the moment Ethan revealed his family name. Seeing that hesitation, I could immediately tell that her family definitely wasn't at a level that could overwhelmingly dominate the Blackwood family. To begin with, it was doubtful whether there even was a family within the empire capable of dominating the Blackwoods. It was sufficiently predictable that this would happen the instant Ethan revealed the Blackwood name. I could also cautiously predict what judgment she would make in the end after being cornered. She'll probably run away. She won't reveal her family until the end. Ethan was already creating a menacing atmosphere around that woman, and the karma she had accumulated was far too great to receive forgiveness through an apology now. She, who had brazenly raised her voice relying solely on her family's prestige, saw her ace in the hole backfire. She was essentially no different from a cornered mouse. Among the methods that the woman could attempt in the current situation, the only plausible solution was to flee. Well, I should probably tell Ethan that she's preparing to run away. After confirming the young lady rapidly moving her pupils behind the mask, I quietly whispered to him beside me about what I saw and felt. Ed. Lilith, I think that woman is planning to run away. Huh? Just keep that in mind. It was information I shared literally just for him to keep in mind. I wasn't telling Ethan to stop her from running away or to be on guard in case she does manage to escape. I thought this sudden acceleration from Ethan to make the situation rough could be his political move in a way. Although I wasn't actually Ethan's fiancé and was just his exclusive maid, in any case, the only ones here who knew that fact were Ethan and me, plus Princess Seraphine. The situation just now where his partner was insulted was an opportunity that could be utilized as no small political gain for Ethan. He probably calculated that he could make them sufficiently indebted to him since the other Perry's family doesn't seem to be a small one either. In reality, it was that young lady's cocktail that spilled on my commoner clothes, but if he wanted to, it could be inflated into an issue between families without any problem. In particular, such one-sided insults could be used as a significant weakness in future deals between nobles. Considering the possibility of getting entangled with that opposing noble later on, it was advantageous in many ways to definitely place them indebted to him. He's certainly using his head well these days as he's considering territorial management, too. Just like how he pressured Amelia through the guards last year, he clearly knew what would or wouldn't benefit him and his family. Although I ended up being used twice in the process, I didn't particularly feel bad about it. In any case, that woman was someone I found unpleasant too, and watching her get screwed over was a refreshing spectacle for me as well. However, it was a bit embarrassing when I realized it was just my misunderstanding to think Ethan stepped up to defend me. Still, the fact is he gave that woman who annoyed me a piece of his mind as a result. I'll consider that as a reward. From now on, it was Ethan's freedom to do as he wished. Whether he just roughly kicks her out after watching her run away, or completely blocks her escape and accuses her of greater crimes. I was watching the situation unfold with the mindset of a spectator watching a fire across the river, predicting he would choose the latter. Then Ethan, who heard my advice, also began muttering something quietly to me. Got it. If that's what Lilith wants. Pardon, what did I want? While wondering about Ethan's sudden monologue, I observed the situation, and the cornered young lady finally showed a movement as if trying to escape. Both Ethan and I were focusing on the sky-blue-haired young lady's actions, unable to let go of our tension, when sister, get away from that nasty guy. At the man's voice coming from outside our field of vision, the eyes of the three of us, including that woman, instantly shifted in that direction. Don't touch my sister Lizzie, you sinister-looking bastard. Huh? I've definitely heard this voice before? No, it wasn't just the voice. Although part of his eyes were covered by the mask, I could clearly identify that character. Sky blue hair, a familiar physique, a voice I've heard before, and a recognizable sword design. Moreover, he just called that woman Sister Lizzie. Considering all of these, there was only one character that fit all the conditions. Caraham Jamuel August, alias Swordfiend Caraham. Yeah, there's no way I could forget him even if I tried. That's because he was the mini-boss of the Seraphine kidnapping incident in Part 3 of Luminar Academy. Title: Complete walkthrough for the Seraphine kidnapping episode 4. Author: Lil Girl Chong. Content: continuing from the previous walkthrough. Image of the entrance to the August residence. As soon as you pass through the estate and enter the residence, the battle starts right away. As soon as you enter the building, you'll probably start fighting the infected guards, so Lilith is essential for buffs and curse removal. If you don't have Lilith yet, at least bring Orion. If you put in either Lilith or Orion, you'll have one spot left aside from the default members, and since there are a lot of mobs, it's good to fill one spot with someone who has AoE skills like Agnes. But I brought Natalie with me. She's also quite useful in the mini-boss battle. Image of the inside of the August residence. When you enter the residence, there's nothing on the first floor, and one of your companions will say to check the second floor first. Obtain the residence map in the library on the second floor and the August family's secret book in the office on the third. When you get the August family's secret book, August code decoding method appears. Use that to interpret the writing on the map obtained on the second floor, and you'll get the way to the secret underground prison and how to obtain the key. The key randomly drops from the guards on the second-third floors. Image of the stairs leading to the August underground. Now, when you enter the basement, Swordfiend Karaham awaits you at the entrance. He's in a demonized state and is quite tough. If you brought Natalie like me, you can easily finish by protecting Natalie and fighting, and if you don't have Natalie, alternate between the protagonist and Lilith taking hits and pour in the damage. Since he's a mini-boss, you should be able to defeat him with most party compositions. By the way, he drops a pendant when defeated. If you give it to a mage, their maximum mana increases a bit, but for others, it's just decoration. Image of the August underground prison. After defeating Karaham, now comes the underground prison section, and if you open the prison door with the key obtained earlier and proceed while farming. 175.223. These walkthroughs are really good. Keep writing walkthroughs. Last time, thanks to your walkthrough, I barely managed to get Lilith, and the game became super easy, lol. 223.38. FRFR Lil Girl Chong. I'm gonna write more while doing my 25th playthrough, partly to keep a record, but IDK how long I'll keep it up. WTF, how do you manage 25 runs? Do you even have a life? Go on soon, eh? I can't find the secret book in the office on the third floor. Can you tell me exactly where it is? Lil Girl Chong. You should be able to find it if you search the bookshelf with the black books. Go on soon, eh? Ah, got it. I thought only the red books had special effects, but the black books are interactive, too. Found it, thanks a lot. This is a god game *1. I got the pendant, but who is the person inside? Lil Girl Chong. It's probably Lizzie. From what I know, she got caught in a monster wave and died while attending an Imperial event. I think it happened about a year before she enrolled in the academy. This is a god game. Ah, so that's why Seraphine mentioned Lizzie when she was rescued, talking about taking responsibility and all that. 39.7. I don't want to save Seraphine because she's so annoying. Can I just skip saving her? Ooh. I'm pretty, aren't I? Meme emoticon, Lil Girl Chong. I tried everything, but it doesn't seem possible. Swordfiend Karaham. The mini-boss of the Seraphine kidnapping episode in Part 3 of Luminar Academy. Looking at the bigger picture, he's not a character that makes a huge impact on the story, but he's a character you inevitably encounter at least once, no matter how you go about avoiding entanglement with him. As mentioned before, he's the mini-boss of the Seraphine kidnapping episode, and episodes related to Seraphine in Luminar Academy were basically mandatory episodes. His combat power is quite strong, befitting a mini-boss of Part 3. He's at least stronger than Ethan, the mini-boss of the Part 2 episodes. Of course, this is talking about the case without considering the growth of the characters as time changes, and objectively, it would be a bit difficult for Karaham to match Ethan in combat power. Well, even considering that, in the case of Ethan versus Karaham, of course Ethan would get beaten up. Ah, by the way, what I'm talking about is strictly the detestable Ethan in the game. Not the Ethan right next to me now. To begin with, the detestable Ethan, the mini-boss of the Part 2 episodes, was a mini-boss with Lilith as his assistant, so naturally, he had to fall short in many ways when comparing individual combat power. In contrast, Karaham, the mini-boss of Part 3 episodes, was a solo character and on top of that, a character who underwent demonization with the demon serum, so it wasn't even a matter of comparing combat power. Still, at this point, it's a bit hard to say with certainty who would win if we compare the current Ethan and Karaham. Ethan started wielding a sword through truly skin-shaving training over the past year. Glancing at his recent training sessions, it seemed he could sufficiently handle key techniques. If the bloodline magic of the Blackwoods was added to that, his combat power would be much stronger than what I saw. Needless to say, Karaham's physical abilities were already overwhelming even before entering the academy. Although he had some actions that showed a slight lack of intelligence proportional to his increased physical abilities, his pure combat power was not to be underestimated. In any case, the fact that he remained sane even after demonization with the demon serum itself signified his strength. Seeing Karaham suddenly calling that woman Sister Lizzie, she was probably Lizzie Lynn August. Flinch at the words that unintentionally popped out of my mouth, the young lady unconsciously trembled slightly. That reaction confirmed it. That character was definitely Lizzie Lynn August, the young lady of the August family. I forgot about her since she was already a dead character in the story. I thought I knew all the named characters of the August family, but to think I'd meet a character who was already dead in the game's story. Come to think of it, she was also a character who always appeared in episodes related to the August family. Although she didn't appear directly, Lizzie's death was the decisive trigger for the August family betraying the Empire and joining hands with the demons. Even if she didn't directly appear in the game, she was a character I had heard about indirectly many times. In the game, you can confirm her existence through portraits or pendants. That was probably the main reason why she left a vague impression. Well, there's no way a noble character like this wouldn't have any influence on the main story. But to think I'd recognize a named character instantly, even with a mask on. Even after 3.5 years of crossing over to this world, my gamer's eye is still going strong. What are you talking about? Lizzie. Who? Who is that? I don't know that person at all. Sister? Sister. You say I don't remember having a muscle-brain younger brother like you, Truly, it was a struggle pitiful enough to make one feel sorry for her. Trying to pretend not to know even her own brother in an attempt to hide her identity. That effort to somehow gloss over it even after her identity was already exposed was unfortunate, and Ethan also seemed to have roughly grasped the situation. Moreover, even if it was because of her brother Karaham, that half-baked acting wouldn't last long. Before Karaham fell into being Swordfiend Karaham, the title attached to him in his human state was Tactless Karaham's sister. What in the world are you saying? How can you not recognize me? Quiet F first. Follow me outside quietly, it's me, Karaham Jamuel August. Aren't I your one and only twin younger brother, Sister Lizzie? Please just shut your mouth. Lizzie's seal was finally broken by Karaham's self-introduction that poured out as if going on a rampage. Watching the comedy-like spectacle of the two, Ethan quietly opened his mouth and asked Lizzie. I see. As the young lady of the August Marquis family, you certainly had the guts to confront the prestige of the Blackwood family. And no, we're just a trivial family in the outskirts. Right, it's only natural that our August family, which blocks the monster front in the Empire, is greater than your Blackwood ever family. Lizzie August, was it? I apologize for not recognizing you, as it's been a while since I stepped into a place like this. It's Lizzie Lynn August. Engrave that in that stupid-looking head of yours, you sinister bastard. Please just shut up, Karaham, you muscle-brain-s sister. Why are you suddenly acting like this? Right after making a flashy entrance on one side of the banquet hall and spouting nonsense calling Ethan a sinister bastard, Karaham boldly revealed his own and his sister's identities with that booming voice. As the siblings were jointly picking a fight with the Blackwood family, even I was getting dumbfounded when bam! Suddenly, a sound that sounded like smashing the floor with a rock rang out inside the banquet hall. When I came to my senses, Karaham's forehead was slammed into the ground by Lizzie's right hand. Sister. Regarding the rudeness I showed to Ethan Richard Blackwood's partner in this incident, I have no words to say even if I had 10 mouths. Also, I sincerely apologize from the bottom of my heart for shamelessly running my mouth without knowing my place. Sister. What are you doing right now? The August family is fully willing to compensate for the damage caused by this incident, and we will thoroughly reimburse not only the cost of the dress but also the repair costs and consolation payment for ruining your day today. Furthermore, I apologize for my discourteousness towards the young lady, lacking mutual courtesy and respect. Sister. What are you on about? Why does the August family have to kneel before these strange guys we've never even seen before, Ayak? Bam. You. Just shut up and keep that rockhead of yours on the ground. Lizzie, who was prostrating on the ground, was trying to smooth over the situation now that her identity was completely exposed, but even that wasn't going well because of her tactless younger brother. The sound of Karaham's hard head hitting the floor rang out several times in the evening Rose Hall. Ethan, who was quietly listening to the apology of the young lady of August, muttered a sentence in a low voice. I don't think I'm the only one you need to apologize to. Ah. At those words, she immediately turned her head towards me this time and lowered her head. Almost the same words of apology she had just said to Ethan popped out of her mouth again. I sincerely apologize for daring to damage your dress in this incident, young lady. The cost of the dress you are wearing and the repair expenses will be fully covered by me and the August family. Also, I apologize for my disrespectful attitude towards you, young lady, lacking mutual courtesy and respect. It's fine. I heard it when you apologized earlier, so you don't need to say it again. Excuse me, but could you please tell me the name of your family? The August family will directly go to your estate to compensate. Please. I beg of you, young lady. This is somehow getting more and more troublesome. What compensation? Even if I receive such a thing, it will just flow into the Blackwood family, so it's not my money anyway. And there's no way I have a family name to reveal in this situation. What's the point of the commoner Lilith revealing her family, to send a surprise package to that gambler father of hers? Then again, if I don't show any reaction in this situation, it will seem like I'm being stubborn because I don't want to accept the apology. This woman seemed like the type who would annoyingly stick around until I accepted her apology. Here, I can only appropriately deflect and move on. I'll accept your apology, but you don't need to worry about compensation. Pardon. As I said earlier, the incident just now was simply a mistake we both made together. So, while I'll accept your apology for the insult, let's not talk about compensation. Lizzie looked at me with an expression as if she was moved by my words. Anyway, with this, I should be able to avoid a situation where I have to reveal my non-existent noble family. This was enough. To begin with, the part that annoyed me about Lizzie had completely disappeared after seeing her and Karaham's spectacle just now. I met some other characters from the game for a change and had a moderately fun spectacle, so let's call it even. If the apology is over, I'd like you to disappear from my sight now. Excuse us. C.A. Karaham. Get up quickly. I can walk, so don't pull my ear, sister. And so, Karaham and Lizzie vanished like the wind as quickly as they had come. In a situation where they had already drawn the attention of all sorts of people in many ways, the two people who were at its center left the evening Rose Hall and disappeared outside. It was only after the two disappeared from my sight that I realized I had words I hadn't conveyed. I should have told them in advance not to participate in Imperial events for the next year. I don't like it when a character whose face I know dies in the next episode or something. Maybe I should send an anonymous letter to the August family soon. The scene that had been left behind after the August siblings, who had appeared abruptly and caused all sorts of commotion, disappeared. The crowd that had naturally gathered due to the two unexpected people naturally returned to its original state, but instead of dispersing, they began to flock toward the young master of the Blackwood family. Greetings, Sir Ethan Richard Blackwood. I am Raphael Henry Brighton, the second son of the Brighton Count family. Nice to meet you, young Master Ethan. I am Letitia Cedaridis, the eldest daughter of Viscount Kane Cedaridis. It is truly an honor to meet the young master at such an occasion. I am Elvis Preston, the captain of the Preston Knights. Yes, this is how it usually goes. This was expected given his being from the Blackwood ducal family, his debut into high society for the first time in almost 10 years, and, objectively speaking, his quite handsome appearance. Although they hadn't recognized him until now due to Ethan's drastically changed appearance, the earlier incident had clearly revealed that this neat man was Ethan Richard Blackwood. For them, there was no longer any reason to hesitate in approaching him. Especially since opportunities to interact with a high-ranking family like the Blackwoods were limited, they naturally wanted to establish connections somehow. Although, it somewhat faded the meaning behind why Princess Seraphine hosted the masquerade ball. Seraphine probably envisioned a place of free interaction where the distinction between lower and higher nobility didn't matter. Not a typical social gathering where everyone flocked to a single high-ranking noble to introduce themselves regardless of who they were. Greetings, young lady. I am George Bell Edmund, the second son of Grey Bell Edmund. It's an honor to meet. Ah, hello, I am Naisha Braithwaite, the eldest daughter of Nicholas Braithwaite, Viscount. Moreover, when people gathered like this, it was natural that attention was drawn not only to Ethan but also to me. I, too, had to struggle quite a bit dealing with people I never expected. How did they all perceive me to be from which family that they respond with such polite courtesy? Well, at least the August siblings had shown the prime example of what absolutely not to do before leaving, so it wasn't incomprehensible that they were being overly courteous in this situation. The problem was that I wasn't a high-ranking noble lady as they expected, but a commoner, debt-ridden maid. I had no choice but to force an awkward smile and give composed responses to the approaching nobles while being overwhelmed by all sorts of burdensome gazes and atmospheres directed at me, someone who was merely a commoner debt-ridden maid. It's an honor to meet you as well, Miss Braithwaite. Ah, I feel like vomiting from the pressure. My head was already being crushed by the strong pressure of dealing with nobles while holding the position of Ethan Richard Blackwood's fiancé. To begin with, even if these people try to appeal to me, it has nothing to do with the Blackwood family. Ethan had explained beforehand that I wouldn't need to deal with many nobles as long as I didn't attract too much attention, but in the end, we drew attention and had to greet the endless stream of nobles one by one. We also had to respond as brazenly as possible to the occasional sensitive questions. What is your relationship with young Master Ethan? Ho ho, who knows? What do you think our relationship is? That ring, could it be that you're his fiancé? Who knows? Perhaps Ed and I both coincidentally wanted to wear similar rings. Excuse me, but may I ask which family you're from? I don't want to reveal that in a place like this. This is a masquerade ball hosted by Princess Seraphine, after all. It's not like you need to reveal your identity to socialize, right? Why, you are absolutely right. As I said before, even if I'm crushed by the pressure, I have no intention of neglecting my acting as Ethan's fiancé. Bar the fact that I feel nauseous wearing this unfitting mask, I must do what I set out to do properly until the end. In any case, if I get exposed as a commoner here due to my mediocre acting skills, the one who will be most troubled is obviously me. Above all, I don't want to later get unnecessarily nitpicked by Ethan for being half-hearted about it. The dress is already dirty, making me anxious, so there's no need to create more reasons to get nitpicked here. At least he won't make absurd demands like asking me to pay for the ruined dress in return for agreeing to his request. Still, staining this who knows how expensive piece of cloth with a cocktail was inevitably causing me anxiety. Separate from acting as the young master's fiancé, my financial sense had always remained at a working-class level since my previous life. I was already trying to be as careful as possible due to my anxiety, but in the end, it turned out like this. In this situation, the conclusion I came to in my heart was that I should at least properly play the role of Ethan's fiancé. Anyway, the acting I had to do was just putting on a thick face and pretending to be something I'm not. Even if it's a bit awkward, there won't be anyone brave enough to point that out. So even though I'm acting as Ethan's fiancé, Seraphine probably wouldn't be too happy to see people gathered around one or two people like this. I wonder what kind of expression Seraphine would make seeing the masquerade ball she created for people to freely socialize while forgetting each other's identities turn into a Blackwood family-centered gathering. Around the time this uneasiness was rising in my head, I slightly felt Ethan's gaze on me from the right. The moment I unconsciously turned my head towards him, Ethan, who briefly made eye contact with me, quietly nodded his head to signal me. Enough, I think we've exchanged sufficient greetings, so let's stop here for today. At Ethan's remark, the gathered crowd slightly dispersed and seemed to gauge the atmosphere. I was also waiting to see what words Ethan would use to dismiss these people when suddenly I felt the sensation of his hand grabbing and pulling me. Before I knew it, my body, pulled by Ethan's hand, was embraced by one of his shoulders. From now on, I want to spend some intimate time with my partner. I'm sorry, but let's continue the unfinished conversations next time. Looking at his recent actions, he's certainly using his head well. In a situation where he's openly claiming he's going to have a date with his woman, the only tactless noble who would interfere would be someone like Caraham at best. Half of the nobles reluctantly withdrew at Ethan's words that he would stop here for today. The other half hesitated for a moment but carefully turned away, worried that interfering would backfire and earn them a glare. The crowd that had been so large dispersed throughout the banquet hall in an instant, leaving only Ethan and me. Sorry, Lilith. I made you tired for nothing. It's fine, Ed. The cause of the commotion was me bumping shoulders with the young August lady anyway. Rather, it's fortunate that it ended like this even after causing such a disturbance. How is that your fault, Lilith? It's the fault of that woman who brazenly bumped into you first and then made a fuss. Still, it wasn't too bad for you, right, Ed? Thanks to that, you were able to put the August family in your debt. Huh? The August Marquis family is a family that wields quite a bit of influence in the Western Empire. Your judgment to make them indebted to you at this opportunity was very good. It seems you're learning business nowadays following your Moss father, and you're certainly showing the qualities of a successor these days. Ethan moved his lips as if he had something to say but quietly remained silent. Is he feeling guilty about using me in the process of creating a weakness for the August family? To convey that he didn't need to worry about that, I supplemented my words about what had just happened. Just to let you know, you don't need to worry about me, Ed. I don't think you used me at all. You used, you say? The situation just happened to work out well in many ways, didn't it? The young lady who bumped into me and picked a fight happened to be from a family of decent standing, and I was Ed's partner, so there was sufficient justification. Even though there was no need to get angry in a situation where the young lady and I had already finished our conversation, you still got angry, so naturally, you were considering that aspect, right? And no, Lilith. I didn't get angry with that kind of intention. I said it's fine. Regardless of your intent, I'm satisfied that you gave that woman a piece of your mind. Watching her hurriedly flee outside the hall at the end was an enjoyable sight for me, too. More importantly, how long are you going to hold me? The people have mostly dispersed, so let me go already. Sorry. As soon as Ethan released his grip on my shoulder at my words, the freedom of my body that had been restrained finally returned. Ethan's eyes still showed an uncomfortable expression toward me, as if something was bothering him. Was the dress more expensive than I thought? They say rich people are more stingy when it comes to spending money. Maybe that part is really bothering him. I vaguely deflected because I didn't want to reveal my family name, but maybe I should have just told them to compensate the Blackwood family directly. After all, the other nobles who had approached to somehow get involved with the Blackwood family had retreated at Ethan's word. In a corner of the banquet hall that had quieted down, Ethan and I quietly settled down and conversed a bit more. Since Ethan had already used the excuse of wanting to spend time alone with his partner to dismiss people, I thought it would be better to create an atmosphere of us interacting a bit more. Is it all right to be in such a secluded spot at a rare social gathering like this, Ed? You're still using that nickname even when it's just the two of us. Well, this is the Imperial Palace with many unseen eyes and ears, so we should be cautious by default, right? Or have you suddenly become awkward with my nickname for you now, Ed? No, that's not what I meant. That's not what he meant, he says. But his expression clearly shows he's awkwardly dying inside. It was a strangely enjoyable moment, feeling like I discovered Ethan's weakness for a change. He probably can't bring himself to tell me to change the nickname because it's awkward for him. For him to drag me here and ask me to act as his fiancé and then stop me from fully immersing myself in that role as fiancé would be a strange request in itself. In fact, from Ethan's standpoint, he should be more than grateful to me. What kind of maid would have the audacity to even come up with a nickname for a ducal family's young master and act as his fiancé? Most maids, let alone lower nobles, wouldn't dare to even think of it out of fear of possibly committing lèse-majesté *1. I can do such a bold thing because, as his exclusive maid, I've seen him grow up to some extent. The characters of Luminar Academy may have distinctions between good and bad personalities, but most of them are well-formed characters with consistency. Ethan, although a villain in the original work, was a character who consistently maintained his stance of I will never give up Lilith even if I die until the very end. Considering my actions towards Ethan so far, there were many things I did that were way worse than just coming up with a nickname, so it would be strange if he got angry over just that right now. I was a bit surprised sometimes, though, when he got angry over random things. I had already figured out that those actions were all due to his political moves, so there was nothing to fear. So, while discussing the nickname I call him, I stood next to Ethan, who had suddenly gone quiet. I looked around the evening rose hall and diligently continued my motivation for attending today's masquerade ball. My main purpose for attending was to find characters presumed to be prospective freshmen entering the academy, in other words, characters from Luminar Academy. Of course, even if I found them, it was impossible to actually have a conversation or interact with them in this identity. The least I hoped I could do was to look from afar and appreciate them in person. Especially since I've entered the world of my favorite game for a change. Galaxy TL, Axiomatic. I won't be able to enroll in the academy, so it's a pity I can't experience the main story, but I should enjoy the game elements as much as possible, even in this way. However, even with my intense gamer's eye, it was quite difficult to find other characters besides the August siblings. Characters that should definitely be here were nowhere to be seen, so naturally, questions began to arise in my mind at this point. I don't know about other characters since some things have changed, but at the very least, Hellfire Agnes should have attended if things were normal. Agnes Elizabeth Blaze. As I've been mentioning, some people may have already guessed, but of course, this character was also from Luminar Academy. She wasn't just an ordinary character, she was one of the main heroines. She was even equipped with useful skills, making her popular enough to keep in the party even outside of her route. As her nickname Hellfire suggests, she's a character specializing in fire magic, and as a mage in this world, she was naturally a noble heroine. Of course, I didn't think she would attend this banquet solely because she was a noble. I just mentioned it in the sense that there was a high possibility she would participate, considering Agnes' background as a character. Agnes is a child of a branch family of the Elizabeth family, and since she learns magic with the support of the main family, she can't go against the main family's commands. Such crowded and bothersome places were one of the venues Agnes hated, but knowing that going against the main family would be troublesome, Agnes reluctantly attended events like banquets even if she didn't want to. Especially since this masquerade ball was an imperial-hosted event, it definitely took priority over other banquets, and the Elizabeth Viscount family would have certainly received an invitation. So, even if I'm not sure about other characters' attendance, I assume that Agnes must have at least participated in this event. Wondering if she might be mixed in with the people dancing, I was observing the moving crowd when Ethan's quiet voice came from my left. Lily. Lily? By any chance, does Lily refer to me, Ed? Yeah. And here I thought he met an acquaintance with a similar name to mine. Come to think of it, until recently, Ethan had an appearance that was quite far from such social events, so there's no way he would have a noble peer acquaintance who could recognize him by face. Galaxy TL, Axiomatic. Unless he made a pen pal friend somewhere, I don't know about it, but that's also far from Ethan's personality. To begin with, as his exclusive maid, I managed all the letters addressed to Ethan, so there's no way I wouldn't know. So, why are you calling me Lily? You said it would be better this way, Lily. Pardon? You said in the carriage that it would be better to use a closer nickname if we're going to pretend to be engaged. And Lily, you've been calling me Ed this whole time, too. Aha. So that's what he meant. He's been the only one feeling embarrassed and awkward with the nickname, so no matter how he thinks about it, it's unfair that he's the only one enduring it. So, he's claiming that he, too, will brazenly call me by a nickname. That's cute. Does he think that if he calls me by a nickname, I'll somehow get conscious of it and feel awkward together with him? Unfortunately for Ethan, that definitely won't happen. To begin with, I don't think I'd feel awkward no matter what he calls me. To convey that he can change what he calls me to whatever he wants, I calmly responded. That's a nice nickname, Ed. Really, if you want to call me Lily, go ahead. Just because you do that, it won't make me stop calling you Ed, though. Thanks, Lily. You're welcome, Ed. Somehow, I'm not sure how to explain it well, but somehow, it feels a bit embarrassing. Even though it was only 2 letters off from Lilith, I suddenly started to have the illusion that my relationship with Ethan got much closer. It even gave me a slightly flushed feeling. Now I can kind of understand why Ethan reacted strangely every time he was called Ed. If he felt this way every time he was called Ed, I can understand his attitude of wanting to die from awkwardness. Of course, I won't make it obvious to the point of showing that kind of reaction, and I won't give up calling him Ed over just this much. Never stop calling him Ed. The one who gives up first loses. So, Lily. What is it, Ed? If it's all right with just you, would you like to dance together? The moment some kind of proposal was about to pop out of Ethan's mouth, who seemed nervous. His words were naturally cut off by someone's voice coming from a side opposite to him. Foo, so this is where you were. I finally found you. Ah. I wonder why this character's impression is being drawn in my mind even though I haven't seen her face yet. Actually, it was a natural phenomenon for me as a hardcore player of Luminar Academy. One of the main heroines, along with Lilith, who I had to stick with for almost 1,000 hours out of a total playtime of 2,000 hours. The moment I heard her voice that I was so familiar with, to the point of being sick of it, I could naturally be certain of the character who had just appeared. The moment I turned my head, it was the figure of Princess Seraphine standing there as if it was only natural. Greetings, nameless young master and young lady. No, you just said with your own mouth that you finally found us. Perhaps wanting to maintain the concept of her masquerade ball, Seraphine brazenly greeted Ethan and me as if she didn't know us. The answer Ethan and I had to give in front of her was pretty much set in stone. Greetings, nameless young lady. Nice to meet you, beautiful young lady. We simply responded to her in line with Seraphine's masquerade ball concept. A noble who recognizes Princess Seraphine here and starts introducing themselves out of joy is third rate. Since Seraphine herself planned this masquerade ball party concept, she would take joy in socializing without pretense. By referring to us as nameless young master and young lady in her first greeting, she pretty much outright stated the way of interaction she desired. Galaxy TL, axiomatic. Anyone with a bit of tact would naturally match the concept to that. Fortunately, both Ethan and I were people with keen eyes and weren't the type to make a fuss just because we recognized Seraphine. Well, I had a feeling she would come find us eventually. If she hadn't been informed in advance, that would be one thing, but Ethan said he told her himself that I would be participating. She probably wanted to check for herself whether a commoner maid really attended her banquet as a noble's partner or not. With Seraphine's personality, she wouldn't feel satisfied until she confirmed it with her own eyes. But putting that aside, she's really fucking pretty. Although she's wearing a mask that covers her eyes like everyone else, Seraphine's appearance isn't something that could be hidden by a mask like this, to begin with. It wasn't only the rest of her face that was exposed, but even the parts covered by the mask seemed to burst out with her beauty. It was like witnessing a scene where her appearance was emitting a radiance. If you faced this and couldn't recognize it was Seraphine, it would be no different from having slime cores in place of your eyeballs. Calm down, Lilith. Even if it's your first time meeting a main heroine, there's nothing to be nervous about. You've seen plenty of in-game characters so far, haven't you? Isabel, Ethan, and the August siblings are all characters from the game. Of course, Seraphine was a core figure in the game and a main heroine who appeared without fail in the main story, so her rank was different from other characters, but if we're going to nitpick that, the same goes for Lilith. So without needlessly being intimidated, if I just talk normally to the point of not being awkward. Oh, the weather is so nice today. Aw, fuck. I'm such an idiot, seriously. As if it wasn't enough to bring up a topic that would make the listener dumbfounded, I blurted out my first line in an acting tone that anyone could tell was awkward. As a result, it was only natural for this situation to instantly become awkward. Lily, I don't think that topic quite fits. To talk about the weather, it's already night. Peeved, you brought a funny partner, it seems nameless young master. Ethan looked at me with a pitying expression, and Seraphine turned her head away, trying to hold back her laughter. Because they knew my true identity was a commoner maid, their reactions felt strangely considerate, which made me feel even more miserable. I seriously want to end it all, fuck me. Meeting Princess Seraphine as the commoner maid Lilith was a situation that inevitably made me very nervous in every way. Of course, the biggest reason I couldn't control my nerves wasn't because Seraphine was a princess, but rather because she was a main character from my favorite game. No matter how much of a cancerous character she played in the story of Luminar Academy, that was only because she interfered with the progression of the story. Looking at Seraphine from a step back like this, as someone unrelated to my fate, I couldn't harbor any ill feelings towards her. Galaxy TL, axiomatic. Just as I was able to lessen my previous anxiety towards Ethan once I became certain his romantic interest in me had waned. So, facing Seraphine while setting aside personal emotions, she was no different from the main character in my favorite game. I tried my best to maintain a calm expression as if nothing was out of the ordinary, as if I were meeting a game character at a fan meeting. More precisely, I made a diligent effort to do so. Are you enjoying the ball, young lady? Yes, thanks to no, I'm enjoying it well. You don't need to be so nervous. I'm also just one of the guests participating in the masquerade ball. I'm not nervous at all. I never thought of you as the PR princess. No, I mean. After making a slip of the tongue due to nervousness, I kept blurting out disorganized words in the next conversation as well. The aura emanating from Seraphine in front of my eyes was making my heart pound too much. Moreover, Seraphine, whom I faced in person, was so beautiful that it took my breath away. As long as she's not a cancerous character, it's not for nothing that she's ranked first in popularity polls. Galaxy TL, axiomatic. If this is her appearance with a mask covering the area around her eyes, how beautiful of a face must be hidden behind that mask. It didn't make sense to say I wasn't nervous while seeing such a person in front of me in the flesh. But I need to calm down. If I make more of a fuss here, it will make Seraphine uncomfortable, and above all, it will inconvenience Ethan, who brought me as his partner. SSSS's, phew, after somehow calming my racing heart by placing a hand on my chest. I made eye contact with Seraphine with the calmest expression possible and calmly continued my noble lady act. I apologize for showing you an embarrassing sight, young lady. I couldn't help but get nervous from your beauty that could be noticed even under the mask. Oh my, I'm having a great time with my partner. It's my first time visiting the Imperial Palace, but it's so pretty and beautiful that I lose track of time just looking around. Right, Ed? Lily? At the end, I linked arms with Ethan and added a natural smile. As if I really became Ethan's fiancée and a noble lady. I'm glad to hear you're enjoying yourself to your heart's content. After observing my appearance and making eye contact with me once, Seraphine conversed a bit more with Ed before disappearing into the crowd. Surprisingly, the encounter itself was really just a short conversation with nothing much. First of all, her status as a princess made her too busy to leisurely converse. As the host of the masquerade ball, she probably couldn't just talk with us the whole time. To begin with, it was an exceptional case for her, as a princess, to even speak to me, a mere maid. Of course, for me, who knew her personality, it felt like an extremely natural behavior. Anyway, if it weren't for this special situation, I would have been grateful to see her from afar, so just directly conversing with her like this was a situation I was deeply grateful for. As I took a breath again after she disappeared, Ethan spoke to me. Lily, were you nervous? Not at all, Ed. For someone who wasn't, you seemed to stammer awkwardly in front of Her Highness. Wouldn't anyone do that when a commoner has a one-on-one conversation with royalty? Even if you ordered me to act as your fiancé, Ed, you're expecting too much from a mere commoner debt-ridden maid. That means you were nervous. I said I wasn't. More importantly, how long are you going to keep linking arms even after Her Highness left? You're the one who came and grabbed it. I maintained a brazen attitude as much as possible, not wanting to get caught being nervous in front of the princess by Ethan. Ethan also seemed to have no intention of further pursuing the matter and changed the topic. Still, it's amazing that Lily recognized Her Highness instantly. Have you seen her before, even from afar? Her aura just emitted the energy of a person of high status. Her elegance, her appearance, and various other aspects. Being able to recognize that at once seems like an incredible talent. Could it be that Lily actually has an aptitude for playing the role of a noble lady? Who's going to let me do that even if I want to? You know best that it's nonsense. If Lily really wants to become a noble lady, it's not like it's impossible. I'm sorry, Ed. I didn't hear that well, could you say it again? No, it was just me talking to myself. How bland. Putting aside Ethan, who turned his head away, not making eye contact with me for some reason. I once again searched the crowd with my gaze for the presence of Hellfire Agnes. Although conversing with Princess Seraphine, who could be considered the biggest figure, was already enough. I still felt that if I came all the way here, I could return more satisfied if I confirmed Agnes' existence in person as well. Galaxy TL, axiomatic. Agnes herself probably thought she was called for a bothersome event and would want to avoid standing out as much as possible, so she was likely hiding in a corner somewhere rather than the center stage. Or she may be waiting for this banquet to end while looking outside on a terrace or something. Perhaps she completely hid her identity with a mask that covered her entire face. Ah! The moment my thoughts reached there, I realized how foolish I had been. Right, there's no way that Agnes would attend an event like a masquerade ball with just a single mask dangling. No matter how much of a hellfire Agnes was, the magic she could handle wasn't limited to just fire magic. Among them was Agnes' specialty magic, which was used a few times in the story to easily conceal her identity. The premise itself was wrong from the beginning. Agnes was probably hiding somewhere in this ballroom, quietly waiting for this event to end. She'd be wearing a mediocre mask that covers the eyes like everyone else but with a different face using transformation magic under that mask. She disliked unnecessarily standing out and conversing with others. For her, who had outstanding magical talent even before enrolling in the academy, transformation magic that changes appearance would be the basics of the basics. In fact, it was one of the magic spells that could be used when taking Agnes as a companion in the game. Of course, it had no use in battle so it couldn't be used, and it was a story-based magic that occasionally popped up in the middle of episodes. Then it's practically impossible to find her. Unless her mask was taken off, it was nonsense to try to find Agnes with just other characteristics in a situation where she was wearing both transformation magic and a mask. Moreover, since I was attending as Ethan's partner today, I couldn't freely wander around observing here and there. Galaxy TL, axiomatic. It can't be helped. I'll have to be satisfied with just meeting Seraphine today. With that thought, my gaze naturally shifted to the nobles dancing in the center of the ballroom. It was a viewing experience that wasn't too boring to pass the remaining time. Still, as expected of nobles invited by the imperial family, their dance moves are quite alive. High-ranking nobles have probably been frequenting these social circles from the beginning, so they would have no hesitation in their dancing sense as well. Lower-ranking nobles, in their own way, would have practiced dancing as much as possible since they were invited to such a precious occasion. They probably thought that the only way to clearly show their charm when interacting with high-ranking nobles while hiding their identity with a mask was through dancing. In reality, it's all just a pre-arranged social gathering. I wondered how many viscounts and lower-ranking nobles had diligently practiced dancing to catch the eyes of the high-ranking nobles. As I was thinking that in my head and watching the nobles dancing in the ballroom, Ethan's voice calling me was heard again. "Lily, would it be all right to finish the conversation we couldn't earlier?" "Huh? What were you talking about?" "It's nothing, really, I was just wondering if you'd like to dance together if it's okay with you, Lily." "Me? Yeah. With Ed? Yeah. What should I do? I'm not very confident in dancing." I participated in this event to act as Ethan's fiancé, not to actually learn the etiquette of a noble lady. To begin with, I only found out about the fact that I would be participating in this ball about 12 hours ago. During that time, when I was busy getting dressed and riding the carriage, there was no way I properly learned something like the dances nobles do. I shook my head to express my refusal, thinking I would only embarrass myself if I went out carelessly. Forget it. If I go out to dance, I'll definitely just become a laughingstock. It's fine. They already know that Lily is my fiancé, so they can't really ridicule you even if you can't dance well. You know that's not what I meant. Don't get your feet stepped on by going with me, and if you really want to dance, why don't you find other young ladies? Well, I think I prefer dancing with Lily over other ladies. Well, considering the reason why Ethan brought me to the ballroom today, it makes sense. To begin with, the fact that he brought me to the masquerade ball and even had me act as his fiancé means that he has the will to fend off the bothersome forces rushing for the position of his fiancé. In the midst of this, if he is caught dancing with another lady while leaving his partner behind, all the uiled up he has accumulated so far will crumble in vain. Galaxy TL, axiomatic. Once he starts dancing with one lady, it wouldn't be strange for that number to increase to 5 or 10, given Ed's status as the young master of the Blackwood family. Anyway, even in choosing a dance partner, he has to be mindful of other people's gazes due to his status. Being a noble in a medieval fantasy world was indeed a bothersome position. Really, no interest? Seeing him persistently asking like that, it seems he really genuinely wants to dance but has no partner, so he's trying to coax me. Well, Considering how he had been pushing himself and growing to the point of almost only looking forward for the past year, Ethan must have inevitably accumulated a lot of stress, knowingly or unknowingly. Galaxy TL, axiomatic. If he changed from a fat pig to having some muscle in just a little over a year, the amount of effort he put in couldn't be underestimated. If dancing in a place like this could relieve some of that accumulated stress, there was no reason not to go along with it. After all, I was Ethan's exclusive maid, and I had to work under the Blackwood family for the next 3 years. If Ethan were to collapse from stress one day and return to his original state, it would only be my loss. There's also a saying that weight lost in a short period of time comes back easily. Alright. Let's dance together, Ed. Really, only if you can lead me, a complete beginner who knows absolutely nothing about dancing. That's fine. I learned properly from the head maid. Galaxy TL, axiomatic. Lily, you can just leave your body to me and follow along. Just to let you know, I'm not saying this because I particularly want to dance. I'm only going along with it because Ed really wants to dance but has no suitable partner other than me. Yeah, I got it. As long as you understand. And so, after confirming each other's intentions, we moved our steps together towards the center stage of the ballroom in time for the start of the next song. We began moving our bodies to the flowing music and beat, holding each other's hands. It was only a moment later that I realized that time was the calm before the storm. Agnes Elizabeth Blaze. The eldest daughter of the Blaze Count family, born from Arthur Elizabeth Blaze and Nadia Evangeline Blaze. Also referred to as the successor of the Elizabeth family, she was currently attending Princess Seraphine's masquerade ball. Amidst the bustling evening rose hall, where various men and women were mingling in the evening, she quietly slipped away to the terrace and leaned against the railing alone. She waited for this boring and bothersome event to pass as quickly as possible. Why do I have to participate in this meaningless and unproductive birthday banquet? Instead of participating in this bothersome event that didn't suit her at all, there were countless productive things she could be doing with that time. She could be researching new flame magic in her private lab at the Blaze estate, reading a new grimoire she acquired from the capital yesterday to gain knowledge. At the very least, even spending time hunting monsters near the Blaze estate to practice magic would have been a much more desirable use of time than this. Galaxy TL, axiomatic. Already having wasted 2 full days traveling from the distant Blaze family estate to the royal palace, Agnes felt considerable dissatisfaction with being forced to participate in such an unproductive event. If it weren't for the pressure from the main family threatening to cut off support if she didn't show her face at such events, she would have long escaped from this ridiculous event. Everyone already recognizes each other, yet they're wearing masks and dancing and doing foolish things. Who on earth came up with the idea for this stupid and strange banquet? The annoying social events held for the third princess's birthday, the high-ranking nobles who subtly reveal their identities amidst the chaos to attract the attention of other nobles, and the people trying to catch the eyes of those nobles at least once. Galaxy TL, axiomatic. Every single one of them was filled with parts that Agnes disliked. Shouldn't they be planning to enter the Imperial Academy in 1 to 2 years at most, or already be studying at the Academy? Why were they forgetting their duty as noble mages and getting enthusiastic over such an unproductive event? With such thoughts, she escaped from the crowd to the terrace and gazed at the scenery outside the palace, lost in contemplation. Even so, in her heart, she felt quite proud of the ingenuity of the transformation magic she had devised today. It was a good decision to use transformation magic before entering. If I had worn this stupid mask that can't even hide my identity properly, those bothersome guys would have surely flocked to me. No matter how much she tried to conceal the emblems of the Elizabeth family on her attire and accessories, if she had entered with her conspicuous red hair flowing, there would have been a high possibility of her identity being revealed. If that happened, like other events, bothersome people aiming for the backing of the Elizabeth family would have clung to her. The Elizabeth family had a tendency to make the children of branch families compete and then adopt the most suitable child for succession into the main family. Perhaps many people, including herself, were convinced that she would become the successor of this generation. As a result, whenever she participated in such events with children from other branch families, bothersome attention was always drawn to her. Just by changing her eye-catching red hair to blue, no one recognized her, making it clear how idiotic the people who had previously approached her were. They probably can't even imagine that I'm using transformation magic. As she turned her gaze outside the terrace, deliberately ignoring the other nobles laughing and dancing noisily inside the evening rose hall. From behind her, a voice calling out to her was heard. When she turned her head, a woman with a strange feeling of light emanating from herself was smiling at her. "Does the party not seem very enjoyable for you, nameless young lady?" A woman approaching and speaking to her, who had deliberately avoided people and gone out of her way to come to the terrace. Even with part of her eyes covered by a mask, it was instantly apparent that she was quite a beauty, with an aura shining around her. Seeing such a woman, who would likely be popular anywhere in the ballroom, approaching her, Agnes instantly heightened her guard. It was suspicious for someone like this to ignore the attention of others inside the hall and approach her, who had separated herself on the terrace. "The weather is quite lovely, hee. It's already a dark evening, though. Does the young lady find it more enjoyable to admire the dark scenery outdoors rather than the masquerade ball filled with people?" Everyone has different preferences. It seems the intentions of someone wishing for everyone's happiness regardless of status were not well conveyed to the young lady. "If it's all right with you, how about conversing with me for a bit?" The blonde woman deliberately approached and bothered her with conversation despite her ignoring attitude and averted gaze. When Agnes turned her head again toward the direction of the voice, the blonde woman was still smiling brightly at her despite her rude attitude. Galaxy TL, axiomatic. Feeling a prick of conscience, Agnes turned her head back towards the outside of the terrace, expressing a polite rejection of conversation. "Rather than wasting your time with me, there are many people inside who would suit you better. But I want to talk with you right now, not someone else. I don't really have anything to say to you. Is that so? I thought I could have an in-depth conversation about magical arts with you." "Why do you think that?" "Because you're currently hiding your true identity with transformation magi, aren't you? To think there was someone who could see through her magic amidst these simpletons." At the remark of the blonde lady she met for the first time today, Agnes let her guard down and started to show a bit of interest in her. The blonde young lady naturally opened the flow of conversation while looking at Agnes. "Even at a masquerade ball, using transformation magic to conceal your identity, do you dislike meeting people that much? Or does it mean you won't converse with someone unless they can discern your transformation magic?" "Both. The transformation magic felt a bit different from what I know, so I almost couldn't notice it at first. Usually, transformation magic stands out because the mana of the caster and recipient can be felt fluctuating, right? But with your magic, that was hardly noticeable. It surprised me a bit." "Of course. This is something I directly used on myself. There's no way the mana flow would feel different. I thought you might have a twin sister with similar mana capacity, but it was cast directly on yourself?" "I don't have any siblings. And not to brag, but I've never met anyone around my age with a mana capacity similar to mine either." The blonde lady looked at Agnes with peculiar eyes upon her remark. Agnes tilted her head quietly, not understanding the meaning behind the gaze directed at her. Afterward, the blonde young lady and Agnes continued to have a pleasant conversation about various topics while leaning against the terrace railing. They talked about Agnes's specialty, fire magic, as well as various magical knowledge and arts. So with the circuits of fire magic, straight lines must never be included, unless it's a composite kind of magic involving other elements. "That's right. Fire magic is an amorphic magic. You can reduce the curvature to the limit if you want to increase the power, but straight lines won't work." "Yeah. It's the complete opposite of nature magic. That one's full of straight lines, and the magic circuits have tons of corners." Outwardly, Agnes looked down on people who were distracted by interacting with others, but in fact, she also had an inherent desire to socialize with people. It's just that until now, there was no one on the same wavelength as her, so she didn't feel the need to mingle. Galaxy TL, axiomatic. But as soon as Agnes was able to have a deep conversation about a field she enjoyed, she opened up. Watching her like that, the blonde lady quietly smiled in her heart. With this, it seems there's no one left who can't enjoy the banquet. She had wandered around the ballroom, having a conversation with each person who was isolated or marginalized. Since it was a banquet she had personally planned and hosted, she couldn't tolerate anyone being isolated and unable to enjoy it. Having sufficiently conversed with Agnes on the terrace under the beautiful full moon, she was thinking of revealing her identity and wrapping up the masquerade ball event. However, The final part of today's banquet that she had in mind had been put on hold due to an unforeseen reason. Utilizing the image is important for this transformation magic I'm using too. Imagining the parts you can't see yourself is the most crucial aspect for a mage. Wait a moment, Miss Agnes. Why, do you not like talking about transformation magic? That's not it, Miss Agnes. Could you take a look towards the lakeside over there? The lakeside? Following the finger pointed by the blonde lady who interrupted her with a serious voice, Agnes's gaze slowly shifted. It didn't take long for both of them to realize that the finger was pointing at a group of monsters crawling out from the shore of Lake Verdun. Soon, the door from inside the evening rose hall opened, and an Imperial Guard soldier rushed onto the terrace. Princess. An abnormal monster proliferation has been reported at Lake Verdun. Yes, I just confirmed it as well. Lake Verdun was to the north of the Imperial Palace, and monsters were seen emerging from there and approaching the palace. Having personally witnessed that sight with her own eyes, she nodded and responded to the soldier's words. Agnes was momentarily flustered by the guard's words and the lady's attitude, making a foolish expression. Princess? Agnes muttered stupidly while naturally turning towards the blonde lady beside her. The blonde young lady gave her an apologetic smile mixed with a bit of regret. I'm sorry, Miss Agnes. I didn't intend to deceive you. I just thought you might feel uncomfortable if you knew my identity. With an apology directed at her, Princess Seraphine leapt onto the terrace railing. For a moment, Agnes was captivated by her elegant figure and stared at her absent-mindedly. Seraphine smiled at the guard who came to escort her and replied, "You don't need to worry about me, so please evacuate the young lady over there first." "That won't do, Princess. You must preserve your precious body." "It's all right. Today is also a full moon, and it's not my fated time to die here yet." "Princess." Clang. Seraphine leapt into the air, evading the guard's hand that reached out to grab her. With the sound of her feet kicking off the railing, she fell from the third-floor terrace, spinning in the air. Seraphine's figure, shadowed against the full moon, perfectly suited her alias, Moonlight Shadow Princess. About 5 minutes after responding to Ethan's request and slowly matching steps in the center of the stage. By the time we finished the first song, holding hands with my partner and following the choreography, the impression in my mind was simpler than I thought. Surprisingly, following along wasn't as hard as I thought. Of course, I was aware that Ethan was moving slowly in consideration of me being a beginner at ball dancing. I wasn't dull enough not to notice that while moving together in sync. However, it was also true that the process of following the choreography wasn't very difficult. First, the song itself wasn't very fast, so there was no need to move the dance in a hurry. Other than that, it was probably because I had unknowingly become familiar with the choreography while searching for Agnes and other characters from the game. Originally, evening ballroom scenes appeared frequently in the game too. Maybe I got used to it then. With a playtime of 2,000 hours, even if I extracted just the ball-related events separately, wouldn't it amount to about 1 to 2 hours worth of content? Thinking that I might have subconsciously become accustomed to it, I calmly matched steps with Ethan to the slow dance. You dance well, Lily. Did you learn it somewhere? Who knows? Maybe I got used to it from watching, or it could be because Ed is leading me well. I'm grateful you said that. Did it help you change your mood? If not, are you going to dance to another song, Ed? Will you accompany me more? If it's just a song or two. Then I'll ask that of you, Lily. All right, Ed. After exchanging some words at the end of the first song, we started moving our bodies again to the second song. When the orchestra's performance reached the middle, suddenly, dozens of soldiers rushed in through the entrance of the hall. Bang! Esteemed guests, please give me your attention for a moment. The nobles chatting at the edges of the ballroom, the people dancing in pairs in the center like Ethan and me, and even the orchestra gathered on one wall of the evening rose hall playing classical pieces. At the words of the knight, who seemed to be the captain among the soldiers who entered through the door, everyone stopped their actions and focused their gazes on him. Galaxy TL, axiomatic. Soon, the words that came out of his mouth were enough to surprise everyone in the hall. Just recently, an abnormal monster proliferation phenomenon has been confirmed at Lake Verdun, located north of the royal palace. There is a possibility of a monster wave, so esteemed guests, Please gather in the main hall of the palace to receive protection from the palace guards. M. Monster Wave? L. Lake Verdun isn't far from here. N. No. The guests of the masquerade ball showed various startled reactions to the sudden declaration by the security forces. Well, looking at the faces of the people gathered here, it was only natural for them to show such reactions. As it was the birthday banquet of the third princess, most of the attendees at this party were guests around Seraphine's age. The majority of the people gathered here likely hadn't even entered the academy, let alone graduated from it. Even if they had enrolled, they would be, at most, first or second year students. Especially for noble mages who grew up in a greenhouse *1, it wasn't uncommon for them to encounter monsters for the first time only after entering the academy, so as soon as they heard the words Monster Wave, they couldn't help but fall into a panic. I am going to leave here quickly. Bring out my carriage fast. That won't do. Outside the palace is dangerous right now. Until the situation calms down, you must stay inside the palace and receive our protection. Let go of me. I'm going to run away from here right now. Amidst the chaos, a young lady who couldn't endure the anxiety screamed and rushed out, only to be caught by the guards and struggle. Just as I was feeling worried that her actions would only amplify the confusion among the already anxious crowd. A man who walked out from the crowd cast a spell, and she fell asleep like a puppet whose strings were cut *2. Nature, grant a night of peaceful rest. Wake me up right, now www. As the young lady collapsed into the soldier's arms with slumber, a green-haired man stepped forward simultaneously. As soon as I saw his appearance and heard his voice, I was convinced that he was a character from Luminar Academy. They seemed to be in trouble, so I put them to sleep for a bit. Green short hair, an androgynous voice, and sleep magic, one of the nature-based magics. There were countless ways to identify him, so it would be strange not to recognize him at a glance. A character from Luminar Academy and one of the main characters who could join as an ally if needed. Orion, the Sage of Verdure. It was the moment he first revealed himself before my eyes. Oh, Orion? The top student of the second-year magic students. I didn't see him even once in the ballroom earlier. Orion's appearance caused quite a stir among the audience, perhaps because he was already a somewhat famous figure within the academy. Thanks to his presence, everyone seemed to have completely lost interest in the nameless young lady sleeping in the soldier's arms. Seeing the momentarily bewildered soldiers, Orion continued. I will also participate in the battle to fend off the monster wave. Evacuate the others to the shelter and guide me to the front lines where the soldiers are. That won't do, Sir Orion. We cannot allow a guest of Princess Seraphine to engage in such a dangerous task. Don't worry. Despite my appearance, I'm the top student of the second-year magic students at the academy. I'm sure I'll be of considerable help. But you know it's the best solution to select capable individuals to participate in the battle and resolve the monster wave rather than gathering all the noble children in one room and waiting, right? Those words, you are correct, but Orion took control of the conversation with the security knight as soon as he appeared. Seeing his frank and straightforward manner, I couldn't help but think that he couldn't help but be a popular character in Luminar Academy. If Seraphine stretched out the main story with unnecessary, frustrating plot points to increase the playtime, Orion was the type to skip bothersome episodes with his frank manner of speaking. For example, let's say there was an episode where the entire party accepted a request to defeat a certain monster together. Galaxy TL, axiomatic. In the process of carrying out this type of episode, there were sometimes cases where the playtime itself differed depending on whether Orion was present in the party or not. There were times when it was possible to skip additional quests attached to episodes, such as proving one's skills to hunt dangerous monsters if Orion was among the party members. It's all because of that character's unique way with words and his position as the top student of the Academy's magic department. He's essential for speedrun plays. Thanks to Orion, I was able to skip a few episodes and progress quickly. It would have been better if it weren't for those suspiciously narrowed eyes *3 and a slightly gay-looking appearance. Perhaps it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that 50% of the female players of Luminar Academy played because of Orion. Galaxy TL, axiomatic. As I was watching him with such trivial thoughts, Orion gave us a sly, suspicious smile. And he immediately began a public recruitment, targeting the guests gathered in the ballroom. Is there anyone among you who has experience defeating monsters or is confident in their skills? I'd like to gather people to go with me to stop the monster wave. If you have hunting experience or confidence in your abilities, you don't necessarily have to be an academy student. Of course, I can't provide any rewards myself, but the Imperial family might express a small token of gratitude to those who fight diligently. The Imperial family be, but a monster wave is a bit. Is there really no one? Despite Orion's rather lofty recruitment of noble volunteers, the guests were hesitant to step forward. Most academy students would have experience defeating monsters, and even those who hadn't enrolled yet, about half of them would have experience. Nevertheless, the reason they didn't readily volunteer was likely due to the atmosphere of fearing monsters themselves or worrying about unfamiliarity. Galaxy TL, axiomatic. If the age range of this party was a bit older and there were a few upperclassmen from the academy mixed in, there would have been some people voluntarily going out. However, since the gathering consisted mainly of prospective academy students and lower grade students, everyone lacked confidence in their abilities. I want to go out the most if it were up to me, but the problem was that the moment I did that, my identity behind the mask would be exposed, and the fact that I was a commoner maid, not a noblewoman from somewhere, would also likely be revealed. I had just calmly received greetings from other nobles while pretending to be a noblewoman, so if it was revealed now that I was a commoner, it probably wouldn't end well. Moreover, I currently didn't have a dagger to use as a weapon, and considering the gazes of others, I couldn't freely use magic in my position. As I was watching Orion while expressing deep regret in my heart. Suddenly, I heard the voice of someone beside me responding to Orion's recruitment. If it's all right, even if I'm not a student at the academy yet, I'll participate. Oh, really? I was also enveloped in a slightly confused emotion as the familiar black hair unexpectedly pushed me aside and leapt forward. Focusing my gaze on the back of his head, my partner soon began to speak to Orion. Ethan Richard Blackwood, eldest son of the Blackwood Duke family. My specialty is magical swordsmanship using body enhancement magic. My power may be weak, but I promise I won't be a hindrance. What? Why are you suddenly stepping up? My power may be weak, but I promise I won't be a hindrance. Ethan Richard Blackwood glanced at me once before walking forward in response to Orion's recruitment. Seeing him suddenly leap forward with his bold behavior, a small question momentarily arose in my mind. What's gotten into him all of a sudden? Why would he take up Orion's proposal, deliberately showing off his abilities in this situation? As the young master of a ducal family who hasn't even entered the academy yet, no one would say anything if he just waited obediently in the main hall. No matter how he had faced monsters under Harold's supervision until now, he would still understand the dangers of monsters better than anyone else here. It was quite unexpected for him to say he would participate on the front lines where emergencies like monster waves could easily occur. Judging from Ethan's recent actions, I don't think he would volunteer without thinking. There must be a valid reason, but what could it be? Simply put, some reasons could be showing off his courageous side among the nobles gathered here or wanting to display his cool appearance to a girl he likes. But the Ethan I had observed recently wasn't someone who moved with such simple thinking. He had a history of patrolling the estate to solidify his position as the Blackwood successor, revealing his presence. He had grown to be a thoroughly calculative noble, getting angry over a mere maid's dirtied clothes to put a powerful noble in his debt. For such an Ethan to voluntarily step into danger meant he was seeking something commensurate in return. Less than the Imperial family might express a small token of gratitude to those who fight diligently, greater than. Right, the Imperial family. Ethan was now responding to the Monster Subjugation Unit recruitment to gain an opportunity to build ties with the Imperial family in his current state. Of course, there was no certainty that the Imperial family would actually give a reward for stopping the monster wave, and even if they did give a reward, it would probably just end with a small gift and some words of gratitude. However, that alone was enough. Words of gratitude from a royal family member held sufficient value in credit transactions with other nobles. Moreover, a favor granted once could be used as an excuse that couldn't be coldly rejected when seeking an audience with the Imperial family next time. In a word, it was a gamble with a pretty good payoff for betting his skills once. Especially if fighting alongside capable Imperial guards, a certain degree of safety would be guaranteed. Seriously, his mind works really fast. In a short time, his thoughts reached that far from Orion's impromptu proposal. Well, if Ethan had thought that far, I had no reason to be surprised. Honestly, there's no need for me to worry, either. The current Ethan wasn't at a level where he would easily get hurt in return, no matter where he went. Okay. Good. Do you have combat experience? I've killed monsters in the mountains behind the estate a few times. Among the monsters I've recently defeated, the ones worth mentioning would be spine boars or shadow spiders. Based on my calculations estimating the experience points Ethan had gained, his current level was around level 7 to 8. For reference, a spine boar is level 10, and a shadow spider is level 11. In other words, apart from Ethan's base level, his actual skills were nearly at that level. As he said himself, far from being a hindrance, he would be of considerable help. The current Ethan had started to utilize mana in his recent swordsmanship, even if only slightly, and could also use body enhancement magic along with it. He had probably already reached the level of an elite Imperial soldier, at the very least. Orion also nodded and welcomed Ethan's words, judging that he would be helpful. That much will be more than enough help. I'll be counting on you, Lord Ethan. I'll be in your care, Lord Orion. So, is there anyone else besides Lord Ethan? Despite Orion's repeated recruitment, the other students were hesitant to step forward. Usually, in situations like this, when one person musters up the courage, others would follow suit and volunteer. However, it seemed that the spine boar and shadow spider Ethan mentioned when volunteering had become a standard that designated something. They had made their own judgments in their minds that one needed to have at least that level of skill to step forward. Considering that aspect, it was easy to guess why these students couldn't readily volunteer. Even in this situation where an indirect level restriction had been placed, the only person in this ballroom capable of participating would be Agnes Elizabeth Blaze. Right, Hellfire Agnes, the powerful candidate to succeed the Elizabeth family. Wait, what? The next successor of the Elizabeth family. The next top student of the Academy's magic department. The next archmage of the Crimson Tower. I, Hellfire Agnes, will also participate in the battle to stop the monster wave you mentioned. A woman appeared from the crowd with confident strides. The scarlet red-haired mage walked forward from among the people. Judging from the scarlet hair I had never seen before, she had probably been participating in this banquet using transformation magic until just now. With an unwavering expression, a confident voice, and a brazen self-introduction that implied she didn't think for a moment that she wouldn't be helpful. Everyone's gazes in the hall instantly converged on Agnes, who had suddenly appeared. As soon as the main character of Luminar Academy, whom I had been searching for so diligently, appeared, one emotion naturally arose in my mind. That introduction is truly embarrassing for anyone listening. No matter how many times I heard Agnes' shameless self-introduction, I couldn't get used to it. It was a line I had heard so many times because she was such a high-performing character that I often had her in my party, but regardless, it was inevitable not to get used to that self-praising speech. Despite knowing that everything Agnes mentioned would actually come true. In that sense, perhaps it could be seen that she possessed a level of self-conceit that matched her actual abilities, but besides that, what was cringeworthy was cringeworthy. Moreover, Agnes herself thought her self-introduction was cool, making it even more embarrassing from a third-person perspective. Just hearing it in a VA's voice from a 3D character on my monitor was already cringeworthy, but to think I would witness that scene live before my eyes. With her brazen voice that made my toes curl from listening, I found it hard to face the main heroine of Luminar Academy directly, even after finally finding her. Just as Agnes' shameless remarks were about to continue, they were, fortunately, quickly stopped by Orion, the skip specialist. My specialty is fire magic. If given enough time, I can freely use large-scale fire magic. My mana capacity, which is unrivaled by others, is a whopping 1050. Right. You said your name is Agnes? A fire mage with 1000 mana will definitely be helpful. Wait, I'm not done talking yet. Come on, let's head to the front lines quickly. It's time for you to properly demonstrate your skills. Please wait a moment, Sir Orion, I'll guide you. After hastily cutting off Agnes' self-introduction, which made its listeners cringe, Orion grabbed Ethan's and Agnes' hands and hurriedly left the evening Rose Hall. 3 out of a dozen soldiers followed them out of the hall. The rest of us who remained in the ballroom were left standing in a daze, unable to recover from the cringeworthy self-introduction just now. We will guide the other guests to the shelter. Please follow us without rushing in an orderly manner. Ah. Come to think of it, I should have also participated in the battle, damn it. Underscore. A long evacuation procession to the first floor was managed by the Imperial Guards. I was walking with a troubled expression, matching the pace of the noble guests' procession. Is there perhaps something bothering you, young Master Ethan's fiancé? Oh, you must be worried about Lord Ethan. Ah, yes, a little. I suppose I am a bit worried. Worried? As if. With Ethan's skill level, he'll do well even without my worries. He already had the ability to overwhelm me in a one-on-one match. If he fought seriously, I wasn't 100% confident in defeating him, even considering having Mana Blast. Mana Blast was, ultimately, a spell used against monsters, not a spell meant to be used against people. The current Ethan, unlike the chubby Ethan from before, could probably dodge my Mana Blast with the leisurely feeling of crossing a pedestrian lane in front of an elementary school. And come to think of it, it didn't seem like a good idea for me to participate in that monster wave response party. Even if I stepped up there, I would be lucky not to be treated as a strange woman. For a moment, I felt a sense of regret seeing Orion take only Ethan and Agnes down, but thinking rationally, even if I had said I would participate there, I would have likely been cut by Orion. Name? I have circumstances and cannot reveal it? Then, do you have experience in monster subjugation? My track record includes defeating a hooked tusk. Oh, you're quite a skilled mage, then? No, my main weapon is a dagger. Currently, I don't have a weapon on me, so if you lend me something similar, I will definitely be of help. Ah, by the way, when I defeated the hooked tusk, I used a metal skewer instead of a dagger, but anyway, my skills themselves are useful. Even I thought it was a very suspicious way of introducing myself. Saying I was from a noble family but defeated a hooked tusk with a metal skewer instead of magic, or that my main weapon was a dagger, but I didn't have it, so I wanted to borrow one. My rambling was probably too absurd, and they wouldn't believe me. Rather, it would be fortunate if I didn't stand out as a woman with a strange mentality. Of course, there was a possibility that I would be allowed to participate in the battle if Ethan vouched for my skills, but Ethan probably wouldn't go out of his way to vouch for my abilities either. The fewer the subjugation personnel to quell the monster wave, the more Ethan's achievements would stand out, and it would be much more advantageous for catching the Imperial family's attention. If it was truly an event where it seemed necessary for me to participate, I would have forcibly done so, but considering the difficulty of this episode, the personnel they took now would likely be sufficient. I had roughly grasped which part of the main story of Luminar Academy this event corresponded to. It must be the palace invasion incident that occurs a year before enrollment in the academy. It was a storyline I only knew the content of since it was an event the protagonist character couldn't directly participate in, but judging from the unfolding situation, it was undoubtedly that. It was an incident where one of the high-ranked demons deliberately caused a monster wave to bring down the Argentian Empire's imperial palace. Although the attack itself was somehow repelled by the efforts of the Imperial Guards and some main characters, it was also an incident where some noble children of the Empire were killed or critically injured. With this event as the trigger, the Argentian Imperial family, sensing a crisis, made a bold move to greatly increase the enrollment capacity of the academy, and that's how various characters specializing in combat skills such as swordsmanship and magic from all walks of life gathered at the academy. This happened at the beginning of the second part of Luminar Academy. In other words, even with the characters originally scheduled to be active in the storyline, the invasion that occurred this time could be sufficiently repelled. I expected Seraphine, Orion, and Agnes to participate. With the addition of Ethan, who had grown quite useful, joining the front lines, their combined fighting power was rather sufficient. They would probably be able to stop it much more easily than in the original story. The current Ethan wasn't weak, he was a force to be reckoned with. Moreover, with Ethan's participation, perhaps a few characters who died in the original story could be saved. I'd have wanted to sneak out and kill a few monsters to gain XP, but there are too many eyes watching here for that. I had already done so many eye-catching things that I was in a dangerous position in many ways. If I did something that stood out here, there was a high possibility that my identity as a commoner who could use magic would be exposed, and above all, there were far too many eyes to deceive and simply brush it off. Even if I could somehow deceive Ethan, whom I had been with for so long, it would naturally be impossible to deceive more than a dozen security guards. So, in this situation, I had no choice but to wait patiently for the storyline to unfold as it should. Nothing much will happen if I just gather in the waiting room with the security guards anyway. Let's stay put today. That was the best solution to get through without causing any problems. I had the same thought just a while ago. That resolution began to waver with a strange sense of uneasiness as soon as I entered the main hall of the Imperial Palace. Ah, eek. The young lady with familiar sky blue hair I met again in the shelter. I encountered Lizzie Lynn August here once more, the palace invasion incident. It was a historic event that greatly contributed to the setting of Luminar Academy. That's because this incident brought about 3 major changes to the entire story of the game. One of them, as previously mentioned, was that it became an opportunity for the Imperial family to sense a crisis due to the demons' attacks. As a result, in order to respond not only to wars between nations but also to wars with demons, the Academy's enrollment capacity was increased, and new students were admitted based on their skills rather than whether they were of nobility. Due to this change in the Academy's recruitment guidelines, the existing 80-20 ratio of nobles to commoners changed to a ratio closer to 60-40 among new students, and as the years went by, it led to a future that changed the overall atmosphere of the Academy. The second incident was when Moonlight Shadow Princess Seraphine rescued Hellfire Agnes, who almost lost her life in the monster wave. Just as Orion had appeared in the Evening Rose Hall earlier, he must have searched for useful personnel among the nobles and responded to the monster wave in the original history as well. Agnes must have also participated in the operation to fend off the monster wave in response to Orion's call, just like in this world. However, no matter how skilled he was, it would have been difficult to easily predict which area and how many monsters would rush in. Although he blocked the northern gate of the palace, which was expected to have the largest influx of monsters, unexpectedly, even more monsters rushed to the western gate of the palace, as I recall. Of course, since it's a story that is only part of the plot, it may not be accurate. After all, it wasn't an incident that the protagonist directly experienced. Anyway, the second incident is Seraphine saving Agnes, who was cornered at the western gate of the palace, from a crisis. As a result, it became an opportunity for Agnes to pledge her loyalty to Seraphine, and in the true ending, it also led to the history of the Elizabeth family becoming subordinate to the Imperial family. The last incident is the death of Lizzie Lynn August, who is right in front of me. Due to her death in this monster wave, the August family felt betrayed by the Imperial family, which became the decisive trigger for Karaham to initiate the Seraphine kidnapping incident in his 3rd year. Of course, since this palace invasion was orchestrated by the demons and not the Imperial family, it may not make sense for the August family to join hands with the demons who ultimately killed Lizzie. However, the August family had sufficient reasons to feel betrayed by the Imperial family in their own way. That's because Lizzie also had a future where she didn't die that day, depending on Seraphine's choice. Moonlight Shadow Princess Seraphine was a character who could use various powers related to the moon, as befitting her title. One of those abilities was the power of future vision, which allowed her to see the near future, limited to the days when the full moon rises. In other words, it meant that Seraphine made the choice not to save Lizzie even though she knew Lizzie would die. To be precise, it's not that she didn't save her, but rather that she couldn't save her. That's because Seraphine only had one body, and at that time, she had to give up on Lizzie in order to save Agnes. Someone might wonder that if she saw the future where Agnes and Lizzie were being attacked with her future sight, couldn't she have simply not invited those people to the party in the first place? However, the future sight that Seraphine possessed wasn't a cheat-like ability that could be used in such an omnipotent way. The first constraint was that her future vision couldn't selectively show the future one wanted to see but simply showed what it showed. The second constraint was that the vision shown to Seraphine always forced her to make a choice. The process of Seraphine's future sight being triggered was that it would appear blurry at first and gradually become more concrete in her mind as time passed. By the time the scene became clear enough to understand the situation, it was already a moment where she had no choice but to choose one of the 2 futures she saw. One of the 2 contents Seraphine saw with her future sight in the palace invasion incident was the future where she saved Lizzie Lynn August. The other was the future where she saved Agnes Elizabeth Blaze, as mentioned earlier. And at that crossroads, Seraphine chose the future where she saved Agnes. I don't know why she chose the future of saving Agnes instead of saving Lizzie. That part wasn't revealed in the game. Anyway, the important thing was that at the crossroads of that moment, Seraphine chose the young lady of the Blaise Viscount family over the young lady of the Auguste Margraviate. As a result, Lizzie met her death amidst a horde of monsters without Seraphine's help. Later on, the Auguste family learning about the crossroads of the future Seraphine saw became the decisive trigger for their betrayal. The Auguste family was Margravial *1, which had defended the western part of the empire for nearly 300 years. On the other hand, Agnes' family, the Blaise family, was merely a family of a viscount that branched off from the Elizabeth family. From the Auguste family's perspective, despite their loyalty to the empire for 3 centuries, they must have felt that the life of a viscountess was prioritized over the life of their family's successor. It was only natural that this led to a sense of betrayal towards the Argentine Empire itself. Of course, if one looked far into the future, Agnes' survival would be more beneficial to humanity than Lizzie's. Thanks to her survival, she was able to prevent many dangerous incidents that occurred at the Academy from escalating, and in the Demon King's subjugation in the future, her considerable contributions allowed for victory. However, that was a separate issue from the Auguste family's anger and betrayal of the empire. Especially since the Auguste family had been loyal to the Argentine Empire for several generations, their sense of betrayal had an even more fatal impact. They say it's scarier when a fan turns into an anti-fan. The reason Seraphine was so easily subdued by Karaham in the Seraphine kidnapping incident was also because of this background. Anyway, the introduction ended up being long, but what I want to say is this. In this palace invasion incident, Lizzie was originally supposed to lose her life after being caught in the monster wave. But that same Lizzie is currently in this shelter. In other words, it meant that this shelter was also highly likely to be attacked by monsters before long. As soon as I saw Lizzie's face, a brief impression flashed through my mind. We're fucked. Yeah, come to think of it, there were a few other nobles who died or were injured in the original story besides Lizzie. In the first place, there was no way that mindless monsters would target Lizzie to kill her. It would be more plausible to say that Lizzie Lynn August was just one of the people who died after being caught in the attack. In other words, this shelter will soon fail to fend off the monster wave, and monsters will rush in. In that process, there is a high probability that Lizzie will get caught up and die. Apart from everything else, it also meant that my life was in danger. If monsters entered this space, it would turn into a chaotic mess due to the noble children who would only be concerned about their own survival. On top of that, the current me was a shoddy maid with garbage combat power, and I didn't even have a dagger. It would be quite challenging to protect myself. Of all things, Orion had to take all the useful combat personnel with him. The personnel in this shelter alone cannot repel the attack that will come later. Still, since most of them are nobles, they should be able to use beginner-level magic to some extent, but it would be difficult to expect the panicking noble children to cooperate in the first place. Even Karaham wasn't here, so it seemed he was also recruited to fend off the monster wave. As I was feeling suffocated, naturally imagining what would happen next as soon as I saw Lizzie's face, I heard her voice cautiously calling out to me, having noticed each other. You're Lord Ethan's fiancée, right? Yes. We meet again, Miss Lizzie. Ah, I'm truly sorry about earlier. I didn't even realize you were Lord Ethan's fiancée. No, well, anyone can make mistakes. I won't commit the same rudeness as before again. Why is she being so bothersome? Ignoring Lizzie, who was bowing her head and apologizing again for something that had already passed. I seriously pondered how I could fully preserve my life and Lizzie's life in this situation. Still, she was a character with a significant role in Luminar Academy, so it would feel a bit unpleasant if she died right in front of me. Above all, if I saved Lizzie, it would probably be of considerable help in the future of this world as well. If I can do that, at least I can prevent a future where the Auguste family betrays overnight. Since, in the world of Luminar Academy, the betrayal of the Auguste family dealt a significant blow to the Empire. In case of any misunderstandings, let me say this in advance. My goal isn't to see the ending of Luminar Academy. That's something for the protagonist, the hero, and other main characters to do, and I never wanted to enter that main story. What I desire is simply a peaceful and stable daily life in the Argentine Empire. I just hope it doesn't become an empire where I wake up one day to find an entire village devastated by a monster attack, or a city becomes occupied by demons, forcing me to join a refugee procession. That way, I can also stably engage in adventurer activities while staying one step away from the story. If I can protect this one girl and make the August family's betrayal as if it never happened, that alone would be enough. At times like this, it would have been much easier if Ethan or Caraham were here. With their skills, protecting two girls while fighting wouldn't be much of a problem, but they were already recruited to fend off the monster wave, so neither of them were here. In the end, excluding the palace guards, the only meaningful combat force in this place was me alone. No, honestly, it's a bit ambiguous to even call myself a combat force. I am currently only level 6. I am slightly stronger than a new soldier of the Blackwood Estate Guards. If we're talking about monsters, I could put up a good fight against a level 7 black rabbit. I don't know the level and scale of the monsters that attacked the palace in the palace invasion incident, but it was certain that the 10 to 20 palace guards here couldn't fend them off. That means they weren't weak monsters that could be killed with a single magic arrow or shockwave. The only technique I could reliably deal effective damage with was Mana Blast. This and be used recklessly. There were many problems with combat relying solely on that one technique that had no backup once used. In the first place, if I used a large-scale magic like Mana Blast in front of so many people, I would inevitably draw attention. Above all, if the monster attack continued even after using Mana Blast, it would lead to a situation where I couldn't do anything at all. At best, a dagger would be the only means to somehow protect my life and Lizzie's while avoiding being noticed as much as possible. Even if it were near the kitchen, there was no way a weapon equivalent to a dagger could be found in this main hall. No, maybe I could find one. If I do well, even in this situation, I might be able to obtain a weapon equivalent to a dagger that Lilith could wield. In Luminar Academy, the range of daggers that Lilith could equip was quite broad. What were considered as daggers included not only variant weapons of daggers, like kukris and machetes, but even frying pans and ladles. As long as it had a handle and a blade of a certain length, any weapon could play the role of a dagger that could receive synergy with Lilith's stat boosts. Perhaps even Lizzie might have one. Perhaps she has a weapon that Lilith could use in combat, equivalent to a dagger. Miss Lizzie. Why yes. Do you happen to have a knife? Pardon. No matter how much of a fantasy world where swordsmanship and magic ran rampant, a noble young lady would conceal a self-defense sword in her bosom, right? A knife? Yes. Lizzie couldn't help but react with surprise at Lilith's sudden question directed at her. Until just now, Lizzie had a good impression of her, who had overlooked her mistake in the ballroom with a generous smile. However, Lilith's question, asking if she had a blade right after meeting again, was something Lizzie couldn't understand within the scope of her actions. Although Lizzie had experience in noble social activities for over 10 years and thought she had a good grasp of human personalities to some extent, the actions of this young lady she encountered in front of her were a completely different type of person from the human personalities she had experienced so far. In the midst of that, Lizzie was quickly racking her brain to find a similar type of human personality. Recalling a few cases of people she had encountered, she made a careful assumption about Lilith. Could it be, the appearance she showed upstairs was just a pretense because she was in front of her fiancé, and perhaps this current appearance was her true self? Otherwise, there was no way she would blatantly ask for her self-defense dagger. Seeing her confidently demanding her only weapon and means of defense, Lizzie felt a chilling sensation rising from her back. That's because the moment she handed this silver dagger hidden in her bosom to Lilith, all her means of defense would disappear. On the contrary, it meant that Lilith would gain a weapon that could be pointed at her. Perhaps, you don't have one? What should I do? Although she naturally wanted to refuse, she didn't have the courage to do so. Normally, it would be strange to agree to hand over a dagger that was essentially her lifeline when asked. However, she questioned whether she had the right to refuse this proposal after committing an unforgivable rudeness to her in the evening rose hall upstairs. If she didn't listen to her words here, what would happen to the relationship between the August family and the Blackwood family? Would it cause trouble for her family due to the mistake she made? While the young lady of the August family hesitated with such concerns, Lilith's voice rang in her ears again. Miss Lizzie? Why yes. Do you really not have one? Even a self-defense dagger or something similar? Well, I should refuse, but since childhood, she had never been blessed with magical talent. The only skills she had were trivial spells like creating a small amount of water when thirsty or making a small fireball to light a torch up a dark night's corridor. A noble young lady should be able to use at least one or two defensive magics, but she had no such means at all. Galaxy TL, axiomatic. So, the moment her blade was taken away, she would become someone who couldn't even put up the slightest bit of resistance. In the end, just as the frightened Lizzie was about to express her refusal first, Lilith unexpectedly waved her hand and began to move away from her. Miss Lizzie, if you don't have one, it's fine. If you don't have one, I have no choice but to borrow from someone else. Why yes. Still, I asked you first because you were someone I at least knew. Since you don't have one, it can't be helped. Seeing Lilith trying to leave her side without much hesitation along with those words. It was Lizzie who began to feel confused by that movement that seemed regretful yet not particularly important. She had initially thought it was a move to take away her dagger to put her in a difficult position. But the attitude she showed was a reaction that seemed like she really needed a blade. Could it be that she really just needed a knife itself? As soon as Lilith, who had been facing her, took a step away, the raw fear towards her disappeared, and Lizzie was able to calmly assess the situation. Lizzie had been immersed in social circles since a young age and had her own interpersonal skills accumulated over a long time. The interpersonal skills ingrained in her body were telling her that right now, handing over the dagger in her bosom to Lilith was probably the right choice. I have one, pardon? I'll lend it to you, Lilith? That is, without even imagining that she would regret it within just 1 minute after handing over her only weapon. I'll lend it to you, Lilith. The voice coming from behind the moment I turned my steps to try talking to other people. In the direction I turned my head again, Lizzie was standing there, urgently calling out to me. In her hand was the silver dagger I had asked for earlier, tightly grasped. She had one, after all. She seemed hesitant, as if she didn't have one, so I was planning to cut it short and ask someone else. It seemed she was debating quite a bit about whether to lend it to me or not. Well, it wouldn't have been an easy decision to lend her self-defense weapon to a complete stranger. I don't know the extent of Lizzie's magic skills, but the more means of self-preservation one has, the better. Galaxy TL, axiomatic. Especially in the current situation where Karaham isn't by her side, she would feel psychologically even more anxious. She must have made a big decision in her own way to lend it to me. I deliberately asked Lizzie first because I thought others would show similar reactions. I thought she would easily lend it to me out of guilt for the mistake she made towards me. And if I borrowed someone else's dagger and ended up fighting, it could lead to a situation where I would have to protect two people at once, as I'd have to protect that person, too. If I borrowed a self-defense weapon and fought, but the person who lent it ended up in a bad situation, and that would be the most unpleasant thing. In many ways, it was the easiest way to obtain a weapon, so I accepted the silver dagger from Lizzie with gratitude. Thank you, Miss Lizzie. And no, compared to the rudeness I committed earlier, this is really nothing. Well, that's true, but she seems to understand it well. Of course, that doesn't mean I had any intention of petty retaliation against Lizzie for that incident. In the first place, I wasn't in a position to argue based on status after taking off the mask. Shing. The sharp silver blade gleamed as soon as I drew the dagger from the sheath I received from her. Seeing the quite sharp and clean blade, it seemed to be properly maintained on a regular basis. With just this, it could be used as a weapon to sufficiently protect at last myself and Lizzie. Perhaps, with some luck, I could even aim to level up by killing a few monsters. Lilith. Yes. What do you intend to use the borrowed silver dagger for? Why? Seeing you smile while holding the blade, it's a bit scary. Did I smile? It seemed I had momentarily failed to manage my expression due to the thought that I might be able to level up. I should be careful about this. Since I was holding a blade, I might give her a weird misunderstanding if I wasn't careful. If I made her anxious, it would be bothersome to protect her later when monsters rushed in. I clearly explained to Lizzie that I wouldn't harm her with her silver dagger to put her at ease. You have nothing to worry about, Miss Lizzie. I really have absolutely no intention of stabbing you or anything with this. Eek. Why is she more afraid even though I tried to reassure her? I saw Lizzie starting to step back and distance herself from me after hearing my words. In order to get closer to her as she moved away, I also followed the young lady's retreating steps with short strides. For some reason, Lizzie's expression darkened a little more each time. Why are you coming closer? Why wouldn't I get closer? Of course, it's much more convenient to protect Miss Lizzie that way. Don't come any closer. See, could it be that you intend to do something to me taking advantage of this chaos? I told you not to move away. What if you get hurt, more injured by monsters, because of that? Eek. As the conversation continued, Lizzie's retreating speed gradually increased, and her expression grew darker and darker. Not understanding her reaction, I quickly followed Lizzie's movements. Finally, her retreat was completely stopped by the corner wall of the main hall. Thud. You can't step back any further now. Don't try to distance yourself from me and stay put. I'm sorry, Lilith, and no, Lady Lilith. I will definitely compensate you for the rudeness I committed earlier. I told you it's not necessary. I clearly accepted your apology, so why are you mentioning that incident again? I thought your anger hadn't subsided yet, Lady Lilith. Maybe it would have been better to just tell her to send the payment for the dress to the Blackwoods. I tried to gloss over it, thinking it would be much easier to say I wouldn't accept compensation, but it seemed this woman took the meaning of my words differently. Galaxy TL, axiomatic. It's as if she thought I hadn't accepted her apology and was still angry. Can't be helped. I have no choice but to at least make a show of formally accepting compensation. I happen to be holding an appropriate item for the transaction. Then let's just do this. Why yes, I'll accept Miss Lizzie's compensation, but there's no need to compensate with money or clothes. Galaxy TL, axiomatic. Then with what, why bother looking for something far away? We can just consider this settled with this here. Pardon? With those words, I held up the silver dagger I received from her. Pointing my finger at the clean silver blade with its edge sharpened, I asked. The compensation for the dress, let's consider it settled with this. Eek. The young lady of the August family, her expression darkening to the point of turning pale. She suddenly closed her eyes and seemed to be about to scream something. But fortunately, the incident of me being misunderstood due to her scream didn't occur. Bang. The southern gate of the palace has been breached. Everyone, prepare for defense. What is this? Monsters. The monsters suddenly barged into the shelter, and the noble children and soldiers began to react in a commotion. Due to that chaos, Lizzie's scream was buried in the uproar. Monsters. Perhaps due to the chaotic situation, the young lady of August, who had been screaming, belatedly assessed the situation and looked around. I pushed her into the corner of the wall and gripped the dagger, taking a stance. Miss Lizzie, stay there and don't move. Why yes? If you happen to run off somewhere else, I really might not be able to protect you then. This is my first time fighting while protecting someone. Well, I am Lilith, so it'll work out somehow. Argentian Empire, Imperial Palace, Western Gate line of defense. / Maintain proper formation. They're just a bunch of lake serpents. Even so, there are just too many of them. We need to retreat and call for reinforcements. / The moment we retreat here, the entire palace will be devastated. Grit your teeth and hold them off. The palace guard squad, consisting of a dozen or so members, tirelessly slashed at the crawling horde of lake serpents while maintaining their formation in the urgent situation. The monsters, each the size of an adult man's leg, endlessly rushed in and pressured the line of defense at the western gate. Damn it. These damn monsters keep coming without end. Each individual lake serpent wasn't a particularly strong monster. From the perspective of an average person, they could be considered a quite challenging level of monster to face, but in the end, everyone here was a member of the palace guards. Since it was a unit composed of individuals with outstanding abilities, even among regular soldiers, they were capable of dealing with lake serpents without much difficulty. My arm huff, however, in a situation where they weren't limited to just 10 or 20, but a wave that endlessly rushed in. Even the palace guards couldn't help but get exhausted. The soldiers who were slashing at the monsters, swarming in from the darkness like a huge wave, began to complain of painful fatigue after 30 minutes. Slash. Amidst that, there was someone who silently killed monsters without showing any signs of fatigue. Ethan Richard Blackwood, the young noble of the Blackwood family, recruited by Orion to defend the palace, was silently slicing lake serpents without uttering a single tired expression. The longsword adorned with the double-headed eagle, the crest of the Blackwood family, was currently flying towards the neck of yet another monster. This much, I can still endure. Slash. Compared to the training I received from my father, this much is. Of course, even he had been swinging his sword for over 30 minutes, so fatigue was inevitably accumulating in his body. He simply focused on killing monsters as quietly as possible without showing his fatigue and kept on defending the western gate. Ethan clearly understood that just by not showing signs of exhaustion as a noble's son, he could boost the morale of the other guards. Even the young master of the Blackwood family is swinging his sword without any signs of fatigue. Are you guys from the palace guard going to fall first? No, sir, kill them all. Hold them off until the end. Think of the people inside the palace as your wives and children and defend with your lives. All right, he couldn't fall here. As that knight said, he had to risk his life to protect the people inside the palace. Because right now, inside the palace, Lilith, his exclusive maid and his partner for tonight's event, was there. I shouldn't have brought her along. Why did he have to bring her, humiliate her in front of the August family's young lady, and drag her into such a dangerous situation? He deeply regretted his decision from a few days ago to bring Lilith to Princess Seraphine's masquerade ball. It was all because of his small desire to dance with her as his partner, which ended up putting Lilith in danger. So, at the very least, he had to somehow hold out until the end to ensure Lilith wouldn't be in danger. If he failed to stop the monsters like this and allowed them into the palace, and she got hurt, he felt like he wouldn't be able to forgive himself. I suppose it's fortunate that she didn't try to join the battle. A year ago, recalling the belligerent attitude Lilith had shown at Blackwood Estate Guard Station, Ethan had been nervously wondering if she would jump into the palace defense operation this time as well. As if his worries had reached the heavens, she obediently stayed put this time, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. They had come up with a plan to split up, with Orion, Agnes, and himself blocking the monsters' invasion at the northern, eastern, and western gates, respectively. But no matter how much he slashed and slashed, the endless horde of monsters made Ethan feel a gradual sense of strangeness. Considering we expected the northern gate to have the most, no matter how I think about it, there are just too many. If even this gate was in such a situation, just how many monsters were rushing towards the northern gate? Even if he desperately held off this place, if they allowed the monsters to invade through the northern gate, everything would be in vain. Such troublesome thoughts momentarily crossed Ethan's mind, but realizing they were unimportant, he silently focused on slashing the monsters in front of him. Slash. Ha. Slash. He simply prayed that Orion and Agnes, who had gone to the other defense lines, were defending them well. A horde of monsters began to rush into the palace after breaching the southern gate, the entrance to the main hall. As soon as a dozen or so snake-like monsters swarmed into the shelter, the hall turned into a scene of pandemonium. Chomp. A noble son screamed as his leg was bitten by a lake serpent. Slither. Kya s save me. Kya, a noble young lady screamed and ran around, trying to remove the monster that had crawled into her dress. Damn it. Slash. Ga. Even in this chaotic situation, the palace guards were somehow killing monsters and reducing their numbers. It didn't take long for the scene, filled with all kinds of people and a significant number of monsters, to turn into a state of pandemonium. Miss Lizzie, stay there and don't move. Why yes. If you happen to run off somewhere else, I really might not be able to protect you then. The young lady simply responded with silence, whether she understood properly or not. Perhaps it was a situation where she couldn't even answer due to fear. Since it wasn't a situation where getting an answer was important, I let it slide. What mattered to me was solely killing the lake serpent monsters rushing towards me, that's all. Lake serpents were level 4 monsters. Some might say there's no need to tremble and be cautious against a mere level 4 monster, but for the noble children here, Even a level 4 monster wouldn't feel easy to deal with. No matter how much magical education they had, there was a limit to overcoming the level difference with a body that hadn't grown through experience points. Moreover, the conditions for facing these monsters one-on-one weren't even met, and there was no way mages that were level 1 to 2 could properly deal with 2 or 3 lake serpents rushing at them at once. I couldn't possibly save all those noble children one by one. It was a given that they had to protect their own bodies. Stick your backs together, all of you, just block the monsters rushing from your direction. In fact, some noble children were already pairing up or forming lines, facing the lake serpents with swords or magic. If I were to go around the shelter trying to save nobles who couldn't even do that much, I would only endanger Lizzie, whom I had to protect. For the sake of the girl who had handed me her dagger, I simply swung my blade diligently to the best of my ability. Hiya! Kaya! Slash! I thrust the silver dagger into the head of the lake serpent rushing towards me and Lizzie, slamming it into the ground. The monster, its head pierced, wriggled a couple of times on the ground before going limp. Even with the skill that increases my attack when wielding a dagger, I never thought I would be able to kill it in one hit. It seemed this silver dagger I received from the young lady was a better item than I thought. Lilith. Hey, are you okay? Yes, it's a good dagger. No, I wasn't asking about the dagger slash. Eek. This time, I slashed a monster that flew straight at me with the silver dagger. Immediately, the second lake serpent also fell to the ground, its head pierced, and died instantly. What was it, if not the dagger? And nothing, it's nothing. Seriously, what's with her behavior since earlier? Anyway, unlike before, she had obediently followed my instructions, making it easier to swing the dagger. Kaya. Get off me. If Lizzie had also panicked like that noble young lady over there running around while taking off her clothes, it would have been truly impossible to fight while protecting her. By chance, I had taken a good position wedged between two walls on either side, making it easy to defend and swing my dagger against the monsters. I just needed to hold out as long as possible like this until Seraphine and Agnes could somehow resolve the situation. This monster wave would probably end with Seraphine and Agnes cooperating to kill the boss monster that appeared at the western gate. Judging from how these lake serpents are swarming in groups like this, the boss of this monster wave is probably the king serpent. If it's around that level, Seraphine and Agnes should be able to take it down with just the two of them. With Agnes's full-powered Giga Fireball and the magic used by Seraphine during the full moon, they should have enough power to kill a single king serpent. Slash. Gah. While having such thoughts and killing the third lake serpent rushing towards Lizzie and me, I observed the situation. At that moment, from the direction of the exit leading to the southern gate, loud impact sounds and consecutive screams of monsters began to ring out. Bam. Bam. Slash. Gah. This familiar sound effect, could it be? Hearing the familiar sound of kicks from somewhere, my mind suddenly began to rise with a troubling thought. In Luminar Academy, there was only one character in my memory who used kicks as her main attack. The thought that the person who arrived at the southern gate might be her, who absolutely shouldn't be here right now, slowly emerged. With a worrisome imagination starting to form in my mind, I turned my gaze toward the southern gate entrance where the sound was coming from. There, a golden shadow appeared, crushing the heads of monsters with a dozen consecutive kicks. Princess Seraphine? Although she was still wearing a mask that covered her eyes, there was no way anyone here wouldn't know that she was Seraphine. Everyone's gazes instantly shot towards her at the sudden appearance of the Moonlight Shadow Princess. I also unintentionally shifted my gaze to her appearance as she emerged while killing several lake serpents every second, but unfortunately, my gaze reached her for a slightly different reason than the others. Why is she here now? It was the moment I directly witnessed the story flowing in a way quite different from the original work. Bam. Slash. Gah. Seraphine brought order to the chaotic situation, gracefully dispatching several lake serpents at once with her flashy kicks. For a moment, I almost lost my senses to her appearance, as if moonlight was shining from her very being, but I belatedly came to my senses and started assessing the situation to understand what was happening. That was because the third princess was one of the two people who absolutely shouldn't be here right now. The other person was, of course, Agnes. Without the combined attack of Agnes and Seraphine, the king serpent cannot be defeated. To be precise, that's only possible with the main characters present here. Unlike the level 4 small fries, the king serpent was a level 10 boss monster. As with all boss monsters in games, the boss monsters in Luminar Academy also possess a strength that is on a different level from ordinary monsters. One might look down on the king serpent just because it's level 10, but the meaning becomes clearly different just by having the title of boss monster attached to it. To defeat a level 10 boss monster, you don't need a single level 10 character, but a party composed of level 10 characters. That's how much its strength is amplified. Simply comparing its health to a monster of a similar level, it's nearly 20 times stronger. Considering its defense and skills, it is naturally several times more dangerous. In fact, a monster at the level of the king serpent could be compared to level 40 monsters without any sense of discomfort. That's why I thought Agnes and Seraphine had to charge at it together to just barely defeat it. The moment even one of them is missing from the operation, this monster wave will never end. It is virtually impossible to defeat the entire horde of lake serpents, which could number in the thousands, and even if it were possible, there would be no strength left to face the king serpent. Moreover, these monsters were still persistently targeting only humans as if they were being commanded by someone, so it was most important to somehow defeat the boss monster and resolve this situation. The number of lake serpents I've killed that rushed at Lizzie and me has already reached 4. But Seraphine, who should have gone to defeat the king serpent, is here now. Why did she come to support this place instead of defeating the king serpent and dealing with the remnants? No matter how much I thought about it, I couldn't understand her actions at all, and various speculations began to arise in my mind about what Seraphine had seen in the future. What on earth did she see in her future sight? Could it be that Seraphine's future sight didn't reflect the future where I protected Lizzie? Or did some action I took when I met Seraphine make her decide to save Lizzie instead of Agnes? While I was confused with all sorts of questions in my mind, the masked blonde princess began walking towards Lizzie and me, passing through the southern gate. Even at that moment, I was questioning Seraphine's incomprehensible actions. Miss Lilith Rosewood, didn't we not exchange names? Since we already know each other, it doesn't matter, right? Well, that's true. What on earth did she see in her future sight that made her come to rescue Lizzie even after seeing the future where she defeats the king serpent together with Agnes? The question rose to my throat, and I almost blurted out that rude question. But before that, Seraphine, who had grabbed my hand first, suddenly started running while holding me. Why are you even here? Oh, huh. Let's go. Go where? Ah, Miss Lilith, today must be your first time wearing high-heeled shoes. It seems like it would be difficult for you to run quickly. What are you even talking about? Ah, pardon me for a moment. You're already being rude after doing something rude. Seraphine, who suddenly tripped my feet and made me fall backward, caught my body in her arms as I was about to fall to the floor. Unintentionally finding myself in a princess carry position in her arms, I could only show a confused expression, still not understanding what was happening. I'll explain on the way. We're in a hurry right now. What? Why are you suddenly carrying me and running? Because I saw it. Pardon. The future where you, Miss Lilith, and I subjugate the king serpent together. Seriously, what did she see? With a questionable appearance, Seraphine suddenly showed up at the shelter and started running towards the western gate of the palace while carrying me. I unintentionally found myself in her arms, holding the dagger I received from Lizzie, heading towards the western gate. Princess, this isn't the time for this. Right now, we need to prioritize defeating the boss monster at the center of the monster wave. Yes. That's why I came to get you, Miss Lilith. Between the two futures I saw, seeking your cooperation was easier. What on earth is this princess talking about? If she saw the future, she should have flown straight to the western gate as soon as she grasped the situation and dealt with the king serpent first instead of the other small fries. I couldn't understand why she was suddenly carrying me and taking me to the western gate of the palace. In the first place, it was reckless to think that cooperating with me could defeat the king serpent. Because my current identity was nothing more than an indebted commoner maid of a ducal family, and thanks to the letter Ethan had sent in advance, Seraphine was one of the people who already knew that fact. Princess, you already know that I'm just a commoner maid. Yes. I almost fell for your naive appearance for a moment myself. Pardon. You're keeping it a secret, right? The fact that you're a commoner who can use magic. It's no use asking me how I knew. I'm sorry, Miss Lilith, but my future sight has never been wrong. Ah, damn it. If it weren't for the full moon, there was no way I would have been found out. Even if I denied the future sight of the Moonlight Shadow Princess, who becomes a cheat character once a month, it probably wouldn't work on her at all. I had no choice but to nod my head and acknowledge her words. Yes, that's right. Normally, as soon as it was confirmed that a commoner who could use magic appeared, the Empire would have taken protective measures. Ah, fortunately, I'm the only one who knows that fact right now. I'll keep it a secret, Miss Lilith Rosewood, huh? She's going to hide it. What did you just say? For whatever reason, you are living like a commoner while concealing the fact that you can use magic. Of course, because it would be dangerous if it was found out. I'll keep the scene I saw in my future sight a secret, so in return, Miss Lilith, you must cooperate with me in making the future I saw a reality. Does that mean the future where I defeat the King Serpent with my magic? For now, yes. For now, how far into the future did she see to come looking for me? She saw the future where I use magic and defeat the King Serpent. Even without further explanation from Seraphine, I could already grasp what kind of situation that was. Among the magic spells and skills I could use, there was only one means to deal a proper attack on the King Serpent. Mana Blast. I could sufficiently guess it from the moment I heard that I had defeated the King Serpent. If I really did defeat that monster in the future this woman saw, the only attack I could use against it was that. Although confusion still remained, using the information I heard from Seraphine, I could somewhat grasp the content of the story that had now changed. In the end, my intervention in the story changed the future sight Seraphine saw, and amidst that, Seraphine chose the changed future sight. I didn't know the reason why she was stubbornly trying to take me to the Western Gate instead of quickly receiving Agnes' cooperation to defeat the King Serpent, but anyway, this was a story that had been altered from the original work. Perhaps even now, Agnes, at the Western Gate, was cornered while facing the King Serpent. I still couldn't understand at all why Seraphine, who had always made choices that minimized sacrifices in all stories, had endangered Agnes. If she had seen the future sight where Agnes was at the Western Gate line of defense, she would have naturally judged to support Agnes at the Western Gate first. After all, Seraphine would have confirmed through her future sight that the two of them could sufficiently defeat the King Serpent. But now that she had made this judgment to come and get me instead, Agnes was probably falling into danger by the minute. Wait, if the reason Seraphine made this strange judgment was that one of the two targets in her future sight had changed from Lizzie to me. Could it be that the other target of the future sight had also changed from Agnes to someone else? Princess. Yes, Miss Lilith. You said that one of the contents of the future vision you saw was the future where you and I cooperate to defeat the King Serpent, right? That's right, Miss Lilith. If it isn't rude of me, could you tell me what you saw in the other future? As if she had expected me to ask this question as well, Seraphine smiled slightly and nodded in response. The answer that came out of her mouth was shocking enough to make me flustered. The futures I saw were two. One was, as I mentioned earlier, where I take Miss Lilith from the Southern Gate shelter to the Western Gate, and then Miss Lilith and I cooperate to defeat the King Serpent at the Western Gate. The other one was the future where I take Miss Agnes from the Eastern Gate line of defense to the Western Gate, and similarly, Miss Agnes and I cooperate to defeat the King Serpent. Wouldn't that have been much easier? Instead of going back and forth between the Southern and Western Gates, if Miss Agnes was at the Eastern Gate, huh? Wait a minute. Did I hear that wrong just now? Wait a moment, Princess. Could you tell me about the second future again? In the second future, I defeat the King Serpent together with Miss Agnes. Ah, no, that's not it. Where is Miss Agnes right now? Miss Agnes is currently preventing the entry of monsters at the Eastern Gate line of defense of the palace. Then, what about the Western Gate? I don't know how Orion defended the palace in the original history, but regardless, there was one thing that was certain. It was the fact that he had entrusted the defense of the Western Gate, where the boss monster would appear, to Agnes. But now, she, who should have been facing the boss monster according to the original story, was stopping monsters at the Eastern Gate defense line of the palace. It must be true since it was the content Princess Seraphine saw in her future sight, as she could even see me, who, originally wouldn't be at this scene, through her future sight. For now, it was confirmed that Agnes was defending the Eastern Gate defense line. Then, who on earth was defending the Western Gate where the King Serpent would rush in? Less than my power may be weak, but I promise I won't be a hindrance, greater than. Could it be? As a familiar face flashed through my mind, I realized that I had been overlooking one of the most important facts all along. In the original story, I wasn't the only character who didn't attend Seraphine's masquerade ball. Argentine Empire, Imperial Palace, Western Gate line of defense. Ethan Richard Blackwood, the eldest son of the Blackwood family. He was currently experiencing the greatest threat to his life with his entire being. Roar. A huge monster opened its mouth as wide as a house, sucking out his soul with a bone-chilling scream. An overwhelmingly large size that was impossible to even compare to other lake serpents, and movements that were too quick and powerful for its size. Ethan felt considerable pressure from the majesty of the boss monster he was facing for the first time in his life. Still unable to make a single proper wound on its scales, he quietly thought to himself as he looked at the unscathed King Serpent. This is definitely more challenging than the training I received from my father. His body was already exhausted from facing dozens of lake serpents, but he was still standing on his 2 legs, defending the western gate of the palace. He was gripping the sword he was forcibly holding with his trembling arms, trying to focus his mind. Ethan Richard Blackwood, the heir to the Blackwood family, remained at the western gate of the palace, guarding the last line of defense. He couldn't hope for anyone's help anymore, all alone on the front lines. The King Serpent. A large boss monster in the form of a giant cobra. In front of its overwhelming terror, Ethan was somehow enduring while standing firmly on his 2 legs. Still holding his sword, he maintained his tension while making eye contact with the monster in front of him. His body was already exhausted, the other soldiers had long since collapsed, and his strength and mana were completely drained. In this situation, Ethan couldn't even gauge how long he could last alone against this huge monster. He had already rolled on the ground several times while narrowly dodging its attacks, so his body was accumulating quite a few injuries to match. Galaxy TL, axiomatic. It wouldn't be strange if he collapsed with the next attack due to a single careless mistake. He no longer aimed for victory. The only thing Ethan could do was stall for as much time as possible. Even though he knew there was no possibility of winning, Ethan stood up firmly on his 2 legs with his sword instead of sitting on the ground or running away. The moment he fell, this huge monster would rush into the palace. No, with this size, it might even break the palace itself. The moment that happened, everyone else inside the palace would be in danger, and Lilith, who had been dragged to the masquerade ball because of his selfishness, would also be one of them. For her sake, Ethan couldn't collapse here. Huff, huff, huff. In this life or death situation, Ethan silently recalled Lilith's face in his mind. Her short black hair, round face, and really large breasts. No, anyway, he recalled his exclusive maid, who was attractive in every way. Of course, it wasn't just Lilith's beautiful appearance that made Ethan feel that she was special to him. Her upright personality of not hesitating to sacrifice herself to protect others, her warm heart that always thought deeply and cared for him, and her attitude of not hesitating to give harsh words or shock therapy for his sake. In many ways, Ethan felt considerable gratitude to her who had been by his side and assisted him for a long time. He had been aware for quite some time that he had come to harbor feelings for her that he shouldn't have as an employer. I can't, fall, here. Gripping the hilt of his sword even tighter, Ethan took his stance once again. He took his stance for the sake of protecting Lilith, who had already become an irreplaceable person to him. Roar. Here it comes. The King Serpent bent its body again and rushed towards him with a loud scream. Suppressing the instinct to dodge with all his might, Ethan watched its movements until the very end. Just before it pounced on him, he twisted his body to the right and slightly raised his sword against the King Serpent. Clang. Roar. The young master of the Blackwood family rolled on the ground once again, along with his sword that had grazed and bounced off the King Serpent's left fang. Although he hadn't trained his swordsmanship for very long, the Blackwood swordsmanship he had learned from his father was certainly effective in many ways. Galaxy TL, axiomatic. In addition, he squeezed out the last of his mana to wield body enhancement magic. Above all, compared to the killing intent his father sincerely unleashed during practical training, the killing intent of the monster in front of him was barely tolerable, so Ethan was able to swing his sword at the right timing with maximum concentration. Of course, physical strength was a separate issue, so he couldn't avoid colliding with the monster and being thrown back as a result. Ha, ha, ha! The young Blackwood noble let out a tired sigh after rolling on the ground a couple of times. The King Serpent wasn't a lenient opponent to allow him time to recover. The boss opened its huge maw again and rushed at Ethan, whose stance had crumbled. There wasn't even time to get up. If he did, that giant maw would swallow him whole before he could take a stance. Hadn't several of the guards defending the western gate already been swallowed whole by that giant maw? But he couldn't take a proper defensive stance with his posture crumbled, so there was only one way left for Ethan to deal with it. Before long, a sword flew through the air from his hand. Whoosh! Roar! After throwing the sword in his hand with all his might into the monster's mouth, he rolled his body once again to dodge the attack. Some might consider it a disgrace for a swordsman to throw away his sword, which was like his lifeline, and run away. However, Ethan's father, Harold, always taught him one thing as the top priority. If his life seemed to be in danger, whether it was throwing away his sword or rolling on the ground, the most important teaching of his father was to survive first. Ethan also struggled to the very end to buy as much time as possible, following those words. He succeeded in enduring a short time of a dozen or so seconds more. Gulp. Roar. Soon, the monster screamed in pain after mistakenly swallowing Ethan's sword and injuring the inside of its mouth. Ethan thought it would be nice if it disappeared like this, startled by the pain, but the King's Serpent showed no sign of backing down easily. The monster spat out the sword in its mouth onto the ground and immediately rushed towards Ethan, who was rolling on the ground and trying to run away. It's as if it held a grudge against him for causing it pain. HISSSSSSSSSSSSSSS, is this the end? Ethan, who had somehow avoided one more attack by rolling on the ground with his tired body, was eventually blocked by a dead end. In the first place, he didn't even have an ounce of strength left in him to wriggle his body any further. Galaxy TL, axiomatic. Naturally, his stamina had also reached its limit after facing the level 10 boss monster alone for nearly 10 minutes. If the previous battles were included, it meant he had been swinging his sword for almost an hour without rest. I should have learned the sword a little earlier. If he had been a little stronger, he might have been able to somehow block this monster with his own power. Perhaps he wouldn't have had to see his fellow soldiers collapsing and being swallowed. If only he hadn't wasted time during his immature days, the situation would have been much better than now. Just as he was about to quietly let his tired body rest, hoping that at least the others had safely evacuated. Ethan. A longing voice reached his ears. Lith. When he opened his eyes, thinking it might be her, the huge mouth of the King's Serpent was approaching him. Thinking it was indeed an auditory hallucination, he was about to give up and close his eyes again, when a strong impact sound struck his ears from close range. Bam! The mouth of the King's Serpent that had just come to swallow him disappeared somewhere, and instead, what appeared before his eyes was something presumed to be someone's calf. Ethan quietly recalled in his mind that it couldn't be Lilith's calf, but suddenly, two large objects approached in front of his eyes. Seeing those unmistakable objects, he momentarily felt his soul leaving his body. Ethan, are you okay? Oh my God, what injuries? Don't tell me you were fighting the King's Serpent alone until now? At Lilith's voice sincerely worrying about him, Ethan couldn't bring himself to answer and only silently nodded. It also played a part that his body was so exhausted that he couldn't even give a short answer. Even though he was facing Lilith, who was worrying about him as soon as they reunited, he was too ashamed that his instincts had chased her breasts before her face. In the midst of going back and forth between life and death, in the end, his gaze was drawn to his exclusive maid's breasts. The moment he felt that fact to be so embarrassing, he simply closed his eyes and silently apologized in his heart. As soon as Seraphine and I arrived at the western gate, the first thing we naturally spotted was the King's Serpent, presumed to be the boss monster. The huge monster, which was almost 30 to 40 meters in length, was obviously noticeable as soon as we opened the western gate of the palace and went out. It was rushing towards someone with its mouth wide open. Ethan. As soon as I saw him lying on the ground in a miserable state where the monster's mouth was heading, his name naturally flew out of my mouth. To think that it really was Ethan who had been defending the western gate line of defense. I had somewhat expected it after hearing that Agnes had gone to the eastern gate, but even so, I couldn't help but feel my emotions rise when I actually faced him. No matter how much of a relationship between a noble and an exclusive maid we had, he was someone I had been with the closest for several years. Galaxy TL, axiomatic. Although my feelings towards him were close to indifference, even so, when you spend time together, you naturally develop some affection. At the very least, I didn't want to see someone I had known for a long time dying right in front of my eyes. Seeing Ethan about to be pounced on by the monster at any moment, my heart naturally became anxious. Before I knew it, my mouth was urgently calling out to Seraphine, who was running while carrying me. Princess. Yes, I know. Answering and putting me down on the ground at the same time, Seraphine ran towards the king serpent. The princess, with her golden hair shimmering in the moonlight, leapt and struck the monster's head from the upper right. She sent the side of the king serpent's head, which was about to pounce on Ethan at any moment, flying to its left with a flashy kick. Bam! Roar! The monster, unable to close its wide-open maw, tilted its body to the side along with its head. Fortunately, the Moonlight Shadow Princess's surprise attack was effective against the king serpent, and we succeeded in somehow saving Ethan's life before he was in danger. I ran to Ethan soon after to check his condition first. Ethan, are you okay? With his appearance, looking dazed as if his soul had left his body, he was unable to even make eye contact with me. Just how fierce of a battle did he fight? He didn't just have one or two torn and bruised marks on his body. If this was the extent of what was visible on the outside, how severe were the injuries he suffered underneath this thick suit? As soon as I imagined the injuries that seemed obvious without even checking, my mouth was spilling out worried words towards Ethan on its own. Oh my God, these injuries! Don't tell me you were fighting the king serpent alone until now? Instead of answering, Ethan closed his eyes and quietly nodded his head. Seeing that he didn't even have the strength to utter words, just how grueling of a fight did he go through? Just defending this front line up to this point, it was fair to say that Ethan had already done everything he could. If it had been Agnes instead of Ethan in this position, she definitely wouldn't have lasted until now. It wasn't about comparing who was stronger between Ethan and Agnes. Agnes' magic attacks required a long casting time, so she wouldn't put up a good fight against the king serpent. Still, one thing was certain. Ethan had put his all into fighting the king serpent until the very end, buying time for Seraphine to arrive at the western gate with me. So, it was my turn to reward Ethan for enduring until now. Galaxy TL, axiomatic. Rest, Ethan. The princess and I will take care of the rest. What? I somehow let him know that the time he had bought was never in vain. The king serpent reorganized its head that had flown off and rushed towards Seraphine and me. Princess Seraphine made eye contact with me once and nodded. Even without saying it, the plan was as good as decided. The Seraphine who had seen the future would match me anyway. It was time to make the guy who had put our family's kid in this state pay the price. The battle with the king serpent began somewhat abruptly as Seraphine and I arrived at the western gate. The first thing that needed to be done was, of course, protecting Ethan. To start the fight, Seraphine aggroed the king serpent so that it wouldn't touch Ethan any further, who had already collapsed from exhaustion. Of course, even for Seraphine, aggroing the king serpent wouldn't be easy, no matter how skilled she was in her usual condition. I didn't know what level she was at right now, but considering her level at the time of joining in the original game, she would currently be at a similar level to Ethan. She was estimated to be around level 7 to 8, at most, it wouldn't exceed level 10. Then, naturally, it would be absurd for her to respond even briefly to the king serpent, a boss monster. But Seraphine, on the night of a full moon, was on a completely different level. Bam! Roar! The king serpent, hit on the bridge of its nose by her flashy aerial kick, threw a tantrum. Although it didn't suffer any visible external injuries, it was easy to guess just by watching that its movements were momentarily disrupted by the impact. As expected of a cheat character that becomes ridiculously strong once a month. Seraphine was a character who could fight using lunar power, instead of typical physical and magical strength, befitting her alias as the Moonlight Shadow Princess. Inevitably, there were fluctuations in the character itself since her ability relied heavily on external factors, but anyway, on the night of a full moon, she was a powerful character second to none among the main characters. Using an overhead kick with a smooth curve like a crescent moon, she struck the lower jaw of the king serpent. Galaxy TL, axiomatic. She dazzled the monster with her golden hair, shining like a lunar halo, and endlessly drew the boss monster's attention. In fact, even in the game, Seraphine was a character with excellent performance as a sub-DPS and evasion tank. Well, she was already an essential companion due to the story, so if her performance wasn't good, the public sentiment would have been brutal, so it was an unavoidable decision. Despite being an annoying character, there was a reason why she didn't hit the bottom in the popularity rankings. Of course, even Seraphine on a full moon wouldn't be able to kill the king serpent at this point. In the original story, it was said that Seraphine and Agnes could barely defeat the king serpent by combining their powers, so perhaps, in fact, Agnes was likely responsible for the firepower to kill the king serpent even then. Seraphine would have played the role of drawing the monster's attention and buying time in that way. Galaxy TL, axiomatic. I could roughly guess what kind of battle they would have fought, but there was no need to cross-check that part in my mind. Especially in an urgent situation like now, there was even less need to waste time on useless things, and all I had to do was hit the king serpent with Mana Blast. If that was the future Seraphine saw, it was fair to say it would definitely happen. Lilith, what do you mean by you and the princess finishing it? Be quiet, Ethan. I need to concentrate from now on. I quickly dismissed Ethan's muttering from behind, still seemingly unaware of the situation. I immediately started chanting the magic spell with the feeling of creating a mass of mana in my hands. Although this was essentially the first time I used proper high-level magic, and not simple spells like Clean or Shockwave, there was no particular difficulty compared to using other spells. Along with the sensation of all sorts of unknown magic formulas permeating my mind, a sphere made of mana began to form in my hands. That sphere started to gradually increase in size on my palms. Yeah, this was the form. In the game, characters using Mana Blast would often start by gathering small masses of mana like this. Of course, most mage characters used tools like sticks or two-handed staffs to create it, but that was a minor difference. It wouldn't be a lie to say I wasn't disappointed, but it was only a trivial difference. In the first place, this scene wasn't particularly strange to me, who had played Lilith's route more than 10 times. There's no way I wouldn't have learned Mana Blast even once while taking Lilith with me. I had tried it as support magic, close-range magic, and AoE magic. I had attempted all sorts of growth methods other than that. There was probably no one who understood Lilith better than me, who had tried so much. Galaxy TL, axiomatic. This pitiful character, who could use magic but couldn't equip two-handed staffs or sticks, always used her hands to gather mana whenever she cast magic. Perhaps Lilith's low accuracy was also due to the characterization that she couldn't use such mediums. Of course, when it came to Mana Blast, it didn't matter whether the accuracy was low or not. It's an ultimate skill with a 100% hit rate that absolutely can't miss. The Mana Sphere, which had started as the size of a ping-pong ball, began to gradually increase in size in my hands. It was growing in volume at a tremendous speed, befitting Lilith's mana capacity. Even though I felt it had grown to a certain extent, I had a strange feeling that only about half of my mana had been consumed. From the moment it surpassed the size of a basketball and became like a small gym ball, I began to feel a strange uneasiness. Was it originally this big? I was pretty sure I had never seen it grow this big when I saw it in the game. Beyond growing vigorously, the huge mana sphere growing to a frightening degree made me feel a strange sense of fear. If I accidentally drop this, wouldn't it be the end? Inwardly, I wanted to stop here and throw it away, but unfortunately, Mana Blast wasn't the type of magic that could be stopped whenever I wanted. It was truly the ultimate skill among ultimate skills, which consumed all the remaining mana in the body at once and threw it out in a single shot. Galaxy TL, axiomatic. Even though enough mana had gathered to kill the king serpent and then some, the sphere in my hands was still gradually increasing in size. Feeling fear of the huge mass of mana flickering before my eyes, I raised both arms and lifted the monosphere above my head. Whoosh! 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 The wind swirled around the huge mass of mana as if a whirlwind had formed. The whirlwind and dust, taking my mana blast as the eye of the typhoon, enveloped me in the huge sphere. Unable to face its size with my own eyes, I simply stretched my arms toward the sky and gathered the remaining mana. Eventually, when I felt there was no more mana to drain from my body, I suddenly felt like I could throw the monosphere held above my head. So this is how it feels to use Mana Blast. It really felt like I could throw it anywhere, even to the head of that huge monster, which was about the height of a 3-story building. The boss monster raised its huge body and pointed its sharp fangs at Seraphine in front of me. From her figure, she was somewhat struggling to buy time against that boss monster. For her sake, who had somehow bought time, and for Ethan, who had endured until then, it was time to end this battle. Princess, get out of the way. Dodge it. Just before I fired Mana Blast, I shouted with all my might, calling out to Seraphine. Mana Blast, into which I had infused all my mana over about 10 minutes, left my hands like that. I couldn't check if she had actually listened to my words and dodged properly. Just throwing the Mana Blast in my hands felt quite overwhelming. Galaxy TL, axiomatic. She would probably dodge well. In the first place, if she had come after seeing the future, dodging my Mana Blast would be nothing to her. Seraphine never chose the future after seeing she dies in it. She was a character who knew for certain that the future in which she survived would save more people later on. Whoosh! The huge monosphere, taking the swirling wind and dust gathered around me, flew away. Now that it had left my hands and started flying, its size was much larger than I thought. I couldn't think of an appropriate object of a similar size, but if I had to compare, it was probably about the size of a kimchi refrigerator. It was unbelievable that all that mana was from me. The huge sphere of mana generated a fierce whirlwind at an incredibly fast speed as soon as it left my hand. Mana Blast, befitting its 100% accuracy, flew straight towards the king serpent's head with full force. Before it could even realize what was happening, my magic made contact with the monster's head first. Boom! With a huge roar, as if several loud thunders were striking at once, Mana Blast exploded in an instant. The explosion, which began as soon as it hit the side of the king serpent's head, momentarily caused a noisy vibration that shook the nearby earth. I, who had fired the large-scale magic, also fell to the ground, accidentally hitting my butt due to air resistance. Thud. Eek. Although it was a short explosion of only 1 to 2 seconds, considering the amount of mana I had poured in, it was enough time to prove its power. After the large-scale magic composed of various elements, such as roar, vibration, and wind pressure, was triggered. When I came to my senses, the place where the king serpent's head should have been had completely disappeared as if it had evaporated. Its body, having lost its owner, simply collapsed to the ground lifelessly. Thud. With a sound that shook the ground once more, the king serpent collapsed. With this, the boss monster of the palace invasion incident seemed to have been dealt with for now. Fortunately, the story ended without any of the main characters dying, and I finally breathed a sigh of relief and looked around the western gate line of defense where the situation had concluded. While quietly shifting my gaze to the surroundings that had become a scene of catastrophe, my eyes naturally met Ethan's bewildered eyes. Now then, how should I make an excuse for this? The huge sphere of mana burst out with a roar. The head of the king serpent disappeared without a trace, and its body lost all movement. Ethan Richard Blackwood witnessed it all with his own eyes. I could feel some of Ethan's emotions in his bewildered eyes that looked at me. I had no idea how to come up with an excuse. Lilith has reached level 7. Lilith has reached level 8. Lilith has reached level 9. In the midst of this, the level was still rising for defeating the boss monster. It was a rather modest level up, considering I used Mana Blast to defeat the king serpent. I thought I could reach level 12 if I did well, since it was a monster that gave 6000 XP when killed. Galaxy TL, axiomatic. Seeing that I only gained about 2000 XP, it seemed that the distribution was applied only to the members who participated in the King Serpent hunt. The remaining 4000 probably flowed into Seraphine and Ethan at 2000 XP each. Will this affect the original story? Originally, this much XP was supposed to be split between Seraphine and Agnes, not the three of us. 2000 or 3000 XP was an amount that absolutely couldn't be ignored. Perhaps there would be some changes in Agnes's story. Well, what's the point of worrying about others now? I'm in a situation where I've been caught red-handed by Ethan for being a commoner who can use magic. He's not just anyone, he's Ethan Richard Blackwood. Lilith, was that just now you're doing, Lilith? It's no longer possible to shamelessly cover it up by pretending not to know. Seraphine had recruited me on the condition of keeping my secret, so given her personality, she probably wouldn't go around telling others. In Ethan's case, the fact that he found out was the problem itself. Galaxy TL, axiomatic. Even in the original game, Lilith began to be exploited by the scumbags in earnest after it was revealed that she was a commoner who could use magic. So she was essentially like a dedicated buffer for the scumbags in the early part of the story. Of course, I'm not worried that the current Ethan would do something scummy like that. The current Ethan didn't seem like the type to threaten Lilith using the fact that she could use magic. In fact, if you think about it, I even saved his life by using magic in this situation, so he should be grateful instead. Miss Lilith, come here, quickly. Just as I was pondering what words to use to make an excuse to Ethan, I heard Seraphine's voice urgently calling me. Having a good excuse, I gave a short answer to Ethan and shifted my gaze to Seraphine. Since the princess is calling, I will explain the details when we return to Blackwood Manor. Ah, okay, until then, please keep the fact that I used magic a secret from others. Ah, I won't. Don't worry. Thank you. After bowing my head one last time, I ran to Seraphine as she was trying to pull something out from inside the severed neck of the King Serpent. It didn't take long for me to realize that it was the leg of a palace guard who had been swallowed. Miss Lilith, help me. We can still save him, if we cut the serpent's body and open the hole a bit more. Ah, yes. Watching Seraphine do her utmost to save even one more life until the very end, I slowly cut the King Serpent's body with the silver dagger I received from Lizzie. Thanks to her effort of not giving up until the end, we were somehow able to save two of the guards who had been swallowed alive. Of course, it was an undeniable reality that we had achieved this victory at the cost of even more sacrifices. Argentine Empire, Southern Gate Shelter. BOOM. Kaya, what? The Southern Gate Shelter, still engaged in a melee with the endlessly slithering lake serpents, also reacted with considerable confusion to the sound of an explosion reaching their ears. Although it was only the Southern Gate entrance, monsters had already invaded inside the palace. In the midst of that, a huge explosion sound suddenly rang out. Everyone's attention was momentarily focused on that huge explosion sound as if it was a terrorist act targeting the entire palace. Some began to react noisily, thinking that there might be another attack after the monster wave. What? Could it be another attack? We need to run away now. Even those who had started fighting with proper formation were looking around in bewilderment. The first to notice the anomaly was a certain soldier of the palace guard. The monsters, which had been clearly targeting and attacking people until just now, suddenly began to show strange behavior. The lake serpents, looking confused as if they had lost their purpose, began to twist their bodies in place. Except for the individuals that had already died or started fighting, the monsters began to act in one of two main ways. Galaxy TL, axiomatic. Either they hurriedly returned outside through the southern gate entrance they had invaded, or they began to fight with other nearby monsters according to their natural instincts. The skilled palace guard soldiers could instantly grasp what it meant, quietly sighing with relief in their hearts and hastily cleaning up the remaining monster remnants. The monster wave has ended. Finish it up quickly. It's over? Is it over now? Then quickly, our carriage? These damn monster bastards, die, you bastards. A young noble, who had been focusing on fighting in a defensive stance, showed a hollow expression at the words that it was over. A young lady from somewhere began preparations to return home as soon as she realized the situation had ended. Galaxy TL, axiomatic. Even a foolish young noble, who had been hiding the whole time, rushed at the fleeing monsters in anger. Their reactions varied, but in the end, the emotions everyone had in their hearts converged into one. It's safe now. The monster wave that had driven the entire palace into chaos had ended. They didn't know who had defeated the boss monster of this monster wave, but anyway, that fact wasn't important to each of them right now. Just the momentary feeling of securing safety from a life-threatening situation was enough to make such trivial issues not worth paying attention to at all. There was one more person among the noble children showing various reactions as soon as they realized the situation had ended. There was one young lady who had distinctly different thoughts. Unlike others who thought they wanted to rest a bit now or wanted to return home quickly, the young lady of August was quietly setting a different goal in her mind. The young lady named Lilith had been facing monsters with a single silver dagger in front of her until just now. Less than Miss Lizzie, stay there and don't move. Greater than less than if you happen to run off somewhere else. I really might not be able to protect you then. Greater than. Lub-dub. 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 As soon as she recalled what had happened, her heart began to beat as if it were shaking for a moment. She had felt the emotion of wanting to become close with this person several times while engaging in social activities. But the emotion she was feeling now was definitely something clearly different from simple affection. That figure of hers. Lilith had evacuated her to a safe place and shielded her from monsters with her entire body. That back of hers. Lilith had gallantly dealt with the rushing lake serpents one by one with just a single silver dagger. Even after the monster wave had ended, Lizzie's mind was still quietly recalling only that situation. As she stood there in a daze, lost in thought, her younger brother from August ran up to her with a worried voice. Sister, her younger brother, who had gotten off the carriage that was about to return home as soon as the monster wave situation occurred, participated in the palace defense. As soon as she saw his stupid-looking appearance, Lizzie felt the thumping emotion from before go sour. A beat late, she lightly kicked Karaham's shin with the front of her shoe as he came to protect her. Bam! Arg! Hey, Karaham! Where did you wander off to during the monster wave instead of protecting me? Well, I had no choice. Monsters had already started rushing to the carriage parking lot, and if we hadn't defended the southern gate, the carriages would have been wrecked, and all of the horses would have died. Bam! Bam! I almost died, too, while you were gone. Are the lives of horses more important than mine? No, sister, of course, your life comes first. How many times had she suffered in a single day because of this stupid younger brother? Lizzie thought that and vented her meaningless anger on poor Karaham. And yet, she felt a contradictory emotion of slight gratitude towards Karaham, who had briefly left her side. If Karaham had been next to her when the monsters entered the inside of the southern gate, she would have been safe from beginning to end anyway. And the situation where Lilith protected her probably wouldn't have happened. Sister. Why did you suddenly become quiet? Shut up, Karaham. I have something to think about for a moment. Yes, the young lady named Lilith, whom she met today, was someone she had never seen or heard of before. To the point where she even absent-mindedly guessed that she might be a young lady from a viscount or baron family. Perhaps that could actually be a possibility. She had attended this masquerade ball as the partner of the young noble of the Blackwood family. There was also a possibility that Ethan had created a fake fiancé to shake off the bothersome young ladies who were rushing to him as the young noble of the Blackwood family. In fact, Lizzie's guess was half correct. If I investigate all the branch families of the Blackwood family. If she investigated the households that belonged to the Viscount or Baron families among the various branches of the Blackwood family, it would be possible to find out which family Lilith was from. The problem was that a family as prestigious as the Blackwood ducal family had countless branch families of Viscount rank or lower due to its long history. If she poked around carelessly, the Blackwood family might become suspicious and think that she was spying on them. In reality, using this method to find Lilith was virtually impossible. If not that, then Ethan Richard Blackwood's official age was 22 this year. Next year, he would turn exactly 23, which would essentially be his last chance to enroll in the academy. As the young noble of the Blackwood family, he would probably not miss the opportunity next year and enroll in Luminar Academy. Although his physical age might be a bit younger as he'd been placed under a curse for a considerable time, the Academy's enrollment criteria had to be based on everyone's actual age equally. And if the young lady named Lilith continued to act as Ethan's fake fiancée until then, she would probably also enroll in Luminar Academy next year to match him. Lizzie Lynn August had already taken the entrance exam once last year but failed due to a lack of magical talent. Having clearly realized her lack of magical talent, she had planned to focus on social gatherings instead of putting effort into other areas. But meeting the unidentified young lady she met today was enough to change her mind. The Academy entrance exam, should I try it one more time? Huh? Didn't you give up on entering the Academy, sister? I only gave up because I thought it was more advantageous. Now, I've changed my mind a bit. Is that so? Then, starting today, I will teach swordsmanship to you, sister. You idiot, who said I'm going in with swordsmanship? There are other ways to enter the Academy, so you just focus on preparing for your own entrance exam. Why yes, originally, she would have given up on entering the Academy after failing once. But for Lizzie, it was the moment she gained the will to challenge the Academy once again. About half a day had passed since the masquerade ball at the palace, where many events had occurred in a single night. The meeting with Lizzie, the conversation with Seraphine, and even the monster wave. The palace had begun its own investigation as soon as the monster wave incident ended that day. The incident that occurred at Lake Verdun this time was highly suspicious in many ways. Normally, it wouldn't make sense for a monster wave to occur in the capital. In the first place, the Imperial Capital Defense Corps existed to protect an environment where monsters could appear. Moreover, the fact that so many monsters crawled out from just one lake meant that someone had intentionally caused the monster wave. The palace would probably conclude within a few days that it was the work of demons. That would be the story if it followed the original plot, of course. There was a possibility that the story, which had begun to twist somewhere, could suddenly flow in a different direction. At least, it would be quite possible to find out that demons were involved in this monster wave. So, the palace would be busy investigating the monster wave incident, and the rewards for those who played a significant role in this monster wave would be given a little later. In the original story, Agnes received the biggest reward, followed by Orion. If we were to compare their contributions, Seraphine and Agnes would be at a similar level, but Seraphine, as a member of the royal family, received a somewhat formal reward rather than a financial one. Next, Orion would have been highly evaluated after Agnes for his role in selecting Agnes as a talented individual in a crisis situation and ultimately contributing to the defense. Karaham, who had defended the carriage parking lot near the southern gate, was also scheduled to receive a reward, but in the original story, he likely didn't attend due to the issue with his sister, Lizzie. In the original story, Karaham was a character who yearned for his sister, Lizzie, until the very end. I don't know for sure. I can't possibly know the every move of each character in the work. To be honest, I don't know the details of the rewards either. I guess they received something like cash or rare materials. Anyway, with my and Ethan's involvement, there were many changes in positions in the palace defense, so the reward process would have been completely disrupted as well. There were 6 people who played a major role in this monster wave, so these 6 would likely be called upon during the reward ceremony. Moonlight Shadow Princess Seraphine, Orion, the Sage of Verdure, Hellfire Agnes, Tactless Karaham, Ethan, the Loud Prince, and me, Lilith, the Brave Exclusive Maid. Now that I list them like this, the titles for Karaham and Ethan are quite ruthless. Of course, since the two were originally villains in the story, it can't be helped, but now that I have the opportunity to organize it like this, I can't help but feel sorry for them. Well, judging from Karaham's appearance when I met him last time, his tactless attitude seems to be the same. So, at least for the current him, that title wouldn't be too unfitting. However, the title of Loud Prince, for the current Ethan felt completely unsuitable, no matter how I thought about it. The current Ethan was neither loud nor did he show any signs of becoming a villain. If such a dramatic change in Ethan's story had occurred in the game, his title would have surely changed to something else. And while I don't know about the titles of others, I know that at least my title had definitely changed. 3 years ago, when I first checked my information window, my title was Low Rank Maid. But now, the title floating in my information window was Brave Exclusive Maid. At this point, it wouldn't be strange to give Ethan a different title instead of Pig Prince. Of course, even if the title actually changed, there was no way for me to confirm it from my perspective. In the first place, the title system was created to make it easier for players to distinguish characters. So far, there have been no cases where I could check the title of someone other than myself in this world. But no matter what, he's definitely not a Lout Prince by any means. What title would suit the current Ethan, who is not a Lout Prince? Ethan, the Blackwood Young Noble? There are more than a few nobles in Luminar Academy, so the title of Young Noble is too common. Ethan, the son of the Sword Master? That's practically a title for Herald, not Ethan. Ethan the Slim, Ethan the Black-Haired, Ethan the Swordsman, Ethan the Defender of the Western Palace Gate, no Ethan no life. Now that I think about it, Ethan had no distinctive characteristics that rolled off the tongue. Moreover, the titles that could be attached to him were elements that other characters already had one or two of. Looking back, the scumbag Ethan in the original game really had no character-defining elements other than being a lout and just being a scumbag. In fact, even the current Ethan became ambiguous when those two elements were removed. Something special that only Ethan has, unlike other characters. No, why am I even worrying about this? Come to think of it, there was no reason for me to worry about Ethan's title at all. It's not like the title I come up with will be reflected in this world. My habit of being a core gamer in my previous life had unintentionally surfaced again. When I was really into the game, I used to think, what would their title be? Whenever a new character appeared. In fact, what mattered now wasn't Ethan's new title. What I should be worried about is not what title to give him but my personal safety. That's because I had made a huge blunder in this monster wave. I had committed the crazy act of killing the King Serpent with a large-scale magic, mana blast, right in front of Ethan's eyes. At that time, I had no choice, but if I had hesitated to show my magic there because I didn't want to, not only my life but also Ethan's and Seraphine's lives would have been in danger. By the time someone capable of subduing the King Serpent had gathered, there would have been even greater sacrifices than in the original work. If Seraphine and Lilith had really died in that incident, this world itself would have had no future. Of course, just because I saved the world's future in the long run didn't mean I could ignore the fact that I had used magic. It was virtually impossible to expect Ethan to overlook this matter without any questions. How should I make an excuse for this? With that, I moved my steps to Ethan's room with a slightly anxious heart, timing it with his morning wake-up time. I sincerely hope in my heart that the apology method I had prepared would somehow work well. Generally, what methods are there for a commoner to apologize to a noble when they have committed a sin? First of all, monetary appeasement was impossible in my situation. No matter how much money I saved up with my status as an indebted maid, I couldn't shut the mouth of the young Blackwood noble. Moreover, this time, it was also impossible to deceive him with words. After openly using magic right in front of his eyes, it was unthinkable to believe that I could deceive him. Neither money nor lies would work. Due to my status and constraints, I couldn't use other methods either. In my current situation, there was only one way I could deal with Ethan. Somehow, I had no choice but to handle it with my body. Thud. For this matter, I have no words to say, young Master Ethan. Maid. Not only can I, a mere commoner, use magic, but I also concealed that fact until now. I sincerely apologize, young Master. Thud. Thud. Wait, Maid, I understand, so stop it, don't keep hitting your forehead on the floor. Are you familiar with the old saying that you can't spit on a smiling face? This is just my personal opinion, but that saying is wrong in many ways. Even if you just go to the Korean military, you'll find more than a few bastards spitting phlegm on a grinning face. Rather, if the wrongdoer doesn't prostrate and beg for forgiveness, they'll be lucky not to get beaten up even more. Then, conversely, what are the ways to get beaten less after doing something wrong? Of course, it's to prostrate on the floor and beg before getting beaten. Soft-hearted seniors can't even think of beating you more once you prostrate and beg first, and even nasty bastards drastically reduce their frequency of bullying if you show a submissive attitude. With the calculation that universal human reactions wouldn't change just because the world I lived in changed, I lay flat on the floor, showing the most repentant attitude possible. After banging my forehead on the floor about 5 times and spewing apologies, Ethan himself started to stop my actions. To deceive you, young master, who has trusted me, about such an important fact, even if I confess my sins with this life, it wouldn't be enough. Ah, I get it, so stop now. I'm not particularly angry at you, Maid, for this matter. Is that so? Yes. For now, let's sit down calmly and talk, okay? Please. Indeed, the best way to gain the upper hand in a conversation was to make the other person feel sorry. It would be difficult to properly dominate the conversation while harboring a feeling of guilt. In fact, Ethan hadn't really done anything wrong to me right now. Following his words, I stopped banging my head on the floor, moved to the table, and began the conversation. Ethan made eye contact with me and started the conversation by recalling what had happened last night at the palace. What happened yesterday was a bit surprising, is that so? I never even imagined that you, Maid, could use such magic. Not to mention, such a large-scale magic at that. For hiding it until now, I apologize again. It's okay. As I said earlier, I'm not particularly angry about that. Rather, I'm just grateful. You were originally planning to keep hiding it, right? But if it weren't for you then, it would have led to even greater sacrifices. You were also able to save my life thanks to you and Princess Seraphine. I'm glad my magic was of help to you, young master. Yeah. Thank you, Maid. Even though you originally wanted to hide it, you made a big decision for me. This is somehow embarrassing. Anyway, judging from Ethan's reaction, he really didn't seem to mind that I had hidden the fact that I could use magic. Moreover, he seemed to genuinely feel gratitude for me using magic to defeat the King's Serpent. For now, it was a much better situation than the few worst-case scenarios I had worried about. It was inevitable to think that I had banged my head for nothing at first. So, Maid. Yes, young master. You might not like me asking this, but I feel like I have to ask this question before moving on. What is it, young master? Are you perhaps a young lady born with noble blood from somewhere? In the end, this question comes up. Faced with Ethan's carefully asked question, I was once again engulfed in an internal conflict. Should I shake my head and quietly bury the truth as I have until now? Or should I reveal this nuclear bomb-level secret that Lilith possesses, trusting that Ethan will keep it confidential? It was the moment I was convinced that I had reached the crossroads of a choice that would change my life forever. Are you perhaps a young lady born with noble blood from somewhere? A question that came up during the conversation with Ethan, which, in a way, could be said to be perfectly natural. Well, it was the first conversation we had after I used such powerful magic, so naturally, such a question had to come up. In this world, not only did a commoner who could use magic not exist, but if such a case did exist, the meaning would almost always boil down to one thing. It's not that they're a commoner who can use magic, but they'd have to be a bastard child who inherited noble blood from somewhere. In this world, a family's bloodline magic was an element that directly represented that family's status and ability. As a result, each noble family had a marriage culture where they only married among nobles to ensure that their bloodline magic never leaked out. Occasionally, if a child was accidentally born between a commoner and a noble, they would at least take them in as a concubine to prevent the bloodline magic from being spread, which was the norm. No, it would be fortunate if they at least took them in as a concubine. There were many cases where they engraved a slave mark to prevent them from running away with the seed, permanently confining them somewhere in the mansion, or killing them to prevent the birth of that bastard child. The existence that was born by escaping a life-threatening situation in such a way was a commoner who could use magic. There were, naturally, reasons why it shouldn't be revealed that I could use magic. The moment a rumor spread that I was someone's bastard child, even if I didn't know who, I might become the target of nobles who had something to hide. Of course, Lilith is a completely special case, so she has nothing to do with noble bastards. Regardless of whether it was related or not, there was simply nothing good about that fact being known. This was a dangerous truth to the point where if it was revealed, I would really have no choice but to live as a maid of the Blackwood estate for the rest of my life. The moment I became a free person from belonging to the Blackwoods, a nameless noble would come after me just because I could use magic. In that sense, it might be a better choice to reveal the truth to Ethan and ask for his cooperation. The problem was that the truth itself was even more difficult to reveal to Ethan. That's because the reason Lilith Rosewood could use magic was that this character was the saint of this generation. It's already hard to believe that Lilith was a bastard child of a noble, but claiming to be a saint is going too far no matter what. In this world, there were only 2 people in the entire world who could use magic despite not being from a noble or royal family. The 2 beings born with mysterious powers in time for the resurrection of the Demon King, the hero and the saint. The hero, of course, refers to the protagonist character in Luminar Academy. The other one, the saint, was none other than Lilith Rosewood. Of course, my claim of being a saint would be an even more absurd answer than the answer of being someone's bastard child, so there was no way Ethan could believe it, no matter what. In the first place, apart from being a saint, it was impossible for Lilith herself to even be aware of the fact that she was a saint. The saint in Luminar Academy wasn't a character who could prophesy that she herself was a saint. The process of Lilith being officially recognized as a saint by the Aurelian Church would probably have to go through these steps. They'd first have to track down Saint Lilith according to the divine revelation received by the Church, confirming that Lilith possessed the qualities of a saint. After realizing that she was a saint, she would have been moved to the main church of the Aurelian Church. The reason I speculate that it must have been like that is none other than this. In both the current and the original storyline, the fact that Lilith was a saint was not revealed until the very end of the story. It was thanks to the greatest troll act committed by Lilith's father just before he died of alcoholism. Just before the priests of the Aurelian Church discovered Lilith, Lilith's father sold his daughter due to gambling debts, which was the cause. In fact, it's also the #1 reason that made Lilith's life miserable. Thanks to that stupid act, the fate of Lilith, who would have lived a life being revered and blessed by other priests in the Aurelia Church, plummeted to the bottom as the sex slave of Ethan, the Lout prince of the Blackwood ducal family. Moreover, the father who sold his daughter like that couldn't even live for a few days and died alone from alcoholism, so it was really miserable. It was the worst incident befitting a character with a single-digit luck stat. In fact, the foreshadowing that Lilith was a saint could be sufficiently found in certain elements of the game. It's hinted by how, despite being a mage, her attack magic hardly hit, but her support magic was excessively efficient. It's explained by why, among her various stats, only her charm stat that attracted people was unnecessarily high. And the various hints that could be obtained while playing the game gradually unraveled the foreshadowing that Lilith was a saint. Moreover, one of the decisive hints was that Lilith was the only, non-virgin character among all the heroines. It's not a setting I particularly like. The powers of a saint were unique powers that only a saint could use. It's just like Moonlight Shadow Princess Seraphine, who used lunar power. There was one more condition attached to using those powers, which was that the saint had to be a pure virgin to use them. Lilith, who had already become Ethan's sex slave by the time the Academy story began in Part 2, naturally couldn't use those powers. The fact that none of the main characters could use the powers of a saint was practically a shocking hint in itself. Still, in the final chapter of the work, Lilith does awaken them and somehow becomes able to use her powers. Actually, by that time, it's not really special for any character, and not just Lilith, to awaken their powers. That's why I said it's not impossible to conquer the Demon King without Lilith. My explanation about my identity has become long, but the conclusion was this. The current me cannot reveal to Ethan the reason why I can use magic. Revealing the reason I can use magic meant revealing the fact that I am a saint. Revealing the fact that I am a saint meant revealing that I know what is happening in this world. And revealing that meant revealing that my existence was from another world, not this world. Rather than revealing all of this, it was the best decision to keep my mouth shut and pretend not to know. Even if Ethan misunderstands me as a bastard child of some unknown noble as a result. For a moment, I had thought that I could maybe reveal the fact that I'm a saint to him. But in the end, the conclusion I reached in my heart was that I still couldn't reveal it to Ethan. So from now on, it was time to act as the clueless maid Lilith. Actually, I'm not sure, young master, you're not sure? It started when I saw a noble using magic in my hometown where I used to live, and I unconsciously felt interested and tried to imitate it. At that time, I was young and had no knowledge of magic, and I didn't know that magic was the exclusive property of nobles. A normal child would have probably just pretended to use magic and nothing would have happened. However, Magic that should have never come out under normal circumstances burst out of my hands with a strange sensation, and I was amazed by it and told my mother. Your mother must have naturally stopped you from using magic after seeing that. That's right. It's a lie. Even in my memories from when I was Lilith, my mother was barely memorable. That's because she passed away from tuberculosis before even 3 years had passed since giving birth to me. The first time I used magic was not in my childhood, but the clean spell I used for the first time after becoming a maid. I felt a bit sorry for disparaging my deceased mother, but anyway, the most important thing right now was for me to survive. I shamelessly acted as the innocent maid Lilith, and glossed over my magic. But in my childishness, I couldn't understand my mother, who prevented me from using magic, and I secretly practiced magic where others couldn't see. That's a lie. Of course, that was only until I was sold to the Blackwood estate, and I never used it once after I started working as a maid at the Blackwood mansion. Of course, that's a lie. The magic I used when facing the King Serpent was the same. Princess Seraphine suddenly took me to the western gate of the palace and said she witnessed me using magic to defeat monsters while concentrating to meet the princess's expectations. It just happened to come out by chance. That, too, is of course a lie. I don't even know anymore. Why does it become impossible to do anything but lie the more plausible things I say? If I were a lying doll made of wood, by now, just cutting off my nose would have produced enough firewood to warmly heat the entire Blackwood mansion. I don't want to spew out lies like this just for the sake of it. It's just that the truth I have to hide is so important that I have no choice but to make up a completely different story. I'm not without the desire to go to the Aurelian Church, reveal that I'm a saint, and receive the Church's protection, but considering the original story of the work, even that is impossible. In the end, there was only one way for Lilith to survive. Hide the fact that I can use magic as much as possible, and if I'm discovered, pretend to be a bastard child of some unknown noble. That was the best method. Ethan, who lowered his head as if pondering something after hearing my words, let out a groan. Perhaps he had found something suspicious in the excuses I just made. After all, the excuses I just gave to Ethan were all stories hastily put together to pretend to be a noble's bastard child. If Ethan was determined to investigate my background, it wouldn't be too difficult to reveal that what I just said was a lie. Things like the fact that my mother in this world passed away when I was young, so she didn't have a chance to see me using magic, or that my father was a commoner farmer, not a noble, could be found out with just a little investigation. Perhaps Ethan already knew those facts, but it couldn't be helped. For now, giving hastily made excuses was the best method. Of course, that's also assuming that Ethan will keep the secret. Okay, Maid. Yes. You knew how to use magic since you were young, but you've been hiding that fact because you're a commoner, right? That's right. Got it. Now that I know you have such concerns, I'll do something about it. Pardon? What does he mean by doing something about it? For now, judging from his tone, it seems like he's saying he'll cooperate with me. Could it be that he means he'll continue to keep it a secret that I can use magic? Young master. Does that mean you will continue to conceal the fact that I'm a commoner who can use magic? Well, that should be the case for now. Of course, I think I'll have to talk to Princess Seraphine first about what to do afterward. You don't have to worry about Princess Seraphine. She also said she would keep my secret. That's a relief, then. If the princess cooperates, we can resolve it a bit more easily. I'm truly grateful, young master. To think the day would come when I'd receive such help from Ethan. Of course, the current Ethan had grown up properly, unlike the scumbag Ethan, so his humanity itself wasn't particularly surprising. But I didn't expect him to keep his loyalty to me, a mere maid. Well, this is also proof that Ethan and I have gotten along well so far. Let's think that the bond I've built with Ethan until now has moved his heart and helped me at the right time. Anyway, the only direct witnesses to the incident at that time were Ethan and Seraphine. If just the two of them guaranteed to keep it a secret, there was no reason for me to be in danger. I'm really glad it somehow worked out well. Thanks to Ethan's words that he would keep my secret, I was finally able to relax my tense chest. Having cast off all my worries, I immediately returned to my duties as Ethan's exclusive maid. We've already spent so much time talking. It would be best to go have breakfast before it gets late, young master. You're right, maid. If we go too late, father will scold me again. Ethan Richard Blackwood listened to my words and descended the stairs with me toward the dining room. I also followed behind Ethan to fulfill my duties as an exclusive maid and moved my steps to the first floor with him. However, at that time, I had not yet anticipated that the meaning of his words "I'll do something about it" did not simply mean keeping a secret. The next day, even though only 2 days had passed since the day we experienced the monster wave at the palace, Ethan and I had already returned to our normal daily lives. We returned to our positions as Ethan, the young noble of the Blackwood family who receives swordsmanship training from Harold every day, and Lilith, his exclusive maid. Fortunately, it seemed that my pretense of being a bastard child of some unknown noble had passed without much suspicion, as Ethan didn't particularly question me about it again the next day. On top of that, I even received a confirmation that he would keep my secret, so it was the best possible situation for me. My mind had become much more at ease than before. After revealing my secret to one more person, Ethan, in addition to Catherine, I felt a small burden had been lifted off my heart. Of course, the fact that I was a saint was still forbidden and was information that I couldn't reveal. This was a secret I should take to my grave if possible. Considering the story of Luminar Academy, I couldn't even rely on the church at this point. And so, the daily life of Lilith, the maid, which almost became eventful overnight, returned to its original trajectory without any notable problems. I never thought it would really pass without any issues. 2 days ago, when I used Mana Blast at the western gate of the palace, I didn't think I would be able to spend such an ordinary daily life again. Fortunately, the only people who directly witnessed me using magic were Princess Seraphine and Ethan, and it was a great relief that those two were cooperative with me. Well, Ethan and I had been together for quite a long time, so it wasn't too strange for him to cooperate. But the fact that Seraphine, a princess, would go out of her way to keep the secret of me, a commoner, would seem strange to many people. Considering Seraphine's personality, it's a rather natural choice. In Luminar Academy, Seraphine was always a character who thought and acted for the future that would maximize the number of lives saved. First of all, the fact that she came to get me instead of Agnes in that incident 2 days ago was proof of that. Why would she go out of her way to get Lilith, an unknown commoner maid, instead of Agnes, a proven mage and the successor of the Elizabeth family? That was because she must have seen in her future sight that I would show a slightly more cooperative attitude than Agnes. Unlike the original story where Agnes defended the western gate of the palace from the beginning, in this world, it was Ethan Richard Blackwood who guarded the western gate. If she had proposed to leave that battlefield to Agnes at the eastern gate and go to the western gate, it would have probably required a long persuasion. Not to mention, the other soldiers at the eastern gate of the palace that Agnes had been defending would have been in danger. On the other hand, she would have seen in her future sight that I would follow without much resistance even if I was taken by force, so given Seraphine's personality, she would naturally choose Lilith. I knew about Seraphine's ability, of course, and I also knew what was happening at the western gate of the palace, so there was no need for a long explanation. Now, just as I learned more about Seraphine, Seraphine must have also found out a lot about me overnight. Things like the fact that I knew about Seraphine's future sight ability and that I knew various other secrets. Anyway, thanks to those various reasons, Seraphine must have chosen me instead of Agnes in that situation. It's worth mentioning one of the most important points about Seraphine's future sight. No matter how impossible it may seem, the future shown in Seraphine's future sight has the possibility of occurring. Although the events shown in her future sight may not occur depending on Seraphine's choice, conversely, if Seraphine chooses the future she saw, there is a high probability that that future will happen. Once she saw the future where I used Mana Blast to defeat the King Serpent, the difference in status between a noble mage and a commoner maid no longer held any meaning to her. She must have simply selected the person who would cooperate with her more quickly between the two. In fact, thanks to my cooperation, without asking this and that, we were able to move to the King Serpent as quickly as possible, and the time to defeat the boss monster was also reduced. Also, one of the 2 soldiers who were swallowed whole by the King Serpent and rescued was truly on the verge of losing his breath, so my active cooperation must have been an undeniable help. If she had taken Agnes from the eastern gate to the western gate instead of me, there might have been more sacrifices in many ways. Not only would we have been unable to rescue the soldiers swallowed by the King Serpent in time, but perhaps the image of Ethan, who had endured until the very last moment against the King Serpent and collapsed, momentarily flickered before my eyes. The thought that he might have lost his life in the battle 2 days ago gave me a strange sense of fear. In the past, I might not have cared where he died or even liked it. But for some reason, the fact that he had almost died made my heart ache subtly. I don't really want to see that guy get hurt or die without me knowing. Well, it was a natural sentiment in a way since we had spent time together. If anyone, not just me, faced the same person 4 or 5 times a day, they would inevitably develop a connection in less than a year, and I had been doing that for nearly 3 years while serving as Ethan's exclusive maid. The negative feelings I had towards Ethan during the first few months after possessing Lilith had already been completely washed away. Judging from Ethan's attitude towards me yesterday, it seemed that Ethan had also washed away the negative feelings he had towards me. It's not strange to think that you don't want to see someone you know get hurt or die somewhere, right? Another reason was I just felt like I wouldn't be able to stand the uneasiness if Ethan suddenly disappeared from my sight one day. Based on the original story, the point where Ethan dies is in the middle of part 2. In terms of the Academy's school years, it was during the winter break between the first and second years. Since there are still more than 2 years left, it means that Ethan's life should also last for at least 2 more years. But what if Ethan, who should technically die later, suddenly dies even before the first winter break of the Academy arrives? If such a future were to happen, I felt like I wouldn't be able to shake off a strange sense of guilt. It would be as if the things I had done after possessing foolish maid Lilith had resulted in Ethan meeting an early death. Moreover, even though Ethan was the mini-boss of part 2, he wasn't a character who only had roots where he had to die. If you choose not to rescue Lilith after the battle with Ethan, there is no need to take the life of Ethan, the mid-boss. Of course, most people would choose to kill Ethan and take Lilith because of the later story. Still, sometimes, the percentage of people who played without killing him because it was bothersome wasn't low. There would be people who feel reluctant to kill a human who hasn't even become a demon, and above all, if you don't kill Ethan, you can skip the battle with Harold, the true boss of part 2. Although Ethan was a scumbag villain based on Luminar Academy, so there was no reason to hesitate to kill him, the battle with Harold that followed was unpleasant in many ways. It was said to be for the sake of rescuing Lilith, an abused maid, but in the end, it resulted in cutting off the head of Harold, the sword master of the Empire, which was part of Lilith's salvation story. As a result, the scene in the epilogue where the Blackwood family falls is quite bitter in many ways. Moreover, whether you kill him or not, Ethan leaves the story starting from part 3. So, other than the absence of Lilith, it doesn't have much impact on the gameplay. The Ethan in the original game, who had experienced a near-death crisis, chooses to drop out of the Academy before the start of part 3. Of course, to take Lilith, I had to kill him in the final battle, and I, who had spent 500 hours just on Lilith's route in my previous life, almost always. Let's not feel bothered for no reason, it was just something that happened in the game anyway. The scumbag Ethan in the game was a different person from the current Ethan. It wasn't simply the difference between a character in the game and the person in front of me, but it was right to see them as completely different people from beginning to end. Above all, the reason why the scumbag Ethan in the game of my previous life ended up dying was the result of being punished by the protagonist for the crime of turning his exclusive maid into a sex slave and abusing her. The current Ethan, far from committing such crimes, was a savior who had saved countless lives. His feat of enduring and guarding the western gate of the palace until the moment his life's flames were about to be extinguished was a merit that deserved endless praise. How could anyone treat him the same as the scumbag Ethan unless they were a sociopath? Anyway, thanks to Seraphine choosing me instead of Agnes in that extreme situation, we barely saved Ethan's life at the last moment. In a way, I was also saved by Seraphine's judgment. Well, in the end, everything was resolved well here and there. Let's think about the good things now. There was no need to feel bothered by bad thoughts. Although it couldn't be said that the palace invasion incident caused by the monster wave didn't cause any sacrifices, the scale of the damages in the current world was naturally much smaller compared to the scale of sacrifices in the original story. First, there was the young lady of the August Margrave family, Lizzie Lynn August, whose life I definitely saved by intervening. It may seem like just one life, but in fact, she was the precious eldest daughter who grew up as the treasure of the August family. In the sense that it prevented the corruption of the August family and the more sacrifices that would follow, it held a value beyond simply one life. The level of sacrifice at the other three gates, except for the northern gate, was also reduced to some extent. The eastern gate of the palace, which originally had to be defended only by the palace guards without other support forces, was about to suffer a large-scale sacrifice, but I heard that it was defended without much damage after Agnes joined. At the southern gate, not only the palace soldiers but also some noble children were about to lose their lives to monsters, but thanks to Seraphine's appearance and her clearing out the monsters at once, this side could also be defended without significant sacrifices. The western gate, where the king serpent appeared, naturally had massive sacrifices, but even this was relatively small compared to the original story. What was canon in the original story was that Seraphine joins the battle and defeats the king serpent in a situation where all the other soldiers have died and only Agnes remains. In that case, the defense squad guarding the western gate of the palace in the existing storyline would have been almost completely wiped out. On the other hand, in this world, thanks to the efforts of Ethan and me, at least a few people's lives had been saved, so it could be said to be a blessing in disguise. And, not only were there good points in such a utilitarian sense, but I also gained some personal benefits to a certain extent. I'm referring to the 2000 XP that was evenly distributed from defeating the King Serpent. Thanks to that, Lilith achieved the feat of skipping 3 levels at once while leveling up. Name: Lilith Rosewood. Title: Brave Exclusive Maid. Sex: Female. Age: 22. Job: Exclusive Maid. Affiliation: Blackwood Family Servant. Attack: 13 right pointing arrow, 23 defense, 19 right pointing arrow, 34 intelligence, 14 right pointing arrow, 25 charm, 44 right pointing arrow, 79 luck, 1 right pointing arrow, 2 current level, 6 right pointing arrow, 9 XP to next level, 657 current spells greater than clean. Shockwave mana arrow, mana blast, current health 52 50 seconds, right pointing arrow, 94 94ths. Current mana 941 941st, right pointing arrow, 1694 1694ths. What? I'm now unable to receive the reward they give for praising the defeat of the King Serpent at the palace. I don't care about that at all. I'm already so happy that I feel like I'm gonna go crazy. Attack: 13 right pointing arrow, 23 defense, 19 right pointing arrow, 34 intelligence, 14 right pointing arrow, 25 charm, 44 right pointing arrow, 79 luck, 1 right pointing arrow, 2 current health, 52 50 seconds, right pointing arrow, 94 94ths. Current mana 941 941st, right pointing arrow, 1694 1694ths. Close hollow corner bracket. As soon as I opened Lilith's information window, I was greeted by an amazing jump in stats. That jump came from leveling up from level 6 to level 9. Looking at the approximate ratio of stat increase, each stat increased by about 1.8 times. It was probably a similar ratio in the original game as well. That is, if my memory was correct. Well, in the game, there were hardly any occasions to raise by 3 levels at once, so it might not be accurate. In the first place, what's important about that? The important thing is the fact that I leveled up. This time too, the most noticeable stat was, of course, the mana cap. Every time I see my mana cap growing at a rate that almost pierces the ceiling, I feel like my eyes turn red. Galaxy TL, axiomatic. It's probably because I'm reminded of the bitter memory of stuffing garlic into my mouth while holding back vomit at the beginning of my possession of Lilith. Even without that, the mana cap, which had already exceeded 900 at level 6, reached nearly 1700 as soon as I reached level 9. If I had leveled up normally in the original story, Lilith would have to be around level 35 to reach this maximum value. Even Agnes, who was born with a mana cap on another level, would only have about 1000 maximum mana at level 10. Since I already reached a maximum of 1700 at level 9, it practically means that I'm growing more than twice as steeply as the next Archmage of the Crimson Tower. Of course, Agnes has high intelligence and luck stats, so if we fought one-on-one, I would definitely lose. What's important about that? Anyway, what's important now is the fact that I've grown, isn't it? Of course, Even if my mana cap increased this much, I can only use just 4 spells, including support magic, so it might not have much significance. Unless I'm doing nonsense like clean X100, it's practically useless right now. At least, until I leave the Blackwood Mansion, there won't be many occasions to utilize it. That is unless a situation arises where I absolutely have to use Mana Blast like last time. Moreover, what I gained this time wasn't just an increase in stats. I also received a whopping 9 skill points, which can be obtained at a rate of 3 per level. I could invest in 3 types of second-tier offensive magic spells that cost 3 points each, or I could invest a little more in other first-tier skills that cost 2 points each. At the very least, in terms of being able to learn 3 to 4 more skills, this is also a valuable asset in its own way. The question is, where would it be most efficient to use these? The most likely candidates would be among the skills tree for dagger or support magic. Since I've already invested 1 point each in attack plus 1/5 when equipping dagger and clean, the conditions are quite good to advance to the next level. The points required to learn 2 first-tier skills are 2 points each, and another 5 points are needed to unlock a first-tier enhancement skill. As if it were tailored, I can unlock an enhancement skill by investing 9 points in a remarkably satisfying way. Considering that, for now, investing in either dagger or support magic would be the most efficient for the next skill. By the way, I plan to invest in offensive magic a little later. Right now, even if I invest in it, the hit rate is too low to be efficient. Galaxy TL, axiomatic. In this situation, based on the standards of a player of Luminar Academy, I would have naturally invested all 9 points in support magic. If I invest all 9 skill points in support magic right now, I can obtain Stalwart Endurance, the first enhancement skill of support magic. It's Lilith's unique skill that takes damage for allies for a certain period of time, so it's a skill that must be learned to utilize Lilith as a tank and supporter. If a situation arises where I use Stalwart Endurance in this world, these are some of the cases where I could use it. Galaxy TL, axiomatic. For example, when hunting monsters in a pair with Ethan at the vanguard, taking the attacks that he receives allows him to unleash even greater power. Or, while hunting by concentrating various buffs, including Stalwart Endurance, on Ethan, I finish it off with my Mana Blast at the end. Or, like last time, when Ethan is on the verge of death, I use Stalwart Endurance and Endure together by taking damage in his stead for a turn or 2. Other than that, other ways to utilize it would be... No, wait. Come to think of it, why am I only thinking about pairing up with Ethan for combat? It seems that the monster wave incident at the Imperial Palace 2 days ago has been deeply engraved in my mind. Well, I guess it can't be helped. To be honest, the fact that Ethan confronted the King Serpent alone is worthy of tremendous praise in itself. Moreover, considering his level at that time, it was an outstanding feat achieved at a mere level of 7 to 8. Come to think of it, Ethan must have also received the XP from defeating the King Serpent as I did, so I wonder if he had already surpassed level 10 by now. Looking at the battle at the Western Gate, it seemed like he had already defeated a considerable number of monsters before I arrived, so he might have already grown to level 11 or higher. Considering his future growth potential, it would be strange not to seriously use him as a vanguard. No, in the first place, it has nothing to do with me. I acknowledge that if Ethan continues to grow as he is now, he will surely become a character with a significant role in Luminar Academy. His significance would not be as a mediocre villain who serves as a mini-boss in Part 2 but as a candidate for a comrade who can seriously take on more than one person's share. But honestly, what does that have to do with me? I was a character who had no intention of entering the Academy in the first place and couldn't even enter even if I wanted to due to my status. The only department in Luminar Academy that Lilith could possibly enter with her status is the magic department, but if I carelessly enter, rumors about me being a noble's illegitimate child will surely spread. The skill that boosts my attack when wielding a dagger isn't of much help in entering the Academy either. The Academy's swordsmanship department only deals with swords of normal length like longswords or two-handed swords. The only way to utilize that dagger would be to enter the technical department and take advantage of the Explorer Lilith tech. If I'm going to enter the Academy to do that kind of thing, I'd rather not enter at all. I'm not particularly disparaging characters of the Explorer class. Considering gameplay, There were often moments when characters of this class were needed. But apart from that, it's just that being an explorer as Lilith is too inefficient. The reason I invested in attack plus 1/5 when equipping dagger in the dagger skill tree was also just a temporary expedient to raise my level from level 5 to level 6. It wasn't a skill I invested in without intending to commit my growth in that direction. Rather than wasting time learning how to scout for monsters, disarm traps, open treasure chests, and skin and process monsters in the technical department, it would be much more efficient to hunt monsters alone with my bare hands. There are ways to enter the academy other than entering as a student, but that method was none other than entering as Ethan's exclusive maid like in the original game, so for me who doesn't use that method, there is practically no way to enter the academy. Of course, even if I enter Luminar Academy as Ethan's exclusive maid with my current self, there would be no more of me taking the humiliation and training route like Lilith in the game. If I enter the academy as Ethan's exclusive maid just to fulfill the debt maid's obligatory service period and leave, one problem arises. Around the time Ethan finishes his second year at the academy and becomes a third-year student, my contract period with the Blackwood family will end. I don't have any particular complaints about living as Ethan's exclusive maid in the Blackwood family, but after all, the degree of freedom in living in this world with the status of a maid is bound to be too low. Having come all the way to the world of Luminar Academy, I have no intention of spending the rest of my life as Ethan's exclusive maid. If I don't intend to do that, it's better to become independent as soon as possible rather than wasting another 1 to 2 years. If I continue my maid duties until an ambiguous age, I might really end up with no choice but to get married, or I might end up like headmaid Melissa, doing maid duties for the rest of my life. For me, who has no intention of getting married or lifelong maid labor, those two routes are practically the worst endings. Galaxy TL, axiomatic. I plan to resign from the position of Ethan's exclusive maid around next year, live as a maid in the Blackwood family for 2 years, and then start my life as an adventurer with the money I've saved. For now, I should save the remaining skill points for the future. Because you never know what will happen until you experience it. Maybe I'll end up investing more in offensive magic, or maybe I'll use it to open up other skill trees. Recalling my plans for the future which I had already thought about countless times in my mind, I changed my maid uniform from a longer skirt length to a slightly shorter type of clothing. Having changed into an outfit that was much easier to move in, I quickly moved my steps towards the yard of the Blackwood mansion. For now, around this time, Ethan will be busy receiving sword training from his father, Harold, so there won't be any sudden calls for me because he needs me. So, this time in the afternoon is practically personal time until dinner, and it's too precious to spend just knitting every day. Slowly but surely, I need to start learning 1 or 2 skills to live as an adventurer after leaving the mansion. The debt maid service contract that tied me to the Blackwood mansion will be over in 3 years. This means that the day is approaching when I have to end my life as Maid Lilith and live as Adventurer Lilith. It would be helpful to take various lessons when the opportunity and conditions are met. In fact, if I were to receive lessons that I can receive as a maid in the Blackwood mansion, it would normally only be the maid etiquette education from the head maid. In that regard, I used a little trick to make it so that they had no choice but to give me lessons somehow. I could use the excuse that it's a necessary skill as Ethan's exclusive maid, so I'll learn it when I have the chance. It's a skill that is essential for living as an adventurer and a skill that wouldn't hurt to learn as a mansion maid. It was time to learn horseback riding from the Blackwood mansion's head butler, Didmire Colin Evercroft. As Ethan's exclusive maid, Lilith is given a fairly long break time every day after lunch. Usually, after breakfast, there is some spare time due to cleaning Ethan's room, and similarly, after dinner, time tends to fly by strangely due to preparations for bedtime. However, this flying time after lunch could be considered my personal free time unless there were special circumstances. Unlike general maids, exclusive maids are exempt from other duties in the mansion, so it's kind of a privilege. Galaxy TL, axiomatic. Of course, in exchange, one disadvantage is that you have to quickly respond to a call while dropping what you're doing when your master calls, but Ethan isn't the type of character to call me at any time anymore. Since that incident 3 years ago, the number of times Ethan has personally called me can be counted on one hand. Except for a few cases where we had really important conversations, like asking about attending Seraphine's masquerade ball. That means, in other words, the free time from after lunch until dinner is completely personal time that I can use. I usually invest this time in efforts to survive as Lilith in this world. I did things like steadily saving up Lilith's independence funds through knitting or gradually accumulating knowledge of this world with books borrowed from Ethan's room. Galaxy TL, axiomatic. The skill I started learning today was also closely related to that said survival. That was none other than horseback riding, one of the skills that would never hurt to have as an adventurer. Today, I came out to the stable with head butler Dittmeyer to learn horseback riding. Be careful, Miss Lilith. Ah, I know. The instructor, Dittmeyer, warned me while looking at me with a slightly anxious expression. I also made eye contact with the white horse in front of me without shaking off the tension. How do I become friendly with a horse? Should I make eye contact and pet it? I'll be in your care today, Zerone. Neigh. Eek. Eek. Although I only made eye contact and greeted it, Zerone neighed loudly with an exaggerated reaction. It was fortunate that it didn't seem to show an aggressive attitude, but it was still enough movement to startle me. Seeing that it's not particularly snorting at me, it's probably just one of its expressions of affection. Will you be all right, Miss Lilith? Yes, this much is. Came to cooperate since you said you wanted to learn horseback riding, but if it seems difficult for you, Miss Lilith, you don't have to force yourself to learn it. Just because you're Ethan's exclusive maid doesn't mean you necessarily have to learn it. Ah, no, I'll learn it properly, so, head butler, please teach me thoroughly. I understand. If that's what you want. Dittmeyer, who didn't take my words lightly, immediately approached Zerone and grasped the reins attached to its back with one hand. After stroking Zerone's neck a couple of times, he handed me the reins in his hand. Take it, Miss Lilith. Aren't you going to show me a demo or something? It's much easier to learn horseback riding by directly experiencing it yourself. And horses get tired if the rider changes frequently. I see. Also, haven't you experienced riding a carriage I drove a few times? Well, that's true. Basically, riding a horse and driving a carriage follow the same principles. Miss Lilith, you have basic motor skills, so just watching me drive the carriage yesterday should be enough as a prior learning experience. Actually, I was sleeping due to fatigue, so I hardly saw it. How can I watch it when it's so hard to stay awake while having exhausted all my mana? Well, still, I've seen characters riding horses a lot so far. I only recall a scene of the main character riding a horse in my previous life, though. If I roughly imitate that, it should work out somehow. After receiving the reins handed by Dittmeyer, I stroked Zerone's nape in front of me a couple of times. With a brief greeting, I kicked myself off the ground and got on the horse's back. I'll be in your care, Zerone. Ah, by the way, that horse's name is Lucina. Thud. Thanks to the fairly high jump, fortunately, I didn't show an unsightly appearance in front of Dittmeyer. I just imitated what I saw in the game, and it worked. It's probably possible because my current self is at level 9, so my basic physical abilities aren't that weak. Or it could be the influence of Lilith's unique abilities as a character. Among the main heroines of Luminar Academy, she was one of the 3 characters capable of solo horseback riding along with Seraphine and Natalie. By the way, characters like Agnes can't even get on a horse alone, let alone solo horseback riding. In the first place, she doesn't look like she'd be good at that kind of thing. You have good motor skills, Miss Lilith. Thank you. While tightly holding the reins like that, slowly. Hold the reins tightly. Eek. Neigh. As soon as I lowered my waist once while tightly holding the string with both hands, Zerone suddenly ran off with a loud voice. As a result, I had to experience an unexpected sense of speed while clinging to Zerone's back. Eek. Ack. Lee Lilith. Pull the reins. Pulling means stop. Pull. You say? Like this. Pull. Neigh. That's acceleration. You shouldn't pull too fast. Dittmeyer, who was desperately chasing after me to stop me, quickly became distant, and Zerone suddenly started running around the Blackwood Mansion's yard with me. I suddenly felt dizzy from the sense of speed I was experiencing for the first time since coming to this world. In those few seconds of being unable to regain my senses, Zerone was running towards the wall at the end of the Blackwood Mansion's yard as if it was going to crash into it. Eek. Stop. Ni. Then at least change direction. With the thought that I have to somehow survive, I tilted the reins to the right as much as possible and leaned my body. Fortunately, Zerone, which understood my gesture, also leaned to the right, and I managed to turn the corner somehow with a 90-degree drift. Wait a minute, I'm at the training ground on the east side of the mansion. The people in the training ground right now are probably... Eek. Maid. What are you doing right now? Wait a moment, please get out of the way. Master, young master. The Blackwood father and son, who were in the midst of clashing swords, noticed me approaching, panicked, and avoided me. Fortunately, they avoided the rushing horse with agile movements befitting a swordmaster and his son. Galaxy TL, axiomatic. From the first day of horseback riding, the unfortunate incident of running over the master of the mansion or his son did not occur. Maid? What are you doing? It's okay. This much is nothing? What are you suddenly doing right now? No, it's okay is not something I should say right now. If Harold or Ethan see this sight of a dead maid suddenly getting on a horse and rushing, they might have strange misunderstandings. Just before turning the next corner with Zerone, I desperately appealed my innocence to the two. I'm not trying to ride away, it was only after I managed to stop the horse that I realized I had uttered unnecessary words and almost caused a strange misunderstanding. Clop, 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 clop. Stop. Ni. As soon as I spoke while slightly pulling the reins, Zerone quietly stopped in place with a single cry. Seeing its obedient appearance, which made the previous rush seem insignificant, I silently sighed in relief in my heart. You're doing well, Miss Lilith. Was I doing okay? Being able to do a trot from the first day is a tremendous talent. At this rate, you'll be able to handle a canter *1 sufficiently within a few days. Thank goodness. I was worried about what I would do if I didn't have talent in riding even after possessing Lilith. Indeed, perhaps because of his skills that allowed him to become the head butler at a young age, Dithmire's teaching method was easy to understand from the start. He taught things like the posture to hold while on a horse, or how to show certain signals to the horse and how it will behave. His way of teaching was so effective to the point where even I, who was riding for the first time, could easily understand and follow along. By the way, the one who ended the Zerone rushing incident earlier was none other than this head butler. Galaxy TL, axiomatic. Dithmire, who got on the horse behind me after I circled the Blackwood Mansion's yard once and returned, took over the reins from me and stopped Zerone at the same time. I had often seen the scene of someone getting on a running horse in the game, but I didn't know Dithmire could do that. Due to his image of becoming the head butler at a young age, he seemed like a very intellectual character in the original world, but I didn't expect him to be good at physical tasks, too, huh? Well, in this era, it would be difficult to advance quickly just by being smart and knowledgeable. Seeing him driving a carriage for hours from the Blackwood territory to the Imperial capital without getting tired, he's probably not a character lacking in stamina or strength. Anyway, in that safe state, I practiced a stable trot for about 30 more minutes following Dithmire's lesson. Feeling a little tired physically, I got off the horse and collapsed on the ground to take a rest. Are you tired, Miss Lilith? I'm a bit tired. I didn't expect it to be this tiring. Most people think that way at first. Just looking at it at first glance, it seems like the horse is just running and the person is sitting comfortably, but in reality, it's not like that. I see. I realized that with my whole body. No matter what, I didn't know I would have to do squats in time with the horse's movements. Still, thanks to Dithmire's corrections of my posture from beginning to end, I was able to endure it to some extent from the middle. Of course, I'm still not used to it, so I feel like it's better to just run than trot. Today's lesson ends here, but will you continue to learn next week, Miss Lilith? Why do you ask that? Is it because me asking you to teach me horseback riding is a burden to you, head butler? It's not that, I'm asking because I thought you might have lost interest in HRSE back riding, Miss Lilith. Horseback riding itself is an exercise that requires a lot of physical strength, and it takes a long time to learn to the extent that you can use it properly. So he was just politely asking if I got tired after trying it for a day. Indeed, after trying it once, I was tired in many ways. I was so tired to the extent that I thought it might be faster to practice running with the horse during this time instead. Galaxy TL, axiomatic. But that only applies when Lilith is moving alone. Considering the adventurer life I will lead later, a horse is essential for long-term activities. That includes things like loading luggage and moving when changing locations, or carrying someone on the back and moving during escort requests or rescue requests. Or if I think about being able to properly drive a carriage later. The fact that it's difficult to learn means that it requires a lot of time and money to learn properly. In other words, it's not a skill that I can learn as I please later when I go outside. Then, of course, it's 100% the right decision to learn to ride even a little now. Learning from Dittmeyer in the Blackwood Mansion is practically free. Of course, if I express this inner thought as it is, he will definitely not teach me again, so I should express it in a roundabout way. Since I've already started learning, it would be good to learn it to the end. After all, it's a skill that doesn't hurt to learn as an exclusive maid, right? Of course, Miss Lilith. If I'm able to drive a carriage, it will make things a little easier for you, head butler Dittmeyer. After all, we can't take you along everywhere young Master Ethan and I go. That's an excellent attitude, Miss Lilith. And it would be a shame to part ways with Zerone after just one day when we've finally become close. Right, Zerone? Nei, that horse is not Zerone, but Lucina. Ignoring Dittmeyer's blocked conversation appropriately, I roughly wrapped up the conversation while stroking Zerone's mane. It was also about time for the free time in the afternoon to end, and I had to change clothes and prepare to attend dinner from now on. Even for an exclusive maid with flexible time allocation, it was a rule to always participate in the 3 daily meals. Galaxy TL, axiomatic. With such thoughts, I was moving to hold Zerone's reins and take him to the stable when suddenly, a shadow appeared from the eastern training ground of the mansion. That familiar shadow started running towards me, urgently calling me. Maid, are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere, young master? I know it's kind of funny when I say this, but you're so quick to worry. Maid, are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere, young master? Ethan suddenly popped out from the eastern training ground of the Blackwood Mansion and rushed towards Dittmeyer and me. Seeing him appear drenched in sweat, I could roughly guess why he showed up so late. He must have been late because he was receiving swordsmanship training from Harold until just now. Considering Harold's personality, he would always try to be serious when it comes to the sword. Sorry. I wanted to check on you as soon as I saw you earlier, but I couldn't leave in the middle of my father's training. What are you suddenly talking about, young master? My father is strict when it comes to swordsmanship. I couldn't interrupt the training for personal reasons. I was worried, though. No, young master. The part one was curious about wasn't that you couldn't end the sword lesson with the master midway. Huh? I asked the question because I couldn't understand why you were apologizing for not being able to check on my well-being right away, young master. I asked because I was genuinely clueless, but the atmosphere suddenly became quiet. For some reason, Ethan suddenly avoided my gaze and made an expression as if he was seriously pondering something. In the awkward atmosphere, Dittmeyer quietly alternated his expressionless gaze between Ethan and me a couple of times. Galaxy TL, axiomatic. What the heck? When you suddenly act like this, it feels like I said something I shouldn't have. Should I think of it as a slip of the tongue and try to rectify it? See, come to think of it, it also means that you cared about my safety that much, young master. It wouldn't be strange for you to have said something similar to an apology in a flustered manner. That's right. I only said it because I was really worried about you, Maid. It wasn't with any strange intention. I think it's something you can sufficiently say, young master, since you cherish Miss Lilith a lot. I expressed doubt even though I couldn't even express gratitude for your deep concern for me, so it was more of my fault than yours. No, Maid, it's not like you did anything wrong. The atmosphere is still awkward, but it's somehow easing up. I still had some questions about the suddenly awkward atmosphere, but I didn't dare to pry further. Since this was a moment when Ethan and Dittmeyer openly showed strange reactions, I had a momentary feeling that I shouldn't be suspicious. In the first place, it wasn't only Ethan but also Dittmeyer who were in higher positions than me in terms of status. It would be much better than awkwardly hearing some truth I can't handle and making things uncomfortable. Fortunately, the two of them seemed to have had similar thoughts, and they quickly started to change the subject of the conversation without any prompting. Among the three of us, the one who opened his mouth first with another topic was the young master of the Blackwood family. Rather than that, Maid, are you really not hurt anywhere? It seemed like you were riding quite fast earlier. Yes, I'm fine. I was able to stop safely somehow after going around the Blackwood mansion's yard once. Thank you again for your concern, young Master Ethan. Why, you managed to stop safely. I'm just glad you weren't hurt, Maid. It's thanks to head butler Dittmeyer here throwing himself on the horse to stop me. I owe a great debt to the head butler. Good work, Dittmeyer. This time, our maid is indebted to you. No, I was just doing what I had to do. As if to say that he wasn't lying about wanting to check on me out of concern. Ethan sighed in relief as soon as he heard the explanation of the circumstances that nothing had happened to me. This time, he started asking about the horseback riding that had just happened. By the way, Maid, why were you suddenly riding a horse earlier? I was learning horseback riding from head butler Dittmeyer. Horseback riding. So suddenly? It's not that I suddenly thought I should learn it. I had been thinking I should learn it for about a year now. It's just that there hadn't been an opportunity to learn due to the timing and circumstances between the head butler and me, and starting today, I had some free time for a while, so I started learning from head butler Dittmeyer. As soon as I answered that I was learning horseback riding from Dittmeyer, Ethan shifted his gaze to him with a strange look. I don't know why, but in Ethan's eyes, there seemed to be a strange hostility that was hard to find normally. On the contrary, Dittmeyer seemed to be strangely flustered by his gaze. What the hell is this atmosphere? Why does it feel like there's lots of tension in the air today? Maid. Yes, young master. Did anything strange happen during the learning process? Pardon. You know, horseback riding is a skill where posture and such are important. I was wondering if there was any strange physical contact during the teaching process. What is he suddenly talking about? Strange physical contact, Dittmeyer. There's no way that guy, who is a workaholic, would be interested in Lilith's body. I simply shook my head and refuted Ethan's absurd speculation. I received a few corrections on my posture, but there was no strange physical contact like you mentioned, young master. Was there really none? Like him rubbing your thighs, saying your legs' positions are strange, telling you to straighten your back while holding your waist. If there had been anything like that, I wouldn't have denied it. You can rest assured, young master, since head butler Dittmeyer instructed me verbally from beginning to end except for moments when it was absolutely necessary. I see. If that's the case, then it's fine, yes. Today, Ethan is unusually observing the relationship between me and Dittmeyer with an awkward atmosphere. I think the three of us were together like this in the carriage going to and from the Imperial Palace masquerade ball some time ago. It was difficult to adapt to the awkward atmosphere that was completely different from that time. Why is Ethan acting like this today? You don't have to worry, young master, since the thing you're concerned about regarding me and Miss Lilith has never happened even once. Can I trust that? You know that I wouldn't approach Miss Lilith with strange intentions. Also, most of the servants in the mansion already know about the relationship between young Master Ethan and Miss Lilith. That's right. Indeed, I was being too sensitive. What servant would dare to do something inappropriate to the young master's exclusive maid? The relationship between me and Ethan means the relationship between an exclusive maid and the young master of the house, right? Somehow, just listening to what the two are saying, it feels like there's a strange meaning implied. I didn't dare to ask, afraid that the already strange atmosphere would become even stranger. I just hope this awkward three-way confrontation ends quickly. Above all, it was a sorry thing for me that Dittmeyer, who took the time to teach me horseback riding, was receiving unjustified suspicion. I added an additional explanation to Dittmeyer's statement that nothing actually happened between us. The head butler is right, young master. In the first place, head butler Dittmeyer only accommodated my request to learn horseback riding. I see. I'm sorry for suspecting you for no reason. The only physical contact head butler Dittmeyer had with me during today's horseback riding lesson was the moment he got on the back of the running Zerone with me and took over my reins. What? By the way, Zerone is the name of this horse. Remember when I momentarily couldn't stop the horse I was riding and it ran off? At that time, the head butler jumped on the back of Zerone that I was riding, and took over the reins while embracing me from behind. That was the only moment that could be called physical contact between head butler Dittmeyer and me, young master. Also, what he did was something necessary to stop Zerone, so it can't be called unnecessary physical contact. Why does the atmosphere keep getting awkward every time I say something today? Around the time I was contemplating whether I should supplement more additional remarks here and explain the situation at that time. Suddenly, Dittmeyer's mouth opened hastily, and he started to utter something in a tone that sounded like an excuse. As Miss Lilith said, it wasn't unnecessary contact but a necessary measure. If I had made a mistake, Miss Lilith could have been seriously injured along with the horse. I know, but I have something to discuss with the cooks regarding dinner preparations, so I will take my leave first, young master. Please continue the conversation between the two of you. All right, go ahead. Ethan, who answered in a somewhat unpleasant voice, gave off an unusual atmosphere, and Dittmeyer hurriedly drove Zerone and quickly left the place. In the unusually awkward atmosphere today, I couldn't quite grasp the situation and only observed Ethan's reaction. Young master. Oh, yeah. Is there anything bothering you? For some reason, you seem to be in a very bad mood today. No, it's nothing. This reaction itself doesn't seem like the reaction of someone who has nothing bothering them. But if a mere maid tries to guess her master's emotions, she'll be treated as an impudent servant. Unable to do this or that, while observing Ethan's reaction, a clue that could be used to infer why he was in a bad mood finally popped out of his mouth. Maid. Yes, young master. About horseback riding, are you going to keep learning it in the future? For now, yes. Galaxy TL, axiomatic. Do you have to learn it? Pardon. Oh, no, that I thought it might be a little dangerous for a woman to learn. Horses are animals that can become violent at times, and you could be in danger if you can't control them like earlier. Aha. I was wondering why he seemed to be in a bad mood since earlier, but it was because of this. It seems that Ethan is not very happy about me learning horseback riding. The reason the atmosphere has been awkward all this time is probably because he was in a bad mood because of that. Indeed, as Ethan said, learning horseback riding sometimes involves risks. In fact, even earlier, there was a moment when it could have been dangerous if Dittmeyer hadn't intervened. If his exclusive maid gets injured and can't work, it would be very inconvenient for Ethan, so it's not like I can't understand him worrying like that, but still, I don't particularly want to stop learning. As I said earlier, horseback riding is a skill that is useful in many situations if you learn it. If I end up living as an adventurer, it's undoubtedly a necessary skill, and even if I have a different job other than being an adventurer, there's plenty of room for it to be helpful in transportation, travel, and such. The problem is that even if I, a mere debt maid, insist on continuing to learn horseback riding, it's impossible if Ethan doesn't allow it. Since I wanted to continue the horseback riding lessons as much as possible, I carefully tried to refute the part Ethan was worried about. You don't have to worry about my injuries, young master Ethan. Huh? There was no risk of getting hurt at all thanks to head butler Dittmeyer teaching me kindly and in an easy-to-understand manner. In fact, even that incident earlier occurred due to my mistake, and there was generally no danger except for that moment. Still, you can't say it's completely safe. Galaxy TL, axiomatic. Even if something dangerous happens, I believe that head butler Dittmeyer will control it well like earlier. You don't have to worry, young master, since he has the skills to be able to get on a running horse and control it. I see, so you thought of Dittmeyer like that, maid? That he's kind to you, Lilith, and is a trustworthy person. What? Why does it seem like his mood has gotten worse? As soon as I explained that learning horseback riding is safe, Ethan suddenly frowned as if his mood had worsened. For some reason, his face seemed to have a hint of anger, which made me feel rather flustered. What the heck is he angry about? Where in what I just said is there a part to be angry about? Didn't he say with his own mouth that he was worried about my injury? I had just told him a solution to that worry, but why is he reacting like that? Although I couldn't grasp the reason how it came to be, I was at least quick to read the atmosphere. Thinking that it was urgent to first confirm the reason, I hurriedly asked Ethan why his mood had worsened. Young master. Oh, yeah. Is me learning horseback riding from head butler Dittmeyer an act that offends you, young master? What? If there is another reason that offends you to the extent of my actions, could you tell me the details about it? If you just tell me, I will correct it right away. No, it's not particularly that, but, pardon? Let's go inside for now, maid. It's getting late, and father will be waiting if we arrive late for dinner. I understand, young master. Due to the timely arrival of dinner time, the conversation between Ethan and me ended with a feeling of being glossed over. Still unable to grasp why Ethan was angry, I was enveloped in a small conflict in my heart. So, is it okay to learn or not? A few hours later. After dinner, the sky outside darkened and the night grew late. Having finished tidying up Ethan's room and preparing for bed as usual, I stayed in the room and waited for Ethan to return. Normally, I would have returned to my room right after preparing the bedding and gone to sleep early for tomorrow's wake-up, but since there was still an unfinished conversation with Ethan today, it felt too regretful to just leave in many ways. I wanted to wrap up at least the conversation on the horseback riding lessons we talked about earlier. At the very least, I need to get a definite answer on whether I can continue learning horseback riding or not. Of course, in this situation, a normal servant would choose to listen to the employer's words and stay out of trouble rather than insisting on it. They could get fired from their servant position if they carelessly did something that rubbed their employer the wrong way, or they could face disadvantages later in the promotion process. But Lilith was completely immune to such things. Since I'm a debt maid anyway, I can't be fired until the contract period ends, and I plan to quit being a maid as soon as the contract period ends in 3 years, promotion or not. Of course, even as a debt maid, if I cross the line during work, there's a possibility of being punished instead of being fired. I need to be a little careful. At least I calculated that Ethan wouldn't punish me just for asking whether I could learn horseback riding or not. With such thoughts, I quietly waited for Ethan to return to the bedroom, standing in a corner of his room. Not long after, the sound of familiar footsteps approached the door. Looking at the door in a slightly tense state, the young master of the Blackwoods began to enter the room at a time similar to usual. Creak. Seriously, why is my maid suddenly learning something like horseback riding? You're here, young master Ethan. Maid? You were inside? Yes, young master. I was waiting because I had something to tell you about the earlier conversation. He instantly grasped that the earlier conversation was about horseback riding. I could immediately see his expression change to an ambiguous look that seemed like he wasn't very keen on it, so it was a moment when difficulties were expected in persuading him easily in many ways. Although it's a bit difficult to guess the exact reason, Ethan is probably dissatisfied with me learning horseback riding. But for the sake of the future, I had the intention to learn how to ride a horse, and naturally, a clash of opinions was inevitable. In other words, from now on, it's time for me to somehow persuade Ethan. I had to persuade him by proclaiming not only that my learning horseback riding wouldn't interfere with work, but also that it would actually be helpful to Ethan. My intention to learn horseback riding is not simply due to my curiosity, young master. As the young master has turned 22 this year, I think you will spend busier days to lead the Blackwood family in the future. I suppose so. Not only will you be going on inspections to territories outside the mansion or handling external affairs outside the territory, but you are also scheduled to enter the academy next year. So I expect you will have more occasions to ride in a carriage. What are you trying to say, maid? In such situations where you have to drive a carriage somewhere to travel, wouldn't it be convenient for you in many ways if I, your exclusive maid, could drive the carriage? You wouldn't have to bother calling head butler Dittmeyer. Well, personally, I think it would be more convenient for someone other than you, maid, to drive. Pardon? It's not that I don't trust your driving, maid. It's just that my heart would feel uncomfortable if Lilith, my exclusive maid, not only attends to me but also drives the carriage. Ah, I see. And it's not particularly inconvenient now. There are coachmen in the mansion besides Dittmeyer anyway. Most of them are servants who drive cargo carriages, so their driving is a bit rough, which is why I often entrust it to Dittmeyer, but if necessary, they are personnel that can drive carriages with passengers at any time. So Lilith, you don't need to learn horseback riding just because you're my exclusive maid. It's not like you'll lose your qualification as my exclusive maid if you can't do that. In the first place, a situation where we have to make a maid drive because we can't find a coachman doesn't easily occur. I have nothing to say when he puts it logically. As Ethan said, a situation where we have to make Lilith drive a carriage because it's so urgent doesn't easily occur. Unless it's a special situation event where Ethan, who can't even ride a horse alone, is running away from the protagonist who approaches him for a duel, and escapes to the Blackwood mansion alone with his maid. In the game's cutscenes, there were often scenes where Lilith carried Ethan, who couldn't ride a horse alone. Of course, it wasn't because Lilith liked it, but because she had no choice due to Ethan's orders. It would be a bit difficult to make Ethan imagine such a part and induce persuasion now. Unlike the bastard Ethan in the game, the current Ethan isn't a character who would get a ride in the carriage driven by his maid. On top of that, if he seriously starts learning from now on, he will probably learn horseback riding well too. Seeing how he learned proper etiquette and swordsmanship, he seems to learn quite quickly when he puts his mind to it. It seems he doesn't have the luxury to do that now because he's already struggling just to keep up with Harold's swordsmanship training. Still, if Ethan makes up his mind to learn, he will probably be able to ride a horse and drive a carriage within a few months. Considering such aspects, persuading the current Ethan is likely impossible in many ways. Then it can't be helped. I'll have to learn horseback riding later separately after becoming independent from the Blackwood mansion. For now, I learned the basics from Dittmeyer for a day. It would be safer for me to back down here. I understand, young master. If that is your intention, I will also put aside my desire for horseback riding for a while. Really? Yes. As a maid, I must not forget my primary role as young master Ethan's exclusive maid, so I shouldn't be enthusiastic about actions that you don't like, young master. Rather than not liking it, it's just that there was no need for Maid to learn it. Yes, you are correct. In the Blackwood family with many horses, carriages, and coachmen, there was no need for even maids to learn horseback riding, so I was eventually caught by that logic and had no choice but to give up. Unless there is a clear difference from other coachmen, there is little chance of Lilith having such merit. The difference between other coachmen's driving and Lilith's driving is at most the number of people riding in the carriage together. I thought it would be possible for the young master and me to travel, just the two of us, without the bothersome accompaniment of others, if I could drive the carriage. But as you said, it was an unnecessary advantage in the Blackwood family. Wait, just the two of us? Yes. Since I am a servant, I cannot ride in a carriage driven by the young master, and if we consider traveling with the minimum number of people, I thought it would be right for me to learn carriage driving. Furthermore, there may be times when we have to move urgently without even a carriage and travel on a single horse. Of course, that's also a story that would be possible only when my driving skills improve to some extent. Ethan isn't a perverted bastard like the bastard Ethan in the game, so there's no way he would like horseback riding while snuggling with Lilith. No, since Lilith herself is pretty, would he still like it? Of course, even considering that part, it wouldn't be an important enough reason to overturn a decision he had already made. Unless it's the bastard Ethan of Luminar Academy, the Ethan in front of my eyes right now isn't a character who prioritizes work according to his own sexual desires. Then I will take my leave now, young master. I apologize for disturbing your bedtime. Judging that there was nothing more to gain by staying, I passed by Ethan's side and moved my steps towards the door. The moment I was about to open the door and leave the room, I heard his voice calling me from behind. Creak. Maid? Yes. Maid, do you have even a little desire to continue learning horseback riding? What kind of question is that all of a sudden? Well, since the conversation was already over, there seemed to be no reason to hide it, so I answered honestly without dodging. It didn't seem like the conclusion that had already been reached would change even if I answered a little differently anyway. If you ask whether I have the desire or not, I have a greater desire to continue learning. Is that so? So you want to continue learning for now? However, I will not devote attention to something you don't want, young master. My primary role is to be young master Ethan's exclusive maid, after all. Since it's late at night, I will take my leave now. Do you want to just continue learning horseback riding? Huh? You're suddenly allowing it? Why? Are you sure, young master? There's no need for you to say such a thing out of consideration for me? I'm not allowing it for that reason. I just thought it would definitely be fine after hearing Maid's words. Lilith is my exclusive maid, so it wouldn't be bad at all to learn it, indeed. Is that so? I'll tell Dittmeyer, so it would be good to continue learning from now on. Just as you've said, Maid, it's useful even to prepare for contingencies. Thank you for your consideration, young master. Yeah, you can go rest now, Maid. Good night, young master. Yeah, you too, Maid. For some reason, Ethan finally allowed me to undergo horseback riding education in the end. With Ethan's capricious heart, I quietly cheered in my mind and moved my steps to my room. I quietly smiled at the thought of being able to continue the horseback riding lessons. Still, it was a good thing I talked to him once. I still don't know why Ethan's mood changed from being displeased to being happy, but at this point, it's a part that doesn't really matter anyway. Why bother knowing? Good is good. A few days had passed since I started taking horseback riding lessons from Dittmeyer. It was about a week after the day Ethan and I had dealt with the King Serpent at Seraphine's masquerade ball. Based on the rumors circulating about the Imperial Palace, it seemed that the incident at the ball was being resolved to some extent. From the night the Imperial Palace was attacked, an investigation began to determine the truth behind the incident, and at this point, it was almost certain that the incident was caused by demons. Currently, they must be conducting additional investigations to ascertain the details. Separate from the investigation, it seemed that over the 3 days following the incident, a funeral service was held for the soldiers of the Imperial Palace Guards and some of the servants who were sacrificed. Apparently, even Empress Eleanor, who had been participating in diplomatic affairs abroad, hastily returned to attend the funeral. I don't know the rest of the situation in detail. I could only speculate that Seraphine, the member of the Imperial family who had the clearest view of the situation on site, was taking the lead in handling various matters. Well, I couldn't help it since the game's story never mentioned the details. In the first place, the information I've learned so far didn't come from my knowledge of the game either. I just heard rumors without even trying and confirmed various stories through the letters that came to Ethan. After all, as his exclusive maid, checking the letters addressed to Ethan was also part of my job. If he were the original Ethan, he would have only received a few letters about arranged marriages with little substance. Perhaps because of his exceptional performance, quite a lot of letters had been flying in from here and there since the incident at the masquerade ball. Starting with an apology letter from Lizzie of the August family, there was a friendly letter from Orion expressing his desire to build a friendship, and letters from various noble ladies formally addressing the matter of Ethan's fiancée. Although I had expected it to some extent, it seemed that his appearance at the official event had quite a positive impact on his image. Until now, there had been rumors secretly circulating that Ethan was the worthless loud kid of the Blackwood family. In fact, even not long after Ethan woke up from the curse, numerous people visited the mansion to see him in person. Even then, the power-hungry nobles from remote regions had forcibly tried to match their daughters with Ethan and sent letters regarding the engagement, but that was about it. At the very least, there had never been a single letter sent directly from a young lady expressing her desire to meet him or hoping for a relationship. Today's letters are no joke either. Just by looking at the envelope sealed with a heart-shaped wax seal, I could feel the sender's blatant intention seeping through the paper even before opening the letter. Generally, I carefully remove those stamped seals with a knife and check the letters inside one by one as part of my job. I feel sorry for the young ladies who have to have their love letters read by me instead of the intended recipient, but what can I do? This is my job. In fact, only about 10% of these letters actually reached Ethan. For the most part, I would just read the contents appropriately, summarize them, and explain them to him. Just in case, let me clarify that I'm not jealous of other women approaching Ethan and cutting them off. It's just that Ethan doesn't have time to read these letters one by one, so I handle them. My role even extends to sending polite replies to the noble ladies who sent the letters. Ethan was really busy with swordsmanship training and etiquette lessons without a moment to spare. Thinking about what kind of flowery language I should use to reject them this time made my head spin. The Barber Count family should have some influence in the story, so I'll have to set this one aside and show it to Ethan. Burko Viscount family? Who are these people? No matter how young and ignorant the ladies were, I couldn't believe that a Viscount family would so boldly send a love letter mentioning engagement. Naturally, I had no choice but to send rejection letters to these letters across the board. It didn't make sense for the young master of the Blackwood family, one of the most powerful ducal families, to be engaged to a lady from an unknown Viscount family. Well, strictly speaking, Harold's wife, Thanasia, was also from a remote Viscount family, but theirs was a marriage with a backstory of them meeting and dating since their academy days. In the first place, even if I showed it to Ethan, he would likely refuse. Just recently, he had written a rejection letter to a correspondence letter presumed to be from a lady of a ducal family. Of course, considering the status of the other party, he had personally written the reply instead of having me ghostwrite it. The conversation we had 2 days ago regarding that matter went something like this. Less than these are all the letters from the high-ranking noble ladies, young master, greater than. Less than yes. Thank you for your hard work in sorting them out today as well, maid, greater than. Less than in these letters are from the ladies of Viscount families and below. Shall I write rejection letters to them as usual? Greater than? Less than yes, I'll leave that to you as well. I'm glad that you can read and write, maid, greater than. With those words, Ethan was only rereading the letter sent by the lady from the Brimton ducal family among the numerous letters. Thinking that she might become his fiancée, I casually brought it up. Less than the lady from the Brimton ducal family is from a quite prestigious family, isn't she? I remember it was a friendly letter without any direct mention of engagement, but even if you're not interested in the engagement itself, how about meeting her once, greater than? Less than this letter? I appreciate your advice, but I'm going to send a clear reply to this one as well. It's better to draw a clear line rather than forcibly making time and giving her false hope when we're both busy. Greater than. Less than is that so? Greater than less than what's wrong, maid? Are you perhaps interested as to who my fiancé would be? Greater than? Less than as a servant, the correct answer would be that I shouldn't dare to have any curiosity, but to be honest, I'm not entirely uninterested. Greater than. Less than really, maid? Greater than why is he suddenly surprised that I'm curious about who his fiancé will be? Isn't that a reasonable question for a typical servant to have? At the very least, it's about the person who might become the wife of the person you're serving. Anyway, since I was actually curious, I gave him an honest answer without any denial. Less than yes. As your exclusive maid, it's only natural for me to wonder who will become your wife someday. Greater than. Less than I see, so that's the kind of interest you meant, greater than. Less than, but if you're rejecting even the engagement letters from the ladies from ducal families, are you perhaps considering someone of a higher status as your romantic partner, young Master Ethan? Greater than. Less than, what do you mean by that? Greater than less than, it just occurred to me that you might be interested in Princess Seraphine. Although you met her while she was wearing a mask last time, she had tremendous beauty even behind that mask. Perhaps with your status and appearance, you could aim for a serious relationship, greater than. Less than, that's not it, maid. I have no special relationship with Princess Seraphine, greater than. Even though he said that, he might have feelings for her deep down. In the first place, Seraphine herself is not just a character who ranked third in the popularity poll among users like Lilith, but she is officially recognized as a beautiful character. Lilith, who is considered a quite pretty maid even by the nobles, has a fundamentally different level of beauty compared to Seraphine. So when Ethan, who had actually seen Seraphine in person before, responded coldly to my question about whether he was captivated by her, I thought he might be in denial. Less than, I agree that Princess Seraphine is a beautiful woman, but it's not because I have feelings for her that I'm not getting a fiancé. Greater than. Less than, is that so? Greater than, less than, I'm not getting a fiancé because I have other goals. I hope at least you, Lilith, won't misunderstand. Greater than. Less than, I understand. Since you put it that way, young Master Ethan, I won't dare to speculate about the reason why you're not getting a fiancé. Greater than. Less than, yeah. Thank you, maid. Greater than, I don't know what this other goal is, but anyway, if he says it's not Seraphine himself, I can't argue and say, that's not true, is it? That was the end of the conversation Ethan and I had about his fiancée 2 days ago. Recalling the memory of that day a little, I read through the remaining letters that had arrived for Ethan one by one. Could it be that he's interested in a genuine marriage rather than an arranged marriage? After all, an arranged marriage between nobles can only be described as a meeting involving vested interests. In fact, even though they were nobles, it was quite common for students attending the academy to have genuine marriages. The most representative example was Ethan's father, Harold, and Thanasia, whom I mentioned earlier. If Ethan grows up with a personality similar to his father's, he might have a fantasy about that kind of relationship. Just as they say blood doesn't lie, Ethan might also be harboring a delusion that he can only have true love with a partner he meets through a love marriage, unlike an arranged marriage. Well, it doesn't really matter to me who Ethan dates or marries. But the status of the family of the one he marries is quite important, so there should be a certain level of prestige. At the very least, she should be the daughter of a count family. Appearance is also important. Since Ethan is not the type to be inferior to anyone in terms of appearance, his partner should be pretty enough to be worthy of him, right? Even if she's not a peerless beauty like Natalie or Seraphine, she should at least be on the level of a sub-heroine. Personality is also quite important. A calculating personality like Lizzie's felt somewhat unsettling. A high-maintenance personality like Catherine would also be quite tiring if she became his fiancée. It would be perfect if she were as kind and friendly as Isabel. Well, as long as she meets these minimum criteria, it doesn't really matter to me who becomes Ethan's fiancée. It's not like I'm going to serve him for the rest of my life anyway. With those thoughts in mind, while sorting through today's letters one by one, I came across a letter with a particularly strange name. Peschanel Viscount family. What is this awkwardly unfamiliar family name? My head automatically tilted at the strange surname that didn't seem to fit in a medieval fantasy world setting. But on the other hand, it felt somewhat familiar to be a completely unheard of name. The fact that I have this feeling means I must have seen a character with this surname at least once in the game. If it's an ambiguous name that seems to be a recombination of existing words, could it be? Ah, right, I remember now. The Peschanel Viscount family. No wonder the sound of it felt awkward as soon as I heard it. That's because the Peschanel Viscount family is a fictional family that doesn't actually exist in this world. The Pareshina Viscount family. It was one of the families that frequently appeared when progressing the story as the main character in Luminar Academy. One peculiar point was that it wasn't actually a family that existed within the worldview but rather a fictional family created by someone with personal intentions to make it seem as if it existed. If you progressed mainly through Seraphine's route, it became a family name you would see even more. Once you dig deeper, you'll be able to unveil the truth. Because the name Pareshina Viscount family was essentially Seraphine's pseudonym for the entire family. It was common sense that it could be easily figured out by simply analyzing the anagrams of Seraphine and Pareshina. The word Pareshina was created by rearranging the letters of Seraphine. A few players questioned why an anagram was created in Hangul despite it being a medieval fantasy. Still, in the first place, Luminar Academy was a domestically produced game. And if you really wanted to nitpick, it wasn't impossible to do it in English, either. It was a matter of changing Seraphine to Peshiner, although the players somewhat forced it to work. More people understood and moved on rather than complaining about the lack of immersion. In any case, it was true that it was much better in terms of accessibility compared to following an anagram in English. Princess Seraphine deliberately created the fictional sender instead of using her real name to contact others while avoiding prying eyes. If Seraphine, who had the status of royalty, had directly written her name on the letter, it would have become mail that couldn't be carelessly sent anywhere. On the other hand, she couldn't impersonate the name of another family either. If she had sent a letter pretending not to be a noble, there would have been nobles who wouldn't recognize it as Seraphine's letter and would discard or neglect it. It was a second identity used for private contact or secret communication, not official business from the palace. Of course, this private contact is why you would see it a lot if you progressed mainly through Seraphine's route. She couldn't directly send a letter with her name on it to the commoner protagonist, so if you followed her route, she would contact the protagonist by sending love letters under Viscount Pareshina. Wait a minute, if we're talking about love letters, could it be? Seraphine's personal letter was sent to Ethan using a pseudonym. Most of the personal letters sent by Seraphine to the protagonist using a pseudonym during the playthrough of Luminar Academy were love letters. In other words, it meant that there was a possibility that this letter sent by Seraphine might also be a letter containing personal feelings towards Ethan. To be honest, it seemed like a moment where it was considered to have a very high possibility. Ethan's appearance on the day he single-handedly defended the western gate of the palace against the boss monster was quite cool, even from my perspective as a male. Originally, not only Ethan from Luminar Academy but any character brought to this point in time would have found it to be a considerably difficult feat. If not for him, the only person who could face the King Serpent even for a moment at this point would be Full Moon Seraphine at best. Anyway, it goes without saying that Ethan's hard work reduced the number of personnel who lost their lives. And for Seraphine, who values human life above all, his actions would have been quite attractive. In the first place, the trigger for her falling for the protagonist was also the description of her heart being gradually drawn to his righteous actions, her feelings growing stronger over time. Now that the protagonist has yet to appear, it wouldn't be strange for those feelings to be directed towards Ethan. That sounds good, although it couldn't be hastily concluded. The thought that Seraphine would be quite good as Ethan's partner flashed through my mind. Needless to say, as she had the status of the third princess, her family was comparable to the Blackwood ducal family. In terms of appearance, she was described as a peerless beauty in the game's official setting. When I met her last time, she showcased a beauty that seemed to emanate an aura. Her personality was a bit meddlesome, which was a very slight flaw, but not to the extent it became overbearing. Having a slight flaw or two adds to her human charm. In the first place, her other strengths compensated for the flaw that didn't even seem like one. Realizing it anew, Lilith and the likes are no match for her at all. Lilith had no room to compete with her in terms of status or appearance. At best, if judged based on personality, the original Lilith might have a slightly better personality than Seraphine, but the problem was that in this world, the content that was the subject of that personality had already been replaced by me. Rather, Lilith's only advantage, her personality, had now been completely taken away from her. At least Ethan and Lilith had been together for a long time and were familiar with each other, but honestly, I wasn't sure if this was an advantage. It can't be helped. If Seraphine was really interested in Ethan, I would have to acknowledge it and support their relationship. A marriage proposal with someone like Seraphine was not only rare but also an exceptional case. Even if the other party was Ethan Richard Blackwood, the noble son of the Blackwoods. Ethan also outwardly said he had no interest in her. Still, if a proper marriage proposal came in, he wouldn't. No, what am I thinking right now? For a moment, I felt chills at the sight of myself not only evaluating Seraphine as good or bad as Ethan's partner but even calculating to what extent she was compared to me. In the first place, I had no right to comment on his fiancée, and being involved with someone like Seraphine was a miracle in itself. I momentarily forgot my place after getting too involved with the main characters of Luminar Academy at the recent masquerade ball. Or maybe I had a stupid delusion because of the nonsense I temporarily did, pretending to be his fiancée. I need to restrain myself. I'm just a debt-ridden maid whose head could be cut off or sold off at any time, at least for the next 3 years. Since this is Princess Seraphine's letter, I should separate it and have Ethan read it directly. No, wait a minute. Wouldn't it be worse if I handed this letter directly to Ethan? That's because this letter didn't feel like it came from Seraphine, no matter where you looked. No other symbol or writing was attached to prove that she was royalty. From the beginning, Seraphine had sent the letter to Ethan as Viscount Pareshina, so I also had to treat it as such. In my job of reading and sorting the letters that came to Ethan, the rank of Viscount was among the letters I had to check first. If I handed this over to Ethan without even opening it, it would rather cause a commotion in a different sense. Not only ordinary people but even among high-ranking nobles, very few knew that Viscount Pareshina was Seraphine. Of course, Ethan didn't realize this fact yet, either. In such a situation, would I deliver the letter that came without checking it? And if it said something like, "It's a letter from Princess Seraphine, so it would be better for you to read it directly." No matter how much it was Ethan, he would have no choice but to be 200% suspicious if he saw such a stupid act. I almost got screwed. I had already been suspected by unnecessarily reviving my memories of my previous life, walking through the palace with ease. If I were to be seen doing suspicious things this time as well, I would probably be in a lot of trouble. But it's also somehow daunting for me to read a letter from a member of the royal family first. Still, since the sender was sent as Viscount Pareshina on the outside, they probably wouldn't say anything like charging me with insulting the royal family later. Oh, I don't know. Well, what can I do? It wasn't a problem that would be solved even if I thought about it anyway. Above all, if Seraphine had sent the letter under her pseudonym in the first place, she should have already considered the possibility of it being read by a servant. The other young ladies have already been caught by me reading all sorts of embarrassing love letters without their knowledge, so even if it was Seraphine, it would be a bit much for her just to let it slide. It was absolutely not because I was curious about the contents of Seraphine's love letter. I was just acting this way because it was what I had to do as Ethan's exclusive maid, Lilith. With that thought, I took the silver letter opener I was using to open the envelope to Seraphine's secret love letter, presumed. I carefully peeled off the sealing wax that sealed the envelope with the knife. Talk. With the sound of the seal being removed, the envelope opened, revealing 2 letters. The first thing that caught my eye was that the front and back pages were slightly attached with another sealing wax. Even if someone's seal came off and they read the contents on the front, it was designed to prevent them from reading the back page of the first and the front of the second. Seeing this suspicious trace of sealing for no reason, I started to feel like it was getting closer and closer to a love letter. I wondered what the contents of the princess's love letter, which I had never directly read even in Luminar Academy, would be like. With a slightly pounding feeling, I started reading the letter from the first sentence of the front page. As soon as I read the first sentence of the first paragraph on the first page, I was engulfed in a sense of horror that seemed to give me goosebumps all over my body. To Miss Lilith Rosewood. This crazy girl. How far ahead has she calculated things? Author's notes. None. Sag. My author Nim is the goat. Translators Corner. Hi guys. Read my stuff. Love you all. Less than 3. Ruminas to Miss Lilith Rosewood. Although I was momentarily startled by the chilling first line of the letter, I managed to calm my pounding heart somehow. It can't be helped. After all, Seraphine was a character with remarkable insight in many ways, even in the game. Galaxy TL, axiomatic. After Ethan revealed his identity during his recent appearance at the Masquerade Ball, love letters from various noble ladies would fly in from all over. Seraphine probably thought it was a sufficiently predictable situation that I, as Ethan's exclusive maid, would manage the overwhelming number of love letters that a single young master couldn't possibly check. Actually meeting her in the flesh does give me goosebumps. It can't be helped. That's the kind of character she was from the beginning. It would be absurd to deny Seraphine's characterization at this point. I stopped thinking and read Seraphine's letter. The letter that Seraphine sent to me while pretending to send it to Ethan. Have you been well, Miss Lilith Rosewood? I apologize in advance for having to contact you in this way due to the many eyes watching. As someone who has already experienced cooperating with me on the night of a full moon, you should be able to figure out who I am without me explicitly stating my identity in this letter. So, to be prepared for any situation, I won't include any details about my personal information. I am truly indebted to you for the other day. If you, Miss Lilith, had not cooperated with me that day without any suspicion of my motives, the Argentian Empire would have suffered much greater damage. Considering the results of the other choices I briefly saw, I think it's fortunate that it ended this way, thanks to you. Galaxy TL, axiomatic. I will refrain from asking how you know that I become more intelligent every full moon. The same goes for how you can handle that much power despite being a commoner. When I think about what happened that day, I realize I should give you a sufficient reward. I am currently making preparations for that. The details are written at the back of the letter. The back of the letter? Does she mean the second sheet sealed with sealing wax? I learned in the game that it's best to check letters from Seraphine as quickly as possible, so I immediately used a letter opener to remove the second sheet. Compared to the first sheet, which was filled with greetings and past events, the second sheet had only one short sentence written at the center of the paper. I will meet you soon to discuss it. Soon? When exactly is soon? As far as I know, there is only one case where Princess Seraphine would send a letter with such an ambiguous feeling. When Seraphine, of all people, uses an ambiguous expression, it must be in a situation where it is certain enough that there won't be any problems even if she writes it this way. Could it be, with a hunch, I stuck my head out the window and spotted a lavish carriage approaching near the mansion. I had to put aside everything I was doing and call Ethan from the next room first. Young master, Princess Seraphine has visited the Blackwood Mansion. Now, first of all, we had to welcome the guests from the imperial family who unexpectedly came to the Blackwood Mansion. It's been a while, Lord Ethan. Thank you for taking the time out of your busy schedule to visit the Blackwood Mansion, Princess Seraphine. A reception for the imperial family suddenly began in the drawing room of the Blackwood Mansion. Centered around the table in the drawing room where Princess Seraphine and Ethan were seated facing each other, all sorts of servants from the mansion had gathered, creating a tense atmosphere. Most of the servants were tense because it was their first time seeing a member of the imperial family, and the male servants were mostly distracted by Seraphine's beauty. When I thought it would be difficult to have a serious conversation in this situation, Seraphine dismissed all the people gathered in the drawing room with a single gesture. I'd like to have a private conversation for a moment, so could everyone except the people who are absolutely necessary leave? The servants of the Blackwood mansion hurriedly left the drawing room one by one, murmuring at Seraphine's declaration. In this situation, I was also discreetly trying to gauge whether I should leave or not, but Ethan was the first to clearly resolve the matter of my stay. I see. Everyone except Lilith, my exclusive maid, should leave. So I have to stay, after all. Come to think of it, it wouldn't make sense for the person who needs to have the conversation to disappear from a meeting arranged through a letter sent to me in the first place. I guess at least 50% of the conversation we'll have after the meeting will be related to me. Galaxy TL, axiomatic. After all the other servants of the mansion had left, only 4 people remained in the drawing room. From the Blackwoods, Ethan and I, and from the Imperial family, Seraphine and her escort, Luke. Luke is quite close to Seraphine, so she'd probably just leave him there. Even if he hears the story about me, he won't carelessly divulge it. What are you doing, Luke? You should leave, too. Pardon. I said I'm going to have a private conversation, so anyone who isn't absolutely necessary should leave. Luke, Seraphine's escort, was shocked to realize that he wasn't a person who was absolutely necessary. However, he still couldn't refuse Seraphine's order, so instead of arguing, her escort quietly left. Except for the resentful glare he gave me before leaving the drawing room. It's not like I wanted to stay either. Seraphine and Ethan have something to say to me, so they kept me here, but why is he jealous of me? While I was worrying about whether I had unnecessarily earned the resentment of a troublesome person, Ethan, who had moved from the center of the sofa in the drawing room to a corner, called me and pointed to the empty seat. Maid, you should sit too. Pardon? We'll be mainly talking about you, anyway. It would be better to sit together and talk rather than having you standing there and listening. I agree, Miss Lilith. I understand. Since the two of them were urging me, I had no choice but to quietly sit down in the empty seat. Seraphine sat in front of me while Ethan sat beside me. Sitting between a princess and a young master who could easily crush me with their status even if I stayed still, I carefully observed the situation. In the silence, the first one to open their mouth and start the conversation was Seraphine. First of all, I should tell you the reason why I came all the way to the Blackwood mansion. I sincerely thank you too for your utmost efforts in slaying the king serpent during the monster wave at the Imperial Palace the other day. Oh, know that much is it is my greatest pleasure that my humble efforts were of assistance to the Empire. Galaxy TL, axiomatic. Unlike me, who was flustered and didn't know what to do, Ethan responded to the conversation as if it were natural to him. Seeing this natural behavior, he was indeed a noble young master. The reason I personally came to the Blackwood mansion today instead of inviting you to the Imperial Palace is to express my gratitude for this. It would be rude in many ways to make the two of you, who did your best until the very end to save as many lives as possible, travel all the way to the distant palace. Oh, no rude, you say that's not true at all, princess. If you summon us, it is only natural for a nobleman to respond to that call. Why is Ethan being so sweet today? Could it be that he's really interested in Seraphine, and that's why he's acting like this? Even though he said he wasn't, in reality, Ethan is no different from other boys. And also, it would be even more difficult to arrange a meeting like this at the Imperial Palace. There would be no better place than here to have a leisurely conversation with Lord Ethan and Miss Lilith. Don't you think so? Well, yes indeed, if Ethan and I had been invited to the Imperial Palace, we wouldn't have been able to create an environment like this. One where only 3 people, Seraphine, Ethan, and me, Ethan's exclusive maid, could have a conversation. May I ask how the matter I mentioned before is proceeding, princess? Although time is a bit tight, I think it can be completed within half a year. But no matter what, the highest position that can be given would be a viscount. That's more than enough. As long as the fact that she's a noblewoman can be proven, that's all that matters. What? What are they talking about? Their suddenly having a serious conversation among themselves in front of me made me feel strangely uneasy. Seraphine, who first noticed my reaction from across the table, also told me about what she and Ethan were doing. Don't worry, Miss Lilith. It's not about actually taking away another noble's status, but rather, we're talking about creating a new fictional family. Pardon? We can't hide the secret that you can use magic forever, Fortunately, the princess says half a year is enough, so we can somehow make it in time for next year's entrance to the academy. Please, wait a moment. I can't understand the content of your conversation at all. A new family, entering the academy, these are all unfamiliar topics to me. My uneasiness grew even faster as their explanations only raised more questions. Sensing that something was off, Seraphine glanced at Ethan and carefully asked a question. Lord Ethan, could it be that you haven't properly explained this matter to Miss Lilith? I did mention it to her once before, but this is the first time I'm providing the details. You talked to me about it, young Master Ethan. I'm truly sorry to say this, but I have absolutely no recollection of hearing anything related to the conversation you two are having now. What are you saying? I told you last time. I told you that I would somehow help you, who was troubled by not being able to use magic freely. I also said that I thought I could get cooperation from Princess Seraphine. That I understood it as meaning you would keep the secret that I can use magic. I felt quite perplexed by Ethan, who was casually saying things that were impossible for me to follow as if they were obvious. Unable to watch the two of us any longer, Princess Seraphine took the lead in providing additional explanations about the content they had been discussing. Miss Lilith. Yes. It seems you haven't heard the exact story from Lord Ethan yet, so let me tell you clearly. Miss Lilith, have you ever thought about enrolling in the academy as a noblewoman? Pardon? Me? To the academy? How, Miss Lilith, have you ever thought about enrolling in the academy as a noblewoman? Pardon? My mind was momentarily confused by Seraphine's absurd words coming from right in front of me. To the academy? Me? As a noblewoman at that? Galaxy TL, axiomatic? As soon as I heard about a new route that I had never even thought of since coming to this world, I could only respond with a dumbfounded exclamation, losing my words for a moment. As if she had been waiting for it, Seraphine latched onto my answer that had accidentally slipped out. You just said, yes, right, Miss Lilith. No, that was just by accident. But you did say, yes, even if it was by accident, didn't you? Can I take that as an agreement? Right, Miss Lilith? Seraphine was smiling from ear to ear while suddenly pressing me about my slip of the tongue. Seeing her active response, it seemed that she was truly serious about enrolling me in the academy. Moreover, it appeared that she had already consulted with Ethan to some extent and was preparing to enroll me in the academy. The academy, of course, it would be great if I could enroll in the academy as a noblewoman, as Seraphine said. Galaxy TL, axiomatic. Unlike entering the academy as a commoner, enrolling as a noblewoman would mean that I could also enter under the magic department, which was Lilith's main strength. It was a much better offer than entering another department of the academy, which I had mentioned before. However, I couldn't readily accept Seraphine's offer just because it sounded good. I still couldn't clearly grasp her intention as to why she wanted to enroll me in the academy. Princess Seraphine. What is it, Miss Lilith? If it's not rude, may I ask you one question regarding enrollment in the academy? By all means, Miss Lilith. May I know what you want from me after I enroll in the academy? Seraphine fell silent for a moment, as if my question had unexpectedly hit the mark. Judging from her current reaction, it seemed that she was leaving open various possibilities for how to use me after I enrolled in the academy. When I make this kind of offer, people usually ask me, how I will make it possible. Pardon? Miss Lilith, you're asking what I want from you after enrolling in the academy. As if you already know that I can easily make it possible for you to enroll in the academy. Well, I do actually know that. Galaxy TL, axiomatic. Seraphine had even created a fictional Viscount family to send a letter without being cautious. For Seraphine, creating a Viscount family to avoid the eyes of others would be slightly more difficult than flipping her hand. In addition, there were countless other ways she could use to enroll me in the academy from her position, such as creating a special entrance exam for me to take or transferring me after enrollment using her personal authority. Honestly, as long as I could enroll in the magic department of the academy, I didn't really care what method was used to enroll me either. Luminar Academy was basically an academy-based game. Like most academy games, there were some skills or magic that could only be learned by taking classes, so I also wanted to enroll in the magic department of the academy if possible. It was just that I had temporarily given up on it because the current conditions were not very favorable. If I could just fulfill that wish of enrolling in the academy, I was willing to accept a deal with Princess Seraphine. Perhaps to the extent that I could gladly endure even if the price was a bit high. If it weren't possible, you wouldn't have proposed to me to enroll in the academy as a noblewoman in the first place. Is it difficult for you to say, Princess Seraphine? No, I was just thinking that I chose the right person. Pardon? Seraphine nodded her head calmly in response to my question. And she also gave me a meaningful smile as she delivered her answer. What I want to ask of Miss Lilith, who will enroll in the academy as a noblewoman in the future. For now, I have nothing in particular. Pardon? I just hope that as many talented new students as possible will enroll in Luminar Academy next year. That includes you, Miss Lilith, and Lord Ethan, as well. Isn't it even more meaningful that she has nothing to ask of me? Am I overreacting? However, seeing Seraphine's response, it truly seemed that she didn't want to enroll me in the academy because she wanted something specific from me. Rather, she simply wanted to gather as many talented students as possible in the academy. Galaxy TL, axiomatic. Considering the story that would unfold in the game, most of those gathered students would eventually suffer and run away here and there. You don't have to be so suspicious, Miss Lilith. Although I don't have any separate requests for you after you enter the academy, it's not like I won't receive anything from you at all. No, I'm not doubting you, Princess. Even you, who has never had proper magic lessons, showed the ability to defeat the King Serpent. If you learn magic properly at the academy, how much more can you contribute? And in the future, how many more lives will you be able to save? That's what I'm thinking about and investing in, Miss Lilith. Right, this was Seraphine's personality from the beginning. A person who unhesitatingly runs toward the possibility of saving even one more life. I felt ashamed of myself for unnecessarily doubting a character that's absolutely good. There must be a meaning behind every action Seraphine takes. If I had heard the reason this far, it would have been rude to refuse instead. Of course, since Seraphine and Ethan had already been working on it, it might not be easily accepted, even if I refuse. Galaxy TL, axiomatic. I understand, Princess Seraphine. Since you said you would grant me a noble status and help me enroll in the academy, I will gladly follow your proposal. No taking it back later. I'm not foolish enough to tell a lie in front of the princess. I will let you know the details later by letter. It'll contain the noble status you will have and the date of the entrance exam of the academy. I am truly grateful for your consideration until the very end. No, compared to the many lives you have saved, Miss Lilith, this is really nothing. That's true. As someone who knew the future where Agnes would have taken my role, her words resonated with me even more. For now, let me tell you what has been decided so far. You will likely have the status of a Viscount's daughter. If we had a little more time, I would have tried to make you of Count status, but considering the rushed preparations, this was the limit of the status we could create without drawing attention. Just having the status of being from a Viscount family is more than enough for me, a commoner, to express my utmost gratitude. And the main family will likely be the Blackwood family. I will send you the details later by letter. Yes, I understand. I should get going now due to my next schedule. Don't forget to check the letters coming to Lord Ethan from Viscount Pareshina, Miss Lilith. Yes, I will make sure to check them. It was a pleasure talking with you, Lord Ethan, Miss Lilith. I feel the same way. I was also truly happy to be able to see your face, Princess Seraphine, and have a conversation with you. Ah, you don't need to see me off. I have to get in the carriage right away anyway. As soon as Ethan and I got up from our seats to see her off, Seraphine waved her hand as if to say it wasn't necessary and made us sit down again. Because Seraphine only moved her steps after confirming that we had sat down again, we had to let her leave without even being able to properly see her off. In the drawing room where she had been, who had come like the wind and disappeared like dew, only Ethan and I were now left alone. Young Master Ethan. Yeah, Maid. Was it your idea to give me the status of a Viscount and enroll me in the academy? It was. Buddhist it a bother? Of course not. To you, young Master Ethan, who has shown so much consideration for a mere maid like May, can't express enough gratitude no matter how much I thank you. This time, I conveyed my feelings to Ethan by bowing my head with a truly grateful heart. Ethan quietly explained the process of how I came to be enrolled in the academy while accepting my gratitude. I said that your talent would be wasted and asked for help in making you a member of a Blackwood branch family and enrolling you in the magic department of the academy. Since it's impossible for a maid of commoner status to enroll in the magic department, I received help from the princess in that regard. I see. In the first place, if it's discovered that a commoner maid can use magic, it will be dangerous in many ways later on. Soups. What is it, young master? Did you perhaps say something you shouldn't have to me? No, it's just that I realized I shouldn't call you a maid anymore, Lilith. Of course, you're still my exclusive maid for now, but you're scheduled to pay off your debt soon and be incorporated into the Blackwood branch family as a noblewoman. From then on, you won't be my exclusive maid anymore. Ah. That's right. If I gain the status of being from a Viscount family, I'll have to quit my maid job for Ethan. No matter how lowly a noblewoman from a branch family is, it would cause many problems for her to work as an exclusive maid for a young lord. There have been cases where lower-ranking noble families send their children to serve as servants in the main family or higher-ranking noble families. They do so to demonstrate the bond between nobles or loyalty to the main family. However, even among such servants, it was an unwritten rule not to send them to sensitive positions like being an exclusive maid for a man. Galaxy TL, axiomatic. As an exclusive maid for a man, you would often observe his personal life, such as his sleeping appearance, changing clothes, or before and after bathing. No matter how lowly, they were still nobles, and especially for young ladies, it could hinder their marriage prospects, so it was common not to work as an exclusive maid for a man. Moreover, sending a daughter of a branch family to be the exclusive maid of the young master of the main family could be seen as an act of the branch family seeking power from the main family. No, wait a moment. Come to think of it, isn't this a bit dangerous? Let's assume that I quit being Ethan's exclusive maid and become the daughter of some non-existent Viscount family and enroll in the academy. Then, what happens next? A lowly noble lady who's a Viscount solely in the title, with no power or connections and no personal network since she has never shown her face in social gatherings until now. If I enter the academy alone in this state, surely I'm screwed. Only after thinking this far did I finally realize the situation I was in. I realized the fact that simply receiving a noble status from Ethan and Seraphine was not enough to survive in the academy. And that to survive, I couldn't stay as I was now. It will be a bit sad to think that you won't be a maid anymore. Of course, you'll continue to live with our family from now on. Young Master Ethan. This might be rude, but may I make one small request? A small request? Go ahead and tell me. Could I continue to serve as your exclusive maid until we both graduate from the academy? What? Even though Ethan's eyes widened at my sudden suggestion, my heart in making that request to him was more serious than anyone else's. Because to survive in the academy with an ambiguous status, like that of a Viscount, it seemed that I still needed Ethan's help. Are you serious, maid? Ethan asked with widened eyes in response to my request to extend my time as his exclusive maid. I looked him in the eye and nodded as I answered. Yes. I'm serious, young master. Maid, you might not know this yet, but normally, a noble lady shouldn't be an exclusive maid for a man. Of course, they sometimes send them as general servants for the bond of the family, but no, I already know that noble ladies don't take the role of an exclusive maid for a man, young master. It seems you don't understand considering my actions in front of Ethan until now. It's understandable for him to be suspicious, but at least this time, I was certain. The issue he was worried about if I took the role of his exclusive maid was, in fact, not a problem for me at all. However, Ethan still seemed to think that I didn't understand and continued to provide additional explanations about taking on the role of his exclusive maid. It's a bit complicated, but I'm saying this for your sake, maid. It's fine for now, but if it's later revealed that you, as a noblewoman, worked as my exclusive maid, it could hinder your marriage prospects. Galaxy TL, axiomatic. Well, of course it would. It was common for the role of a noble's exclusive maid to rarely include a night service. Of course, to some extent, it was a relationship based on mutual agreement, so it was a slightly different concept from rape, and even that custom had almost disappeared by now. Anyway, an occupation with the possibility of having relations with another man before marriage was bound to receive unfavorable attention. However, nothing like that had ever happened between Ethan and me, and in the first place, I had been desperately trying to avoid such situations. Of course, that didn't mean it would seem like nothing happened to others. So, Ethan was probably saying that out of consideration for me in his own way, but honestly, it was an unnecessary concern for me. I don't mind. What? Having my marriage prospects hindered by being the young master's exclusive maid is not a problem for me at all. Think about it seriously, Maid. I'm saying this because I really don't want you to be in trouble because F me. I am thinking very seriously, because I wasn't thinking about marriage in the first place. My marriage prospects are being hindered because I'm Ethan's exclusive maid, so what? Isn't it rather advantageous to prevent noble sons, who are difficult to avoid due to their power, from trying to hit on me in advance? Galaxy TL, axiomatic. Of course, since this was a world where commoners didn't place much importance on chastity, there was a possibility that they would approach Lilith regardless of whether she had experience or not. But that could be solved with the Viscount noble status that Ethan and Seraphine created for me. And there would be hardly any commoners who would foolishly risk their lives to try to eat a noble. I want to continue being young Master Ethan's exclusive maid even after receiving the status of a Viscount's daughter. And that's for the 4 years we attend the academy. That was also the only way for Lilith, a Viscount's daughter with no backing or connections, to survive. It's true that I'm a pretty decent mage who can use Mana Blast at this level, but this alone could lead to the possibility of getting involved in troublesome matters with other nobles attending the academy. If I, as a Viscount's daughter, who is on the lower end of the lower nobility, enroll without proper connections, there will naturally be many people trying to shut me down in various ways. Among them, there would be quite a few who would approach me pretending to help but actually try to use me. In that case, the most stable way to survive would be to continue working as Ethan's exclusive maid while always doing activities together with him. If I work as an exclusive maid, I will have to stick with him for most of my life in the academy, whether I like it or not, and above all, I can clearly imprint on other students that I belong to the Blackwood family. And even if a situation arises where I'm being used by someone, I thought it might be better to be used by Ethan rather than a stranger I've never even met. Considering all those situations, I requested Ethan to extend my position as his exclusive maid. But the answer that came from Ethan's mouth was close to a roundabout rejection. For now, I'll take my time to think about it. Pardon? I'm really happy that you said you want to continue being my exclusive maid, but this is a matter that needs to be seriously considered. I see it's just that I'm not mentally prepared yet, so wait a little bit. Mentally prepared? What do you mean by being mentally prepared all of a sudden? You just have to treat the exclusive maid position like you've been doing until now, right? For some reason, Ethan's answer gave me an uneasy feeling and anxiety began to rise in my heart. For now, though, there was something I was more happy about, so I let it slide. Anyway, the fact that I could enroll in the magic department of the academy, even as Lilith, was much more important news to me. A carriage passed through the border of the Blackwood territory, and several horses and soldiers surrounded the carriage. Inside the luxurious carriage, surrounded by several guards as if protecting it, its owner, Princess Seraphine, quietly looked out the window at the passing scenery without a word. Her escort, Luke Cruella, was seated across from her. The Blackwood territory gradually moved away from the gate that marked the border of the Blackwood territory. Looking back one last time at the Blackwood mansion, which was already so far away that it looked like a dot, Seraphine offered a small apology in her heart. I'm sorry, Miss Lilith. She couldn't even give a reward to the one who had defeated the King Serpent and ended the monster wave at the Imperial Palace. Instead, she just gave her a Viscount status and enrolled her in the academy. Feeling guilty, Seraphine could only vaguely stare out the window until she left the Blackwood territory. Luke, her escort, carefully asked a question while observing Seraphine's expression, which was different from usual. Princess Seraphine. What is it, Luke? If you have any concerns, would you please confide in me? If you trust me and tell me, I will not divulge it even if a blade is put to my neck, Princess. Luke requested Seraphine to confide in him, asserting his loyalty to her. She also knew very well that Luke was not the type of person to carelessly spill secrets somewhere. However, apart from that, Seraphine couldn't fully confide the secret she held in her heart to Luke. If Seraphine's concern was simply her own secret, she might have felt somewhat relieved just by confiding in her tight-lipped escort. But what was weighing on Seraphine's mind right now was not her own concerns but a concern about a woman named Lilith Rosewood, a servant of the Blackwood family. The moment she spoke about that concern, it would inevitably lead to a situation where she would also have to speak about Lilith's secret. Carelessly blabbing about someone else's secret was far from Seraphine's personality, so even if it was Luke, her most trustworthy and tight-lipped escort, Seraphine couldn't tell him. "I'm sorry. It's not a concern I can tell you about, Luke. It's my personal issue, so you don't have to worry about it." "Is it a concern related to the conversation you had at the Blackwood mansion?" Seraphine's expression momentarily faltered at Luke's question that hit the mark. As an escort who had served her for a long time, Luke could notice the change in Seraphine's expression in an instant. "Even if you say there is discord with the Blackwood family, I will serve Princess Seraphine until the very end, even at the cost of my life." "No, it's not such a dangerous issue. Is it a concern about that maid from the Blackwood family? The one who eavesdropped on the princess's conversation until the very end?" "Luke. Yes. I clearly sent you out of that drawing room." "That's right. Then don't hastily make assumptions about what happened inside. Do you find my orders so amusing?" "I will correct myself." Seraphine's escort immediately prostrated himself on the ground to apologize the moment he realized he had misspoken. However, the one who received the apology didn't even spare him a glance and only silently followed the scenery outside with her eyes. In her heart, she continued to apologize to Lilith, whom she had promised to enroll in the academy. "Miss Lilith, you're probably just happy about the fact that you can enroll in the magic department of Luminar Academy now. But I know what kind of hardships a helpless young lady with only a Viscount status will face when enrolling in the academy. The Viscount status is the lowest among the nobility. The moment she enrolls in the academy, all sorts of riffraff will likely approach her to use her. It was a future anyone could predict, even without foresight. Moreover, Miss Lilith's magic is powerful enough to attract the attention of others in many ways, so people who are too much for you to handle on your own will probably try to approach you. Even knowing that, I won't ask you to forgive me for deciding to enroll you in the academy, but it was necessary. I'm sorry, Miss Lilith." No matter how outstanding Lilith's individual magical education was, it would not be easy to shake off the persistent interest gathered from so many people. Especially considering the characteristic of the magic department, where only nobles could enroll, there weren't even any commoner students of lower status than her. It wasn't too difficult to imagine that she would become a target for the magic department students in many ways. Cruelly, Seraphine's plan also included Lilith becoming that target. "Half a year or maybe you'll get tired even sooner. The magic department of the academy will be a place that's not easy to endure with the status of a Viscount's daughter. If I extend a helping hand to you when you're suffering from other nobles like that, will you be able to refuse? If I ask you to become my exclusive maid on the condition that I protect you, will you be able to refuse then? You probably won't be able to, because I will only reach out to you when you're faced with a situation you absolutely can't refuse. I'm sorry for not being able to think of any way to use you other than this. I will definitely apologize for all these sins I will commit against you in the next life someday." One day, Seraphine suddenly felt the need to keep the strongest close aids in her arms to prevent the future she saw from becoming a reality. Luke, the escort knight, in her right hand, and Lilith, the exclusive maid, in her left hand. In her mind, these two were the strongest cards she could control as she pleased, so enrolling Lilith in the magic department of the academy was also the first step in Seraphine's process of getting her hands on her. Thus, Seraphine's plan to secure her second strongest and most capable close aid seemed to proceed smoothly without any particular obstacles, just like her other plans. But unfortunately, there was one unexpected blind spot in Seraphine's plan this time that even she hadn't anticipated. Because even Seraphine hadn't predicted the situation where Lilith would insist on being Ethan's exclusive maid even with the status of a noble lady. About a month had passed since the day Seraphine and Ethan said they would enroll me in the academy. Although it was only a month, quite a lot had happened during that time. For example, Ethan and I briefly visited the Imperial Palace after slaying the King Serpent and returned. I had to hide my identity since my status hadn't been determined yet, and in the process, a considerable amount of money was given not only to Ethan but also to me as a reward. And as the reward came in, my status as an exclusive maid also became time-limited. Galaxy TL, axiomatic. It was inevitable. The amount I received for slaying the King Serpent was so large that it basically settled all of Lilith's remaining debt. The reward money given to me, who had no noble status and belonged to the Blackwood family, naturally had to be delivered through the Blackwood family. So, in the process, even though I didn't want it, it was automatically used to pay off the remaining debt. When I subjugated the hooked tusk, it was only thanks to the goodwill of Sir Blacksong that the money could come to me. Normally, though, when money comes to a debt maid, it's natural to start by paying off the existing debt first. As a result, the period of my contract is now just over 2 weeks. During these 2 weeks, I had to negotiate somehow. I wanted Ethan to take me as his exclusive maid so I could enroll with him in the academy together. So now, about 3 years after I started working as Ethan's exclusive maid, I was putting my heart and soul into my exclusive maid activities more actively than ever since taking on this position. Somehow, I needed to convince Ethan to rehire me as his exclusive maid. Have you finished your meal, young master? Ah, yes. You have a sword sparring session with the master in the afternoon, right? I will prepare the training clothes for you to change into in advance. Are you going to accompany me to today's training too? Yes, because that's the duty of an exclusive maid. You've never really come to watch until now, but you've been coming diligently lately. It's really hot these days. That's because you, young master, never told me that I could come and watch until now. I didn't particularly tell you to come and watch lately either. But as the young master's exclusive maid, I think it's understood for me to be on standby in case you face any inconvenience. Don't you think so, young master? Ethan gave me a dumbfounded look at my textbook-like answer. I know how brazen I'm being in front of Ethan. Still, just to secure the position of Ethan's exclusive maid, I could be even more brazen than this. That's because it was a position I absolutely needed to enroll in the academy with an ambiguous status like a viscount. Excuse me, young master, is it rude of me to observe your sword sparring? And no, I didn't mean it was rude, I just meant that you seem to be working too hard lately. Shouldn't I naturally put in my best effort when it comes to work? I must do so to serve as the young master's exclusive maid even after entering the academy. I'll go change into my training clothes before it's late. Maid, go to the training ground first and wait for me there. These days, whenever I mention being his exclusive maid at the academy, he always avoids mentioning it like this. If it were Ethan from the original game, he would have commanded me to follow him without hesitation rather than hesitating at such a proposal. It was fortunate that he didn't grow up to be a lout pig with only lust left, but it was still a bit regrettable that he lacked courage to this extent. Galaxy TL, axiomatic. Still, the position of Ethan's exclusive maid was an important position that I absolutely couldn't give up, so these days, I would stick with Ethan as much as possible and somehow appeal my competence as an exclusive maid. Of course, just because I've been working hard recently doesn't mean I've been sloppy with my work before. I had never gone against Ethan's mood as an exclusive maid, and I had never missed a single mandatory duty and had faithfully carried them all out. It's just that I've been working even harder lately because that alone seems insufficient to be rehired. In fact, excluding the time to change clothes, take a bath, and sleep, I was practically glued to Ethan for 16 to 17 hours out of 24 hours a day. Among them, observing Ethan and Harold's daily sword sparring was also added to my duties. Clang. Clang. Ha, clang, clang, clang. ACKK, Ewa. Thud. Ethan, who gripped the wooden sword in both hands and swung it, was hit on the wrist by Harold's blow and dropped the sword he was holding. Unlike Harold, who swung his sword calmly without a word, Ethan collapsed on the floor with a very exhausted look. Dittmeyer, who was watching the match, raised his hand and temporarily stopped the sparring. The master is victorious. We will take a short break. I'll give you 5 minutes. Pick up your sword again. Yes. Ethan painfully grabbed his hurt wrist and got up, and the family's healer immediately ran to him and cast a healing spell. I, who quietly approached Ethan, carefully wiped the sweat beading on his forehead with a handkerchief. At first, when I held out the handkerchief, Ethan was puzzled, not knowing what I was doing, but now, after about 10 days of my actions, he accepted it without a word. It was important to do some favor work like this, even if it was little by little. At least, even if Ethan doesn't feel the need to take me to the academy as his exclusive maid, he should know that I'm useful as an exclusive maid so that he has at least a little desire to keep me as his exclusive maid. In fact, I already knew that there was a much easier way than doing this bothersome favor work. Using this body, which is Lilith's most notable advantage, to stimulate and seduce the male instinct. Of course, I would never use this method. Even if it's Ethan, that's a bit too much. It's not that I particularly dislike the thought because he's Ethan. Rather, I even thought that it might be better if it's Ethan. T.N. Pause. The current Ethan is completely different from the repulsive Ethan I saw in the game, and he's undoubtedly quite good looking and has a nice personality. It's just that, separate from that, it's unavoidable that I don't want to be held by a man. Above all, it felt like all the efforts I had made so far to avoid a future where I would be dominated by a man would be in vain. Chewing garlic in the kitchen in the middle of the night, getting in a dogfight with the likes of Ariana and Alicia, and even risking my life in battle against monsters like the Hooked Tusk. Galaxy TL, axiomatic. How should I put it? Carelessly handling my body now for no particular reason a course of action that didn't align with me at all. Of course, whether I do such a thing with Ethan or not, the future I have already changed will continue to flow. The unbelievable growth I achieved as Lilith by saving Lizzie, who should have died. And Ethan's change that made him unrecognizable, although I don't know where the influence came from. Thinking about those things, I often have thoughts these days that it might be okay to be used by Ethan in exchange for being protected after enrolling in the academy. Galaxy TL, axiomatic. Of course, no matter what, that's too much of a prostitute-like idea, so I discarded it all not long after thinking about it. And for some reason, it seemed like Ethan wouldn't like it very much if I acted that way, either. If Ethan had even the slightest such feelings for me, he would have had countless opportunities to use his position and power to pounce on me long ago. The fact that he hasn't done that until now means that the current Ethan doesn't have much interest in my body. Begin sparring. Meanwhile, Ethan and Harold's sword training resumed immediately after the break. As expected, Ethan was knocked down by Harold's sword again without being able to land a proper attack. Thud. Ah. It seems like he's already fallen about 18 times just during today's training. Seeing him fall without being able to land a decent attack made me feel strangely sorry for him. But it's not like I could particularly say anything about Ethan because it was impossible for a fair match to take place against Harold, a sword master, in the first place. What I should recognize is that Ethan is incredibly skilled for his age among his peers. Galaxy TL, axiomatic. The mere fact that he can hold out for 10 or 20 minutes in a match against Swordmaster Harold is already an unbelievable feat. It's gotten to the point where I think Ethan might be even stronger than the protagonist at this point. Let's end today's training here. While I was having such thoughts and observing the two exchanging swords, Ethan and Harold's sword sparring finally came to an end. I quietly wiped his face, which was drenched in sweat from hours of training. Good work, young master. Yeah, thanks, Maid. Come to think of it, it was the same feeling I had when I first observed Ethan receiving sword lessons from Harold. Until then, I never imagined that Ethan would be able to grow up so properly. Ethan must have also worked tirelessly, which I couldn't help but feel every time I observed his training these days. Galaxy TL, axiomatic. What exactly made Ethan pull himself together like this was still difficult to guess. Since you seem to have sweated a lot, I will prepare your bath right away. I will prepare the clothes for you to change into now, and the training clothes will be washed. In the same way, I was going to take care of Ethan all day today and somehow make him reconsider rehiring me as his exclusive maid. But my plan was easily thwarted by Harold's sudden call. Lilith. Yes, master. After you finish preparing Ethan's bath, come up to my office immediately. Pardon? There's something I need to tell you regarding your recent work attitude. I understand, master. What? Did I do something wrong? Due to Harold's sudden summons, I quickly moved to the third floor of the mansion as soon as I finished preparing Ethan's bath. Harold summoned me for a one-on-one meeting with him, which I hadn't had in a long time. In a state where I couldn't shake off the lingering tension no matter when I faced him, I quietly knocked on the door of the third-floor office 3 times. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. As soon as I opened the door and stepped inside, I felt an overwhelming atmosphere. I quietly walked into the heavy space that was always difficult to breathe in. For some reason, instead of dragging it out while doing other things as usual, Harold spoke first and presented his business. Sorry for calling you over and causing you trouble. No, I am young Master Ethan's exclusive maid, so of course, I have to respond if the Lord of the Blackwood family calls, don't I? But it seems that that exclusive maid job only has about 10 days left now, isn't that right? That's right. Even I didn't predict that the reward from the Imperial Palace would be used to pay off your father's debt. Isn't that so, Miss Lilith Rosewood? I didn't either. As expected, he's persistent about it. Perhaps because my actions at the Imperial Palace were too flashy, it was virtually impossible to completely hide all of those secrets. Thanks to Seraphine, I somehow received the reward for slaying the King Serpent, but due to my affiliation, it had to go through the Blackwood family first. Galaxy TL, axiomatic. Moreover, there was no way Harold, who manages most of the Blackwood Estate's operations, wouldn't have noticed my activities. In other words, the fact that I used magic to slay the King Serpent had already reached his ears. He hasn't said anything about it until now, so I've been not mentioning it deliberately. Why is he suddenly bringing up the subject of me paying off my debt when he called me here? Wasn't it because of my recent work attitude that he called me? Was that just an excuse? Lilith Rosewood. Why yes. I heard that because you used magic to slay the King Serpent, Ethan was able to overcome a moment when he was in danger. Ah, no, it was Princess Seraphine, the third princess, who saved young Master Ethan, and I just followed Her Highness' orders. So are you saying that Princess Seraphine lied to me? Ah, no, absolutely not. It's true that Ethan was safe because you used magic, right? That's right. I barely escaped the moment of almost disrespecting the imperial family and driving a wedge between nobles by saying the wrong word, and I mentally calmed my startled heart. This guy, Harold, won't even allow me to be humble. So, Lilith Rosewood. Why yes. Do you have any intention of continuing to work as Ethan's exclusive maid even after the contract ends? Pardon? What is he suddenly talking about? Harold suddenly brought up the topic of a contract extension. And it's about being Ethan's exclusive maid. Although I initially hired you as a debt maid, I feel that your talent is a bit of a waste to end the contract like this. Is that so? Since you became Ethan's exclusive maid, that child has truly changed a lot. If it weren't for you, Ethan might still be going astray while longing for his mother. You flatter me, but as Ethan's father, I can't help but worry, especially when I think about him entering the academy next year. I understand your concern. Even though Ethan will turn 23 next year, excluding the time he was asleep due to the curse, he's still only in his late teens. I'm wondering if that child can get along well with other students at the academy, and I'd like you to assist him a little more, at least during that period. I'd like to ask what you think about it. The eligible age for enrollment in Luminar Academy is from 18 to 23 years old. Whether noble or commoner, since they have to take and pass a proper entrance exam to enter the academy, it's not uncommon for even high-ranking nobles to fail in their first or second year. So the actual average age of freshmen entering the academy is a little over 19 years old. If Ethan enters the academy next year, he will be enrolling at the age of 23, but excluding the time he was asleep due to the curse, he's actually close to the minimum enrollment age. As someone who knows the extent of Harold's love for his family, it's not that strange for him to worry about Ethan like this. That's why he's trying to keep me as an exclusive maid a little longer, somehow. After all, it's an undeniable fact that I've been serving Ethan since he was young until now. The problem was how far Harold was thinking when he offered me this contract. If I had hastily asked just after hearing the offer to take on the exclusive maid position for Ethan, my plan might have been disrupted from another angle. Galaxy TL, axiomatic. What I wanted to do was to gain the status of a Viscount's daughter, enroll in the magic department of the academy, and maintain the position of Ethan's exclusive maid in that situation. If he told me to give up the first two for the sake of focusing on being Ethan's exclusive maid, of course, I couldn't readily accept it. So, before discussing Ethan's exclusive maid position, I needed to clearly convey the things I'd mentioned earlier. You may already know this, Master, but I have already received the grace of young Master Ethan to temporarily receive the position of a noble in a Blackwood branch family and take the entrance exam for the magic department of Luminar Academy. That's right. I don't mind that either. As long as you're confident that you can fulfill the role of Ethan's exclusive maid even as a fellow student. Pardon, of course. If you act as Ethan's exclusive maid as a noble lady, it will hinder your marriage prospects with other lords, so that's something you'll have to bear if you accept. What? Why is he so cool about it? I thought he would definitely refuse, saying something like, will you have time to focus on your studies while serving as my son's exclusive maid? It's rather suspicious that such good conditions are continuously being offered to me for no reason. There was no reason for Harold to show such favor to me without any benefit to himself. He's a character who is endlessly soft only to his family, like his wife and children, but he normally shows little interest and a cold reaction to other people. Even if it's Lilith, who has spent a long time as Ethan's exclusive maid. And, your salary will be this much per month, clink. A few coins fall on the office desk simultaneously with Harold's words. I momentarily thought that he would dismiss the monthly salary with a few silver coins because it's an exclusive maid job combined with studies. But as soon as I saw the 3 gold coins placed on the desk, my mind started spinning quickly. 3 gold coins per month. And if you take on the role of Ethan's exclusive maid for all 4 years, I'll add 4 more gold coins per year. What? Wait. 3 gold coins a month. How much is 3 gold coins a month in this world? 1 gold coin is roughly the monthly living expenses for a family of 4, so let's say it's worth about 3 million won, TN. Approximately $2,200. If there are 3 such gold coins per month, it amounts to nearly 10 million won, TN. Approximately $7,200, based on the standards of my previous world. Plus, there's an additional bonus of 4 gold coins every year. In other words, the annual salary is effectively 40 gold coins, and since this is for a total of 4 years, that's 160 gold coins in total. Even excluding the tuition, living expenses, and other miscellaneous costs of Luminar Academy, I could calculate that almost 100 gold coins would be accumulated in my hands. Just by attending the academy and taking care of Ethan, upon graduation, I'll have 100 gold coins. It would be an absolute loss not to accept such an offer. What kind of fool would refuse 100 gold coins that come into their hands? It's the basic startup capital that you can start anything with as soon as you graduate from the academy. Still, let's calm down for now. Think rationally, Lilith. There's no way that Harold would make such a favorable offer to me without any benefit to himself. It must be an offer with a trap somewhere. Perhaps if I readily accept it, I might be bound by a contract that's neither this nor that and continue a forced contract life no different from a debt maid, or he might try to employ me at a much lower amount by mentioning breach of contract. Galaxy TL, axiomatic. Was there anything in what Harold just said that could be interpreted in a different way? Enrolling in the academy with Ethan, working as Ethan's exclusive maid, with an annual salary of 36 gold coins. If I do well as Ethan's exclusive maid, an additional 16 gold coins will be given, and according to his words about enrolling together, Harold will probably guarantee the Viscount status as well. No matter how I think about it, isn't this offer too good to be true just for me? Moreover, being Ethan's exclusive maid was something I wanted from the beginning, and in this situation, I'm getting an unexpected bonus, so there's no reason for me to refuse. Right. I almost forgot about it. The fact that whether I can become Ethan's exclusive maid or not is not enough with just Harold's permission. No matter how much I want to be Ethan's exclusive maid, if Ethan himself refuses, this contract and everything else will become meaningless. Since Harold readily agrees to whatever Ethan says anyway, I had to convince Ethan rather than him. Galaxy TL, axiomatic. For that, I didn't have the luxury of spending time here discussing this with Harold. I have to go back to Ethan as soon as possible and somehow convince him to make me his exclusive maid again. It wasn't impossible for the contract to be terminated overnight by Ethan if I finished the contract here with Harold and felt relieved. For now, I bowed my head in front of Harold and indirectly expressed my answer that I would persuade Ethan. I am truly grateful for your words, Master Yu. Are you perhaps rejecting my offer now? I think it should be up to young Master Ethan, and not you, Master, to decide on his exclusive maid. I also want to continue my duties as young Master Ethan's exclusive maid, but since it seems that the young Master hasn't made up his mind yet, would you please wait for him to choose his exclusive maid himself? Yes, come to think of it, you're right. Phew. Now, it's completely certain that I just need to convince Ethan. From now on, all that remains is to clearly appeal my excellence as an exclusive maid to Ethan more than ever. Ethan is also growing up now, so as you said, I can't decide on his exclusive maid without getting his opinion. That's right, Master. All right. Then I'll ask Ethan separately next time. Wait until a conclusion is reached for now. Thank you for your words, Master. Then go ahead. I will take my leave, Master. After bowing to convey my gratitude for Harold's words, I hurriedly left his private office. As soon as I left his office, the first thing I did was search for Ethan, who would have finished his bath by now. Galaxy TL, axiomatic. I needed to firmly make up his mind as soon as possible before Harold called Ethan separately and asked about his exclusive maid. Fortunately, I found Ethan talking to someone in the servants' room on the same floor as Harold's office on the third, and I walked briskly to where Ethan was to get a definite answer from him about his exclusive maid. Until the unidentified silhouette talking to Ethan turned into the face of the person I knew best. Young Master Ethan. Right. So to you, Isabel. Why is Isabel talking with Ethan? It didn't seem like Isabel usually talked to Ethan that often. What's going on? Feeling uneasy for some reason, I quietly hid near Ethan and Isabel and began eavesdropping on their conversation. Galaxy TL, axiomatic. Soon, I was engulfed in a shocking feeling at my heart sinking momentarily at the unbelievable words that came out of Isabel's mouth. Me, as your exclusive maid? What? Isabel. Why are you being offered that position? Me, as your dedicated maid? T.N. Used, dedicated, instead of exclusive, in preparation for the next chapter. As soon as I heard the single sentence Isabel muttered in response to Ethan, I was overwhelmed by such a shocking sensation that I wanted to collapse on the floor. Isabel as Ethan's dedicated maid. An uneasy imagination flashed through my mind for a moment. As soon as I thought of the possibility of her becoming Ethan's exclusive maid, my head was filled with all sorts of complex emotions to the point where I couldn't think straight. Beyond the shock of Isabel taking the position that should be mine as Ethan's exclusive maid, I felt so stupid for not having predicted this simplest and most reasonable possibility until now. Come to think of it, it's just natural. Despite about 3 years passing since I became Ethan's exclusive maid, how many times had I actually acted like an exclusive maid as his personal servant? Making the bed and cleaning the room. Anyone could do this, not just an exclusive maid but any maid in the mansion. Accompanying him during meals or outside activities. This wasn't even something I did voluntarily, it was an obligation of an exclusive maid from the beginning. However, as soon as I realized that there were countless possibilities for Ethan not wanting to keep me as his exclusive maid, my heart started pounding wildly. What young master would want to keep a woman who tried to strangle him to death and whispered curses into his ear as his exclusive maid? Moreover, there were even a few times when I acted impulsively, ignoring Ethan's words, so it wouldn't be strange at all if he was already sick of my very existence in his mind. Could it be that every time I asked him to make me his exclusive maid for the academy, he kept avoiding it because it was a moment when everything made sense if he really didn't want to keep me by his side and was acting this way to get rid of me completely with this opportunity? Of course, it's not like putting on a brazen face and pretending to work properly now would work. Ethan had already decided on Isabel as his next exclusive maid from around the time my contract period was ending. And you know what's even funnier? If I put myself in Ethan's shoes, I think I would have chosen Isabel over Lilith as an exclusive maid too. Housework that a maid should do? In terms of skill, Isabel would probably do it 100 times better than me. And what about personality? Isabel's kind and warm personality towards everyone was 1,000 times better than someone like me who only thinks about self-preservation. You might say Lilith wins in terms of appearance, right? While it's hard to completely deny that since it's part of the game's official setting, let's call it a draw since Isabel is cute, too. And even if I slightly win in terms of appearance, that wasn't a virtue that an exclusive maid should have in the first place. In short, if Isabel and I were to compete for the position of Ethan's exclusive maid, my elimination was practically 100% certain. This means that after giving up Ethan's exclusive maid position to Isabel, I would have to enroll in the academy. With the ambiguous status of a Viscount's daughter in the magic department of Luminar Academy, where political maneuvering runs rampant. Could you give me some time to think, young Master Ethan? Sure. But I'd like an answer as soon as possible if you can. Yes, while all sorts of negative thoughts were going through my head as I hid behind the wall where Ethan and Isabel were talking. Their conversation seemed to be ending. After making sure Ethan had completely disappeared upstairs while staying hidden until the end, I quietly approached Isabel, who was left alone. I needed to somehow ask her to give up the position of Ethan's exclusive maid. Young Master Ethan, really even so, to suddenly ask such a question without consulting Lilith. What were you just talking about with young Master Ethan, Isabel? Hiya? Lilith? Isabel was startled by my voice suddenly coming from a blind spot and almost fell backward. I quickly grabbed her arms and waist as she was about to fall and hit her bottom on the floor, and thanks to that, she barely avoided falling while slightly leaning into me. Thank you. Lilith, I asked what you were talking about with the young master, Isabel. Lilith? Why are you suddenly? Answer the question, Isabel. Lilith, your eyes look scary today. Isabel avoided answering by averting her gaze as if she didn't know what to do in response to my firm question. Come to think of it, asking like this must be quite a difficult question for Isabel. A veteran maid like Isabel wouldn't carelessly run her mouth. Keeping quiet about what happens inside the mansion is the top virtue a servant should have. Then the only way is to press her with questions she has no choice but to answer. I could figure out the situation just from their last conversation anyway. It was about being a dedicated maid, wasn't it, Isabel? Why, you heard, Lilith. Yes, I heard. I see. As soon as I showed an attitude of having already heard the conversation, her reaction also softened a bit. Meeting Isabel's eyes, I asked directly about the offer Ethan had just made to her. Beating around the bush wasn't really my style, and above all, I didn't have the mental composure to ask that way anymore. Are you going to accept young Master Ethan's offer? What do you think, Lilith? Why are you asking me that, Isabel? Well, because your opinion is important too, not just mine. I was planning to ask you at least once anyway. Still, Isabel has some loyalty in the sense that she didn't immediately accept becoming Ethan's exclusive maid but tried to ask for my opinion first, who is currently his exclusive maid. If this were Lilith in the original game, she probably would have given a positive answer, saying for Isabel to do as she wanted without caring about her own opinion, but unfortunately, the current me wasn't in a good enough situation to act as good girl Lilith. I conveyed my honest feelings to Isabel, who was waiting for my answer with a tense expression. Do you want me to be honest? Or should I be roundabout? Honest. I would like it if Isabel rejected young Master Ethan's offer. I would prefer if you didn't accept the offer related to being a dedicated maid that young Master Ethan mentioned. I'm just saying it because you asked me to be honest. Isabel's expression immediately hardened, perhaps because my request to reject Ethan's exclusive maid position was somewhat shocking. Seeing her disappointed expression wasn't very pleasant, but it was an unavoidable situation now. Even if it was Isabel, I also had a position that I couldn't yield to anyone. I see. So you think it would be uncomfortable if I became a dedicated maid? That's not exactly why I'm telling you to reject it. Then what is it? Can you tell me why I shouldn't be the dedicated maid? I'm sorry, Isabel. Galaxy TL, axiomatic. The position of young Master Ethan's exclusive maid is absolutely necessary for me. Isabel showed a strange reaction after I explained why I asked her to reject the position of Ethan's exclusive maid. For some reason, her expression, which looked like she was about to burst into tears, changed to something that seemed perplexed. Not wanting to be hated by her, apart from not losing the position, I explained in as much detail as possible why I asked Isabel to give it up. I'm going to enter the academy next year, Isabel. Yes, I heard that from the young master just now. Thanks to the young master's consideration, I'll be able to enter as a noble, albeit a lower-ranking one. I heard that from the young master too. Do you think the noble students attending other academies will leave a lower-ranking noble lady with no connections alone? Probably not. That's why I need it. I absolutely need the position of young Master Ethan's exclusive maid. I'm honestly confessing this only to you, Isabel, without telling the young master. But Lilith, the position of the dedicated maid that the young master mentioned to me. Please reject it, Isabel. I know it's shameless and brazen to ask this, but I absolutely must be young Master Ethan's exclusive maid while attending the academy. Isabel rolled her eyes in confusion as if she didn't know what to say. Judging by this reaction, she seemed to be struggling with what answer to give. After a moment of silence, Isabel's answer was, fortunately, the happiest news for me. About young Master Ethan's offer for the position, I never even considered it in the first place. Really? Yes. And I want to tell you something because it seems like you're misunderstanding something. The offer about being a dedicated maid that young Master Ethan made to me. Isabel, you really are my best friend, what? Lee Lilith? Unable to control my sudden emotions due to the overwhelming feeling of gratitude, I impulsively hugged Isabel with my whole body. Isabel, who was unexpectedly buried in my embrace, called my name with a slightly bewildered voice. What, Lee Lilith, what the young master said was. Isabel, thank you, I'll never forget this favor. Wait, Lilith, where are you suddenly going now? So that you don't have to struggle with rejecting the young master, I'll convince him for sure. I'll convince him to take me, not you, Isabel, as his exclusive maid to employ at the academy. No, Lilith. That's a misunderstanding. Deciding to check Isabel's words coming from downstairs later, I quickly ran upstairs towards Ethan's room for now. Before Isabel's resolved mind could waver, I had to somehow get a definite answer from Ethan that he would employ me. Oh, Lilith, she didn't have to rush upstairs so suddenly without even listening to an explanation. Isabel Grace, a senior maid of the Blackwood family. Left alone in the hallway, continuing her unfinished sweeping, she muttered to herself, thinking about her friend who had just gone upstairs. She was thinking about Lilith Rosewood, her best friend and colleague, who had gone up harboring some misunderstanding between herself, young Master Ethan, and Isabel. Shortly after Lilith went up without Isabel being able to stop her, the sound of knocking on the young master's door was heard from upstairs. Not long after, the sound of the door opening was heard, along with the young master's voice, so it was already too late for Isabel to intervene. By now, the misunderstanding must have been cleared up, right? Isabel was worried about Lilith going up while misunderstanding the young master's offer to become a dedicated maid, as an offer to become Ethan's exclusive maid. It was true that she had received an offer from the young master to become a dedicated maid and accompany him to the academy. But that offer was somewhat different from becoming the young master's exclusive maid. It wasn't about becoming the young master's exclusive maid, but about acting as Lilith's dedicated maid. After Lilith enters the academy, it will be difficult for her to fully perform the duties of the young master's personal maid. Of course, being a fellow student of the academy is a great advantage in terms of being able to work and assist one another during work hours, but being an academy student is not such a leisurely position to take on all other maid duties as well. Ethan was also worried about this aspect and wanted to bring Isabel along in addition to his exclusive maid, Lilith. While Lilith, as Ethan's exclusive maid at the academy, was active with her, Isabel would be assigned separate tasks to do while staying at the dormitory. She was planning to give Lilith instructions for tasks such as cleaning, laundry, or meal preparation to divide the work. But Lilith suddenly asked me if I had become the young master's exclusive maid in the first place. There's no way the young master would have someone other than Lilith as his exclusive maid. It was already a well-known fact among the servants that Ethan had personal feelings for Lilith. It's just that Ethan had asked the servants to keep it a secret from Lilith, so everyone was keeping quiet about it. In fact, any servant who had seen Ethan and Lilith together even once or twice could already guess the young master's feelings for his personal maid. Only the insensitive maid, Lilith Rosewood, herself, had not realized this fact. Galaxy TL, axiomatic. Still, it's fortunate that what Lilith said was just a misunderstanding. When Lilith first asked her to refuse the offer, one can't imagine how much her heart sank. She almost received a deep emotional wound, thinking that Lilith really disliked for Isabel to become her dedicated maid. That statement, which could only make her imagine that perhaps she alone thought of Lilith as her best friend, was enough to wound the tender heart of Isabel. Fortunately, through the conversation that immediately followed, Isabel was able to quickly realize that it was a misunderstanding, but Lilith had gone upstairs to face the young master without fully resolving that misunderstanding. Still, once she starts talking directly with the young master, Lilith's misunderstanding will inevitably be cleared up soon. Thinking that this would certainly be the case, Isabel finished her sweeping and quietly went downstairs to empty the dustpan. She had no idea what was about to unfold in Ethan's bedroom upstairs. The innocent maid couldn't even begin to imagine it. Knock, knock, knock. Young Master Ethan. Knock, 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 knock. Young Master Ethan. Young Master Ethan. Maid? Is that the maid? May I come in for a moment? Just a second. Wait a minute, no, 30 seconds? Understood. 1, 2, 3 I counted in my mind, opening and closing my fingers, waiting for Ethan to signal that I could enter. At the same time, I was considering several ways to persuade Ethan in my head. First, I should apologize for being inadequate as a personal maid until now. Although it's uncertain whether the affection that had gone out to a greedy maid who only thought of using him would return, it would still be better than asking him outright to choose her as his maid instead of Isabel. And then, I should firmly promise to faithfully carry out my duties as a personal maid from now on. Saying that, from now on at the academy, I will stay by his side as much as possible and assist him constantly. To be honest, Isabel would probably do better at both the personal maid duties and assisting Ethan. That's probably why Ethan was trying to make Isabel his dedicated maid instead of me in the first place. In the end, the only possibility was to use something that Isabel doesn't have but I do to win Ethan's heart. For Lilith, who falls short of Isabel in both work and personality, the only thing she can offer is click. Why, you can come in, maid, excuse me. Ethan let me into the room somewhat urgently, as if there had been some commotion inside. I needed to talk to him anyway, so I quietly entered Ethan's room. As usual, when we talked, Ethan sat at the table on one side of the room and gestured for me to sit on the opposite side. You came to talk about something, maid? Yes, that's right. Let's sit down and talk first. Seeing how urgently you came, it must be really important. Ethan, seated at the table chair, extended his hand towards the opposite seat. Normally, I would have sat down without much thought and made eye contact to talk after his permission was given, but now I couldn't simply accept his offer. For me, who needed to apologize first for not properly performing my duties as Ethan's personal maid until now, the place I should be was not on such a luxurious seat as a chair. Swoosh. Maid? Ethan called out in surprise as he saw me lowering my posture without a word. I silently knelt on the floor and bowed forward, ignoring his reaction. With my head completely pressed to the floor of Ethan's room, I conveyed my apology for not fulfilling my duties as a personal maid until now. I'm truly sorry for everything until now, young Master Ethan. Maid? What are you doing? Get up quickly. During the past 3 years of serving you, I failed to properly understand what you wanted and wasted time. I have no words to express my regret, even if I had 10 mouths. What on earth are you suddenly talking about? I'm not sure if this apology of mine can soften your heart, but please forgive this lowly maid for only being able to offer such an apology. I delivered a sincere apology with my head bowed tidily to the floor. Honestly, there was no guarantee that apologizing while prostrated like this would be effective, but it was the only method of apology that came to mind right now. Whether it worked or not, offering the most heartfelt apology I could express was the first thing I needed to do. Maid, I don't understand what you're saying at all. Please, can we just sit down and talk? No, I cannot rise from this spot until I receive your forgiveness, young master. I'm telling you, I don't know what I'm supposed to forgive. I need to know what wrongdoing you've committed to forgive you. If I must say, the entire 3 years I've spent as your exclusive maid is practically all my fault. That's why I'm asking, why do you suddenly need to apologize for that? Ethan came down to the floor with me when I showed no sign of getting up from my prostrated position. Then, he grabbed both my shoulders that were pressed to the floor, trying to lift my body somehow. His strength, which had grown considerably over those 3 years, was enough to lift my body off the floor. Get up, maid. I'm not angry with you at all, and I don't know what wrongdoing you think you need to be forgiven for. There's no need to force yourself to say such things for my sake, young Master Ethan. I'm not forcing myself to say anything. If you truly weren't disappointed in me, then why did you ask Isabel if she would become your personal maid? Isabel? Ethan showed a somewhat flustered reaction to my counter-question. Seeing this, I quietly confirmed in my heart and mentioned the content of the conversation between him and Isabel that I had accidentally overheard. I didn't mean to eavesdrop. However, on my way back after finishing my meeting with the master, I accidentally overheard you, the young master, and Isabel talking in the corridor. Is that so? Yes. As soon as I confirmed that I had heard his conversation with Isabel, Ethan showed an even more flustered expression, unable to hide his embarrassment. As I thought, he was trying to make Isabel his personal maid in secret from me. Because over the past years, had failed to properly assist Ethan. From now on, I will be even more devoted to my duties as your personal maid, young master. Maid, you've been doing more than enough until now. Then all the more so, I will strive even harder not to neglect my duties as your personal maid from now on. I'm sorry, maid. I had no idea that offer would hurt your pride this much. Even if it's just this once, it's fine. So please, I beg you, couldn't you employ me as your exclusive maid just one more time? Huh? I know better than anyone that I'm an inferior maid compared to Isabel in many ways. Not only is Isabel superior to me in performing household chores, but she also has a bright personality that makes everyone smile, which is a virtue I lack. Wait a moment, maid. Shall we reorganize the conversation first? I shamelessly beg you. Even after entering the academy, I do not want to give up my position as young Master Ethan's exclusive maid. Listen, I wasn't really trying to make Isabel my exclusive maid. If you make me your exclusive maid once again, I can offer you even things that Isabel cannot give you. Things Isabel doesn't have. Wait a moment, what are you? While Ethan hesitated, not understanding my words, I grabbed his wrist and pulled it towards my chest. The thing that Isabel doesn't have, but Lilith does. It's the fact that Lilith had only a miserable and vulgar body. I grabbed Ethan's wrist as he hesitated at my words and pulled it straight to my chest. One of Lilith's most notable features was her chest, which had been extremely uncomfortable to me ever since I became a woman. I could never beat Ethan if it came down to strength, so now, when he was caught off guard and flustered, was the only time I could pull his hand. At the same time, it was the only chance I had to use my body as the most efficient negotiation tool. Squish. Hey. As soon as his right hand burrowed into my left breast, Ethan's face turned red, showing a sign of embarrassment. Indeed, it was effective. After all, in the original story, Ethan was the first to sleep with Lilith, so it was only natural for him to feel sexual desire for my body as a man. I didn't intend to give up my virginity to preserve the power of the saint, which I would awaken in the future. Besides, I still had no intention of imagining a future where I was penetrated by a man. But to maintain my position as Ethan's exclusive maid, offering my chest was a line I was willing to cross. Anyway, it was a useless body part that couldn't be used for anything other than seducing men. Therefore, using it efficiently was a better choice. Galaxy TL, axiomatic. Using my chest didn't mean I was open to losing my virginity or being penetrated by a man. I couldn't say it was entirely pleasant, but considering it was Ethan, this much was within my boundaries. Of course, if Ethan demanded more than this, I would have no choice but to give up being his exclusive maid. But if allowing him to touch my chest could secure my position, it was a reasonable compromise. At least, that's what I'm thinking at the moment. Wait, maid, squish. I pulled Ethan's hand deeper into my chest as he tried to withdraw it reflexively in panic. Given the difference in strength, there was no way I could pull him in with both hands. It must be his hesitance and emotions preventing him from forcefully pulling his hand away. Even if Ethan had only the average sexual desire of a typical young man, the feeling of Lilith's chest would be a temptation hard to resist. Young master. Maid, can you feel it? This chest that only I have, which Isabel does not. Ah, I got it, I understand what you're saying, maid. It's not just about Isabel. No matter which maid you bring from the mansion, it will be the same. Young master. This is my most powerful advantage. I knew that for a long time, among Isabel, Catherine, Ariana, or Alicia, none of the other maids' chests could compare to Lilith's. In this situation, Lilith's chest became a more powerful weapon than anything else. It could prevent Ethan from thinking about replacing me with another maid entirely. Still flustered, Ethan placed his hands on my chest over my maid uniform, avoiding my gaze as his face turned red. I pulled his other hand as well, placing it on my chest. Squish. Maid, when I touched it alone, I didn't feel anything special, so I thought it wouldn't feel strange even if Ethan's hand was on it. But as his hand rested on my chest, I began to feel an unexpected sensation. It must be because it felt unfamiliar to have someone else's hand there. It wasn't because it was a man or Ethan specifically that made me feel this way. Even so, I couldn't stop at this point. Since I had already allowed Ethan my chest, I intended to get a definite answer. Young Master Ethan, maid, Try clenching your fist once. I've just offered you my chest, and you're just awkwardly spreading your hands like a virgin? Ethan was flustered, not knowing what to do. But he couldn't just withdraw his hands either, as they still rested on my chest. I buried his hands deeper between the fatty tissue and asked him to squeeze my chest again. Young master, are you going to keep embarrassing me? No, that's not it. Or are you trying to say that this much is not enough? What do you mean, maid? If you intend to continue hiring me as your exclusive maid, please listen to what I have to say without any other thoughts. All right. In the end, with a serious expression, Ethan nodded, seemingly making up his mind. I moved his hands to both sides of my chest and silently waited for him to move. As I waited, wondering if my heartbeat was being transmitted through my chest, a peculiar, indescribable sensation arose from the fatty tissue at the front of my body. His hands moved cautiously as if not wanting to hurt me. And for some reason, a girlish moan unexpectedly escaped my lips. Ethan had only touched my chest 2 or 3 times, yet the sound that came out surprised even me. More shocked than I was, Ethan quickly pulled his hand away from my chest, releasing my grasp. We made eye contact, but an awkward silence followed without any conversation. Was this enough? Did I do what I needed to? Ethan probably thought he had touched enough and decided to pull his hand away. He had to think that way. Because I, too, didn't want to allow his touch on my chest any longer. For some reason, if I let Ethan continue to touch my chest, an indescribable and unbearable emotion would have arisen. Do you understand now? If you make me your exclusive maid, I might allow this much, occasionally. Maid, stop it. What? I think you're still misunderstanding something about the conversation between Isabel and me, so let's clarify it first. What? A misunderstanding? You're saying I'm misunderstanding something. To prevent any further confusion, let me start by saying that I never proposed to Isabel that she should be my exclusive maid. What? But I clearly heard that Isabel received a proposal to become a dedicated maid. The proposal I made to Isabel was for her to become your dedicated maid, Lilith. My dedicated maid? Realizing something was off, I remained seated and listened to Ethan's explanation. Only after hearing his full explanation did I realize that I had completely misunderstood the situation from the start. Ethan's proposal to Isabel was to appoint her as my exclusive maid when I would become a viscount's daughter. That role was intended to assist me with tasks I couldn't handle while attending the academy as a student. So, you never intended to replace me with Isabel as your exclusive maid. I told you from the beginning that it was a misunderstanding, maid. Why would I replace you, Lilith, with another maid as my exclusive maid? But you made a suggestion that hurt my pride. I thought you'd be upset because I asked Isabel to assist you, as it might seem like I hired someone else because you weren't doing your duties properly. I would be more than grateful if you continue to be my exclusive maid, Lilith. In fact, I was quite happy when you offered to remain my exclusive maid even after I said you'd become a lower-ranked noblewoman. I was worried that your experience as my exclusive maid during your time at the academy might burden you, but it turns out that worry only made you anxious. It was all a misunderstanding. The fact that Ethan intended to make Isabel his exclusive maid. The fact that I hadn't fulfilled my duties as his maid properly for the past 3 years. And the fact that Ethan was looking for an opportunity to dismiss me from the position of his exclusive maid. All of it was a misunderstanding? Then why did I let Ethan touch my chest? I'm asking the same question. I rushed into Ethan's room, apologizing, and prostrated myself on the floor. I grabbed Ethan's wrist and pulled it to my chest to clear up the misunderstanding. I even told him to touch my chest. What was the reason for all this? Exclusive maid or not, I'm just a crazy pervert. Maid. Ha. An embarrassing emotion, unlike any I had felt before, surged through my chest, making my heart pound wildly. I couldn't even bear to look at Ethan's face, which I had been staring at moments ago. I felt overwhelming shame at myself for misunderstanding, rushing ahead, and proposing a weird and perverted solution on my own. Maid. Calm down. I can understand why you might have had such a misunderstanding. Please forget this. What? Please forget this. Young Master Ethan, if you can't forget this shameful incident, I can't continue to be your exclusive maid. Okay, I'll forget it. I'll erase everything Lilith did today from my memory. He says he'll forget, but there's no way he can. If I were in Ethan's shoes, this would be an unforgettable scene. A maid who has served him for over 3 years suddenly prostrated herself and offered her chest, begging not to be dismissed. Galaxy TL, axiomatic. There's no way Ethan, being a man, could forget such a sight. To endure the current shame, I could only pretend that Ethan would forget everything. Thank you, it's best if you take a rest today, maid, calm your heart, I mean, your mind first. Yes, all right. Go rest, maid. I will withdraw now. In the end, I created the worst kind of dark history with this incident, and with heavy steps, I had to reflect on a valuable lesson. When having a conversation, always listen carefully to what the other person is saying until the end. Ethan Richard Blackwood, the young master of the Blackwood family. The sole heir to the Blackwood dukedom, a diligent young man growing day by day under the sword training of his father, a sword master. Moreover, he was someone who needed to focus even more on sword training, considering the entrance exam for Luminar Academy, which he would be entering next year. However, recently, Ethan Richard Blackwood has been showing signs of being unable to concentrate on training. Due to a certain action taken by someone who had been confusing his mind 3 days ago. Her face appears in his mind whenever he loses focus for a moment. Her chest, and that sensation whack, ah. Ethan, momentarily lost in thought during sword training with his father, Harold, allowed a direct hit to the top of his head. The loud impact sound that seemed to echo through the entire training ground startled not only Ethan but even Harold, who had swung the sword. Although it was a wooden sword, Ethan, who had allowed a vital point to be struck without proper defense, collapsed to the ground, clutching his head. Young Master Ethan, the exclusive maid and head butler, surprised by the unexpected situation, rushed hurriedly towards Ethan. Eventually, receiving the healing priest's touch on his head, Ethan inwardly reflected on the foolish action he had just committed. Despite it being a duel with his father, who took precious time to spar with him, being distracted by other thoughts and allowing a vital point to be targeted was one of the fatal mistakes he should never make. He couldn't help but feel even more ashamed, especially since the thought that had crossed his mind was an impure memory of the past. I sense hesitation in your sword, Ethan. I'm sorry. And lately, it's been getting worse day by day. It's already been 3 days, and you haven't shown any signs of improvement. Let's end today's duel here. Ethan, stay in the training ground and perform 2,000 swings with an empty mind before coming in. Yes, for Harold, who always prioritized his own rules when it came to swordsmanship, someone who didn't focus on the sword being wielded was unacceptable, even if it was his own child. Thus, he only uttered cold words and returned to his office without hesitation. Young Master Ethan, are you all right? I'm fine now, it's been healed. It might be better to rest a bit until the wound fully heals. It doesn't matter. I won't get hurt anyway since I'm just swinging. The task father gave me is probably meant to clear my mind rather than for physical training. Quickly organizing this emotion that was confusing his mind. That was Ethan Richard Blackwood's priority right now. It was the virtue that the current young master of the Blackwoods needed to possess, to control the unforgettable, intense memory of what happened with his exclusive maid who had invaded his room 3 days ago. Less than can you feel it? This chest that only I have, which Isabel does not, greater than. Less than I've just offered you my chest, and you're just awkwardly spreading your hands like a virgin? Greater than. He tried to shake off the vivid memory that kept rising in his mind by shaking his aching head. Although it was a brief incident born from a misunderstanding, it was an undeniable fact that there had been a somewhat lewd contact between him and Lilith, his exclusive maid. It was an instinct as a man in his prime that the thought of that time kept confusing his mind. The massive chest that he always tried to shake off strange emotions about whenever he faced it. The soft skin and squishy sensation he felt when those were grasped in his palm. And the sharp voice of hers that momentarily reached his ears when he moved his hand. It's as if Lilith's chest was flickering before his eyes even at this moment. Young Master, how is your injury? Wah, realizing that what was flickering before his eyes was not his imagination but the real Lilith, Ethan fell backward with a startled reaction. Seeing Ethan's reaction, Lilith simply stood up quietly from her place without saying a word. You seem to be fine, young master. Sorry, maid. I was just surprised for a moment. I know I made a difficult request, but you clearly said you would forget about that day. I forgot. I told you I forgot. The fact that you know what you've forgotten means you haven't forgotten, doesn't it? It was just as Lilith said. Ethan had not forgotten what had happened between them that day, even after 3 days, but rather remembered it more vividly. The human brain is an organ that doesn't understand the concept of denial, so trying to forget something or trying not to recall something only intensifies the memory and thoughts of that something. A young man in his prime could not free himself from the memory of that day as days passed. Galaxy TL, axiomatic. I'll do the swings as father said in return, so please leave, everyone. Yes. Yes, understood. Maid, I'd appreciate it if you left too. When you're nearby I can't concentrate. As you wish. Lilith, Ethan's exclusive maid, left her place along with the other servants while giving him a somewhat cold look. Ethan, who had been staring blankly at her retreating figure, soon came to his senses and began swinging the wooden sword in the air. To erase that lewd and stimulating scene that kept appearing in his mind through grueling training. After watching another round of sword training between Ethan and Harold today. I, who had retreated from the training ground along with the other servants, was feeling somewhat troubled. The young master of the Blackwood family had started to often wear a somewhat stupid expression and wander around absent-mindedly since 3 days ago. His mental state was so disturbed that he even got distracted during sword training with his father, the most important of all. I knew better than anyone else what had caused his mental state to be disturbed. Even if he has no experience with women, to think he would end up like this just from touching a chest once. Although seducing him physically to regain the position of my exclusive maid was part of the plan, I hadn't expected it to leave such aftereffects on Ethan. Moreover, it was all essentially the result of my stupid misunderstanding, so in the end, it just looked like a perverted maid offering her chest to be touched by the young master she serves. Thinking about it now, it was such a foolish act that I wanted to die of shame because of it, but what made me even more uneasy was Ethan's noticeable changed behavior. He was constantly acting in a way that suggested something had changed in his mind, and his attitude towards me was becoming more and more awkward as days passed. I felt it was only a matter of time before it was discovered that I was essentially the cause of Ethan's changed behavior. In fact, the solution might be surprisingly simple. I just needed to close my eyes and somehow let him touch me once more to fade the impression of that intense memory from last time. The reason he was making that stupid expression and spacing out was simply because the stimulus was too strong. It seemed like a problem that could be almost solved just by making that stimulus familiar. The problem was that I didn't like that method, which was why I was worrying about it now. It's one thing to let him touch once, but does it make sense to offer my chest 2 or 3 times until he gets used to it? The moment that happens, it's practically the same as voluntarily getting sucked into becoming the original Lilith from the game. Moreover, if I'm not careful, Ethan, who has truly awakened to the sensations of a woman's body, might demand something even worse later. What I allowed was up to the chest only. If Ethan demands any more lewd acts, I have no intention of allowing it. Personally, I didn't want to let him touch me anymore, either. Galaxy TL, axiomatic. It wasn't that I disliked Ethan touching me, but rather that I didn't like the strange feeling I got when I was touched last time. I had a strange feeling that if I gave in to that sensation, I might not be able to return to my original self for some reason. Now, there was only one viable method remaining. I somehow needed to divert Ethan's attention, which was currently focused on the memory of touching my chest, to something else. Of course, it wouldn't be easy to replace the memory of touching Lilith's chest in the mind of a man in his prime with something else, but it was something that had to be done somehow to resolve this situation. If Ethan continued to show such a stupid attitude without recovering, there was a possibility that Harold would find out everything about what had happened between me and Ethan. It wasn't just a matter of firing the exclusive maid who did such a thing. There was a possibility of severe punishment for the crime of seducing his son. I might end up having an unwanted reunion with those fucking girls in Silverwood. As increasingly anxious thoughts rose in my mind, I couldn't help but worry more and more. Somehow, I needed to make Ethan focus his interest on something else before Harold noticed, and if possible, not on something related to me, but in a constructive direction. What are you pondering about, Miss Lilith Rosewood? Eek. As I was standing still, pondering over the problem that wouldn't easily be resolved, head butler Didmeyer approached me and spoke. Even after encountering this guy whose thoughts I could never understand, no matter when I saw him, my mind was always in a confused state when he showed up. I'm already seriously worried about Ethan, so why did he suddenly show up and... I almost got annoyed at the appearance of this guy who was making my already complicated mind even more complicated. But the thought suddenly crossed my mind that I might be able to get help from Dithmire, who manages many aspects of the mansion. Come to think of it, this head butler, like me, had most vividly observed Ethan's recently changed behavior while watching the sword training between Ethan and Harold. Moreover, unlike me, who had only been watching Ethan's training recently, this Dithmire guy had been observing the duels between Ethan and Harold for a long time. Maybe it would be possible to divert Ethan's interest to something else by utilizing the information I hear from him. Head butler Dithmire, I have a question to ask you. What would you like to ask, Miss Lilith Rosewood? You've been watching young Master Ethan cross swords with the Master longer than I have, right? Yes. In case either the young Master or the head of the household gets seriously injured, I've been trying to observe whenever possible since they started directly crossing swords in duels so that I can respond at any time. In those duels between the young Master and the Master, I was wondering if I could ask if there has ever been a time when the young Master won against the Master. I'm sorry, Miss Lilith, but this is a personal matter between the young Master and the Master, so I can't easily talk about it even to you, Miss Lilith, who is the young Master's exclusive maid. As expected of the tight-lipped head boodle, he wouldn't talk about it so easily. In fact, the answer was pretty obvious just from this reaction, but I still wanted to get an official statement from Dithmire if possible. I asked the head butler again as if I really needed to hear this important information. It's knowledge I absolutely need to know, head butler. I think I can find a way to bring young Master Ethan, who has suddenly started changing recently, back to how he was before. Can you be certain about that? I can't be certain, but I think I can find a possibility. You wouldn't want to see young Master Ethan unable to concentrate like this either, would you, head butler Dithmire? The head butler showed a quite troubled expression as if he had to agree with those words. Finally, as if he had concluded that answering me would be an act for Ethan's benefit, Dithmire carefully answered me. This information must not be disclosed to anyone else. Yes. Since young Master Ethan started sword training duels with Harold, the head of the household, the number of times the young Master has landed an effective hit on him is, unfortunately, not even once. Dithmire, who secretly passed on this high-level information to me while checking if anyone else was listening. Although the head butler confessed with a guilty expression, thinking that what he said was truly Ethan's weakness, I, on the contrary, couldn't help but smile quietly in my heart as soon as I heard his answer. It was the moment when a way to divert Ethan's attention, which was currently filled with memories of touching my chest, flashed through my mind. After completing the harsh task of 2,000 swings instead of the afternoon duel with his father, Ethan Richard Blackwood walked up to the 4th floor where his private room was, clutching his arm that was aching from muscle pain. He felt somewhat calm after performing the task his father had given him to properly clear his mind. Galaxy TL, axiomatic. Of course, this would probably just seem like a temporary settling, becoming meaningless the moment he faced his exclusive maid again at dinner time, but for now, he could somehow hide his confused feelings with fatigue. On that day, 3 days ago, did Lilith really let him touch her chest just because she needed the position of his exclusive maid? Maybe, even if just a little, did Lilith also have romantic feelings for him, which is why she allowed it? Is that why she kept approaching him, saying she would become his exclusive maid even after becoming a noble lady? Galaxy TL, axiomatic. If he hadn't stopped touching her chest midway, what would have happened after that? Perhaps that relationship might have gone beyond simply touching her chest. No, I don't want to build that kind of relationship with Lilith. It seemed that lately, whenever his brain had a moment of rest, it always returned to the memory of that moment, so he had to resolve this problem as soon as possible. Now that other people had started to notice his strange attitude. If the reason he became like this was revealed to be because of Lilith, his exclusive maid, he thought that perhaps his father might separate Lilith from him for the sake of education. There was nothing more foolish than being distanced from the person he loved most just because he was distracted just thinking about her, so Ethan had to somehow erase that scene from his mind to prevent it from happening again. However, it was naturally not an easy process for a man in his prime to forget that. He didn't know whether he could forget it tonight or whether he could shake it off by tomorrow. With such thoughts filling his mind, Ethan entered his room. Galaxy TL, axiomatic. In his private space, where he entered to find peace of mind, Ethan couldn't help but feel his heart racing again. Have you finished training, young master? Maid? The exclusive maid who had been confusing his mind all day long was waiting for him in his room first. Unlike him, who couldn't hide his surprise, Lilith, the exclusive maid, continued the conversation with Ethan with a calm expression. I have something to tell you, young master. Could you spare a moment to talk? Does it have to be now? I'll just say in advance that the sooner I tell you, the better. All right, maid. If that's the case, let's sit down and talk. If it was something she waited for him to return to say, it must have been important from the maid's perspective, at least. Ethan just nodded to her question and sat down on the opposite side of the table. Lilith's chest became even more noticeable as they sat facing each other at the same table. Why is the maid's uniform an attire that particularly stimulates a man's vision? Because his gaze kept wanting to go to that outfit that he couldn't avert his eyes from even if he wanted to. Ethan deliberately turned his body away, pretending to be nonchalant, and rested one arm on the table. Galaxy TL, axiomatic. Of course, Lilith, who had memories of being a man in her previous life, completely understood the meaning of that gaze and the action of pretending to be nonchalant. So what did you want to talk about, maid? I want to talk about what happened between you and me 3 days ago, young master. Why wasn't the exclusive maid issue already resolved? It was decided that you would continue to be my exclusive maid even after entering the academy, and Isabel would assist you as your aide. It's not about that, but about you touching my chest, young master. Cough cough cough. Ethan deliberately pretended to have forgotten, bringing up a different topic nonchalantly in case it was a trap, but instead, Lilith boldly mentioned that day's incident. That brazen attitude was enough to make Ethan flustered to the point where he choked on just a few drops of saliva he was trying to swallow. Didn't you tell me to forget about that time? But you haven't forgotten at all, have you? Sorry, maid. It's not easy to forget. It's all right, young master. From now on, you don't need to try to forget anymore. Huh? It was an unreasonable request from the start anyway. At the time, I was also in a hurry and asked you to forget. But for you, young master, a man in his prime, it must be difficult to forget that moment. Ethan became troubled, not knowing how to respond to Lilith's somewhat resigned words. Should he say he'll try again and ask for one more chance, or should he just move on instead of trying to forget, as Lilith said? Galaxy TL, axiomatic. While he hesitated, unable to answer her words due to such concerns, Lilith continued with the proposal she had prepared in advance. The young master of the Blackwoods became more and more confused with each of her words. Regardless of whether you're trying to forget about that incident or not, if things continue like this, it will undoubtedly become difficult for you to live your daily life. Isn't that right? No, it's fine. I think I can manage somehow by pulling myself together. Is that so? Yes. So you don't need to worry about it, maid. I understand. Then, since you've said you don't particularly need my help, from now on, you can either take what I'm about to say seriously, or you can treat it as nonsense from a mere maid and ignore it. Maid. Screech. With the sound of the chair scraping against the floor, Lilith rose from her seat. Then, she boldly stepped in front of Ethan, who had deliberately turned his body. As if emphasizing her large and beautiful chest, she leaned slightly forward and opened her mouth. Maid? This chest that you keep recalling and can't forget, I'll let you continue touching it from now on. What are you saying, maid? You need to value your body more. Of course, I'm not saying I'll let you touch it without any reason. I'm not a prostitute from a brothel. How could I carelessly play with my body? So, I'll allow you to touch my chest only when you satisfy a certain condition, young master Ethan. See condition. Galaxy TL, axiomatic. Seeing that you show interest as soon as you hear the word condition, you really are a man, after all, young master Ethan. As Lilith said, Ethan felt considerable embarrassment for instinctively showing interest in the condition to touch her chest. Regardless of whether he showed a bewildered expression or not, Lilith just calmly delivered the message she had intended to convey. Young master Ethan, you have sword duels with the master every Wednesday and Saturday, isn't that right? Why yes. So, if you can manage to land an effective attack on the master during your sword duel with him, I'll allow you to put your hands on my chest for that night only. It won't be for long. Exactly 1 minute, and I'll only allow it for a moment before you go to sleep. Thump. 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 Ethan couldn't suppress his heart from racing at Lilith's seductive proposal. Although it was a difficult condition, it somehow seemed not impossible, and his chest began to burn with all sorts of emotions at the proposal. If Lilith had suggested that he defeat his father, he might have just given up. Even though it was a mock duel using wooden swords, winning against his father, who was a swordmaster, would have meant becoming a swordmaster himself. It would have sounded like she was just teasing him, as it seemed like such a distant possibility at the moment. Galaxy TL, axiomatic. But, for some reason, after hearing that the condition was just about landing one effective hit, it started to feel like a realistic goal. It seemed like there was a strange possibility that landing just one hit might somehow be possible. In reality, he had never managed to land a proper hit on his father in all their duels so far. No matter how much of a swordmaster his father was still human, after all. So, if Ethan, who inherited Harold's blood, threw himself at him with all his might, maybe he could touch him with the sword just once. For someone who said they didn't need it, you're pondering quite seriously, young Master Ethan. And no, I wasn't seriously considering it, just, there's no need to be embarrassed. Rather, it's a proposal I made for you to consider seriously. Isn't it better to use that energy as your motivation for improvement rather than blindly trying to control your complicated feelings and forcibly forget what happened, young master? Lilith was right. Right now, he was so caught up in the shocking memory of just touching a chest once that he couldn't even properly go about his daily life. If he could pour this concentration directly into swordsmanship, it could become a good driving force. Even if it stemmed from the impure intention of wanting to touch his exclusive maid's chest. But, there was something that didn't quite add up about simply accepting Lilith's proposal at face value. It was because he couldn't understand why she, who was just an exclusive maid, had set the condition based on his swordsmanship improving. Therefore, Ethan had to carefully ask Lilith about her reasons. Maid, there's one thing I'm curious about. What is it, young master? Why has me landing an effective hit in a sword duel with my father become the condition for you letting me touch your chest? Pardon? Letting me touch your chest based on my sword skills improving doesn't seem to be included in the role of an exclusive maid. After all, it's an act that brings no benefit to you. Is there something that benefits you from my sword skills improving? Lilith froze for a moment, unable to answer Ethan's sharp question that came from an unexpected situation. Seeing his exclusive maid not answering immediately, the doubts of the young master of the Blackwoods deepened. Before Ethan, who sensed something suspicious, could open his mouth to ask again, Lilith Rosewood was barely able to come up with a plausible answer to give him. Could it be that is because I simply like strong people? You like strong people? Personally, I tend to find people who are stronger than others and have potential for growth more attractive than those who are weak or passively protected by others. And among the people I've seen so far, the strongest person would probably be my master, Harold, the head of the household. Yes, that's true. Therefore, if the young master I serve could catch up to the master's strength even a little, I thought it would be okay for me to offer my body a bit. Is this answer sufficient? Yes, for now. Because it seemed like there was nothing particularly strange about the answer at first glance, Ethan quietly nodded. Lilith, whose heart was racing for a different reason, carefully announced her departure. Then I'll return to my room so you can rest, young Master Ethan. All right, maid. See you at dinner. Yes, young master. Click. The maid returned to her room, closing the door with an awkward smile. Looking at the place where she had just been, Ethan was engulfed in complicated thoughts of a different nature. It was the moment when he started seriously considering the ideal type that Lilith, the person he had personal feelings for, had mentioned. The maid's type as strong people. The naive young master of the Blackwood family still didn't know that it was just an excuse blurted out to avoid the sudden question. About 3 months have passed since the day Ethan touched my chest. The season, which was spring during the time of the masquerade ball, has already changed twice, and autumn has begun with leaves starting to turn red. As the fruit on the trees ripened in the sunset, many changes also occurred for Ethan and I. First of all, I have finally escaped from the status of a commoner maid and received the noble status of a viscount's daughter. Galaxy TL, axiomatic. My family name remains Rosewood, as it was originally. The names of my fake parents to prove my status were decided as Louis Rosewood and Marianne Rosewood. Of course, both of them are non-existent people and are just ghost nobles who exist only in formality. As the only real person, I was also a commoner who wasn't a real noble, so it was virtually the same as being a fake noble. Nevertheless, since it was a status that Princess Seraphine had a hand in, there was no particular problem in actually pretending to be a noble. In the first place, there was no reason for anyone else to do a background check on me since I was a viscount without even an allocated territory. If I truly use it only for the single purpose of attending the academy without using it for any other mischief, there will probably be no significant issues. By the way, my name has also changed to a slightly more noble-sounding name with a middle name added. Lilith Blackwood Rosewood. The method I used was to put the family name of the main family, the Blackwoods, as my middle name. It is most common to create middle names in this way, so I did so without thinking too deeply. Ethan seemed a bit surprised when he first heard the middle name I decided on. Lilith Blackwood, Lilith Blackwood, Lilith Blackwood. It seemed like he kept calling only my first name and middle name as if he was possessed, so at first, I thought it meant I shouldn't use it. But when I tried to change it again, he said it was fine to use it as it is, so I'm using it as is. It may be a bit awkward for the maid's master's surname to be used as a middle name, but since it's a status of a branch family anyway, it's not a part that would be too problematic. Rather, this middle name itself would clearly prove the relationship between Ethan and me. The number of fools who would easily try to mess with me, thinking of me as just a lowly viscount's daughter and maid, would definitely decrease. And as for Ethan, in Ethan's case, there haven't been any significant changes in the past 3 months. He just kept repeating his swordsmanship training and studies every day, as he had been doing, and continued to spend time with me as he had been doing. Even his height remained the same, but he gained slightly more muscle. He is just a tiny bit taller than me. Galaxy TL, axiomatic. It seems like his growth SPRT has ended, so I don't think he'll grow any taller from now on. The abnormal behavior Ethan showed for 3 days since the day he touched my chest has also noticeably decreased after I set a new condition. At least there are no more incidents where he gets distracted during sword training with Harold because he's only thinking about my chest. Maid. Yes, young master. Today is Saturday, so I have a duel with father today. Yes, I know. You'll come watch, right? You're asking the obvious. Yeah, that's right. I don't mean it in a weird way, I was just curious. There are occasional cases where he explicitly appeals his desires like this. Expressing his desires to this extent was fine. At least, as long as he doesn't go around telling everyone that something happened. It seemed that the condition I set that if he landed a solid hit on Harold, in exchange, I'd let him touch my chest, was working. If he's managing to keep himself together with just this, Ethan is indeed a man like any other man. If I were a woman, I might have felt disgusted by the change in attitude just for the sake of touching breasts a bit, but for me, who had memories of being a man, Ethan's attitude just seemed cute. It was just the right level compared to the typical sexual desire of men at that age. Rather, in terms of not trying to forcibly touch me using strength or power, his mindset itself was quite commendable. If I were in Ethan's position, it would have been difficult to resist easily. I think setting the condition for letting him touch my chest as one solid hit on Harold was quite an appropriate condition. Galaxy TL, axiomatic. At first, I also considered setting the condition to victory in a match against Harold, but no matter how I thought about it, it seemed like I was blatantly teasing him if I did that. I thought that if I set a goal that he could barely reach but failed to achieve, Ethan would be able to have some sense of purpose and diligently focus on sword training, and my strategy worked well. Of course, since I set it so narrowly, there was a possibility that Ethan's hand might touch my chest again if he somehow achieved it. Well, even if he achieves it once in a while, how many times can he achieve it? It's September now, so the remaining time left until enrollment in the academy is, at most, half a year. Even if you add up all of Ethan and Harold's remaining matches that take place at most twice a week, there are only about 50 left in the future. Seeing that Ethan's sword still can't touch Harold's body even after 3 months have passed, his landing an effective hit will still be something that could only happen in the distant future. Moreover, once we enter the academy, he won't have any more duels with Harold, so he won't have a chance to touch my chest anymore. Maid. Yes? You must come watch the duel this afternoon. Is there perhaps some special event scheduled? Today, I feel like I can land a hit on father. What nonsense is he spouting this early in the morning? For some reason, Ethan was making a declaration of victory to me with an unusually confident expression today, and my mind was filled with questions. Along with that, a subtle sense of unease also began to sprout in my heart, albeit very slightly. That won't happen, right? The title of Swordmaster isn't just some dog's name. Even if he is Ethan, I still think that's a difficult feat. The time for the afternoon duel arrived. As always, Harold and Ethan faced each other, and their sword match began. The spectators were, as always, me, Didmeyer, and one of the Blackwood's healing priests. Harold coldly stares at his son with icy eyes and takes a stance, and Ethan focuses his gaze on his father with passionate eyes. In the scene where tension was oddly felt today, Ethan's body was the first to leap forward towards Harold. Thud. Ethan quickly narrowed the distance with Harold with his fast footwork and swung his sword in a large trajectory from the front. It was a blatant and obvious strike that anyone could see coming, but it was also a heavy strike. Of course, Harold easily blocked a simple, reckless downward strike with his sword. Clang. With the sound of two wooden swords colliding, the two men pulled away for a moment. Since it was Harold who observed Ethan's movements until the last moment before moving, it took a little more time for him to regain his posture. Unfortunately, Ethan's skill level was still lacking to take advantage of that gap. Galaxy TL, axiomatic. Instead, Ethan swung his sword at Harold again while regaining his posture in a straightforward manner. Compared to earlier, the trajectory of the sword changed, but in the end, the fundamental problem of it being a simple strike hasn't. Clang. Harold easily parried Ethan's second strike this time as well. Seeing that, I couldn't help but feel somewhat disappointed. Judging from just this, I have no idea what has changed. I was getting tense thinking that he might be able to land an effective hit today since he made a meaningful remark, but what I'm actually seeing is a sword match that was more disappointing than I thought. The matches where he would swing recklessly with all his might were more entertaining to watch. The match Ethan is having now is not demonstrative of a combat style suitable for facing a sword master. It's a battle where they clash swords and consume similar amounts of energy and stamina. If they have a match where strength simply clashes against strength like this, the one to get tired first will obviously be Ethan. Galaxy TL, axiomatic. Anyway, I got tense for nothing. Since he said that he might somehow win today, I thought I really had to visit Ethan's room at night. I was watching the dispiriting, slow-paced sword match with such thoughts. But the moment Ethan began to react differently was when the swords intertwined for the fifth time. Whoosh! A single dull strike flew from the front as before, and Harold took a stance to parry it. I was watching the match, predicting that if they clashed swords like this about 2 or 3 more times, the match would be decided. But at that moment, what unfolded before my eyes was Ethan's unexpected movements. Roll. He dodged it. Unlike my expectation that he would clash swords and have a slow-paced match this time as well, Ethan suddenly rolled on the ground and dodged Harold's strike. Then, he swiftly changed his posture, from pretending to swing a heavy strike to now swinging his sword towards Harold's body, gripping it short. Don't tell me that everything up until now, where he pretended to have slow-paced attacks, was to induce carelessness for this one strike? Thinking that way, everything finally fell into place. That's why he continued a combat style disadvantageous to himself, and it also explains his confident attitude earlier saying that he might somehow land a solid hit today. This had to work. No matter how much Swordmaster Harold is a master of the sword, he has no choice but to allow a strike this one time, a brilliant thrust. The moment Ethan's wooden sword was about to touch Harold's side. Clang. Ethan's final attack was blocked all too well by Harold's wooden sword, which was already waiting for Ethan's attack as if he had been expecting it. Ethan's sword, which he was swinging hastily to land the final strike, was deflected into the sky by the Swordmaster's sword. How? No, does this make sense? Is being able to block that strike within reason? No matter how fast his reaction speed is, he shouldn't have noticed until right before Ethan's movements changed, right? Also, if he did sense that something was off the moment Ethan's movement changed, it should have been too late for him to react. Galaxy TL, axiomatic. For a moment, I had thought of whether Harold could also see the future, like Seraphine, to the point of showing such a way of responding to the attack. But thanks to Harold's explanation, Tay mystery was, unexpectedly, easily solved. In that final strike, your gaze was looking elsewhere, Ethan. Ah. If you were planning to induce the opponent's carelessness and launch a surprise attack, you should have maintained eye contact until right before turning your body. I see. Still, the attempt itself was excellent. Even I couldn't grasp your intentions until the middle of your swing. If you had tried a similar tactic about a month ago, I might have fallen for it. Huh? Let's end today's match here. Clean up the training ground and return. You can stay and do more individual training if you want. Yes, father. Although Ethan unfortunately failed to land a strike, it was a rare sight to see Harold comforting him along with praise. Ethan also seemed to have his mood lifted to some extent by Harold's praise. Phew. For a moment, I thought he really would succeed. Well, if it were up to my feelings, I'd like to at least give him something like an award for effort, but a promise is a promise. It really was an excellent choice to set the condition of landing a solid hit on Harold. Seeing Harold's capability, shown today, it seems there will be no occasion to allow Ethan to touch my chest, at least until we enter the academy. Still, that strike just now was such a waste, though. T.N. So you wanted him to succeed? After Ethan's confident expression about today's duel was shattered so miserably. As I expected, instead of cleaning up the training ground and returning immediately, Ethan stayed behind alone and began swing training. I also quietly observed Ethan practicing his swings instead of going up to my private room first. Whoosh, 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 precise posture and unwavering trajectory, and each strike was fast but not light. Vertical cuts, horizontal cuts, diagonal cuts, and even the stance of blocking a sword once and following up with a counterattack. Looking at his form while swinging, it was a clean movement without any unnecessary elements even to a third-party observer. Of course, it wasn't at the level of a sword master, but seeing Ethan's somewhat refined form, he seemed to be quite skilled among nobles of a similar age. That's why the more I recalled the duel between Ethan and Harold just now, the more regrettable it became. Galaxy TL, axiomatic. Honestly, if I were Ethan's father, I might have let him win once just for that cleverness. No matter how serious you are about swordsmanship, if you can't properly motivate your child. No, what am I thinking right now? Come to think of it, Ethan wasn't supposed to score a hit on Harold. I had momentarily forgotten what was at stake in their duel because the recent match was so regrettable. If he had really succeeded and won, I even thoughtlessly considered that it might have been okay to let him touch once, so to speak. No, honestly, that's right. Even if it's a mock duel, his opponent is a sword master. And Ethan is still a kid who hasn't even entered the academy. Moreover, including the period when his physical growth was stopped by a curse, he wasn't even in his 20s but was technically still in his late teens. Galaxy TL, axiomatic. It's not that I don't care at all if Ethan touches my chest, but if he really scored under those adverse conditions, I could sufficiently endure the embarrassment. Even if the motivation was impure, he grew with the sole intention of touching my chest once, so honestly speaking, I had raised him about halfway. If only the last moment with his gaze had been perfect, he really could have landed a hit, and it must have been bitterly disappointing for Ethan, too. Moreover, since his fake-out failed once, he won't be able to use it again. So, it's probably right to think that Ethan essentially has no chance to touch my chest again. It's a good thing for me, but, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Seeing Ethan work so hard, swinging his sword like that, it was an unavoidable reality that I felt somewhat sorry for him. At least compared to what I've seen with my own eyes, he was putting in effort on a completely different level from the detestable Ethan in the game. A level of will and desire completely different from that immature pig who dual-wielded, relying only on his bloodline magic and Lilith's buffs. Huh? Wait a minute. Come to think of it, why isn't Ethan dual-wielding yet? Clearly, the detestable Ethan in the game was such a crazy dual sword fanatic that he never used any other weapon. I've never seen the current Ethan fight with swords in both hands, even as a joke. Even considering the stats of Ethan in the game, 2 swords would be much more efficient than a single sword. Could it be that he simply hasn't thought of using them? I didn't want to rank swordsmanship styles, but generally, there's a fixed idea that orthodox swordsmanship uses a single sword. To begin with, his father, Swordmaster Harold, is almost the strongest with single sword style. It was natural that learning straightforwardly under such a father would naturally lead to him sticking with a single sword style. Galaxy TL, axiomatic. On the contrary, Ethan, in the original game, hardly learned swordsmanship from Harold at all, and he probably settled on dual wielding just by swinging however he felt comfortable. If the Ethan before my eyes now is fundamentally the same person as the detestable Ethan character in the game, dual wielding would probably be much more efficient for the current Ethan than a single sword. There's a slight difference in the strength of swinging with both hands, but he had good conditions for wielding 2 swords sufficiently. In fact, the dual swords wielded by Ethan as a mid-boss in the game were by no means weak. Should I tell him? Since he's already accustomed to single sword style, there's no guarantee that practicing dual swords now would lead to an explosive change. But just staying silent without saying anything also felt somewhat uncomfortable. Not telling him for no reason seemed like I was acting cowardly, afraid of having my chest touched by Ethan. So, having made up my mind in my own way, I quietly approached Ethan, who was practicing his swings. I casually suggested to him to dual wield, "Young Master Ethan. Sorry, Maid. Is it boring just watching me swing? If you're tired, you can rest until dinner time." I didn't particularly have such thoughts, but may I dare to give you a piece of advice, young master? You, advice? Would you try swinging the wooden sword you're holding now with just one hand as a test? With just one hand? Yes, young master. Ethan, while showing a somewhat questioning expression at my words, obediently grasped the wooden sword with just his right hand as instructed. And then, in that state, he started swinging the sword in various directions, just like before. Is this good, Maid? Yes. Then, this time, would you try grasping the sword with the opposite hand and swinging it? The opposite hand too? Yes, young master. Still with a half-doubting expression, this time Ethan swung the wooden sword grasped in his left hand in various directions. His form looked a bit better with the right hand, but there wasn't much difference when swinging with the left. Actually, despite the awkward posture, the strength of his swings felt stronger when he used his left hand. Galaxy TL, axiomatic. He had a special physical ability with similar power in swinging swords with both hands but with slightly different characteristics for each. As expected, Ethan was someone with a physique specialized for learning dual-wielding techniques. Young master, your power is similar whether you swing the sword with your right hand or your left hand. I do have that tendency. I'm actually ambidextrous. There are mainly 2 reasons why many swordsmen only swing swords with one hand. Either their muscle strength in one hand is lacking, causing imbalance when swinging with both hands, or their power in one hand is too strong, making it meaningless to grasp a sword with the other hand. What are you suddenly talking about? In contrast, young Master Ethan, it seems there's no reason you shouldn't swing swords with both hands, at least. Huh? Of course. I'm just a mere maid lacking in knowledge about swordsmanship. I wouldn't mind if you treat my advice as nonsense from a servant who doesn't know anything and ignore it. I just remembered something I need to do, so I'll go up first. Okay. Go ahead, Maid. Good luck with your training, young master. After adding one last disclaimer to conclude the conversation, I quietly withdrew from the scene. If I've said this much, he should notice. Galaxy TL, axiomatic. It was quite a direct piece of advice, so he probably understood it sufficiently. If he still doesn't understand and only swings with one sword after this, then there's nothing that can be done. I didn't want to create a situation where he would forcibly use dual swords just to be considerate of me. So, for now, I made an excuse that I had something to do and left the place. After hiding behind a corner of the mansion for a moment, I quietly listened to the sound of Ethan training. Whoosh, 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 swish, swish, swish. Although it sounded a bit offbeat, it was clearly the sound of 2 swords cutting through the air. It seemed he was trying out dual wielding, at least, as a test, following my advice. Whether Ethan would really continue training properly according to the advice I gave. That future was, albeit only slightly, a moment I looked forward to. As time passed, on a morning 2 weeks later. Young Master Ethan, it's morning. Ah, yes, good morning, Maid. Ethan responded as usual to the usual morning greeting. As if some fatigue had accumulated over the past few days, the dark circles under his eyes seemed to have deepened strangely. I wonder if he hasn't been sleeping well at night recently. It's a bit worrying. By the way, my advice about dual sword techniques was ultimately not accepted. It could be because he's already too accustomed to fighting with one sword, or maybe he feels somehow guilty about using dual swords against Harold. Anyway, my advice was essentially telling him to try a different sword technique to counter the swordsmanship he's learning from his father. Galaxy TL, axiomatic. I didn't particularly feel disappointed or regretful. Considering Ethan's path so far, this was the natural choice. It might have been advice that hurt his pride, as I told him to try a different sword technique instead of what he's learned so far overnight. To begin with, why would Ethan seriously listen to the words of a maid who doesn't have much knowledge about swordsmanship? I'm saying this clearly, but I wasn't particularly upset that Ethan didn't take my advice. Really, I'm not upset at all. Seriously. Thinking this, I placed the clothes Ethan would change into at the foot of the bed as usual and opened the curtains to let the morning sunlight into the room. Just as I was about to wait by the door for a moment, intending to tidy up the bedroom once he changed clothes and left the room, the voice of Ethan, who had just woken up, carefully calling me, reached my ears. Maid. Yes, young master. You know that today is the day for sword practice between me and father, right? Of course, I know. It's Saturday today, isn't it? Make sure to come watch today too. I think I might be able to land at least one solid hit against father today. Ah. This guy is raising a flag again. On the afternoon of the day when Ethan unexpectedly raised another strange flag in the morning, saying he might land a hit today. I was once again at the training ground to observe the duel between Ethan and Harold. Although I heard such words in the morning, to be honest, I didn't expect too much. After all, he had said the same thing 2 weeks ago and lost. Moreover, he wasn't even close to winning. It was essentially a match he lost after relying on a feint and failing to execute it well. If it had been a close match when their swordsmanship skills were similar, it might have ended differently, but there was no reason to be tense about Ethan, who hadn't reached that level yet. So, today, as well, I watched leisurely without any expectation that Ethan would do well. As usual, head butler Dittmeyer and a healing priest from the Blackwood mansion were waiting beside me. Clang. 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 Put a bit more strength in your sword. Attacking from unexpected angles isn't everything. Maintain your speed and power no matter which direction you swing your sword. Unlike 2 weeks ago, when he tried to feint, in Ethan's recent duels, he had returned to honest, wild swinging. If he had at least taken up dual wielding as I advised, I might have had some decent expectations, but Ethan hadn't shown even such attempts in the past 2 weeks. Believing that dual swords were essentially the only way Ethan could land a hit on Harold, I could watch their duel with peace of mind. At this rate, nothing will happen to me until his admission to the academy. Harold would also be gradually familiarizing himself with Ethan's sword-fighting style while crossing swords with his son, so it would naturally be even harder to close the gap. Thinking this, as I was watching the increasingly boring swordsmanship of the Blackwood father and son, Ethan's awkward grip on his sword suddenly caught my eye today. Instead of gripping the sword tightly with both hands as usual, he was holding the sword with his right and left hands, switching between them. Seeing the awkward grip that seemed to be holding almost the ends of the handle, a strange question naturally arose in my mind. Gripping the sword like that would make the rotation angles of the left and right hands different, but more power was needed to do that, implying muscle fatigue when swinging. Moreover, it's not like holding it that way would make it particularly more stable. It didn't look like a way to grip a single sword, but rather like the posture just before drawing a sword from its scabbard, and I naturally started to have a different idea. Could it be? Wondering if the thought that popped into my mind could be true, I focused my gaze on the sword Ethan was holding. Suddenly, the handle of the sword he was gripping started to separate vertically as if lengthening. I could immediately recognize that this was the action of drawing another sword hidden inside the sword. In other words, it meant that Ethan had essentially been swinging a scabbard until now. It was the moment when Ethan's sword, a single blade, instantly transformed into two swords. Swish! Harold was just as surprised as I was by the sudden split of the sword. Ethan had prepared his final blow without showing any awkwardness in his gaze until the end and wouldn't miss this brief opening. Whack! The sword in Ethan's left hand, which had been acting as a scabbard, blocked Harold's sword, and the sword in his right hand struck Harold's side. Harold, who had exposed his waist to the unexpected attack, let out a short groan. The gazes of the other spectators and me watching this scene were also instantly fixed. Ha, ha, ha. As if he had really used all his strength for that one strike, Ethan looked at Dittmeyer and me while plunging his sword into the ground. Dittmeyer, who was still unable to grasp the situation due to the shocking scene, hurriedly hid his bewilderment and swiftly declared Ethan's victory. Young Master Ethan is the victor, congratulations, young master. Along with Dittmeyer's declaration, my body automatically burst into enthusiastic applause, congratulating Ethan on his first victory. Seeing my reaction, Ethan finally smiled slightly and collapsed onto the floor. Harold looked down at Ethan silently, speaking to him in a strangely questioning tone. To think you'd separate your sword during a duel. Your skill in using techniques has been growing lately, Ethan. Was it something I shouldn't have done, father? Something you shouldn't have done? Why do you think that, Ethan? Because it's a method not used in general swordsmanship, and I won a cowardly victory without proper technique. As the atmosphere seemed to be turning strangely serious, I wondered if Harold might pettily refuse to acknowledge the match, but hearing his words that followed, fortunately, that didn't happen. There's only one important thing you shouldn't do in a life or death situation, Ethan. Yes. The most important thing you shouldn't do to protect your life is lose. No matter what technique you use, no matter what mindset you have in the match, the most important thing is to not lose, Ethan. You can be proud. Today, you're a swordsman who has achieved victory against a swordmaster, even if just for a moment. Thank you. Seeing that he didn't say things like the match was void because Ethan used cowardly means, it seemed Harold was quite pleased with Ethan's growth. It had been 3.5 years since Ethan started learning swordsmanship from Harold, so Harold probably felt more joy than pain or shame about the hit he took today. After all, it was a strike that clearly showed that his child, Ethan, had definitely grown. From the next training onwards, I'll teach you how to dual wield. It seems you have talent not only for single sword combat but also for dual wielding, Ethan. Yes. Today's duel ends here. When you've regained your strength, clean up and come inside. Thank you, father. Harold exited, discreetly placing his hand on one side of his waist, and the mansion's healing priest quickly followed after him. I, still at the training ground, made eye contact with Ethan, who was resting, and offered words of encouragement to him. Good work, young Master Ethan. Maid, today's strike was truly impressive, although, since it was against the master, it probably won't work twice. Yeah. He won't let me hit him again. I was planning to give up on this method if I failed today. Could it be that your recent fatigue was from practicing this technique? If you're talking about the method of drawing out the second sword, then, yes, a little bit. Your determination is really something else. To think you would prepare a special sword and even practice how to handle it just to land one hit on Harold somehow. Moreover, the fact that all this effort was just to touch his exclusive maid's chest. Ah. Right, I had forgotten. From the beginning of this match, the side I should have been cheering for wasn't Ethan's. That night. After dinner ended, when it was time to prepare for bed. Having finished bathing with a bit more care than usual, I quietly entered Ethan's room with a slight tension. All to fulfill the contract of that proposal I had made with Ethan prior to this. I'm really an idiot. Why did I make such a strange proposal that day? If only I hadn't let Ethan touch my chest due to that strange misunderstanding in the first place, this situation probably wouldn't have occurred. I added the additional condition of letting him touch more if he landed an effective hit in a duel with Harold to somehow cover up what had been touched then without being discovered. My unnecessary meddling and even giving him advice about dual-wielding techniques ultimately led to this result. Well, it's just 1 minute anyway. How properly could a kid without any sexual knowledge touch in just 1 minute of trying hard? Last time, I only felt strange because I got unnecessarily excited due to a vague sense of crisis about possibly losing my position as exclusive maid, but if I just prepared my mind, letting my chest be touched for about a minute was really nothing. And to be honest, I thought Ethan deserved that much as a reward. Why? Thinking deeply about it would probably just lead to strange self-rationalizations, so before any weird thoughts could arise, I knocked on Ethan's door 3 times and spoke. Knock, knock, knock. Young Master Ethan, may I come in? Come in. A careful reply coming back from inside the room, seemingly tinged with some tension. I quietly entered inside, opening Ethan's door. Creak. The light in Ethan's bedroom somehow felt more subtle than usual today. He had entered first and was sitting carefully on the chair at the table, quietly avoiding my gaze. Before entering into the main act, I carefully asked him about what state would be comfortable for him. Is it more comfortable for you to sit on the chair? Huh? I asked because you're sitting at the table, not on the bed. If you think it would be more comfortable on the bed, we can move there. And no, Maid. Sitting on the chair as I have something I need to say to you first. Something you need to say first? Will you sit across from me for now? All right. I don't know what Ethan was trying to say, but as his exclusive maid, I obediently followed his words and sat in the opposite seat. Sitting face to face at the table, I made eye contact with him and asked about what he said he needed to say first. What is it you want to say, young Master Ethan? Well, I wanted to talk about that thing we were supposed to do today. You mean touching my chest for 1 minute as a reward for landing an effective hit on Master Harold? Yeah, that. Could it be that he wants to ask for a little more time because 1 minute isn't enough, or to relax the conditions for touching my chest because they're too strict? Well, I can understand Ethan's feelings of wanting to say that as a man in his prime, but of course, I had neither reason nor intention to grant his request. If I kept making small concessions and extensions like that, I might find Ethan touching my chest without any conditions at some point. With the courage to refuse any conditions he might propose firmly in my heart, I made eye contact with Ethan and demanded his next answer. Please speak, young Master Ethan. Is it really okay to touch you, Maid? Yes. Because that was the promise. What about you, Maid? What do you think? Pardon? Do you really want to let me touch your chest because you think I've gotten stronger? Or are you here just because you wanted to keep your promise? What nonsense is he suddenly talking about? If he just won against Harold, that should be the end of it. Why is he suddenly concerned about my feelings? Not wanting to argue over unnecessary things, I just gave him a formal answer. That doesn't matter, young master. You won the duel against your father, so you can touch my chest as a reward. If you're telling me to touch even though you don't like it, just because of the promise. Yes. If it's for that reason, you don't have to force yourself, Maid. I won't say you didn't keep your promise or anything like that if you do. What is this guy babbling about now? I've even prepared my mind and come to his room in the middle of the night to let him touch. He says I don't have to force myself? Suddenly? Is he pitying me now? And for something as trivial as offering my chest? Don't talk nonsense, young Master Ethan. Maid? Are you saying this despite seeing all the effort you put in to defeat Master Harold? I don't go back on my word, young Master Ethan. If you're going to be considerate of me with such half-hearted pity, please understand that touching me confidently would be less embarrassing for me. It's not like I'm giving him my first time or my first kiss. I never intended to be pitied for just having my chest touched. I dismissed Ethan's meaningless words and simply stood up to approach him. Because I didn't want to become a cowardly runaway who couldn't even give this much reward to this guy who had worked so hard for so long. The night when Ethan landed a solid hit on his father for the first time during their sparring session. The young master of the Blackwoods was feeling the most excited and thrilled he had ever been in his life. It wasn't necessarily the situation of being able to touch the chest of his exclusive maid, Lilith, excited him. Of course, initially, it was an undeniable fact that he had made efforts to touch her chest as well. However, Ethan was feeling a fluttering sensation in his heart for a different reason. Don't talk nonsense, young Master Ethan. After he said he wouldn't touch her chest, Lilith was coming towards him with anger. Ethan couldn't calm down the fluttering emotion in the face of her behavior, which would make anyone think strangely. When it was his turn to touch her chest, She even provocatively asked if the bed was comfortable, as if tempting him. But, as soon as he showed no intention of touching her, she got angry and cursed at him. From all of her actions, Lilith's attitude towards him caused him to misunderstand. Does Lilith like me, too? There were many reasons for Ethan to think that way. When she said she wanted to become his exclusive maid without caring about her noble status after becoming a noblewoman. Or when she pushed herself onto him after she mistakenly thought Isabel would replace her as his exclusive maid. And even when she advised him that it would be better to dual wield, and used that advice to win a duel against his father a while ago. Knowing all of those actions, although it was hard to imagine that they were things she could have done without any feelings for him, Ethan was always one step ahead in stopping Lilith's advances. Less than the worst of all men in the world. Greater than he recalled the conversation they had in this room 2 years ago, where he asked Lilith about her preferred type and learned that the type of person she hated the most was him. Of course, 2 years had passed since that day, and it was hard to imagine he'd get the same answer in return. However, whether he wanted to confirm the uncomfortable truth as a man who had just finished puberty was a cruel dilemma. Are you still going to pretend to be a gentleman, young master? Ah, no. Maid, then please put your hand on my chest instead of offering your half-hearted sympathy. Isn't that what you've been trying to do all this time? Okay indeed. What if Lilith's feelings were the same as his, or what if they were different? Anyway, what he should be thinking about now was touching the chest of his exclusive maid in front of him. Without realizing it, he cleared the table that had been placed between them and approached Lilith closely, sitting face to face with her. Boldly reaching out his hand, he squeezed her large breasts. Squish! As soon as his hand touched her chest, he heard Lilith's lewd moan in his ear. His heart fluttered even more at her provocative voice that stimulated a man's instincts. He began to focus on feeling the sensation of his exclusive maid's chest in his hands. Squish. Squish. Squeeze. Squeeze. NNGH. Even though he was massaging her with both hands, the huge breasts couldn't be fully contained. During that time, Ethan's attention was slightly drawn to the firm area he felt under his palm. He could easily guess that it was Lilith's nipple that had become erect due to excitement. If I ask her to show it, will she get mad? What color could Lilith's nipples be under her clothes? Unlike the maid's uniform, which only revealed about a third of that dome, what shape could be hidden inside? The rising desire and burning fantasies of a man that had begun to surface were starting to disturb the innocent mind of the young master of the Blackwoods. Eventually, preparing himself for the worst, he cautiously asked Lilith. Maid, what is it? Young Master Ethan, if I lower your maid's uniform a little and touch them, would that be okay? Only if it's okay. If it's not a big deal. The next sound that came from the quiet room was the sound of clothes and fabric brushing against each other. Rustle. Rustle. Without a word, Lilith began to lower her own shoulder strap, filled with tension. In that tense atmosphere, Ethan quietly watched her, observing her actions. As the strap supporting her dress slipped down slightly, the maid dress she was wearing also slid down a bit, revealing Lilith's large and beautiful breasts. Whoa! Ethan couldn't help but exclaim in awe at the sight of his beloved's beautiful body in front of him. Not only were her lovely breasts fully exposed, but the eye-catching, stiff, pink nipples at their center were also exposed. Ethan gazed directly at the beautiful body before him, as Lilith, who had been quietly watching him, delivered a short message to her master. You don't need to ask me, and you don't need to worry. It's what I promised and you deserve the reward. No matter what anyone says, for the next minute, the right to use my chest as you please belongs to you. With her large breasts and stiff nipples exposed, Lilith blushed as she spoke, her words dripping with lewdness and sensuality. Ethan's rationality faltered once again at the provocative words of the exclusive maid, and his hands naturally found their way to her exposed breasts without resistance. As the thick barrier of fabric disappeared, Lilith's soft breasts felt even more vivid. The two nipples at the center of each breast were particularly enticing to Ethan, who was experiencing a woman's chest for the first time. His hands, which had been caressing her entire chest, inevitably focused on her nipples. Pinch. Squeeze. Squeeze. On. Pinching one of the embarrassed nipples with 2 fingers, twisting it left and right, flicking it with his fingers out of curiosity. Pushing the protruding nipple into her chest with his fingers, pulling it forcefully in the opposite direction. The touch of the Blackwood's hands explored the mystery of the female form before him. Lilith's intermittent moans filled Ethan's room as he continued to explore. Pat. Pat. Ah, ah, ah. As Ethan's hands roamed over Lilith's chest and nipples, the maid, who had never had a man touch her nipples before, couldn't hold back her climax. A sharp moan echoed through the room as proof of her inability to resist any longer. Lilith's moans reverberated through the room, a testament to her inability to hold back any longer. Ethan, taken aback by the completely different and sharp moans, involuntarily tightened his grip on her chest. Squeeze. At that stimulation, Lilith leaned forward, losing her balance in the pleasure that surged through her body. Grabbing Ethan's shoulders, she collapsed forward, leaving him feeling a mixture of confusion and concern. Thud. Lilith. You. Hey, are you okay? Are you hurt? Unable to answer Ethan's question, Lilith only gasped for breath, struggling to speak. It took a dozen seconds for her ragged breathing to calm down, and Lilith finally met Ethan's gaze and spoke. Young master. Lilith. It's over, it's been a minute. What? At Lilith's words bringing him back to reality, Ethan quickly removed his hands from her chest. Sorry, Lilith, I didn't realize time had passed so quickly. It's okay, young master, I just couldn't control myself. With those words, Lilith straightened her disheveled clothes and stumbled as she got up from her seat. Watching her acting that way, Ethan cautiously asked, Should I help you to your room, maid? No need for that, young master, it's not necessary. But you seem to be out of balance after all, young master, I don't think you'll be able to get up right now, right? At Lilith's meaningful words, Ethan quietly blushed and had no choice but to sit back down, his half-raised buttocks back on the chair. Still with her shoulder strap half slipping down, the provocative-looking exclusive maid bid Ethan good night before leaving the room. Sleep well, young master. You too, maid swing. Thud. It was a moment so stimulating that he almost felt like he had turned into a beast. That day, Ethan Richard Blackwood's bedtime was delayed by about 30 minutes than usual. His exclusive maid, Lilith Blackwood Rosewood, leaned against his door and muttered to herself quietly. Fuck, why is that bastard so good at touching? Lilith Blackwood Rosewood. It was the moment she felt her first orgasm in a woman's body. 5 months had passed since the day I offered my chest to Ethan for the second time. The year had changed, and February, which could be considered the last month of winter *1, was right around the corner. This also meant that the date when Ethan and I would enter the academy was not far off. Of course, our admission to the academy wasn't confirmed yet. There was a rule that to enter Luminar Academy, whether noble or commoner, one must take the entrance exam. Even Lizzie from the August Marquis family had a record of failing, showing that there were no exceptions to the Academy's admission rules. Of course, the difference in difficulty of entrance exams between nobles and commoners was unavoidable. The Academy needs funds to operate, too. It's well known that Luminar Academy's tuition is expensive, but in fact, compared to the Academy's operating costs, it was rather ridiculously cheap. They had a rich facility infrastructure that could be said to allow learning of all desired knowledge. They had a proper curriculum from veteran specialist professors with 10 to 20 years of continuous service. The current principal even has crazy connections, inviting retired Mage Tower sages, Imperial Sword Knight captains, or former Hero Party members as guest lecturers. Considering these aspects, the reality of Luminar Academy was that it had to run a deficit every year, even with the expensive tuition of 1 gold coin per semester. In fact, the parts that couldn't be covered by the tuition were being filled through the Empire's national budget. What somewhat subsidized Luminar Academy's operating costs was the relatively easier Academy entrance exam for nobles. Usually, there was a kind of custom where high-ranking nobles entering Luminar Academy would pay huge donations to the Academy in addition to tuition. So, while on the surface, it was said to provide equal educational opportunities to commoners and nobles, but when you actually looked into it, the ratio of noble students to commoners was overwhelmingly high. That was Luminar Academy at its core. It was a natural phenomenon, given that nobles who had received private tutoring and education from childhood were bound to be superior to commoners on average, and on top of that, there was a difference in the difficulty of entrance exams. Of course, that was also said to change slowly starting from this year. As I mentioned once before, from next year's incoming students, the Academy's capacity will increase to 3 times the current size. The major storyline was already flowing as it did in the original game. Among the measures announced by the Empress, who felt a crisis coming after the attack on the Imperial Palace, to enhance the national defenses was the increase in the Academy's enrollment capacity. No matter how easy the entrance exam for nobles was, the absolute number of nobles was fixed in the end. Even characters like the detestable Ethan in the original game could enter at this time, so there was that much spare capacity. In the end, after admitting all available nobles, the remaining spots would have to be filled with commoner students. From this year on, the atmosphere of the Academy would gradually change from aristocratism to egalitarianism. Of course, even if the admission criteria were relaxed, we still had to take the entrance exam, so both Ethan and I had to visit Luminar Academy on the exam date. Today, Ethan and I were planning to take a carriage to move to the Island of Knowledge to take the entrance exam. Have a safe trip, young Master Ethan. T.N. Dittmeyer, I guess? Yeah, I will. If you make a mistake and fail the entrance exam, be prepared for the consequences then. I'll keep that in mind. Ethan nodded with a slightly tense voice at Harold's words. Well, given Ethan's level, he was sure to pass comfortably not only by noble standards but even by commoner standards, so there wasn't much worry. If there was any problem at all, it was more about the magic exam I would take. L. Lilith. Do well on the entrance exam, okay? Yeah, don't worry, I'll do well. M. Miss Lilith, do your best, thanks for the support, Senior Catherine. One of the things that I found to be most comfortable after obtaining my noble status was that no one found it strange when Catherine called me Miss. Of course, after entering the Academy, there wouldn't be many occasions to hear Catherine call me Miss, anyway. With some concern about the Academy entrance exam in my heart, I also prepared to depart for the Island of Knowledge, receiving encouragement from Isabel and Catherine. They did so while I packed my luggage with clothes and towels good for 3 days, along with various other essentials in both hands. The reason for bringing clothes and towels for 3 days was that we would have to stay at a lodging near the Academy for that period of time. If we just took one exam and returned, we could stay for just 1 day and come back, so this much luggage wouldn't be necessary. Unfortunately, Ethan and I each had to take 2 exams. One for the swordsmanship department and another for the magic department. To take the swordsmanship department exam on the first day of the entrance exam and the magic department exam on the 3rd day, we had to secure lodging to stay during that time. Considering the number and variety of students entering the Academy, it would be impossible to complete everyone's entrance exams in just 1 day. Some departments even had different exam dates for nobles and commoners, so it was unavoidable for the exam period to naturally become longer. If it were in the imperial capital, we could somehow go back and forth in half a day by carriage, so there wouldn't be a need to get lodging. However, the Island of Knowledge, where the Academy was located, was a place that took almost half a day to reach by carriage from the Blackwood estate. Therefore, it was safer to leave with a generous 3-day allowance in preparation for any contingencies. The time it takes to travel from the Blackwood estate to the Island of Knowledge is 1 to 2 days. We'd have to stay at the lodging on the Island of Knowledge, wash the laundry accumulated during travel, take exams, and stay for about 3 days again. And it'll take another 1 to 2 days to return to the estate. It was a long schedule, taking from 5 days at the shortest to a week at the longest, which made me feel a bit dizzy, but it was still a level one could sufficiently endure. I could bear this trouble as much as needed to enter the Academy. As I was about to enter the passenger compartment following Ethan, after loading the luggage prepared for the 1-week maximum journey into the carriage's luggage compartment, Harold suddenly stopped me as I was about to board the carriage and began to speak to me with a serious expression. Lilith. Yes? Even if you happen to fail the Academy entrance exam, don't forget that the contract is still valid. I'm talking about the contract for you to continue as Ethan's exclusive maid for the 4 years he attends the Academy. Ah. So that's what he was talking about. Well, to begin with, whether I entered the Academy or not wasn't a very important part of Harold's request for me to be Ethan's exclusive maid. Rather, from Harold's perspective, There might even be a possibility that he hoped I would fail to enter the academy. After all, it would be much more reliable to have someone without being a student of the academy to serve as his son's exclusive maid. Well, of course, I had no intention whatsoever of failing the entrance exam. And even if I failed, I had no intention of giving up a cushy job worth 40 gold coins a year. So, I just bowed my head to Harold and gave a formal reply. There's no need to worry, Master. Whether I enter the academy or not won't be a reason for me to neglect my duties as Ethan's exclusive maid. Yes, of course, it shouldn't be. Well then, have a safe trip. I will escort the young master and return safely. With that, after giving my final greetings, even to Harold, I boarded the carriage. With the sound of the coachman's whip, the two-seater carriage started moving towards the Island of Knowledge. It was the moment we finally departed for the main stage of Luminar Academy. About 2 hours after the carriage carrying Ethan and me passed the walls of Blackwood territory. The inside of the carriage, where only the occasional sound of the coachman's reins could be heard, had maintained silence for quite a while since departing from the Blackwood mansion. It wasn't because there was nothing to talk about, rather, there was more than enough to discuss. We could talk about things like the Luminar Academy and the Island of Knowledge we were heading to right now, or about life after entering the academy. Or even just encouraging each other not to make mistakes in the entrance exam a few days later. It's just that it felt strangely awkward to make eye contact with Ethan right now, so I didn't want to talk. That's because if I made eye contact with Ethan now, it felt like what happened in his room last night would come to mind again. It had been 5 months since Ethan started learning dual-wielding techniques in earnest. Ethan, who started putting serious effort into dual-wielding as per my advice, began showing tremendous talent in the newly learned swordsmanship over the past few months. Recently, I was clearly feeling with my whole body that he had grown even more than in the past when he used to duel Harold with a single sword. Really, I mean literally feeling it with my whole body. Ha, you really are a stupid girl. Recalling Ethan, who had been winning one match against Harold in their sword duels almost every 2 weeks recently, I mentally scolded my past hasty self several times. Damn it. Why did it end up like this inside the carriage? An awkward silence hung due to what happened last night. Deliberately hiding my chest, which still seemed to have a strange sensation remaining, from Ethan, I quietly recalled in my mind what had happened until now. The signs of him seriously handling dual swords appeared about 3 months ago. It was 2 months after Ethan started learning dual sword techniques from Harold in earnest. After the day Ethan first debuted by showing Harold his dual sword technique, Harold began seriously teaching Ethan how to fight with 2 swords. I was surprised that Harold could teach Ethan dual sword techniques, but what surprised me even more was the speed at which Ethan learned. Maybe because of the foundation he had from learning single sword techniques before, Ethan showed even more effective growth in handling dual swords. Eventually, 2 months ago, Ethan won a match against Harold for the first time using dual sword techniques. He won in a pure sword versus sword duel without tricks or clumsy techniques. Less than Y young master Ethan is the victor. Greater than less than huh. Greater than the moment Ethan scored his first proper victory, I felt so dumbfounded that my mind went blank. Galaxy TL, axiomatic. I had thought that this would end without him touching me again until entering the academy, but who could have imagined he'd be able to win another match just 3 months after learning dual-wielding techniques. The biggest problem was that he won fair and square with skill, not with feints or tricks. Since Harold wasn't a fool, he wouldn't fall for the same trick technique more than twice, so feints or tricks were essentially one-time use measures. But a victory gained purely by increasing the power and speed of the sword and one's own movement and judgment, only increased the possibility of the next victory. And my ominous prediction came true as if it were natural. 2 times, 3 times, 4 times. Up until yesterday's duel, Ethan had achieved a total of 5 victories against Harold through pure skill. As the number of days Ethan won by purely clashing with skill increased, the number of times I visited his room in the middle of the night also gradually increased. As the frequency of offering my chest to Ethan increased, his actions in touching me also became increasingly extraordinary. Recently, it felt like he was focusing more on making me feel good rather than feeling satisfied himself when touching my chest. Less than Maid, do you prefer it a bit rough like this? Or should I be more gentle? Greater than. Less than I don't know, greater than less than, or like this, where I focus on a smaller area, greater than. Less than nngh. Ah, ha, greater than less than I see, so this is your weak spot after all, Maid. Greater than. Less than n, no, it's not my weak spot. Ah, ha, greater than. As the events of last night momentarily flashed through my mind, it became increasingly difficult to face Ethan. Moreover, looking at his recent behavior, he seemed to have become not just brazen but even shameless. The rule of 1 minute at a time had long since become a dead letter. No, had that time limit ever been properly observed even once? No matter how hard I tried to time it exactly to 1 minute and end it, every time I came to my senses, 5 or 10 minutes had passed. Yes, if I had to say, it's all my karma. Galaxy TL, axiomatic. If I hadn't jumped to conclusions that day and hadn't told Ethan to touch my chest, the situation wouldn't have become this complicated. But who could have predicted this? Probably no one would have expected Ethan, who couldn't win a single match against Harold for almost 2 years, to win 6 times in the past half year. I judged correctly. This is all Harold's fault for getting beaten by his son periodically. Get rid of that sword master title, you son-loving idiot. Anyway, having offered my chest to Ethan about once every 2 weeks for the past 2 months, I've recently started feeling a strange pounding in my chest whenever I see this guy's face. Lately, I've been expending considerable mental energy to calm this crazed body down. Just to be clear, in case of any misunderstanding, it absolutely wasn't some cheesy emotion like love. It's just that my body reacts because Ethan touches me well, and as a result, my body just shows some strange behavior when I meet Ethan. If this were called love or romantic feelings, then prostitutes and AVTN, adult video actresses, would all be in polyamorous relationships. Of course, there were no AV actresses in this world. Either way, the fact that my chest was touched by Ethan's hands wouldn't damage my firm masculinity. After all, men often boast and let women touch them when their bodies are built well, right? This was just something similar but opposite to that. Since Lilith's body itself was a very well-made female body, it probably wasn't much different from a muscular male body. It's not like I wanted Ethan to touch because I wanted to show off this body. While thinking that and quietly looking at the passing scenery outside the window, I suddenly heard Ethan's voice carefully calling me. Maid. What do you need, young Master Ethan? Are you perhaps angry because of what happened last night? It seems he does feel a bit guilty about excitedly playing with my chest as he pleased yesterday. Of course, as a servant, I couldn't nod seriously here, so the maximum resistance I could offer was to deny it without making eye contact with Ethan. No, young master. That isn't the case. I'm sorry, Maid. I really wanted to see you making a more pleasurable face. I think I played around too much, only thinking about my own feelings. Ethan, quickly noticing my strange mood, apologized first. This kind of thing was what really confused me. It was this innocent young master of Blackwood's character to always apologize sometime during the next day if I acted awkward or a bit uncomfortable because of what happened at night. Galaxy TL, axiomatic. Every time Ethan showed such considerate behavior, my heart couldn't help but become more and more confused. What is this? If he apologizes first like this, how am I supposed to react? If I continue to be displeased here, I'll just end up being the bad woman, the crazy woman. If he had said something like, "What's wrong with doing as I please with my possession?" with a shameless and disgusting face like the detestable Ethan in the original game, I could have at least felt hostility. The current Ethan was so kind and so diligent compared to the detestable Ethan in the original game. I felt disgusted with myself for comparing him to the original Ethan, even for a moment. No, young master. There's no reason for you to apologize. Really? Yes. You earned my chest as a reward for your victory in the duel with the master, so whatever you do with it is your choice, young master. Maid, and it's embarrassing to say, but how could I hold a grudge against you when I ended up feeling pleasure by your hands, young master? You don't need to attach any special meaning to what happened at night. Okay, I understand. Thanks for being honest, Maid. I just said that because Ethan feeling guilty was actually more uncomfortable for me. Honest my ass, I didn't feel good at all. No, it's not that I didn't feel good, but I didn't want to feel good in that way. I neither wanted Ethan to touch my chest nor did I expect to feel pleasure from it. This is an unchanging fact that won't change even after 4 years pass until we graduate from the academy. Well, once we enter the academy, there won't be any more sword duels between Ethan and Harold anyway, so this strange relationship should finally come to an end. Galaxy TL, axiomatic. Thinking that, I was blankly watching the scenery outside the carriage again when Ethan carefully spoke to me. I'm looking forward to the academy, Maid, is that so? Aren't you looking forward to it? No, I'm looking forward to it, too. The main storyline of Luminar Academy, the classes in the magic department all learn as Lilith, and even the second life that will unfold after graduation. Who would say they aren't looking forward to all of this? Thinking that, I could quite easily brush off the humiliation of having my chest touched by Ethan last night. You're saying there's only one vacant room, until we faced a new problem at the inn where Ethan and I were to stay that evening. After traveling by carriage from morning to evening for a full half day, we arrived at the Island of Knowledge, where Luminar Academy is located. Ethan and I decided to stay at an inn to take the entrance exam at the academy the day after tomorrow. Galaxy TL, axiomatic. This was actually a common method used by students coming from far away to take the exam, regardless of whether they were commoners or nobles. The Island of Knowledge was somewhat isolated compared to other cities due to its unique location, and if one were to be late, one could waste an entire year waiting for the next date. Of course, in this world, luxurious ways of room reservations like phone bookings weren't possible, so we naturally had to check for vacant rooms at the inn on the day of arrival. At the inn, where we had even left our horse and carriage, an unexpected problem arose for Ethan and me. You're saying there's only one vacant room? That's right, young master. At this time, all of the rooms are always full because of the academy entrance exam. I'm in a situation where we needed to stay at the inn for 5 days from today for the entrance exam. There was one major problem. Only one room remained in the inn we intended to stay at. I see. Maid, let's look around at other inns for now. Yes, young master. I'm telling you this because I don't want you, noble young master, and your maid to have your trip wasted, but it'll probably be the same at other inns. What do you mean? Our inn still has one room left because we're a bit far from the academy, but you'll probably find it hard to find vacant rooms as you go deeper into the island. And even if you come back some other time, I can't guarantee that the room I just mentioned will still be available. We need to accept guests too, after all. The innkeeper's words stopped Ethan, who was about to go out to search for other inns. Judging by his composed attitude, he didn't seem to be lying. In fact, the people still remaining in the restaurant on the first floor at this late evening added to his credibility. Galaxy TL, axiomatic. Most of them appeared to be a mix of males and females in their late teens to early 20s. It wasn't hard to deduce that they were also here to take the academy entrance exam, just like us. Is there any chance for you to sell another room for a premium? All other rooms are already booked. And at this time of year, noble children like yourself frequently come to stay even at out-of-the-way inns like this. I'm sorry to say, but I have no intention of offending the other nobles by being blinded by a momentary greed for money. He didn't seem to realize that he was actually offending the eldest son of the Blackwood family with that attitude. Well, even between commoners and nobles, using force or pressure on an innkeeper who wanted to follow principles was quite against proper conduct. Ethan seemed to know this and didn't intend to reveal the Blackwood family crest. If you really need a vacant room, you'll have to negotiate directly with other room guests. But, all of them are students who came to prepare for the academy entrance exam, so I highly doubt they'll be willing to give up their rooms. And you've already left your carriage with our inn, haven't you? It won't be easy to go around pulling the carriage again at this late hour, and it would be troublesome to stay at another inn while leaving just the carriage here. The innkeeper's expression indirectly suggested that we should just sleep in one room together. Certainly, following his suggestion would be the most amicable solution right now. The academy entrance exam was an important test with one's life at stake, whether commoner or noble, so it's understandable that they wouldn't want to risk disturbing their well-being on the day of the exam by selling their room for extra money. Of course, it wouldn't be impossible to use the Blackwood family's status to semi-forcefully take over a room from someone else, but that would be no different from the improper conduct mentioned earlier. Galaxy TL, axiomatic. Moreover, since the coachman was supposed to find his own lodging and meals while Ethan and I stayed here, it would be troublesome to now take the carriage from the stable and move it somewhere else. As the innkeeper said, The problem would be solved if Ethan and I just slept in one room. For some reason, Ethan seemed unable to come to that conclusion and kept looking at me cautiously. Is he uncomfortable sleeping with me, his exclusive maid? It might seem strange to be uncomfortable just sharing a room when we've already gone as far as me offering my chest, but human feelings are complicated, so you never know. I also momentarily felt my mind being filled with complicated thoughts at the thought of having to stay in the same room for one night, or possibly more, and it reminded me of last night. But that's that, and this is this. My allowing Ethan to touch my chest was just a reward for his winning against Harold in their duel. It didn't mean I was permanently entitling him to part of my body. In other words, as long as Ethan didn't do anything strange, sharing a room with him wasn't really a problem. After all, once we entered the academy, I, as his exclusive maid, would be using the same dormitory room as Ethan, so this could be seen as a practice run for that. The problem, however, was Ethan. Considering he was facing the entrance exam, he would want to maintain his condition as best as possible, and having someone else in his bed could certainly be a disturbing factor. I thought he might be worrying about that. Well, if he found us sharing one bed uncomfortable, I could just lay some clothes on the floor and sleep there. Gaxi axiomatic. Thinking the conclusion had been tentatively reached, I conveyed to Ethan that we should stay here instead of wasting a trip to find accommodation elsewhere. If it's not uncomfortable for you, young master, I'll use the same room as you until a vacant room becomes available. Maid? Are you serious? If you find it uncomfortable to share the same bed with me, I can sleep on the floor with clothes laid out. I brought clothes for 3 days so I can lay one set on the floor and use another to cover myself. No. That's not what I meant when I asked if you were serious. If you find even sharing the same room uncomfortable, I can sleep in the carriage in the stable. If you could just keep my luggage in your room, considering the risk of theft. How much do you charge for one night in that vacant room you just mentioned? At this time of year, it's 2 silver coins per night. Clink. I'll rent it for 5 nights. Oh my, thank you very much. The innkeeper, who received 10 silver coins from Ethan, handed over the room key with a brazen expression. Ethan, replacing his previous troubled expression, quickly took me up to the 2nd floor, where the guest rooms were located. I understand, so let's just go up and rest for now, maid. That's enough of the strange talk. Pardon. I'm not particularly uncomfortable with you using the same bed. I mean, don't say things like sleeping on the floor. Yes, young master. Fortunately, it seemed Ethan wasn't particularly bothered about sharing a room with me or lying on the same bed. It's a relief that I won't have to sleep on the floor. After receiving the key for the room Ethan and I were to use and entering, we were greeted by a room that was surprisingly spacious. It was fortunate that the one remaining room happened to be a double room. If it had been a single room, I would have had to lie on the floor regardless of Ethan's consideration. Of course, even though it was a double room, there was still only one bed, so it was still an environment that required some attention, but I wasn't so tactless as to grumble about such things. Well, just having an attached bathroom where we could wash ourselves was enough. While laundry could be handled with clean without any problem, washing one's body was impossible with clean. You might ask why clean, which can handle dishwashing and even peeling vegetable skins, can't wash bodies. Well, that's obvious, isn't it? It's because they need to collect CG scenes of female characters bathing. Galaxy axiomatic. We must never forget the fact that this game is essentially an eroge, TN. Japanese slang for an erotic game, disguised as an academy game. No matter how good the story is or how high the degree of freedom is, an eroge is still an eroge. Of course, in the game, there was content about how the sacred act of making the body clean shouldn't be replaced by magic and such, but to a gamer, it seemed nothing more than an excuse to collect bathing CGs of female characters. We must never forget that the game developers were serious about collecting erotic CGs to the extent that even a personal room in this out-of-the-way inn comes with an attached bathroom. Do you want to wash up first, maid? Maid? Why does a simple question about who wants to wash first seem to carry a different meaning today? Let's not think strange thoughts. It's just sleeping and waking up in the same lodging for 5 days, right? And if a vacant room becomes available, we can move then. The swordsmanship department entrance exam, which is expected to have the most applicants, starts the day after tomorrow, so empty rooms will probably start appearing from then on. I collected myself and shook my head as I answered Ethan. No, even though we're outside the mansion, you're still my master, young master, so it's right for you to wash first. Then I'll wash first. Maid, I'll prepare the clothes you'll change into in front of the bathroom. Okay. With those words, Ethan entered the bathroom to wash off the fatigue of half a day. After confirming the sound of water splashing up and down from inside the bathroom, I immediately started unpacking and organizing the luggage we had brought. I unpacked Ethan's clothes bag first, of course, rather than my own. Since I had packed most of Ethan's clothes bag myself, I could easily find where everything was. I took out his clothes to change into underwear and a towel, stacked them neatly, and then used clean to wash the clothes Ethan had taken off before entering, organizing them inside the now empty luggage bag. It's quite convenient to be able to use clean without having to worry about other people's gazes. Before, I could only use it in the kitchen, the only place where magic use was allowed, for fear of being caught. I wonder if preparing and placing this much will be enough. We had already eaten dinner adequately with preserved food in the carriage earlier, and there was no need to go outside the inn again now, so it should be fine to change directly into my nightwear. Galaxy TL, axiomatic. Since I'll need to wash up right after Ethan comes out, I should take out the clothes I'll wear in advance, too. After setting up 2 sets of nightwear to change into, I opened the door leading to the bathroom and went inside. As usual, I put down the clothes to change into in the changing room between the bathroom and the room. Young Master Ethan, I'll place the clothes you'll change into in front of the bathroom door in the changing room. Maid? Why are you suddenly coming into the bathroom? Oh, right. This isn't the Blackwood Mansion. An awkward gaze meeting quietly in the bathroom, and a startled reaction. It was natural for Ethan to react that way. After all, he was naked and showed that state to me. I had thoughtlessly recalled the times I used to prepare Ethan's bath at the Blackwood Mansion, assuming there would naturally be a changing room beyond the door and then the bathroom. I should have expected that such a cramped inn wouldn't separate the changing room and bathroom. Fortunately, thanks to him having his back turned towards the door, I couldn't see him at an angle where some truly dangerous parts were visible. To be honest, I didn't particularly want to look anyway. What's the point of observing another man's member? Am I going to compare it with mine from my previous life? While I was momentarily flustered by the situation I faced, thinking such thoughts, Ethan carefully called out to me and asked, Maid? Did you come in by mistake? I'm sorry. It's okay. The structure of this room is different from the mansion, so mistakes can happen. Excuse me. I'll place your clothes to change into outside. Oh, okay. Be careful next time. Fortunately, Ethan generously overlooked my mistake, not paying much attention to it. As I was about to retreat quietly with backward steps at his kindness, Ethan's bare back suddenly caught my eye. Come to think of it, there's no such thing as a back scrubber to wash one's back with in this world. The only thing used as a bath scrubber in this world was a round ball of fur-like material made by drying and processing a specific plant. Bathing in this world requires another person's help to properly wash one's back. Of course, Lilith's body was basically flexible enough to reach her back, so there was no problem washing it myself. But it would probably be quite difficult for the current Ethan to wash his back by himself. The more muscle a man gains, the stiffer his body tends to become. Well, although it wasn't intentional, I had already seen Ethan's body. As a way of apologizing for that, I quietly took off my knee-highs and moved into the bathroom to wash his back. Splash, splash. Young Master. Maid? You haven't left yet? I just realized that I've never helped you bathe until now. What? It must be difficult for you to reach your back and waist by yourself, so I'll help you with just those parts. With those words, I brought my hand holding the round bath towel from beside the tub to Ethan's back. Surprised by my action, he bent over while sitting, looking at me cautiously. There's no need for that, Maid. I can wash my back by myself. How do you intend to reach your back with such a muscular body, young Master Ethan? Anyway, there's no need to be shy, young Master. I'm just fulfilling my duty as your exclusive maid. I said it's not necessary, that's enough, get out quickly. Ethan twisted his body away, reacting with alarm as soon as my hand touched his back. Seeing this, it was clear he really didn't welcome having his back washed by my hand. Somehow, it's a bit irritating. I could understand if the genders had changed, but he's a man too, and he's freaking out just because my hand touched his back a little. Come to think of it, just last night, Ethan was directly kneading my bare chest. He's fine with touching my chest but can't even stand my hand touching his back a little. Feeling a bit annoyed at Ethan's brazen attitude, I silently put down the bath towel I was holding. For some reason, I didn't quite understand. It was a moment when I felt a bit angry. I understand, young master. If you dislike my hand touching your body that much, I guess it can't be helped. And no, I didn't mean that I particularly dislike your hand touching me. I understand well that someone who's been kneading my chest about twice a month can't tolerate even my hand touching their back. Maid, since you say you dislike my hand touching your body so much, I guess it can't be helped. I won't do such presumptuous things as helping you bathe from now on. I offered to wash him since I was thinking of him, but there was no need to react so alarmingly. I don't care anymore. Whether his back is unreachable or itchy, he can handle it himself. I had already put down the clothes to change into in front of the bathroom door anyway, as I was about to return to the bedroom, leaving Ethan in the bathroom. This time, I suddenly heard Ethan's voice calling me urgently. Maid. Yes. No, well, actually, my back is a bit itchy, so could you wash just that part for me? See, I knew he'd be like this. In the end, he was going to call me when his back got itchy, so why did he put on unnecessary airs? Well, I am Ethan's exclusive maid, and I also needed to apologize for seeing his naked body once already. Here, I, being broad-minded, had no choice but to grant his request. If that's the case, I guess it can't be helped, young master. I'll have to wash you. Why, yeah. Please do. You're just showing your back to your exclusive maid, so there's no need to be shy. I, who had stood up to return to the room, crouched down behind Ethan again and picked up the bath towel I had put down. From behind Ethan, who was carefully presenting his back to me, I thoroughly rubbed the parts he couldn't reach with the bath towel. Helping with bathing turned out to be surprisingly doable once I actually did it. In the dark dawn, when twilight had settled, even moonlight no longer illuminated the night sky. The first night on the island of knowledge for Ethan and Lilith, who had experienced various things throughout the day since departing from the mansion, was passing like that. On the bed meant to rest their tired bodies, Ethan Richard Blackwood was quietly lost in thought. Snore snore looking at his exclusive maid, Lilith Blackwood Rosewood, sleeping peacefully beside him. You're sleeping so peacefully. Unlike himself, who couldn't easily fall asleep due to his pounding heart, his exclusive maid had fallen asleep as soon as she lay down. As an exclusive maid, she would have started her day earlier than him, and above all, it was natural in a way that she, who must have been tired from serving him all day today, fell asleep easily. Considering that he himself couldn't fall into deep sleep even after 2 hours of lying in bed, he couldn't help but feel a little resentful. He was so tense that he couldn't close his eyes just from sharing the same room. Ethan couldn't help but feel a strange dissatisfaction with this attitude that seemed completely indifferent to whether they shared the same bed or the same blanket. He still couldn't grasp how to approach Lilith, especially when he thought about what had happened with her in the bathroom today. Was it because she doesn't think of me as a man that she entered the bathroom without hesitation while I was bathing? Or was she really angry because I refused when she wanted to wash my back? For Ethan, Lilith was always like this. Sometimes, she would treat him nonchalantly, as if she didn't see him as a man at all, and at other times, she would show strange behavior as if she really had some feelings for him. Although their relationship had certainly become much closer than when she first started as his exclusive maid, he couldn't guess just how close they had become. Clearly, his initial plan of wanting to move forward while gradually confirming her feelings had completely reversed at some point. Although it was an action born from a misunderstanding, he ended up touching Lilith's chest in a daze. Because of that, seeing him unable to come to his senses, she reluctantly allowed the next act as well. In this current relationship, where physical connection seemed to take precedence over emotional connection no matter how he thought about it, Ethan always worried whether he should view this positively or not. There's a saying that when the body desires, the heart follows, but it was Ethan himself also wished for the heart to approach first. He had even tried to lead the physical relationship into emotional love by attempting to share feelings during physical intimacy, but that strategy didn't work out as well as he had thought. Rather, the more he tried such attempts, the more displeased Lilith seemed to be the next day, so Ethan had no choice but to offer careful apologies whenever he noticed her mood. If only he could enter her heart just once. If he could at least know what feelings she had for him, he would be able to decide what to do. Whether to maintain the current relationship and move forward slowly, or to approach a bit faster before losing her. Or whether it would be wise to accept that there was no hope and let her go early. For now, it's a problem without an answer. Since he couldn't know the correct answer, all he could do was continue to put in more effort. The Academy's swordsmanship exam was the day after tomorrow. In other words, there was still one day of leeway until tomorrow. Since it was a rare day with a free schedule, it might be a good idea to go around the Island of Knowledge with Lilith tomorrow for a secret date. Just as Ethan was about to fall into deep sleep, imagining walking around the island where Luminar Academy was located with her, he began to feel two soft sensations wrapping around his forearm up and down. Squish. Squish. At that familiar yet warm sensation, he slightly opened his eyes to look at the space beside him, and there was Lilith, peacefully asleep while facing towards him. His forearm was sandwiched between her two breasts, up and down. Ethan barely managed to cover his mouth with one hand to stop the voice that was about to burst out. Although it was a chest he had touched many times before, this was the first time his forearm had been sandwiched between her breasts. Ethan tried to quickly pull out his arm, worried that she might feel embarrassed. However, as he tried to pull out his arm, Lilith's action of embracing him even more tightly made Ethan have to hold back his voice once again. Shlee-eyed. Squeeze. On the first night at a remote inn on the Island of Knowledge, Ethan's sleepless night was destined to be prolonged. Part 2 ends here. Playlist is available now. Subscribe our channel or wait for new part, we will publish it soon. Till then, bye bye.